Chapter 1 I can't afford to climb this inner door, farewell. Big sects are all a bunch of idiots. Really, this was the thought that Xiao had the moment she crossed over on her first day. She was a humble corporate worker who had spent all night finally finishing her design draft, only to wake up and find herself in this world of swords and magic. The original host was also named Xiao, a child who was kindly picked up by the sect master Yunhen from the foot of the mountain. Yueqing sect, one of the 5 major sects in the cultivation world, focuses on strange techniques and formations. In simple terms, the inner disciples are all like mages. Yunhen was kind-hearted and took her as a disciple even though the original host had poor talent. When the original host was picked up, she was the second eldest, with 2 senior brothers. Although she wasn't showered with love, she managed to get by in the sect until her master brought back a little girl from the mortal realm, and everything changed. Yunhen, who was usually aloof, repeatedly made exceptions for that mortal girl and even wanted to take in a disciple with no spiritual roots. This left the original host particularly confused. With the script in hand, Xiao knew this was because the girl was a crowd favorite. The female lead in the book was named Yunkei, a delicate beauty who would cry with red eyes at the slightest disagreement. The title of the book, The Big Shots of the Cultivation World Are Madly in Love with Me, reflected how the big shots in the cultivation world were enchanted by her, fighting over her. As things progressed with the arrival of that little junior sister, it became increasingly absurd, and the original host gradually became a tool. Whenever the little junior sister was in trouble, the second senior sister would step in. When the little junior sister was captured, the second senior sister would block the blade. When the little junior sister's spiritual roots were damaged, the second senior sister would be sacrificed. In the end, she met a tragic fate, pierced through the heart by her master's sword. It was pitiful, too pitiful. The most tragic character in the entire story was undoubtedly this tool-like second senior sister. And now, she had become this unfortunate second senior sister. The scene before her made Xiao firmly believe that this sect was filled with 24K pure idiots. Xiao knelt on the cold stone floor of the hall, the powerful pressure from the immortal master Yunhen bearing down on her, forcing her to lower her head and respectfully call out, "Master." Yunhen responded lightly, "Did you bring back the mayfly grass?" Mayfly grass grows at the bottom of the demon abyss and can heal damaged spiritual seas. Everyone in the 3 realms knows that the demon race is sealed below, and those who enter the abyss face a life-and-death situation, some even being devoured as nutrients. Xiao was relatively lucky. Aside from her hand being corroded by demonic energy, nothing serious had happened. Senior sister brought back the mayfly grass. The little junior brother Suju's eyes were crescent-shaped with a smile. With the mayfly grass, the little junior sister's injuries will definitely heal. The eldest senior brother also smiled, a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. The little junior sister was weak and had caused him much worry. Now that they had the mayfly grass to repair her spiritual consciousness, she would surely be able to get out of bed in a few days. Even the usually stern face of the master showed a hint of gentleness. Take the mayfly grass to the medicine pavilion. After it's refined, send it to Furong Garden. A white medicinal herb floated in the air, and Yunhen gently raised his hand to catch it in his palm. Throughout all this, no one asked Xiao if she agreed, or rather, in their eyes, she didn't even have the qualification to object. Xiao watched this harmonious scene from below and suddenly spoke up, "Master, when did I say I wanted to give the mayfly grass to the little junior sister?" No one expected Xiao to suddenly challenge them. Suju was clearly stunned for a few seconds, moving his lips to explain awkwardly, "But the little junior sister needs this spiritual herb more than you." Xiao's talent was mediocre, and she needed the mayfly grass to break through to the foundation establishment stage. When Suju heard that she was going to get the spiritual herb, he couldn't help but think of the little junior sister that the master had brought back from the mortal realm. They were of similar age, one lively and able to go into the demon abyss to fetch herbs, while the other could only lie sick in bed. Suju felt a pang of sympathy and told the master about it. Ake's body is weak. Yunhen was somewhat displeased with her attitude, but after a pause, he explained, "Your body is healthier than hers. The mayfly grass should be given to Yunkei first. When the sect's grand competition starts later, I'll send your senior brothers to the ancient battlefield to bring you another mayfly grass." The ancient battlefield? Not to mention how rare mayfly grass is. Even if the secret realm of the ancient battlefield has it, how many prodigies will gather for the 100-year sect competition? What guarantee did Yunhen have that the 2 senior brothers would definitely be able to snatch the mayfly grass? Xiao glanced at the 3 of them, who were biased to the point of being ridiculous and sneered inwardly. So it's reasonable for her to be weak, and I should die for being strong? The usually obedient disciple suddenly spat out such a retort, and Yunhen felt offended. His eyebrows furrowed, and he angrily rebuked, impudent. The pressure from the core formation stage bore down heavily on her shoulders, and the man's wide sleeves flicked coldly, sending a gust of wind her way. Xiao was pressed down, unable to move, without even the qualification to dodge, and crashed hard against the white pillar. The rumored life-and-death situation of the demon abyss hadn't harmed the original host, but returning to the sect led to her being beaten like this. This damned cultivation world. Born with rebellious bones, unaware of respect and hierarchy. Yunhen coldly left this remark and vanished before her. Get out. Go reflect in your own cave. Xiao wiped the blood streaming from her nose and then, under everyone's gaze, slowly gave Yunhen the middle finger as he walked away. This was probably her last act of defiance as a cannon-fodder female supporting character. Junior sister. Suzhuo approached her, slightly lowering his eyes, and said softly, I'm sorry. I'll pay you back in the future. He felt a bit guilty because his selfishness led to the junior sister being punished. Xiao wiped her blood and saw him come closer, quickly retreating and warning him like avoiding a snake. Don't come over. She wanted the female lead's fish to stay away from her. The girl's unrelenting words left him somewhat stunned. He never expected the usually dull second senior sister to explode with such anger. The eldest senior brother couldn't stand it any longer, grabbing Xiao's wrist and sternly saying, Junior sister, can you stop being so childish? The little junior sister can't even get out of bed. She needs the mayfly grass more than you do. Xiao still had injuries on her hands, and being grabbed hurt her, making her gasp coldly, doubting if this dog was doing it on purpose. She didn't want to suffer this, and with her other hand, she swung a fist at his face. Zhaichen dodged quickly, and naturally, let go of Xiao's hand. Xiao covered the injured area, so you can just snatch mine? So, the Yueqing sect gained its current status through robbery, huh? Zhaichen was taken aback by her retort. Why are you being so unreasonable? Yes. Xiao nodded perfunctorily. I'm heartless, ungrateful, and unreasonable. Go find your little junior sister. If she had any expectations for the cultivation world before, after realizing she was that unfortunate cannon-fodder female supporting character who got pierced through the heart, Xiao just wanted to live with a smile. Don't bother her. She wanted to leave the mountain. After making up her mind, Xiao ran off without looking back at the two idiots behind her, quickly opening her mustard seed bag and heading straight for the Hall of Fate. Perhaps the author wanted to emphasize the female lead's status as a beloved character, resulting in the other disciples being treated like mere grass in front of Yunhen. And Xiao was the one who suffered the most among this group. The only thing she could showcase was a set of heart techniques given when she became a disciple. Her spirit stones were few and far between. Among the hundreds of inner disciples in the Yueqing sect, each was stronger than her, and Xiao was just a filler. She wasn't even a personally taught disciple. Leaving the sect was easy. Returning all the resources she had received in the Yueqing sect over the years, she notified an elder at the Hall of Fate, and upon receiving a nod from him, she could leave. Xiao was so poor that she had nothing on her after returning the spirit weapon. All her spirit stones were also returned. The original host was already not favored by the elders due to her poor qualifications, and when the elder of the Hall of Fate heard that she wanted to leave the sect, he desperately suppressed a look of delight, not expecting that Xiao was so foolish. Having stumbled into the inner sect, she still wanted to leave. Oh, you need me to inform the sect master? The elder rarely spoke to her in a kind manner, pretending to be polite as he said a couple of words. Which sect are you planning to go to after leaving? Do you need the elder to give you some spirit stones? After all, staying at an inn also requires money. He thought Xiao would remain silent, but to his surprise, she didn't hesitate. Yes. She even shamelessly extended her hand, her face filled with emotion as she flattered him. I really didn't expect that the Yueqing sect has such a good person like you. The elder. He was just being polite, but with her flattering words, he felt compelled to give her something. The elder's expression twisted for a moment as he looked at the shameless Xiao, lost in thought. Had this child always been so shameless? He didn't think so. In his impression, Xiao was usually very quiet in the inner sect. Xiao waited confidently for him to help her. The original owner was a diligent and honest person who was willing to sacrifice for the sect, but Xiao was not. Without spirit stones after descending the mountain, she would have to sleep on the streets, and the elder had already opened his mouth, so refusing to comply would be foolish. The elder took out a heavy bag, perhaps thinking that she would be leaving soon, So he wasn't stingy. There are 100 middle-grade spirit stones inside. Take it and go. He waved his hand. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up, genuinely grateful. Thank you, Elder. The Elder impatiently waved his hand, urging her to hurry and leave. After coming out of the Hall of Fate, Yi Xiao stored the spirit stones in her mustard seed bag, but then she heard someone behind her mutter, "Trash." Yi Xiao turned around and glanced at him. What did you say? The male disciple hadn't expected her to hear him. In fact, there were many people in the hall who were dissatisfied with Yi Xiao. A disciple with mediocre talent, who wouldn't even qualify to be an outer disciple in the 5 major sects. How could he become an inner disciple if he hadn't had the luck of being picked by the sect master? Many people were gloating over Yi Xiao's punishment. He was one of them. Faced with Yi Xiao's questioning, the male disciple's face suddenly turned pale as he stammered for a long time. Trash? Yi Xiao repeated, watching him turn pale with fear, and sincerely remarked, "You really have a good eye. Why don't you take this inner sect position for yourself?" The original owner worked hard for the sect, rushing to share whatever resources they had with the outer disciples. What did she get in return? Did she expect to have her spirit root dug out and be pierced through the heart by a sword? The male disciple was stunned. "You're right, I am trash." Yi Xiao tossed the waste token to the male disciple and waved her hand. "I can't aspire to this inner sect farewell." The male disciple was completely bewildered. He watched as Yi Xiao casually tossed the waste token into his arms and left the mountain without looking back. The female protagonist has a lot of flashy moves, embodying the sect style, and can carry the whole scene on her own. It's not a traditional form of giving up. She will still put in effort. It's probably a light-hearted story. Chapter 2. Finding a sect to survive. Yinchong City is located in the center of the 5 major sects, a place comparable to the ancient imperial city. Encountering an ordinary person could mean they are a disciple of a major sect, and everything is ridiculously expensive. "Boss, how much is a bun?" She swallowed hard, smelling the aroma, and could not help but ask. One can only begin to fast after reaching the foundation establishment stage, and the original owner was only at the 3rd layer of qi refining, so she still had a long way to go before fasting. 3 middle-grade spirit stones. Yi Xiao quickly calmed down. "Sorry to bother you." There were only 100 middle-grade spirit stones in her mustard seed bag, and not only did she need to eat, but she also had to stay at an inn. In the ridiculously overpriced Yinchong City, she would probably run out of money in less than 3 days. Yi Xiao finally understood why the original owner had struggled so much, but was still unwilling to descend the mountain. After descending, life was truly unaffordable for ordinary people. The most profitable professions in the cultivation world are talisman makers and alchemists. The Yueqing sect could rank among the 5 major sects not only because of their talisman makers, but also due to their solid financial resources. Yi Xiao casually stopped a loose cultivator to ask if there was a place to buy wolf hair brushes and talisman paper. "There's a shop that sells them." The other party was very enthusiastic. "Are you a talisman maker?" In the cultivation world, talisman makers and alchemists hold high status, and Yi Xiao shook her head. "No." The original owner was a sword cultivator, and Yi Xiao had never drawn talismans before, but living off others was not an option, so she had to give it a try. She was a real worker in modern times, not only designing but also doing modeling on the side, and in the cultivation world, she could not escape the fate of being a laborer. Thanks to her profession, Yi Xiao had an excellent memory, and this body seemed to have inherited that trait. With just a simple moment of closing her eyes to recall, she clearly remembered the talisman drawing methods of the Yueqing sect. Since it was her first time learning to draw talismans, she could only rely on her feelings. Following what the talisman book said, she held her breath and focused, tentatively channeling her spiritual power into the wolf hair brush. As soon as the brush tip touched the spirit paper, her consciousness felt a slight sting. Yi Xiao steadied herself, vaguely understanding that this was the first step in drawing a talisman. Recalling how talisman makers drew talismans from the original owner's memories, she did not hesitate, and the intricate talisman patterns sprang to life on the paper. As the outlines were completed, her movements became faster until the final stroke was placed. The spirit paper glimmered with golden light along the patterns. Yi Xiao stared at it intently for a few seconds. As long as it didn't ignite, it was considered successfully drawn. Was drawing talismans really this easy? Just as that thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt something flowing from her nose. Looking down, she saw blood on her hands. Yi Xiao. Okay, she was overthinking it. Drawing talismans was indeed not something just anyone could do. Since she didn't feel any discomfort in her body and thinking about her empty mustard seed bag, she decided to continue working hard and let the spirit brush dance on the talisman paper. After finishing 7 talismans, She could no longer hold on and fainted on the table. This was a consequence of exhausting her consciousness. Xiao fainted after drawing when she woke up. She gritted her teeth and continued to draw. Her diligent appearance made her unable to hold back tears. Was it love? Was it responsibility? Neither. It was poverty. The saying poverty drives progress was not without reason. Xiao drew some of the lowest grade talismans, such as the Swift Wind Talisman and the Sleep Talisman. She pinched the talisman between her fingers and tentatively stuck the Swift Wind Talisman on herself. It was said to allow one to run very fast. After applying it, Xiao felt around and noticed nothing special. After waiting for a moment and seeing no reaction, she realized that it might have failed. She wasn't disappointed after all. In the original owner's memories, even the few direct disciples of the Yueqing sect couldn't succeed on their first try. Failure was normal. Just as Xiao was about to tear off the Swift Wind Talisman to redraw it, the next second, her steps became uncontrollable, and she flew out like an arrow released from a bow. She couldn't stop herself, crashing through the inn's wall and making a hole. Xiao. Cultivators' bodies are significantly better than ordinary people. Even crashing through a wall caused no pain. After a while, she struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the ineffective Swift Wind Talisman that had fallen on the floor. Excuse me, is this what a talisman maker is like? In the end, under the furious gaze of the innkeeper, Xiao tearfully compensated 20 spirit stones to repair the wall. When the sun set, Xiao took a few drawn talismans to the black market to sell. This was the largest black market in the cultivation world, where many people came to trade, with prices varying widely. She set the price at 10 middle-grade spirit stones per talisman, which was not expensive and could even be considered cheap. However, her cultivation level was too low. The passing cultivators couldn't be bothered to even glance at her. Xiao waited at her stall for a long time, only to find that even the person next door selling yellow books had more business than her. She continued to be patient, preparing to pack up if no one came by, and consider switching to selling yellow books. Perhaps the heavens took pity on her before anyone came to patronize her. A youth suddenly descended from the sky and landed at her stall. The young man in red landed gracefully, stepping onto Xiao's collapsed stall without a care, and coldly warned, drawing swords is prohibited under the feet of the 5 major sections. The man who was warned initially wanted to argue with him, but caught sight of the exclusive dark patterns on the young man's robe that signified a direct disciple. He was startled and quickly turned to run. Excellent. The world where only Xiao got hurt was achieved. Excuse me, fellow cultivator, could you please move your foot? She spoke earnestly. You're stepping on my stall. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't win, Xiao almost wanted to transform into the leader of the Ma sect right then and there, grabbing his shoulder and roaring. Do you know how hard it is for me to set up a stall? The young man was taken aback, only then noticing that he seemed to have stepped on something. He quickly moved his foot and saw the collapsed stall, hurriedly saying, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? No, she replied with righteous indignation, but your actions have caused me serious psychological trauma. The young man didn't expect her heart to be so fragile. Looking at Xiao's serious expression, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. How about I compensate you with some spirit stones? Is 1 high-grade spirit stone enough? Xiao pragmatically accepted his compensation, bending down to pick up the scattered talismans on the ground. I forgive you. 1 high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 medium-grade spirit stones. This guy must be wealthy, she thought. Mu Chongxi hurriedly joined her in picking up the talismans. He spotted a small stack of talisman papers and couldn't help but exclaim, You're a talisman cultivator? Xiao mumbled an affirmative. After gathering the talismans, she noticed that a number of loose cultivators had gathered around to watch the scene, with some openly discussing. From her clothing, she must be a direct disciple of the Changming sect, right? It should be, right? She can control a sword, and her cultivation level is at least foundation establishment or higher. Aside from those direct disciples, there shouldn't be anyone else. More and more people were drawn to the commotion, and some loose cultivators noticed the talismans in Xiao's hands. With Mu Chongxi's eye-catching direct disciple robe, passers-by naturally assumed that Xiao was also a disciple of a major sect. With a bit of natural trust in major sects, a loose cultivator stepped forward to inquire, Little sister, what talismans do you have here? Sleep talismans and wind speed talismans. They were all low-grade talismans, but they were still quite useful for loose cultivators, as they lacked the protection of a sect and had traveled around for many years. It was always good to carry a few talismans. However, legitimate talismans were incredibly expensive, while cheaper ones were often counterfeit and used by unscrupulous merchants to scam money. Thanks to Mu Chongxi's influence, Yi Xiao's talismans were snatched up in just a few minutes. This made her even more determined to join a sect. Are you just leaving like this? After putting away the spirit stones and preparing to close her stall and return to the inn, she was taken aback by Mu Chengxi's comment. Otherwise, Mu Chengxi was dumbfounded. Don't you need me to compensate you? Yi Xiao replied. Haven't you already compensated me with a spirit stone? Mu Chengxi said, but your heart is hurt. Yi Xiao, where did this naive sweetie come from? Are all the direct disciples of the Changming sect like this? Did he actually take my casual remark seriously? Yi Xiao asked, what's your name? Generally speaking, good-looking people definitely deserve a name. She was curious about what role this naive sweetie played in the crowd of attractive male cultivators. Mu Chengxi. Yi Xiao was slightly stunned. To be honest, she had heard of this name. Wasn't the one who ruined his own Dao heart for the female lead in the story named Mu Chengxi? Her expression became complicated, shifting from looking at him like he was a fool to one of pity. The young man's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Yi Xiao realized that her pity was too obvious, so she coughed twice to cover it up and didn't want to think about those unnutritious plots. I heard them say that you're a direct disciple of the Changming sect. Can you tell me about the treatment of your outer sect disciples? Changming sect? When it came to his sect, Mu Chengxi's expression became a bit complicated. Meeting Yi Xiao's eager gaze, he spoke honestly. Our sect is quite poor. When I joined at the age of 10, I was eating steamed buns every day. He had been the pampered young master at home, and suddenly coming to such a poor sect, Mu Chengxi was definitely dissatisfied. I felt like I had been deceived at that time, so I secretly urged my second senior brother and third senior brother to prepare to escape from the Changming sect. Later, the sect master saw us. He chased us from behind. We lost a shoe while running. Yi Xiao asked, may I ask what your second senior brother and third senior brother's names are? Shuiyu, Mingxian. Yi Xiao fell silent for a moment. That's pretty good. The story's sycophant male supporting characters and backup male supporting characters were all gathered. Moreover, Mu Chengxi was so sincere in his words that Yi Xiao had already imagined the scene. The sect master running while shouting, Shuiyu, Mingxian, Mu Chengxi, how can I live without you? The imagery was too strong, and Yi Xiao completely dismissed the idea of going to the Changming sect. What about the Wanjian sect? Can they sleep and eat? The #1 sect in the world, their disciple treatment should be good, right? After witnessing the astonishing prices in Yincheng City, Yi Xiao now just wanted to find a sect where she could be an inconspicuous outer sect disciple and just lay low. Chapter 3. It seems like something fell from the sky. The Wanjian sect? Mu Chengxi looked at her in disbelief. You think you can sleep at the Wanjian sect? You have to sit in meditation before dawn, then practice swordsmanship. There's a heart method class at noon, and in the evening, you still have to have Onion combat training. The #1 sect in the world, if they don't work hard, they will be surpassed. Yi Xiao, this is too intense. She had the expression of an elderly man on the subway looking at his phone. What about the Chengfeng sect and the Bishu sect? Mu Chengxi began counting on his fingers. The Chengfeng sect is full of pretty boys. They believe that ugly people don't deserve to enter the sect. Their standards for appearance are very strict. He looked at Yi Xiao. You look pretty good, but they only accept male disciples. Is there gender discrimination? They're in the cultivation world, come on. Not really. It's just that their heart methods are special, and female disciples aren't suitable. As for meals, the Bishu sect doesn't eat. They have a lot of alchemy disciples, and since they need to prepare for the major competition, they prioritize cultivation, so they only eat spirit-purifying pills. Yi Xiao, is the cultivation world going insane? She was completely desperate, and simply asked the most crucial question. So which sect can eat enough and also sleep? Mentioning this got Mu Chengxi excited. That must be our Changming sect. We have the best food. Every meal has 5 steamed buns. Their sect might not have much else, but they had plenty of steamed buns. It was the despair of young Mu Chengxi, who had been eating steamed buns when he first entered the sect, that urged him to plot with his second and third senior brothers to escape. Yi Xiao clapped her hands, making a decision. I'm going to the Changming sect. It wasn't just about the 5 steamed buns mainly. She liked lively sects like the Changming sect. No. She liked bustling sections. When can I sign up for your sect? Mu Chengxi scratched the back of his head, vaguely remembering the sect master sighing on the way down the mountain, saying that they hoped to find some good seedlings during today's outer sect recruitment. Today? I think the registration deadline is tonight. His expression was a bit surprised, don't you know? The Changming sect was one of the 5 major sects in the cultivation world, and such a big event as outer sect recruitment should be known even by the most ignorant loose cultivators. Yi Xiao really didn't know. She was silent for a few seconds and asked, So what time is it now? Did she still have a chance? Mu Chongxi suddenly realized as well. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "There's half an hour left until recruitment ends. If you take any longer, it will be too late." He threw his long sword up, which suddenly grew larger in front of them, and stepped on it first, extending his hand to Xiao. "Get on." To be able to control a sword, one's cultivation level had to be at least foundation establishment. But this young man in front of her seemed to be about the same age as her, and had already reached foundation establishment. She didn't hesitate, reaching out to be pulled onto the sword. The long sword hovered in midair and then shot into the clouds. Xiao experienced the feeling of soaring. The scenery around her was completely unclear, and the speed made her dizzy. Mu Chongxi needed to return to the sect before the doors closed, otherwise he would undoubtedly get beaten up by Elder Xiao. Seeing that time was running out, he hurriedly urged the sword technique to accelerate again. Xiao was a bit afraid of heights, fearing she might fall, so she tightly grabbed Mu Chongxi's hair, successfully causing a split. Do you have a license?" She almost threw up from the shaking. Mu Chongxi cried out in pain. "Don't pull my hair." As the two tugged at each other, the sword began to wobble unsteadily. Just then, a flying boat passed by. "Damn duck." Shaming sect. "There's still half an hour left." The young man sighed lightly. "Where am I supposed to find a genius for you, Elder Xiao? This year, all the ones with even a bit of talent have gone to other sections." The Changming sect had consistently ranked at the bottom in the major competitions for 100 years, and with resources lacking, the disciples they received were all of mediocre talent. However, there was no choice. The major selection happened once every 10 years, and they needed to bring in some fresh blood. Elder Xiao had no hopes, but with less than a year left until the competition, he thought about recruiting from the outer sect in hopes of striking gold and perhaps finding some exceptionally talented individuals. "That brat Mu Chongxi still hasn't returned?" The young man shook his head. "He probably went off to play again. Always slacking off." Elder Xiao snorted coldly. Relying on these few slackers to win the sect competition next year was less likely than hoping for a good seed to fall from the sky. As the sky darkened and no new disciples had arrived to register, Elder Xiao waved his hand, ready to take the outer sect members back, when the young man suddenly said, "Elder, it looks like something is falling from the sky." "Elder Xiao, huh?" He was momentarily stunned, and the next second he saw two people plummeting down, accompanied by screams and exclamations. The sensation of weightlessness caused Xiao to flip over just before reaching the ground and land gracefully. Mu Chongxi also adjusted his posture a second before landing. The impact of their landing created a large crater in the ground. Mu Chongxi slowly stood up from the pit, still buzzing with excitement from earlier. "Wow, that was thrilling. Did you see my landing pose? I call it the golden rooster stands alone." "Xiao, wonderful." The two climbed out of the pit, only to find themselves staring into the death glare of an elderly man with an immortal aura. Elder Xiao looked at the human-shaped pit on the ground, his heart rate quickening. He pointed a trembling finger at the two, furiously shouting, "Who told you to make a pit in the back mountain? Do you know how expensive it is to repair the ground?" Xiao hesitated for a moment. "Should I fill in the pit for you?" Mu Chongxi put his arm around Xiao's shoulders. "It's fine. It's just a pit." Elder Xiao isn't that stingy. Elder Xiao took a deep breath, not wanting to look at the troublesome Mu Chongxi, and asked Xiao in return, "What are you here for?" Xiao sincerely replied, "I want to join the Changming sect." "Elder Xiao, I think you're doing this on purpose to annoy me." The other newly registered outer sect disciples looked at Xiao with awe. Impressive. Among the 5 major sects, there were over 1,000 new outer sect disciples. How difficult it was to be remembered by the inner sect elders among more than 1,000 people. But Xiao managed to do it. On the first day of registration, she quickly became famous in this striking manner, allowing Elder Xiao to remember her name deeply. The young man, who had been silent beside them, couldn't help but smile. Where did this gem come from? Fearing that Elder Xiao might get angry, he suppressed his amused expression and revealed a gentle smile, glancing at Xiao. "Your name?" "Xiao." The young man nodded, inscribing her name on a white jade pendant. "Take this, and you'll undergo a talent test in a month." Xiao thanked him and, after surveying her surroundings, sighed. "This place is really beautiful. No matter how you looked at it, from any perspective of human development, it was flawless." "My name is Shuiyu." Shuiyu found her quite interesting and smiled slightly, one of the direct disciples of the Changming sect. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Shuiyu? Isn't he the warm-hearted backup guy?" She hesitated to respond, but Shuiyu didn't mind. He reined in his smile and glanced at his junior brother. "Where did you pick up this disciple?" Mu Chongxi, oblivious to his teasing, scratched the back of his head. I met her in the black market. She said she wanted to join our Changming sect, so I brought her here." The young man fell silent for a few seconds, glanced at Yi Xiao, and then sent a thought transmission. "Are you sure you weren't being used?" Mu Chongxi's direct disciple robes were quite eye-catching. Although he didn't want to think ill of a young girl, who knew if she had her sights set on Mu Chongxi's identity and was using his naive and sweet-natured junior brother, Mu Chongxi was displeased. "Are you projecting your dark thoughts onto her? Shuiyu, this fool." The two were communicating privately, and Yi Xiao couldn't hear them. When she came back to her senses, she looked at Mu Chongxi and wanted to thank him. "Thank you for taking care of me all the way and bringing me to the Changming sect." Her words just confirmed Shuiyu's thoughts, and he looked at Mu Chongxi with a knowing expression. Isn't this just trying to build connections? Yi Xiao was indeed there to thank Mu Chongxi, but she was just a poor and broke person, so she shamelessly said, "A great kindness doesn't need to be mentioned, so I won't thank you. Brother Mu, I hope to see you again." After saying that, she turned to run, leaving a bewildered Mu Chongxi in her wake. When he reacted, he grabbed Yi Xiao. "Didn't you make some money in the black market? Considering how poor you are, I'll take 3 parts and you take 7. Yi Xiao's eyes widened. She didn't expect him to be so greedy about this little bit of spirit stones. She shook her head. "You too. I take 8. Mu Chongxi was equally incredulous. "You're being stingy over such a small amount of spirit stones?" Yi Xiao replied seriously. "It's not just about the spirit stones." His expression softened, and then he heard Yi Xiao say, "This is my lifeline." Mu Chongxi's mouth twitched fiercely. "Forget it. I don't want it." He wasn't petty enough to quibble over a little spirit stone. If it were any other cultivator, they would have been deeply ashamed, but Yi Xiao was shameless. "Oh, then I won't give it to you. After all, talisman paper is quite expensive." Mu Chongxi, Shuiyu, he never expected this development. Chapter 4. Can I touch your sword? Yi Xiao's remarkable feat of creating a huge pit in the back mountain as soon as she entered the sect drew a lot of attention when she received her identity badge and arrived at her living quarters. The various glances she received were mostly curious and probing. Fortunately, Yi Xiao had a thick skin. She nodded casually at them, appearing as if she were a leader giving approval on a visit, and then entered the courtyard. The outer disciples who were observing her muttered, "You really have no shame." The courtyard resembled a traditional Sihiyuan, with each outer sect disciple having their own living space. Yi Xiao briefly counted her spirit stones, and at that moment, a disciple approached her. "Do you know Mu Chongxi?" The scene of her and Mu Chongxi descending from the sky left a deep impression on many, making them curious about their relationship. Yi Xiao shook her head. "Not familiar, just happened to run into him." The male disciple nodded knowingly. "That makes sense. How could a personal disciple know people like us from the outer sect?" "I'm Du Chun, a sword cultivator." "What about you?" "Yi Xiao." She replied succinctly, "I'm an orphan." Du Chun was momentarily taken aback by her straightforwardness. He realized this girl had a knack for killing conversations, so he began racking his brain for a topic. "There's an early class tomorrow. Would you like to go together?" Du Chun's cheerful demeanor suggested he was new and looking for someone to accompany him. "Sure." Yi Xiao accepted. Having company was naturally better. The cultivation world was quite intense. Upon entering, there was no buffer period before classes began. The sword cultivation classes mainly involved swinging swords and practicing techniques, which were tedious and dull for other sword cultivators. However, for Yi Xiao, who came from the modern world, it was a brand new experience. As a child, she envied the graceful swordplay of those immortals in TV dramas, their movements beautiful and fierce. This is the sword technique of the Longming sect's outer sect. An inner sect disciple distributing the sword techniques reminded them, although these are just basic sword forms. "Don't be lazy. There will be elders checking your work throughout the day." Yi Xiao had spent all night drawing talismans, so she was feeling a bit sluggish. She rubbed her face and flipped through the sword technique book called Qing Feng Ju, which indeed contained basic moves, with the starting posture being particularly simple. Yi Xiao observed the outer disciples around her who had started practicing with their swords. She had a good memory and quickly noticed the problem. They were all practicing the basic sword techniques, but everyone's sword movements seemed a bit different. In other words, they were not very standard. Yi Xiao lowered her eyes and studied the Qing Feng Ju, flipping through each page of the sword methods. As she focused intently, she gradually felt as if the little figures in the book were coming to life, waving their swords in front of her, the movements sharp and ethereal. Slowly, Yi Xiao seemed to enter a profound state. The surrounding noise faded away, and her mind was filled only with the movements of the little figures wielding their swords. the flowing sword shadows dancing before her, cutting through the air with a sharp aura. She was unaware of what was happening until she was informed that she had been in a daze for an entire hour. If an elder had been present, they would have understood that Xiao was in a state many cultivators referred to as entering meditation. Entering meditation emphasizes comprehension, and typically, if a cultivator enters meditation 2 or 3 times, they are considered to have high comprehension. Rarely does someone like Xiao achieve such a deep state in one go. Du Chun walked over to her side. Did you learn it? Xiao's mind was still filled with the image of the little figure wielding the sword, and she instinctively nodded, then shook her head. She felt she had learned it, but since she hadn't tried it yet, she didn't dare to guarantee that she had mastered the technique after just one read. Although Du Chun didn't think she could master the Qing Feng Ju in one afternoon, he kindly reminded her. I heard there are several branches of big families among the outer sect disciples. It's better for us to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if we overshadow them, it won't be pleasant in the outer sect. Originally wanting to try out her skills, Xiao abandoned that thought after hearing his words. Thanks. As someone who had spent years in the workplace, she understood that drawing too much attention often led to exclusion. Being mediocre wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Average performance was the least eye-catching. Xiao had no grand ambitions. She just wanted to get through her time in the outer sect peacefully. After a day of classes, Xiao's performance was neither outstanding nor the worst. She collected her sword, rubbed her growling stomach, and got up to head to the cafeteria. Although the Longming sect was quite competitive, it was also quite humane, providing meals and lodging. Besides practicing swordplay, there was no need for excessive effort in cultivation. This was the lifelong pursuit of a corporate worker. As soon as Xiao left class, she spotted Mu Chongxi in his striking red robes. She blinked, not surprised. It's you. Mu Chongxi was a person full of enthusiasm. In other words, he could strike up a conversation with anyone, even a dog. Mu Chongxi was excited. Come on. I'll take you for a walk. After all, Xiao was brought into the sect by him, and he heard that the outer sect disciples rushed over as soon as classes ended. Xiao casually responded, but her attention was elsewhere. She was focused on the red sword at Mu Chongxi's waist and thoughtfully asked, Is this your spirit sword? The materials for swords in the cultivation world are quite special. Even Xiao's most ordinary sword was very heavy. After just swinging it a few times, her wrist felt like it was about to give out. This made Xiao somewhat interested in the spirit swords of cultivators. Yeah, he held the sword hilt. It's called Chaoshi sword, ranked 3rd on the spirit weapon list. It was a gift from my master. Can I touch it? Mu Chongxi hesitated. This is my wife. 4-sword cultivators, their wives are their swords. Speaking of which, the original owner was also a sword cultivator, but she didn't have a spirit sword. Xiao smoothly replied, Then can I touch your wife? Mu Chongxi. Are you polite? In the end, Xiao still managed to touch Mu Chongxi's wife. Ahem, the sword. The moment she held it, the coldness seeped into her bones. After holding it a bit longer, she felt like her hand wasn't her own anymore. Xiao lightly exhaled, so cold. Mu Chongxi pondered for a moment. The reason it's cold is probably because of the material of the spirit sword. This sword is made from 1,000-year-old ice. But it didn't attack you? That is a bit surprising. In the past, anyone who wanted to touch it had been sent flying. Spirit swords tend to have their own temper, especially a top-tier spirit sword like the Chaoshi sword. Xiao didn't think much of it. It means I'm likable. The cafeteria was a place frequented by outer sect disciples. After Xiao got her meal, she focused intently on eating. She was not picky, and although the Longming sect only served steamed buns, they were quite tasty. She took 5 at once and ate with great enthusiasm, making Mu Chongxi click his tongue in amazement. This is the first time I've seen someone who can eat so much. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, If you're not tired tonight, do you want to go down the mountain with me for a stroll? Xiao thought for a moment and agreed. It was perfect since she had drawn some talismans last night that she could sell for spirit stones. Speaking of this, Mu Chongxi pointed at Xiao. So you're a sword cultivator? Yeah, she replied. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Then why can you also draw talismans? The boy was extremely puzzled. Are you dual cultivating? While the cultivation world wasn't devoid of dual cultivators, they were extremely rare, as mastering one path was already quite difficult, let alone 2. Mu Chongxi resigned himself to the idea. He didn't have a talent for drawing talismans, and being a sword cultivator wasn't a bad thing. Xiao replied, No, I'm just casually drawing, and so far I can only draw the most basic talismans. She can't be considered a talisman practitioner. She hasn't even seen a proper talisman book. and what she draws are low-level talismans that are not worth mentioning. Most of her success relies on the memories in the original owner's mind. Mu Chengxi pondered for a moment and said, "If you want to learn how to draw talismans, why not consult Ming Xian?" Ming Xian? She asked hesitantly. This name sounds quite familiar. Is it the Ming Xian from the 8 great families? Mu Chengxi nodded. Yes, the direct descendant from the 8 great families is quite proud. Especially since Ming Xian is the only talisman practitioner among this year's direct disciples. His personality is quite difficult to deal with. He usually only has a good relationship with the 3rd senior brother. I can ask him for you when I have time to see if he can teach you. Yi Xiao knew about Ming Xian. He was the 2nd male antagonist in the story. Later, he developed a heart demon due to being unable to break through and ultimately fell into the demonic path, becoming the young master of the demon clan. According to the plot, after entering the demonic path, Ming Xian fell in love with the female protagonist Yun Ke at first sight and started competing with a group of men for her. How should I put it? Whenever Yi Xiao thought about Ming Xian falling into the demonic path and Mu Chengxi ultimately self-destructing her Dao heart and becoming an ordinary person, she felt a bit of stomach pain. A group of inherently talented individuals. How did they all end up with such unfortunate fates? Chapter 5. They have completely given up in the Changming sect. After having dinner with Mu Chengxi, the two went their separate ways. By the end of the day, Yi Xiao summarized a set of procedures. In the Changming sect, doing outer sect duties only requires training and sword practice on time. No one would say anything if you sleep all day and slack off, as long as your cultivation isn't too poor, or else being kicked out of the Changming sect would be a loss. For this reason, Yi Xiao locked herself in her room for 2 months, studying the methods of cultivation and breathing techniques. Lazy people have their own ways of cultivating. The methods of breathing in the cultivation world vary, but fundamentally revolve around channeling spiritual energy within the body. So, Yi Xiao attempted to use talismans to create a spirit-gathering array. Before her rebirth, she was a designer in the architecture field and was very good at utilizing the surrounding layout to allow spiritual energy to flow into her body automatically. The speed of operation was not only fast, but also didn't require her to exhaust herself every day in training. During these 2 months, she progressed from the 3rd layer of Qi training to the 5th layer. As dawn broke, Yi Xiao opened her eyes and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. Before she could even clear her internal spiritual energy, she was excitedly pulled to the back mountain by Du Chan. Senior Brother Ming and Senior Brother Shui are coming to select inner sect disciples from our outer sect. Elder Xiao wants us to gather at the back mountain. Yi Xiao replied indifferently, "Oh, are you going to sleep again?" Du Chan looked at her listless state, unsure of what to say. In just 2 months, the entire outer sect had heard of Yi Xiao's name, not because of her high talent or hard work, but because she spent all day sleeping and slacking off. "Yeah," Yi Xiao said, following the crowd to the back mountain with a sullen expression. Selecting inner sect disciples had nothing to do with her. The Changming sect has a collective assessment every month, similar to modern monthly exams, based on Yi Xiao's years of being beaten down by society. She deeply understood one principle. People only remember the first and the last. She kept her grades precisely in the middle range, not outstanding, but not the worst either. Even if there was a selection, it would be from the top 10 of the assessment results, and someone like her, ranked hundreds, could forget about it. But joining the fun is human nature, and Du Chun dragged Yi Xiao to squeeze to the front, enthusiastically introducing, "The one in front is Senior Brother Shui, and the one behind is Senior Brother Ming." Yi Xiao had already met Shui Yu before. Her gaze landed on the young man behind. The snow-colored clothes highlighted Ming Xian's exceptionally handsome features. He held a folding fan, lightly tapping it with a casual demeanor, looking quite flamboyant. "Is that Ming Xian?" Du Chun stared at the two in front, clearly a devoted fan. "Isn't he handsome? Many female cultivators in our Changming sect want to marry him." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Then they might be disappointed." "Why?" Yi Xiao casually replied. "Because his state of mind is unstable. Who knows when he might go down the demonic path? Don't joke around." "Senior Brother Ming's state of mind is unstable? How is that possible?" Yi Xiao shrugged. She wasn't joking. Ming Xian fell into the demonic path because he couldn't break through for many years. Their voices weren't loud, but Ming Xian, with his high cultivation, still heard them. Originally, his attention wasn't on Yi Xiao, but unexpectedly, her next words about his unstable state of mind made him narrow his eyes and look in her direction. How does she know? The nearby Shui Yu also heard her words and chuckled softly. "She's the outer disciple I mentioned to you not long ago. Isn't it interesting?" Ming Xian tilted his head. Looking at Yi Xiao, is she the potato landmine? Shui Yu helplessly replied, you can't talk to a girl like that, second senior brother. Ming Xian scoffed. She just cursed me to go down the demonic path in the future. Can I not call her a little shorty? You shouldn't. Shui Yu shook his head, always feeling that girls are the cutest beings in the world. If he had a junior sister, he would give everything to her. Ming Xian clearly had no awareness of being gentle with girls. He was somewhat curious about how Yi Xiao knew about his unstable state of mind. Ming Xian pointed in her direction and asked the elder beside him, what path is she cultivating? The outer sect elder looked over. Yi Xiao? I'm a bit puzzled why Ming Xian would pay attention to such an inconspicuous disciple. This child is a sword cultivator. Her performance isn't terrible. But compared to outstanding outer sect disciples, she's still far behind. The key is that this girl practices swordsmanship and then goes back to sleep in the yard all day. I don't know what she finds to sleep about. The Tao is bright, and the path to immortality is long. How can one not work hard? This statement made Ming Xian fall into contemplation. He couldn't understand how such an unambitious disciple knew about his unstable state of mind. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Shui Yu helplessly spread his hands, feeling that Ming Xian was being too sensitive. How could a newly practicing Qi disciple know such things? On the other side, Yi Xiao was still pondering whether to call Mu Chengxi to go down the mountain together in the evening. The spirit-gathering array talismans she set up were almost used up. She needed to go down the mountain to buy some talisman paper. After Shui Yu and Ming Xian selected this batch of inner sect disciples, they returned to the main peak to report to the sect master. The two slightly bowed. Master. Qin Fanfan paced back and forth, looking at these two disciples with an inscrutable expression. I've heard that the Yueqing sect recently accepted a top-quality water spiritual root as a direct disciple. Ming Xian was slightly surprised. Top-quality water spiritual root? That talent is indeed very high. Yes, Qin Fanfan sighed and stroked his beard. I heard it was brought back from the mortal realm by Yunhen. Top-quality spiritual roots are extremely rare, and yet they were snatched away by the Yueqing sect first. In recent days, the Yueqing sect had been quite impressive. As Qin Fanfan spoke, he glared at these unremarkable disciples. When will you be able to give me some face? Shui Yu let it go in one ear and out the other. Qin Fanfan didn't expect these disciples to achieve anything earth-shattering. In fact, he had already lost all hope for the upcoming grand competition next year. The Changming sect wasn't lacking in geniuses. After all, those who could participate in the grand competition were the best of the best within the sect. Yet they couldn't compare to other sects year after year. And this batch of participating direct disciples was not easy to deal with either. Mu Chengxi and Ming Xian didn't get along well on normal days. And without even starting the competition, the outcome could already be anticipated. Zhou Xingyun need not be mentioned, as he is the one with the highest cultivation level. Yet he looks half dead all day, as if he is about to leave this beautiful world at any moment. Shui Yu is considered the most normal among the four. Why is it so lively today? As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he will appear. Mu Chengxi walked in with an indifferent stride, glancing at the two senior brothers, raising an eyebrow. Does the master have something for us? Seeing this disciple, Qin Fanfan got angry. Can't you refrain from causing trouble for me, you little brat? Every day you run down the mountain with that outer disciple named Yi Xiao. Is your father or mother down there? Mu Chengxi protested, but no one else plays with me except Yi Xiao. He pointed at Shui Yu and Ming Xian. These two dog boys are always paired up, and senior brother Zhou is nowhere to be seen. Both the outer and inner sects are afraid of my identity as a direct disciple. Only Yi Xiao is willing to accompany me down the mountain. Sometimes Mu Chengxi finds Yi Xiao quite strange. Unlike people from the cultivation world, she shows no fear of direct disciples, but he likes her indifferent attitude towards everyone. After all, making friends isn't about finding servants. He doesn't want the other party to constantly yield to him. Qin Fanfan was choked by this series of questions. He coughed lightly, surprised that his little disciple had so much resentment. So I called you here today to ask, do you want to find a junior sister or a junior brother? With only 9 months left before the grand competition, yet still unable to find a suitable disciple, he thought it would be better to ask the wishes of these few disciples. Of course, a junior sister. Other sects have junior sisters, and we only have a bunch of stinky men. Mu Chengxi voiced. Even the unromantic sword cultivators from the Jian sect have junior sisters. Ming Xian glanced at him lazily, mocking, as if you aren't a sword cultivator. Shui Yu, who had been indifferent all along, raised his hand to give his opinion. No junior brother. Even the big yellow dog at our sect's entrance finds him annoying. He is not cute at all. I prefer girls. Thinking about having 4 big men as disciples. Qin Fanfan felt there was some truth to it. It was time to recruit a female disciple. Who do you think we should recruit? He pondered. This year there are a few talented outer disciples from several prominent clan branches. There are also a few girls with good spiritual roots in the inner sect. Mu Chengxi and Shui Yu simultaneously blurted out, Yi Xiao. Facing Qin Fanfan's somewhat surprised gaze, Shui Yu maintained a calm expression and smiled slightly. Master, I think she is quite good. For some reason, he always had a premonition that this junior sister would liven up the sect. Coincidentally, he loved liveliness the most. Ming Xian frowned slightly, but didn't he oppose? He didn't care much about talent. A junior sister, after all, was like a beloved pet in every sect. So he reluctantly said, it's up to you. The 3 had no objections. As for Zhou Xingyun, his opinion was not important. Qin Fanfan frowned. You're talking about the outer disciple Yi Xiao? The reason he remembered Yi Xiao was that this girl had low talent, showed no awareness of being a cultivator, and spent her days sleeping and often coaxing Mu Chengxi to go down the mountain together. Yes, that's her. Mu Chengxi said boredly. Anyway, we've been at the bottom for years. This year I don't see any geniuses coming along. So Yi Xiao is pretty good, lively and interesting. Qin Fanfan was silent for a few seconds, oddly persuaded by this reason. In theory, the quota for a direct disciple is particularly important, as it relates to the sect's ranking in the grand competition, but in fact, the Changming sect has been consistently at the bottom for a century, making the 5th direct disciple's identity less significant. No matter how strong others are, they remain firmly at the bottom. No more competition. The Changming sect has completely given up. Yi Xiao, who had already been targeted, was just about to lie down and sleep when she was startled awake by the sudden summons from the sect leader on her jade slip. Flipping over like a salted fish and getting up from her bed. The sect leader? Yi Xiao had been in the sect for 2 months and only knew some outer disciples and elders. How could someone of the sect leader's level summon her? She instinctively felt that it couldn't be anything good, but she had no choice but to get up from bed, hazily dressing and dragging her tired body towards the main peak where the sect leader lived. The peak rose high into the clouds, with 900 steps of stone stairs. Yi Xiao didn't know how to fly with a sword, so she could only walk up step by step. Rubbing her eyes, she thought as she walked, it's quite nice. Every time she meets the sect leader, it feels like attending an emperor's court. Sect leader, 3 senior brothers. She slightly bowed, not daring to lift her head throughout. The old man sitting above was undoubtedly her boss. Yi Xiao didn't know why he called her over in the middle of the night, and she hung her head, barely able to keep her eyes open due to sleepiness. Qin Fanfan quietly assessed her, then sighed softly. The rumors were indeed true. This child really isn't ambitious. Nighttime is when the spiritual energy is most abundant, such a precious time, and she actually uses it for sleep. The sect leader, with his hands behind his back, gently asked, do you want to be a direct disciple? Yi Xiao's body jolted. What sin had she committed to become a direct disciple? The girl remained silent. And Qin Fanfan took it for shyness, smiling slightly as he pointed to the 3 standing not far away. These are your 3 senior brothers. You should have seen them before, right? Yi Xiao looked up and met Mu Chengxi's gaze. Indeed, just a few days ago, they went down the mountain together to have fun, and today he has become her senior brother? Yi Xiao remained silent, and Mu Chengxi winked at her, thinking she was so happy she couldn't speak. Among those present, only Shui Yu sensed something was off. No one else considered that Yi Xiao was unwilling to take on this role of direct disciple. Pack your things. Tomorrow you'll move to the courtyard. After a pause, Qin Fanfan specifically reminded, don't forget. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Disciple obeys. Qin Fanfan thought she was moved to tears, feeling extremely gratified. Unexpectedly, although this little girl had low talent, she understood gratitude. Chapter 6. Let us fight. Let us fight. Let us fight. After leaving the main peak, Yi Xiao lay on the bed, feeling utterly lost, unable to comprehend how things had developed to this point today. Direct disciple. Inner sect, outer sect. The responsibilities of a direct disciple are the heaviest. In addition to participating in the grand competition, they also have to attend classes and training. According to Mu Chengxi, there's even an inner sect elder personally training his reaction speed, and he has to endure being beaten in class every day. At that time, Yi Xiao had hypocritically sympathized with him a few times, but now it was her turn. When the news that Yi Xiao was moving to the main peak spread, the most shocked were the outer disciples who knew her. Yi Xiao became a direct disciple? Who gave her the backdoor access? She was even less capable than I was in class before. Some murmured in discontent. Yes, with low talent and poor assessment results. Even if they were to choose a direct disciple, it should be from the inner sect. Isn't senior sister Ning more suitable than her? Ning Qing is an inner disciple of Changming's sect with high-grade fire spiritual roots. Having established her foundation at 16, she is a small genius even among large sections. She thought the fifth direct disciple spot was already hers, only to find an outer disciple suddenly popping up. If the other party were better than her, it would be fine. Ning Qing only found out after asking that not only was her talent poor, but her monthly assessment scores were also extremely mediocre. With someone like that, how could she possibly become a direct disciple? Du Chun was helping her tidy up her things in the courtyard. They had known each other for 2 months and got along well. Upon hearing that she was leaving, he felt a bit reluctant. You kid are quite something. He patted her shoulder, silently becoming a direct disciple. That was a status that many people sought after but couldn't attain. Yet Yi Xiao had a long face, as if her parents had died. Du Chun, feeling disappointed, said, "Smile a bit. What's with that long face?" Yi Xiao forced a smile. Du Chun said, "Forget it. Don't smile." He helped her tidy up the things in the courtyard. Yi Xiao was living very frugally. Besides a broken sword and spirit stones that she stored in her mustard seed pouch, there were 4 talismans pasted on the wall, and she didn't know what they were for. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, gathered her spirits, tore off the talismans, and then called out to Du Chun. Wait a moment. She thought that she probably wouldn't come down from the main peak for a while. After all, there were over 900 stone steps. Just thinking about it made her legs weak. Facing Du Chun's confused gaze, Yi Xiao buried her head and rummaged through her mustard seed pouch. She hadn't slept all night due to sadness and had drawn dozens of talismans overnight. This is a spirit-gathering talisman. Yi Xiao told him where to stick it, so that she could cultivate while lying down at night. Du Chun looked at the few talismans in his hand with suspicion. Is this for real? It wasn't that he didn't trust Yi Xiao, but could one really cultivate just by lying down? Yi Xiao said, "You can give it a try. I've used it before." After tidying up her things, Yi Xiao was ready to set off with her small bundle. However, as soon as she stepped out of the courtyard, a white sword light shot straight at her. And Yi Xiao calmly looked up to meet the cold gaze of a young girl. With a sigh, Yi Xiao tentatively pushed the sword away, saying, "Senior sister, let us talk nicely. The Changming sect forbids drawing swords." Ning Qing was even angrier at her calm demeanor, her face growing colder. Earlier that day, after finding out where Yi Xiao lived, she stormed over. "What right do you have to become a direct disciple?" Ning Qing glared at her fiercely. "Just because you have a good relationship with senior brother Mu? Otherwise, what right does a waste with a mid-grade spirit root have to live on the main peak and cultivate with senior brother Mingxian?" Under Ning Qing's jealous gaze, Yi Xiao sighed and said softly, "You have no idea how envious I am of you, Ning Qing." She looked at Yi Xiao's seemingly sorrowful expression, which didn't seem fake, and couldn't help but have a big question mark appear over her head. "What do you envy about me? Envy me for not becoming a direct disciple?" If it weren't for Yi Xiao's overly genuine expression, Ning Qing would have suspected she was mocking her. Yi Xiao was silent for a moment before saying, "I equally envy all of you who don't have to work hard. Ning Qing, what is wrong with you?" While the two were in a standoff, a young man walked into the courtyard and left. His tone was lazy, his body leaning, and his gray robe gave no hint of the appearance of a direct disciple. Yi Xiao retracted her gaze from Ning Qing and approached the young man with her small bundle. "Senior brother?" she tentatively called out. She had seen Shuiyu, Ming Xian, and Mu Chongxi, but only Zhou Xingyun had never shown his face. This senior brother was a handsome guy with a gloomy demeanor, who seemed to constantly hover on the edge of wanting to die, only to be redeemed by the kind and gentle heroine. Thus, Zhou Xingyun diligently became one of the heroine's harem members. Zhou Xingyun lazily replied with an mm. Then, without making a sound, he looked her over and reached out to pat down her rebellious hair, pressing it back down. Yi Xiao tilted her head in confusion and touched her stubbornly upright hair. Zhou Xingyun frowned slightly, staring intently at Yi Xiao's hair. He reached out again and pressed it back down. Yi Xiao pondered, could this senior brother have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Once they reached the main peak, the abundant spiritual energy instantly filled her body, and it felt like all her pores had opened. Yi Xiao let out a comfortable sigh. No wonder cultivators in the cultivation world were eager to become direct disciples. The spiritual energy on the main peak was so rich that it made it hard for her to move. After bringing her to the main peak, Zhou Xingyun had already taken on the role of a hands-off manager. He lifted his little junior sister off the sword, as if she were a small chick, and walked over to Xiao, tossing her to him. Your little junior sister. His voice was slow. Without any reluctance, he turned and left. Zhou Xingyun was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be unable to resist cutting off the rebellious hair on her head with his sword. Zhou Xingyun was too fast. Yi Xiao felt a bit dizzy from the sword. After she calmed down, she was led by Xiao through a winding path to a quiet bamboo forest. Yi Xiao didn't understand the process and followed closely behind Xiao, occasionally asking, Senior brother, doesn't the Changming sect have a disciple initiation ceremony? Xiao paused slightly, no? After speaking, he probably felt that it made him seem too cold, so he added, none of the four of us had one before. Yi Xiao was puzzled. Why do other sects have one then? She remembered that in the original story, when the heroine was taken in by the Yueqing sect as a direct disciple, it was a grand affair with celebrations from all sides. Why was it so simple in their Changming sect? Xiao coughed lightly, covering his mouth with his fist. Maybe it's because we don't have enough funding? Yi Xiao replied with a dry O. In short, they were poor. The most profitable in the cultivation world were talismans and pills. Their sect had very few alchemists and talisman masters, so naturally, they couldn't compare to other sects in wealth. Noticing her bitter expression, Xiao couldn't help but smile, explaining as they walked, we only have 2 classes to take. They are the heart method class and the training class. Both classes will have elders teaching us. Xiao glanced at Yi Xiao, knowing that she might not keep up with the pace, so he gently reassured her. If you don't understand anything, you can ask the elders or come find me. This was exactly the same kind of comforting words one would hear in school, causing Yi Xiao to feel tears welling up. What kind of sin had she committed? After finally graduating from high school and coming out of prison, she had crossed over and entered another prison. Once she entered the bamboo forest, the dense spiritual energy enveloped her, nearly suffocating her. Yi Xiao finally understood why direct disciples could cultivate so much faster than ordinary people. This wildly swirling spiritual energy was inexhaustible. Xiao noticed her discomfort and sighed softly, tossing her a white jade porcelain bottle. Take this, it's a stabilizing spirit pill. You might feel much better after swallowing it. Ultimately, her cultivation was still too poor, and her spirit root purity was too low to absorb too much spiritual energy. Yi Xiao took it, slightly taken aback. Although she didn't know much about alchemy, she did know about stabilizing spirit pills. The original story had mentioned the usefulness of this spiritual pill. Cultivation emphasized taking one step at a time, steadily. If the foundation was unstable, even if the level went up, it would be much weaker compared to others at the same level. The stabilizing spirit pill could stabilize the spiritual energy, allowing those with shaky foundations to quickly solidify their base after taking it. Even a genius like Xiao had only managed to refine 3 in 3 years at the Changming sect, true to his warm male backup character. All the pills he refined were diligently offered to the heroine. For this, he was even used by the heroine to give gifts, making quite a splash. Now, did she actually have a share of it? Yi Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Third senior brother, she tightened her grip on the white jade bottle, pursed her lips. And when the boy tilted his head in confusion, she said cheerfully, You're so nice. Xiao met the girl's bright eyes, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. So cute. Junior sister really has good manners. She's completely different from Mu Chongxi, who only knows how to demand things. As the two walked into the training ground, they could hear Mu Chongxi's wails and Ming Xian's gloating from afar. Yi Xiao was just holding a solid spirit pill when she saw a shooting star streak through the air and crash heavily to the ground. What a fast bird person! She exclaimed in surprise. Then, as the figure struggled to get up, she realized it wasn't a bird person, it was Mu Chongxi. Mu Chongxi gritted his teeth, getting up from the ground, and shouted angrily, Ming Xian, do you want to fight? Am I afraid of you? Ming Xian's smile vanished as he clenched a few talismans in his hand. The atmosphere became tense. Yi Xiao's lips twitched. Is this how you two usually interact? It's like you want to stab each other. Xiao spoke calmly, clearly used to such things. Yeah, as long as they finish fighting, there's nothing to worry about. Yi Xiao loved to join in the excitement. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Really? Fight, fight, fight. She had never seen a fight before. Xiao turned his head, feeling an odd sense that junior sister was very excited. Yi Xiao also realized her expression was off and immediately switched to a heartbroken look. Really? Xiao replied. Don't think I can't see your eagerness just because you changed your expression. Chapter 7. If you don't go to hell, who will? Later, the two naturally couldn't fight as they wished, as internal fighting was prohibited in the sect, an unspoken rule. But if it weren't for this rule, Mu Chengxi felt that one of them would definitely end up dead. Stop arguing. Shui Yu had to step in to interrupt them. Elder Duan Yu is coming soon. The elder responsible for their training was a burly man with a scruffy beard. So you are the new direct disciple? Elder Duan Yu patted her shoulder, causing Yi Xiao to fall to the ground. You're so weak? Elder Duan Yu was slightly surprised. Yi Xiao looked at his muscular frame and then raised her thin arms and legs, not daring to say a word. Mu Chengxi rolled his eyes. Elder. She is not like me. I've been beaten by you for so many years. It's her first day. Be a bit gentler. Yi Xiao shot him a grateful look. It was worth knowing you. Elder Duan Yu chuckled. Of course, I know what I'm doing. He sized up Yi Xiao. And perhaps thinking this disciple wasn't that resilient either, he could only regretfully say, let us try out the tread debris technique first. He tossed her a book of mental techniques, which Yi Xiao instinctively caught. This technique could enhance speed, and every direct disciple got a copy. Your other senior brothers have all mastered it, so take some time to practice over the next few days. Elder Duan Yu glanced at her, clearly having heard about her dilly-dallying behavior in the outer sect, and threatened, in 3 days, I'll check your progress. Those who are slow will just wait to be kicked by me. Yi Xiao asked, kicked? How? She would soon find out. Since she was new, Yi Xiao sat by and watched Mu Chengxi's sword training sessions, while Elder Duan Yu chased him around like a cat, playing with a mouse. Whenever Mu Chengxi slowed down, he would get kicked mercilessly. Yi Xiao turned green at this scene. Her face paled. Although she liked to slack off, she didn't enjoy being kicked. Over the next 3 days, Yi Xiao diligently noted down Elder Duan Yu's attack patterns, dodging in advance to avoid the fate of being kicked repeatedly. The benefit of tread debris was that it allowed her to dodge faster when being kicked. Mu Chengxi had clearly gotten used to the kicks. He could even pull Yi Xiao along while running. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, would be kicked in the butt if either slowed down even slightly. No one wanted to endure such humiliation, so they ran for their lives. The two unfortunate souls began their painful training journey. Ming Xian, being a talisman practitioner, didn't need to participate in such matters. He even had the leisure to gloat while drawing talismans. Even Yi Xiao wasn't spared from the mockery of this sharp-tongued second senior brother. Little potato landmine, he said, pressing down on her head disdainfully. What is wrong with your looks? Does your family not feed you? Yi Xiao replied, calm down. She began to mentally coach herself. If others are angry, I want TB. If I get sick from anger, no one will replace me. He is a direct disciple. He is amazing. During the 2 months of training, the spiritual energy on the main peak was dense enough to pin people down. And even someone with poor skills like Yi Xiao managed to rise from the 5th to the 9th layer of Qi training. Today was the mental technique class. Unfortunately, the elder teaching her was Elder Xiao, who had witnessed her and Mu Chengxi create a large pit on the back mountain a few months ago. Perhaps because she had offended him, every class, he would make her answer questions, and if she didn't she would be punished to clean the library. This time was no exception. Halfway through the class, Yi Xiao began to lose comprehension. Seeing him about to question her again, she, in a moment of desperation, raised her hand from the back and shouted, Elder, senior brother Ming Xian said he can answer this question. Ming Xian? Elder Xiao finally noticed the dazed boy sitting in the back. Ming Xian can? Come, demonstrate it for your junior brothers and sisters. What? Ming Xian was stunned, then looked at the culprit with disbelief. Yi Xiao saw him stand up and slightly relaxed, showing a well-behaved smile. If you don't go to hell, who will? Second brother, you are the hope of the Longming sect as talisman practitioners. As the saying goes, the capable should work harder, so you should work hard. Brothers are meant to be used as scapegoats. She firmly believed this. It wasn't because he always called her a potato landmine. To be honest, the mental technique class was indeed a bit boring. Ming Xian wasn't paying much attention either. Ever since Yi Xiao arrived, Elder Xiao had been fixated on questioning her. When it unexpectedly fell to him, he stood up in confusion and then sat down, bewildered. Unsurprisingly, he was reprimanded. Halfway through the class, Yi Xiao propped her chin up. Feeling a bit drowsy, she slightly lowered her head, her eyes beginning to droop. Suddenly, Ming Xian's voice gently sounded. Junior sister, class is over. Half asleep. Yi Xiao had the words class is over ingrained in her memory. She reflexively stood up, causing the table to be knocked aside. Yi Xiao instinctively turned to run towards the cafeteria, but was pulled back by Ming Xian. Yi Xiao had a bad premonition, and sure enough, when she turned around, she saw Shui Yu and the others sitting obediently. Where was the class over? Elder Xiao frowned. Why did you stand up? Oh, he sneered. What? Are you dissatisfied with my teaching method? So you kicked the table out for effect? Disrupting the classroom is a serious matter. After being scolded by Elder Xiao, Xiao was once again punished to clean the library, marking the 10th time she had been sent there in a month. After she sat down, Mingxian leisurely smiled and said, "The heavens are fair, karma is swift, junior sister." Just as he finished speaking, "And you, Mingxian," Elder Zhao's angry voice rang out. "You two can't even learn such a simple problem? After class, go sweep the library together." Mingxuan's smile gradually disappeared. Xiao, who originally had a sullen face, suddenly laughed too. "The cycle of heaven is fair. Who does heaven spare, senior brother? Come on, let's hurt each other." Mingxian. The books in the library were arranged in rows, divided into 4 levels. The first level was for mental methods, the second for alchemy, the third for talismans, and the fourth for sword techniques. The whole arrangement presented a spiral shape, with a hollow area showing a dark blue formation, giving a shocking visual impact. The steward, sitting in a chair, glanced at her. "Here to sweep again?" The word again was quite poignant. Ever since she attended Elder Zhao's mental method class, Xiao had been sent to sweep for over 10 consecutive days, gaining quite a bit of sweeping experience. However, Mingxian had never done this kind of work. He didn't want to move, and Xiao was sweeping half-heartedly. "Move over." She swept with the broom and spoke in a harsh tone. Mingxian, he held back his anger and silently moved his feet. "I am the only talisman practitioner from the direct lineage of Changming sect." Mingxian reiterated his identity. "And I am also your second senior brother." Didn't she know to respect her senior brother? Xiao leaned on the broom and clapped her hands nonchalantly. "Oh, impressive. Really impressive." Her tone was perfunctory and laid back. Mingxian felt she was mocking him. At this moment, neither of them wanted to sweep, both holding on to the thought of why the other shouldn't be the one doing it, and they continued to waste time. The steward snorted, "You can't eat until it's finished." Xiao stared with dead fish eyes. Time ticked by, and eventually, Mingxian couldn't hold on any longer. He said, "I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Xiao fell silent for a few seconds and then realized, "I'm hungry too." Mingxian cleared his throat. "How about we sweep faster?" Xiao, "Okay." The two, who had been arguing just moments ago, instantly reached a consensus and began to sweep frantically, eager to finish early and go to the cafeteria for a meal. With the wind beneath their feet, they moved quickly, each holding 2 brooms, jumping around, and in an instant, dust was flying everywhere. The steward, who was reading, was choked by the dust and coughed. When he looked up, he saw the previously lazy pair now each holding 2 brooms, leaping around like a giant mantis. And he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. These 2 fools. After finishing their perfunctory sweeping, the 2 rushed straight to the cafeteria, leaving the bewildered steward to drop his book and shout into the empty space. "Is this little girl the good seed you mentioned? A good seed? She looks more like a starving ghost reincarnated." Duan Yu emerged from the shadows, clearly having witnessed the pair's antics. He stroked his chin and awkwardly said, "Her memory is very good. Not just good. It's remarkable, to the point of being unforgettable." Even Mu Chengxi, who had a natural sword bone, took over 10 days to practice the mental method of wind step. Yet, Xiao comprehended it in just 3 days. Duan Yu suggested to Elder Xiao that perhaps she should sweep the library more often and read more books. Otherwise, such talent would go to waste. However, after sweeping, that girl would run off without ever thinking of glancing at the books in the library. The steward snorted, "If she truly has an unforgettable memory, how come her external door assessments are always so mediocre?" The sword cultivator assessments were merely about mastery and familiarity with the sword. If she really had an unforgettable memory, she should be able to recite the sword techniques fluently in 2 months. How could her results be so poor? This was indeed a puzzling question. Duan Yu fell silent. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? Perhaps that girl could learn wind step in a short time merely due to luck? Chapter 8. Your little junior sister is at it again. When the 2 arrived at the cafeteria, there was hardly anything left. After establishing their foundation, they could practice fasting. But perhaps due to the habit of eating, Mingxian often came to the cafeteria for free meals. Xiao was not picky and took 5 steamed buns at once, making Mingxian frown. Do the young girls today eat so much? How come, in my impression, the few junior sisters in the inner sect could only eat a couple of bites? After dinner, the 2 headed back to the library. The sky had darkened slightly, and after their joint efforts in the afternoon, they had finished sweeping 2 levels. Only 2 levels remained, and once they were clean, they could go back to sleep. Just thinking about sleeping filled Xiao with motivation. She picked up her broom and shouted to the person next to her, "Let's go." Let's sweep the third level first. Mingxian lazily picked up his broom. The third level was filled with various talisman books, arranged particularly neatly. It was rumored that the library of the 5 major sects contained most of the books in the cultivation world. Xiao picked one up and flipped through it casually, asking, "Where do these books come from?" Mingxian glanced at the book in her hand and explained indifferently. It said that they have been passed down from the generation of our ancestor. Each book in the library is a unique edition. Only direct disciples can enter each sect's library. Outer and inner disciples have no qualification to come here to sweep. Seeing the way he spoke so grandly, Xiao stretched out her hand, curiously pointing to a page in the book. "What is this fire control talisman for? It looks quite valuable." Mingxian frowned, looking at the talisman patterns above, suspiciously asking, "Why is a sword cultivator like you asking about this?" Xiao blinked and replied without hesitation, "Although I'm a sword cultivator, I have a natural yearning for talisman practitioners, especially after hearing that there are geniuses like second senior brother in the cultivation world. I'm even more interested." After this display, even Mingxuan's cold demeanor couldn't hold up. After all, it was his first time being a senior brother. Who wouldn't enjoy being admired by their junior sister? Under Xiao's admiring gaze, he cleared his throat. "Well, if you want to learn, I can teach you." Mingxian found a brush and began to draw on the pure white rice paper. He drew the talisman quickly, and thanks to Xiao's good memory, otherwise, it would be hard to discern anything from the wild patterns. "This is the fire control talisman." The boy's fingertips ignited a faint fire, like a magic trick, and the temperature suddenly rose. Xiao stared in awe, exclaiming, "So amazing." It was her first time seeing a proper talisman practitioner draw a talisman. "Of course," Mingxian said proudly, his spiritual fire flickering at his fingertips, looking like a child eagerly performing for praise. Xiao, naturally, was very supportive. "Wow, that's incredible." Mingxian, flattered, said, "If you want to learn, I can teach you." With just a few words, she had him wrapped around her finger. "Don't ask. Just know that 3 sentences got the genius talisman practitioner to teach her how to draw talismans." Xiao, "Thank you, senior brother, but I don't think it's necessary." She had already memorized it. Xiao picked up the brush and repeated what he taught her. The spiritual fire ignited on the paper, a weak flame trembling as if it would go out at any moment. Mingxian was startled, not expecting her to succeed on the first try. He hurriedly stopped her. "Wait. The spiritual fire moves." Just after Mingxian finished speaking, Xiao, not yet able to rejoice in her success, watched in horror as the spiritual fire suddenly shot out from the talisman. Mingxian quickly sidestepped, but the bookshelf behind him was not so fortunate. The spiritual fire blazed up like a wildfire, and Xiao's face was blackened by the smoke. The moment the flames spread, Mingxian reacted quickly, forming a large water ball and throwing it over, swiftly extinguishing the spiritual fire. Xiao Mingxian. Just as they managed to put out the fire and Han Ti had a chance to catch their breath, an angry roar came from behind them. It was over. They were done for. This was the only thought in their minds at that moment. The steward rushed over in a panic, and upon seeing the scene in front of him, his blood surged and his beard bristled. He let out an impotent roar. "Why are you two playing with fire in the library? Are you crazy? Or do you have something against me?" The steward nearly fainted from anger. He could tolerate one. But now they were working together to commit a crime? Mingxian felt guilty. No. The real culprit was even more timid. "I dare not. Dare not." The steward laughed angrily. "Then why did you set fire to the library?" The fire spread in an instant, and more than a dozen talisman books were already half burned. Some had stuck together after being extinguished with water, and it was clear they were all ruined. Seeing this, the steward's heart bled. Xiao also realized the seriousness of the situation. Mingxian had repeatedly emphasized that these books were unique editions. Now that they were burned like this, it could only be considered the steward's good temper that she wasn't beaten to death. Ultimately, her conscience couldn't take it, and after hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Elder, do you have any recording stones? Since they were unique editions, there must be some recorded material. If something really went wrong, wouldn't it be heartbreaking?" The steward, angered, put his hands on his hips. "What use are recording stones? They can only be viewed once. If opened again, they will be completely destroyed. Moreover, these things are expensive. Who can remember everything after just one viewing?" Xiao knew she had caused trouble that others shouldn't bear, so she tentatively reached out. "If you trust me, could you give me the recording stones for these dozen or so talisman books?" She promised, "I will copy them down completely for you." Mingxian's feelings were complicated. Was she really this righteous? Wait, hold on. Copy them all down. Suddenly, All eyes were on Xiao, the steward, whose face had turned red with anger. Calmed down for a moment in astonishment. Really? She replied, yes. The steward looked at the girl, her expression serious, without a trace of her usual playful demeanor. His originally stern tone softened a bit, and he suddenly remembered that Duan Yu had mentioned this girl seemed to have an extraordinary memory. The steward's voice slowed down. In that case, give it a try. He rummaged for a long time and pulled out a dozen recording stones. With a stern look, he said, go copy them in the forbidden area. You can't come out until you finish. Xiao immediately responded and ran off. And you? The steward knew this incident was definitely connected to Ming Xian. You two go together. You can't come out until she finishes copying. Ming Xian, who thought he had escaped a calamity, said, that little junior sister of yours is causing trouble again. Zhou Xingyun sighed. Xiao? What happened to her? The other party raised an eyebrow. She burned down the library with Ming Xian. Impressive, right? Zhou Xingyun. In just one night. The news of Xiao and Ming Xian burning down the library spread throughout the sect. It could be said that although she was not in the Jianghu was filled with her legends. Chapter 9. The more you mess up, the luckier you get. The first time she signed up to enter the sect, she smashed a big hole in the back mountain, then messed around for 2 months, and accidentally became a direct disciple. Just a few months after becoming a direct disciple, she and another direct disciple burned down the library. Truly a remarkable person. Zhou Xingyun fell into deep thought. Did they take in a little junior sister or bring back a disaster? Meanwhile, Xiao and Ming Xian entered the forbidden area together. This was the place where the founder of Changming's sect ascended, and it was said that many treasures were left behind, which is why it was designated as a forbidden area. In the world of cultivation, opportunities and dangers have always coexisted. Xiao simply wanted to copy books and had no delusions about treasure hunting. The area was serene and beautiful, exuding a mysterious ancient charm, rather than a forbidden area. It was more like a peaceful cultivation spot, rich in spiritual energy, perfect for setting up a spirit gathering formation. When the two arrived in the forbidden area, there were already people sitting inside. The figure looked particularly familiar. Xiao focused and saw it was her dear third senior brother. Shuiyu waved enthusiastically when he saw them enter, slightly tilting his body. Ah, how did you come here? This is a forbidden area. Usually, only direct disciples are punished to reflect here. Ordinary people really can't enter. Xiao replied, oh, I burned down the library. Shuiyu fell silent for a moment and looked at Ming Xian. What about him? Xiao said, oh, he burned it down with me. Shuiyu, his fellow disciples. Have they finally gone mad? He was silent for a moment, then gently asked, do you have a grudge against the steward? Xiao shook her head. No, I was just playing with fire and accidentally burned the books. Shuiyu, playing with fire? What normal person goes to play with that at night? What were you thinking? Ming Xian, who had been driven from the herb garden to the Sanwei bookstore, was already numb. He realized that nothing good ever happened when he was with his little junior sister. How did you get in? Shuiyu was one of the few with a good temper among them. Previously, only he and Mu Chongxi were often punished in the forbidden area. And now there was one more Xiao. They certainly were never lonely on the way to the forbidden area. Shuiyu replied calmly. I practiced a few pills and let my fellow disciples eat them. Who would have thought there was a problem with the medicine, and it poisoned them? Xiao, what kind of cult disciples are these? Ming Xian, sitting on the ground, began urging Xiao, little junior sister, hurry up and copy. I can't go out until you finish. Forced to work, Xiao took out the dozen recording stones from her mustard seed bag, then took out clean Xian paper. And with her consciousness entering the recording stones, she closed her eyes for a moment, flipping through the pages of the talisman books. Xiao focused intently, memorizing every word, and then began to copy. In her eagerness to finish, Xiao wrote as if she were drawing talismans, with wild and unrestrained strokes, ensuring even her parents wouldn't recognize it. Shuiyu saw this scene and quietly nudged the nearby senior brother with his elbow. What is the little junior sister doing? Copying books? Ming Xian explained. She burned more than a dozen books from the 3rd level. To calm the steward's anger, she guaranteed she could copy them all. Shuiyu was slightly stunned. Copy them all? If she really has such a memory, what kind of genius is this little junior sister? Xiao was immersed in copying, her writing speed gradually accelerating. She brought out the spirit she had during her exam preparation, determined to study hard. She spent the entire day copying books, and her speed left the two beside her dumbfounded. As dawn broke, time passed little by little. Help me up, I can still study. Xiao, who had been sitting still, raised her head and sighed deeply. Ming Xian, who was anxiously waiting for her to finish so they could leave, immediately massaged her shoulders. Little junior sister, keep it up. Half an hour later, Xiao lay down on the ground. I'm not studying anymore. Let me die. Headache, feeling dizzy. Xiao stretched out her hand to touch her nose, and it was covered in blood. She felt even more pain. Shuiyu became anxious and hurriedly massaged her legs. Hang in there, junior sister. Whether we can get out depends entirely on you. I have spirit replenishing pills here. Eat more so we can continue on our journey. As long as you finish copying. Maybe he can rise along with the chickens and dogs and come out of the forbidden area with us. In just 2 days. Recording dozens of talisman books would absolutely take a toll on her spiritual consciousness. So whenever Xiao felt dizzy, Shuiyu would thoughtfully hand her a spirit replenishing pill. Xiao's hand trembled slightly as she held the pill. Ming Xian spoke earnestly. I believe that as long as you work hard enough, junior sister, we can live the life we want. Xiao replied, thank you all. You really are my good senior brothers. Taking a deep breath, Xiao finished the pill and got up to continue copying. She wrote quickly, her mind filled with various complex talisman drawings, their functions, and how to inscribe talisman patterns on magical tools. Earth Escape Talisman, Diamond Talisman, Four Corners Formation Talisman were all swirling in her head. After this experience, Xiao could confidently say that no one understood drawing talismans better than her. Damn it, I should have known better. Since she needed to draw the talismans while copying, she was in a hurry and drew quickly, each talisman completed in one stroke, elegant and neat. Xiao noticed that her sea of consciousness seemed to have widened. Her original spiritual root was impure, and her spiritual consciousness was poor. She would faint after drawing just a few talismans before. Now she marvelously discovered that her sea of consciousness had widened, and even without taking spirit replenishing pills, she wouldn't get headaches easily. Could copying books help refine the capacity of her sea of consciousness? Did you break the mirror? Just as Xiao pondered this, Ming Xian froze in his position with his legs crossed. Xiao then felt it. It seemed that was the case. Peak Qi refinement. Just one step away from foundation establishment. She realized that it wasn't copying books that widened her sea of consciousness, but rather that she had broken the mirror, which naturally led to her sea becoming broader. Ming Xian was stunned. Breaking the mirror had become so easy? The transition from late Qi refinement to peak Qi refinement was a hurdle, and it was rare to break the mirror smoothly without spending 3 days in enlightenment. Is this what they call getting luckier the more you mess up? Shuiyu propped his chin thoughtfully. Is there a possibility that junior sister broke the mirror through her understanding of talismans? Dan cultivators break the mirror through alchemy, and talisman cultivators naturally do so through drawing talismans. Xiao had been frantically reading talisman books for 2 days, which made this explanation plausible. Ming Xian was even more shocked. But isn't she a sword cultivator? Can this really work? Shuiyu pondered. Have you ever heard of dual cultivation of 2 paths? But aren't those only for a very few people? Ming Xian still found it hard to believe. Those who could dual cultivate were rare individuals with high comprehension. It was said that the ancestor of the Changming sect was a dual cultivator of sword and alchemy. But not everyone is a figure like the ancestor. Xiao waved his hand, stopping their wild thoughts. Maybe it's just because the spiritual energy here is dense. That's the only explanation. Otherwise, could she really dual cultivate sword and talisman? Chapter 10. Not sleeping. She wants to take advantage. Xiao finished copying all the books 2 days later. Shuiyu and Ming Xian were not much involved in this matter. The steward you did not make things difficult for them and wave them off. Only the person involved, Xiao, was left behind. All copied. Yes. She drooped her head, feeling as if her body had been emptied. Steward, you flipped through the work, and after a glance, his mouth twitched. He had to admit that Xiao's handwriting could be described as unique and utterly terrible. But there was no choice. He could only find a few disciples with good handwriting another day to copy it again. He glanced at Xiao and said, "Come with me." Xiao complied and followed him as he went up the long spiral staircase to the 3rd floor. The previously disorganized talisman books were now neatly arranged. After placing the missing books on the shelf, he squatted down and somehow retrieved a few ancient scrolls. The yellowed pages looked fragile and thin. Elder Yu carefully picked up the scroll, his voice heavy. How about doing me a favor, little girl? Xiao cleverly did not agree, only asking, what favor? This kind of favor seemed impossible for ordinary people to help with. She didn't want to take on unnecessary trouble. With that time, she would rather go to sleep. Elder Yu was momentarily speechless at her cautious attitude. He realized that this little girl did not play by the rules at all. Other disciples would have eagerly agreed to such requests, never asking so many questions. These scrolls were left by our sect's ancestor for the younger generation to study, he said. They record many ancient alchemy formulas. Listening to him speak at length, seemingly reminiscing about the glorious years of the Changming sect, she had to interrupt him. Elder, what did you want with me? At this time, I would have already been asleep. Elder Yu, once again interrupted, glared at her unhappily. Our ancestor is one of the few in the cultivation world who could dual cultivate, sword, and alchemy. The scrolls he left behind would cause a scramble among various cultivators if casually released. Xiao replied, "Oh, Elder Yu continued. Since you managed to record the books from the Shadowstone accurately, then the ancient scrolls should be no problem, right?" Facing the sudden task, Xiao's forehead twitched. She couldn't help but remind him, "Elder, I'm a person, not a god. If I read all the ancient scrolls, won't my sea of consciousness be drained?" Steward Yu pondered for a moment. "So your meaning is? I can read, but I need extra payment." She stated seriously, "After all, my sleep time is very precious." When it came to money, Elder Yu's face darkened. Did she not know the situation of the Changming sect? They were so poor they could barely make ends meet. And now she wanted money? "I can give you a bottle of pills." After thinking it over, considering that Xiao was quite rebellious, he worried she might quit. So he reluctantly offered. He was not only the steward of the library, but also part-time in charge of the pill hall. So he had the authority to dispense some sect pills. Xiao's smile faded, and she waved her hand. "Forget it. I choose to slack off." She hated reading. Of course, if there was money involved, that would be another story. Without money, what use was a bottle of pills to her? "I'm going to sleep," the girl said and started to walk out. "Wait." Seeing her about to leave, Elder Yu became anxious and hurriedly added, "I'll add 2 more bottles." Xiao yawned. Looking lazy, "Forget it. I might as well take another nap." Elder Yu gritted his teeth. "Come back." He clearly realized that without offering something valuable, this little brat would never easily compromise. As long as you copy these ancient texts without missing a word, the pills from the medicine hall will be yours to choose from. This was already the greatest concession the miserly Changming sect could offer. Xiao decisively halted her steps, revealing a bright smile. "Deal." Elder Yu felt inexplicably like he had been tricked. The ancient scrolls were something none of them dared to open easily. They were incredibly fragile, and once opened, they would turn to ashes in less than a tea's time. Xiao had no such concerns. She probed her spiritual consciousness in, and as the world spun, she opened her eyes again. The scene before her gradually became unfamiliar, looking at the surroundings. It was still the library, but far less luxurious than now. She approached and saw an old man refining pills, mumbling to himself, "Wormwood, Ning Yuhua. The dogs in the sect are starving, yet they still think about refining pills." He chuckled coldly, saying that once he has money, he will go home to feed the pigs. "Xiao, I didn't expect the ancestor of the Changming sect to have such ideas. To be honest, if the conditions allowed, she would also want to go home and raise pigs." Although the old man was mumbling, his hands never stopped moving, condensing pills, controlling the fire, and selecting spiritual plants all in one go. Finally, he formed a complex spell seal with his hands, and the golden floating pill seal entered the pill furnace. After about a cup of tea's time, the lid of the furnace was lifted and white steam surged around. The pills lying in the furnace were round and smooth, quite pleasing to the eye. Xiao sat cross-legged beside him, observing every step of the pill refining process and carefully noting down the gestures of the spell seals before stepping away. After reading this fragment, her head was buzzing. She felt a bit nauseous. Coming back to her senses, Xiao looked down and found that her nose was bleeding again. She silently wiped the bloodstains, pondered for a moment, and then picked up her pen to copy the pill formula. It wasn't hard to remember, and every pill refining session had a demonstration. Just like watching TV, much easier than memorizing. In no time, she said, "I've finished writing." "The key." Xiao extended her hand to ask him for the key to the pill pavilion. After this ordeal, the girl's face was slightly pale, but her spirit was still excellent. Manager Yu tossed her the key, probably worried that she might collapse, and kindly reminded her, "After you finish browsing, you should go to sleep." Xiao took a spirit-replenishing pill given by Shui Yu and slowly shuffled out of the library. Sleep? No way. She was going to go take advantage of the situation. There were so many pills in the pill peak that it was dazzling. Although Xiao had read quite a few fragments, she still had only a superficial understanding of the pills. But it didn't matter. She didn't understand, but Shui Yu did. So Xiao excitedly ran to Shui Yu's residence and knocked on the door. "Third senior brother, let's go to the pill peak." The girl looked up, her small face slightly pale, with blood still lingering at the tip of her nose, which she carelessly wiped again. Being laid back didn't mean she wasn't progressing. If you fall behind, you'll be beaten. The great leader's words are always appropriate. Xiao looked at her, resembling a wandering spirit, and twitched his mouth. What is this? Playing a ghost? What are you doing at the Pill Peak at night? Xiao blinked shyly and said, Manager, you gave me the key to the medicine pavilion, saying it was to thank me for copying the fragment for him. The pills in the medicine pavilion can be taken freely. Xiao raised his eyebrows, a rare occurrence indeed. No problem. Senior brother will take you to pick. Let us give him a good beating. Being a pill refiner is the most profitable profession. Manager, you certainly has a lot of good stuff. After getting the key to the pill pavilion, the duo rushed over and specifically picked the expensive ones. This one can replenish spiritual energy. This one can heal wounds. And this one, they swept through like invaders, specifically taking the valuable items. Chapter 11. The disciples of the Changming sect have already been driven crazy by their junior sister. After robbing the Pill Peak, Xiao returned almost fully loaded, which made the Peak Master miserable. He watched helplessly as this little girl and her third senior brother jumped around, taking away nearly 1/10 of the expensive pills. The key point was that this little ghost even took away a lot of his spiritual plants from his medicine fields while passing by. The Peak Master's heart was bleeding, wishing he could kick these two dear disciples out. Fortunately, he managed to hold back. He desperately brainwashed himself, my own disciples. The hope of the future Changming sect. Cannot kick them out, cannot kick them out. Xiao accompanied her until nightfall and then sent his junior sister back to her courtyard. For some reason, as soon as he stepped into his junior sister's courtyard, he felt the spiritual energy was a bit excessive. Xiao surveyed the surrounding arrangements. Since he wasn't a talisman cultivator, he didn't really understand why this was the case. Upholding his duty as a senior brother, he reminded her, the spiritual energy here is denser than in other places. If I had to say, it's not much different from that in the forbidden area. Xiao could only attribute it to his junior sister's good luck in being assigned to a place with rich spiritual energy. He earnestly advised, with such favorable conditions, junior sister should be more diligent in her cultivation. There's only a little over half a year left until the sect competition. Xiao nodded thoughtfully. You're right. Xiao felt relieved, but before 3 seconds had passed, he saw his beloved junior sister with a serious expression, but a great philosopher once said, one must go to bed on time at 10 o'clock, otherwise, it's not good for the body. Then she peacefully lay on the bed, her hands crossed. Good night. Third senior brother. Xiao had 3 question marks popping above his head. Who is this philosopher? Wait, she is going to sleep just like that? After a while, looking at Xiao, who had closed her eyes and appeared serene as if she had passed away, he forced a gnashing smile. Good night, little junior sister. The next morning, when Xiao went to the cafeteria for breakfast, she happened to run into a few junior brothers from the Pill Peak. The two sat opposite her, casually chatting. I just refined 2 pills. How about we go down the mountain today and sell them secretly? Another junior brother readily agreed. Sure. We should be able to earn about 200 medium-grade spirit stones from 2 pills. Then we won't have to eat steamed buns anymore. In the Changming sect, whether in the outer sect or the inner sect, every meal is steamed buns. No one can stand it. Xiao's heart stirred slightly. Are pill refiners making this much money? The sect rules prohibit disciples from privately selling talismans and pills, but there are always loopholes. No one watches you all the time. And the elders turn a blind eye. Xiao thought about the spoils she had collected yesterday. It was no wonder the Pill Peak Master was heartbroken. The 2 inner disciples didn't recognize her and, seeing the hanging at her waist, assumed she was an inner sect sword cultivator. Yes, theoretically speaking. The only poor ones are you sword cultivators. We pill refiners can sell a bottle of medium-grade recovery pills for 300 high-grade spirit stones. The person said somewhat shyly. But we currently have low cultivation and can't refine recovery pills. It seems that only senior brother Xiao can refine them in our sect. The poor sword cultivator, Xiao silently felt a stab in her heart. But she was no longer the same as at the beginning. She now had quite a few pills, having collected a lot of high-grade spiritual herbs. However, the pills from the Pill Peak definitely couldn't be sold, as they were rare items. Even if she wanted to sell them, they would have to be ones she refined herself. Xiao suddenly had an idea about the ancient pill formula she had noted down yesterday. Authentic pill refining seems to require a pill furnace. So she sincerely inquired the 2 pill refiners about the price of a pill furnace. upon learning that a somewhat decent pill furnace costs 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. She had the expression of an old man looking at a phone. Sorry for bothering you. After having her meal, Xiao decided to be self-reliant. She went to the cafeteria lady and asked for a large iron pot. Anyway, what can't be used to refine pills? A big pot is still a pot. One shouldn't have species discrimination. It's not because she is poor. Back in her courtyard, she prepared the big pot, rolled up her sleeves, drew a fire control talisman. And since pill refiners are fire spiritual roots and come with spiritual fire, but the original owner had a lightning spiritual root, which is quite rare in the cultivation world. No one had figured out the specific use of lightning roots, so it was classified as a waste spiritual root. Xiao, being a half-baked cultivator, naturally didn't understand this, and her mind was full of how to make money. The flames rose, and she tossed the spiritual plants she had collected from the pill peak into the air. Then, imitating the actions of the old man in the fragment, she changed her fingers, using her spiritual sense to crush and refine the spiritual plants, ultimately achieving precision and merging them to form the pill seal. 9 alchemical seals spun around, and Xiao gathered her consciousness, merging and shaping it. During the final stage of refining the elixir, she pondered for a moment and chose her favorite flavor, snail rice noodles. However, when she opened the pot, what should have been 9 pills had inexplicably turned into a large yellow pill due to some error in the process. Xiao had seen the pills made by her third senior brother, each one round and full of luster. Her own, however, looked overly nourished. Could it be that because it was made in a large pot, it just grew carelessly? She stared thoughtfully at the oddly shaped pill in the pot, worried if its appearance could be sold. One shouldn't compare too much. Xiao comforted herself. At least it could be eaten, right? She had been a kitchen killer in modern times, and now she succeeded in one go. She couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up. She was simply a genius. The elixir Xiao refined was learned from the remnants of the teachings of the founder of the Changming sect, called the spirit refining pill, which was said to refine spiritual energy. The purer the spiritual energy, the more beneficial it was for breaking through realms. However, to maintain absolutely pure spiritual energy requires repeated cultivation and refining. This kind of elixir could save a lot of time, eliminating the need for extensive effort to refine spiritual energy. It was simply a boon for the lazy. Xiao couldn't wait to rush out to find someone to try it. The first person she targeted was Xiao. Among the 4 senior brothers, Xiao had the best temperament. Upon hearing that he had refined pills in the alchemy class, Xiao immediately went to find him. At that moment, Xiao was teaching several inner disciples how to better refine pills and avoid the possibility of failure. He said, "The most important thing when refining pills is to remain calm. During competitions, there will be malicious interference that can affect your mindset. At this time, we should ignore them. Just like I do." As he spoke, Xiao demonstrated, his movements flowing smoothly and orderly. Several junior disciples admired him, resting their chins in awe. Third senior brother is amazing, truly a direct disciple. When Xiao burst in, Xiao was in the middle of refining pills. She gave him a cute smile and said, "Senior brother, I brought you something good." She reached into her mustard seed bag and pulled out her refined pill. The rich scent of snail rice noodles quickly spread, causing Xiao to momentarily pause his movements. He ignored her and continued to focus on his work. Seeing this, Xiao didn't disturb him, holding her large pill and watching him refine. She noticed that Xiao's techniques were somewhat different from hers, and he only produced 3 alchemical seals. Before Xiao could wonder why their number of seals differed, she suddenly heard a retching sound. Xiao covered his mouth, unable to maintain his calm demeanor, and trembled as he said, "Junior sister, please move your pill a bit further away." He rarely used the term a lump to describe a spiritual pill unless it truly resembled one. Just as he finished speaking, the alchemy furnace began to boil, and with a loud bang, it exploded dramatically. This was the first time in many years of refining that Xiao had been overwhelmed to the point of explosion. He slowly exhaled a puff of black smoke and said, "Junior sister, you are ruthless." Xiao felt sympathy for his predicament for 3 seconds, then affectionately patted down his exploded hair and continued to bring her large pill closer to him, babbling, "Senior brother, do you want to try it? If it doesn't taste bad, I think it should be quite good." Xiao raised a finger to express his praise, then continued to exhale black smoke, saying, "Hee, I won't eat it. You go ahead, junior sister." Tears streamed down his face as he thought, "You eat it, junior sister. Thanks for the invite. My mental state is fine, just that I've been driven mad by my junior sister at the Changming sect. Bold Yi Xiao. After the commotion, Elder Xiao arrived, covering his nose at the foul smell, and exclaimed loudly, "You dare to cook feces in class." He never liked disciples like Yi Xiao who were not serious about their duties. Finally, he had caught her. Yi Xiao responded, "Elder, you may not love it, but please don't hurt it." She silently held her pill. After all, it was the first one she had successfully refined. How could it be described with such uncivilized words? Elder Xiao, overwhelmed by the smell of the snail rice noodles, succinctly ordered, "Get out." Before leaving, Yi Xiao broke her large spiritual pill in half and gave half to Shuiyu, saying, "Third senior brother, remember to finish it and give me feedback later. Bye." Without looking back, she ran away. Shuiyu looked at the pill in his hand, wearing a mask of pain. He pinched his nose, gritted his teeth, and took a small piece to eat, turning his head away. "Junior brother, come here." Shuiyu took a deep breath, waved to Mu Chongxi, who had just stepped into the classroom, and smiled kindly. "Come here, junior sister refined a few pills, let me give you some." Their essay saying, "Shared pain is better than solitary pain." Mu Chongxi asked, "Really? Junior sister can refine pills?" He thought the other was joking. Wasn't this junior sister dual cultivating with talismans and swords? How could she also refine pills? Mu Chongxi didn't believe she could refine pills and thought she was just playing around. So he had no guard up and took a bite of the pill Shuiyu handed over. 1 minute later, he silently bent over. "What is this taste?" Meanwhile, Yi Xiao rushed to find Ming Xian, second senior brother. The community is sending warmth. Ming Xian was studying the drawing of explosive talismans when something yellow suddenly occupied his line of sight, startling him. "What is this?" Yi Xiao replied, "It's a pill." Upon hearing it was a pill and smelling the aroma, his first reaction was, "Does Shuiyu hate me that much? Did he create this biochemical weapon to poison me?" Good. I knew that scoundrel Shuiyu had bad intentions. Yi Xiao remained silent for a few seconds. "It's made by me." Ming Xian felt awkward for a moment and tried to remedy the situation. "Oh, I see. Haha. I knew that way Shuiyu couldn't possibly refine such a large pill." Not just Shuiyu. No alchemist could refine such a large pill. Was she trying to use this thing to smash someone? After salvaging the conversation, Ming Xian, under the burning gaze of his junior sister, could only brace himself and eat it. Moments later, the three of them collectively reacted. Chapter 12. It's all drawn by her after distributing the pills to several senior brothers. Yi Xiao didn't sell the remaining pills, but instead set them aside for her close ones. However, for some reason, when Shuiyu heard she was keeping that lump of pill, his smile became somewhat stiff. He thought for a moment and softly said, "It's good that junior sister has this intention, but really, it's not necessary." Yi Xiao, unaware of his inner turmoil, thought her third senior brother was so moved, he couldn't find words. She smiled brightly. "It's okay. For you all, I will continue to work hard to become stronger." Inside Shuiyu's mind, "No? You are already very strong. You don't need to try harder." Not noticing her senior brother's expression, which was more painful than crying, Yi Xiao hummed a tune back to the courtyard and picked up her brush to draw talismans. She had memorized dozens of talisman books for nothing. Yi Xiao tore off an old spirit-gathering talisman and redrew it. Under the abundant spiritual energy of the main peak and the effect of the spirit-gathering talisman, she had already touched the threshold of foundation establishment. She just needed a little more time, and foundation establishment wouldn't be so difficult. Several inner door elders of the Changming sect were in a meeting. Duan Yu pondered for a moment and said, "That girl Yi Xiao is stuck at the peak of qi refining. I was thinking, why not let them prepare and go down to the secret realm together in a few days for some experience? A secret realm has opened in Yunzhong City, and the other 4 sects are likely to send their core disciples to experience it, which is a good opportunity for training. Although our Changming sect has no hope in the grand competition, this batch of disciples, except for Yi Xiao, has quite good talent, and they should still go for the experience." Elder Xiao frowned, recalling the peculiar dish Yi Xiao had cooked, and silently nodded. "I agree. Hurry up and let this brat leave. If he doesn't go, he fears that the next day there will be news on the Cultivation forum. Did the elder of Changming sect brutally beat his core disciple due to a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality?" Qin Fanfan said, "Since you have no objections, let these kids go. He feels that if these little brats don't go out to train, Changming sect will be torn down by them. They dared to set fire to the library in such a short time?" Qin Fanfan has a strange premonition. He always feels that ever since he took in this little disciple, next year's sect competition will definitely be very lively. "Manager," Yu exclaimed, "the sect master is wise. Finally, he has driven those little brats away." If it weren't for the ban on lighting fires, he would have gone out to set off some firecrackers in celebration. Little junior sister. Xiao knocked on the door, and he felt that the spiritual energy in his junior sister's courtyard seemed to have become more abundant than in the past few days. Hearing the noise, Xiao was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy within her body, having a premonition that she was about to establish her foundation, perhaps in the next few days. Hearing the knock on the door, the girl slightly opened her eyes. Third senior brother? Xiao glanced at her and said, "Pack your things. We are going to the secret realm tomorrow. The three of us will take you for training." Xiao didn't react at first. What? Xiao, there's a small secret realm opening beneath Yunzhong City. Since the secret realm is small, there definitely won't be any powerful beings. It's very suitable for you to train. Xiao actually had no interest in the small secret realm, but since it was his junior sister's first time going out for training, he decided to accompany her. Xiao slapped her forehead as she remembered. It mentioned the small secret realm in Yunzhong City. There are many treasures inside. The secret realm at the foot of Yunzhong City has always been divided between the Wenjian sect and the Yuqing sect in previous years. Xiao chuckled lightly. But those core disciples of Yuqing sect are so proud that they probably look down on the small secret realm. Xiao thought, no, they would look down on it. Because the female protagonist would go. The female protagonist would obtain many spiritual plants there. There are even many ancient spiritual plants that are on the verge of extinction. Whether they can obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures depends on strength. But aside from Yuqing sect, none of the other 5 major sects went to this small secret realm. Some loose cultivators didn't dare to offend the core disciples of the major sects, so naturally, those spiritual plants all ended up in Yunkei's pockets. But it's unclear whether it was due to the butterfly effect she caused, but Changming sect surprisingly decided to let them go to the small secret realm for training. Xiao's eyes lit up. Let us call the other senior brothers to go with us. Yunkei has senior brothers, and so does she. They are all core disciples, who is more noble than whom. And so, it was happily decided. Early the next morning, the 4 of them simply packed their things and prepared to head down the mountain. Ming Xian leaned against the immortal crane and waved at her, little junior sister. Over here. He casually tossed a set of clothes to Xiao, who touched the fabric, finding it cool and comfortable. And she was bewildered. Is this the outfit of our Changming sect's core disciples? She saw that the 3 of them were all wearing red, neatly arranged. Standing there like 3 beautiful turkeys. Mu Chongxi propped his chin and said, "It's made of 1,000-year ice silkworm silk. Although our sect is a bit poor, we are quite generous to core disciples. This kind of clothing is immune to water and fire." Xiao didn't wear it. She found that the core disciples of Changming sect seemed to be a bit flashy, all in red robes. It would be too eye-catching to wear outside. You all hurry and change into casual clothes, she said seriously. The more inconspicuous, the better. Mu Chongxi was perplexed. Why? Is our core disciples' clothing not good-looking? Xiao shook her head. That's not it. The main issue is that if we wear core disciple clothing when doing something shady, it will be obvious which sect we belong to, and that won't do. She found that the core disciples of Changming sect seemed a bit simple-minded. Finally, after Xiao's repeated requests, Ming Xian changed into white clothes, and Xiao wore green garments. Thus, Xiao, with a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, accompanied by a simpleton in the middle, happily set off on the immortal crane. The simpleton Mu Chongxi was extremely excited, charging ahead. Due to the upcoming opening of the small secret realm, the flow of people in Yunzhong City had increased significantly in the past few days, and there were loose cultivators and disciples from small sects everywhere. The 4 of them, dressed in casual clothes, appeared particularly inconspicuous among a crowd of various sect uniforms. The 4-man team happily began to stroll through the streets of Yunzhong City. Ming Xian touched this and looked at that, saying, I heard that a certain talisman has recently become popular in the market. What talisman? Gathering Spirit Talisman. I heard you can cultivate just by lying down. Ming Xian was itching to try. Why don't we buy one to try? Xiao was slightly taken aback. Grabbing the eager Ming Xian, no, that's all a scam. How do you know? Just buy one to try? It's not expensive anyway. Poor Xiao was hit once again. Why does she know? Because she drew it herself. She had a whole bunch of these things. Initially, just wanting to sell a few to make some money. But later, when those cultivators discovered its usefulness, it became uncontrollable. You should know that the disciples of the 5 major sects are strictly forbidden from privately reselling talismans and elixirs. Xiao was afraid of being recognized and then locked up, so she could only stop selling talismans on the black market. As a result, Nearby vendors discovered the business opportunity, and one by one began to forge fakes. And the key was that the price was more than 10 times higher than what she had sold them for. Xiao stopped Ming Xian from becoming a victim, saying, "Let's find an inn to stay at first. The other sects will be arriving soon, and we might not have a place to stay." Ming Xian could only regretfully retract his steps. "All right then. We can buy it when we go back." When the four arrived at the inn, the first floor was packed with people, seemingly gathered to watch something. The lively Mu Chongxi pulled Xiao and rushed into the crowd. Chapter 13. The first confrontation with the charming female protagonist. It was the core disciples of the 5 major sections. Judging by their outfits. They seemed to be from Yuqing's sect. So envious. That must be the new little junior sister from Yuqing's sect. Sure enough, surrounded by stars, sigh. It's the first time seeing a living core disciple. Forget it. Didn't you see how her senior brothers treat her like a treasure? We can't afford to provoke them. Let us keep our distance. Xiao heard the discussions in the crowd and tiptoed to look over. The light blue clothing embroidered with the unique name of core disciples was quite eye-catching. She hurriedly poked the curious Mu Chongxi. "Did you see that girl?" Among the few male supporting characters, the one who fell the fastest was Mu Chongxi. This silly boy had no cunning, being toyed with by the female protagonist. Perhaps Yun Ke felt that destroying a naturally gifted sword bone prodigy was more fulfilling, as Mu Chongxi ended up being tortured terribly later. Xiao had sympathized with this little puppy more than once when she watched originally. Mu Chongxi instinctively looked in the direction she pointed. A blue outfit. And it's a girl. What's wrong? Xiao drew the mysterious sword from her waist, lifted her chin, and with clear eyes said, "Fourth senior brother. Have you ever heard a saying?" "What?" It was the first time being called senior brother by Xiao, and Mu Chongxi was a bit bewildered. With no thoughts of women in his heart, he naturally drew his sword. The first page of the sword manual. First, slay the one you love. She pointed towards the direction of Yun Xiao with a serious expression, random killing. Mu Chongxi asked, "Is this crazy?" He pressed down on Xiao's head, speechless. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, Xiao. If we don't go to the inn soon, all the rooms will be taken." The inn in Yunzhong City was known for raising prices. The later you arrived, the more expensive it got. Xiao instantly sheathed her sword. "What? Then why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and rush inside." She didn't have any money. After squeezing in, the four found a place to stand, with Xiao protected in the middle. A few senior brothers were considerate enough not to let her get squeezed by the crowd. The star-like Yin Xiao lifted her gaze, seemingly in thought, staring intently in Yi Xiao's direction, then slightly distracted. Yi Xiao, senior sister? No. In her memory, Yi Xiao always appeared quiet, dull, and unnoticeable. If she had to make a comparison, back then, when she looked at Yi Xiao, she found her quite pitiful, clearly a disciple of the immortal sect, yet resembling a dull little sparrow. Unlike now, when the girl drew her sword and sheathed it, exuding an unprecedented freshness and liveliness. But the appearance was indeed that of Yi Xiao, senior sister. With a mix of tentative curiosity and vague feelings, Yin Xiao took the initiative to step forward, not knowing which sect this little junior sister belonged to. Just as Yi Xiao was discussing with Mu Chongxi which type of guest room would be cheaper for the night, she heard the voice, looked up, and casually glanced at her. One could say she was indeed a charming female lead. She was really beautiful. Under Yin Xiao's intense gaze, Yi Xiao remained unfazed. A small sect, nothing worth mentioning. Yin Xiao detected her indifference, pursed her lips, feeling a strange sense of suffocation. Just as she was about to speak, her voice was interrupted. "Little junior sister," said a boy in light blue attire softly, "let's go." Yin Xiao could only keep quiet. After the two left, Ming Xian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That little girl is the new recruit from Yueqing sect, rumored to be a genius with an exceptional water spirit root. Right. But who is that person next to her? Even more pretentious than you? Mu Chongxi asked curiously. Ming Xian's temples throbbed, suppressing his irritation. She's the chief disciple of Yueqing sect. Naturally, she'll be a bit arrogant, on the same level as our senior brother. Yi Xiao thought to herself. Then that's a miscalculation. With the chief disciple here, I didn't call senior brother. When it comes to fighting for spiritual plants later, we won't have the advantage. Meanwhile, the members of Yueqing sect were also discussing. The four people just now included 2 Golden Dan, 1 half-step Golden Dan, and the remaining little girl was at the chi refining stage. Hearing her senior brother's words, Yin Xiao unconsciously tightened her lips. So many Golden Dan disciples. Did a major sect's core disciple come too? The Golden Dan? That girl, The senior brother beside her has such high cultivation? They were all junior sisters from the sect. It was inevitable for Xiao to feel a bit competitive. Dear fellow cultivators, at this moment, the innkeeper called out loudly, other rooms are fully booked. Only the upper rooms are left. The Yueqing sect members had no particular reaction. As core disciples, they naturally would stay in the upper rooms. Only the upper rooms were worthy of their status. However, Mu Chongxi jumped up, shouting, 100 high-grade spirit stones. What kind of black shop is this? Shuiyu covered his face. Ming Xian, who usually didn't get along with him, elbowed him, shut up. Which core disciple would behave like this? The senior brother next to Xiao heard this and sneered first. All right, stop overthinking. Looking this poor and shabby, what major sect's core disciple could they be? I bet they're just scattered cultivators who took a few hundred years to reach Golden Dan. Yeah, which core disciple would be this embarrassing? After realizing the other party wasn't living as well as they were, Xiao surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Chapter 14. Our Yueqing sect is wealthy, but not sick. An hour before the secret realm opened, Xiao and her group headed to the entrance. When she arrived, Shuiyu had mentioned that there would be haze inside the secret realm, which could cause dizziness if inhaled. To avoid accidents, many people would purchase artifacts that could block the haze ahead of time. Xiao asked, do we have any artifacts? No, Shuiyu answered truthfully. Changming sect doesn't have artifact cultivators. No one can refine artifacts. If you want them, you have to go to Qingfeng sect. They have plenty of artifact cultivators. So we're just going in without any measures? Is it that casual? In Xiao's memory, every time the female lead went into a secret realm, she had a bunch of treasures, artifacts, and pills. Why was it so shabby for them? Ming Xian casually replied, if you can hold your breath, just hold it. If not, cover your mouth and nose with something. It might be a bit troublesome if we end up fighting. Hearing this, Xiao began to think that if it was just haze, it might not be much different from the morning haze in modern times. She rummaged through her mustard seed bag and pulled out a piece of cloth, using her mysterious sword to cut it down, finally tailoring it into a mask shape. Adding a thin string, it was simply perfect. After making a dozen more, just to be safe, she handed them to the other three. To be honest, they fit quite well. Although they looked a bit strange, Ming Xian picked one up and curiously asked, little junior sister, what is this? Xiao replied, a mask. None of the three had seen such a thing before. They thought it looked very odd. Xiao put one on her face first and demonstrated how to use it. In this world, there are always more ways than difficulties. If there aren't any spiritual artifacts, then wear a mask. The four of them donned their masks. And along the way, many curious people cast their gazes at them. Dressed so oddly, what were they wearing on their mouths? Upon arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, sects with heritage, like Yueqing sect, had already taken out their artifacts, raising shields to envelop themselves. This time, only 3 out of the 5 core disciples of Yueqing sect came. Xiao, the chief disciple Song Hansheng, and a somewhat familiar person, Su Zhua. Xiao remembered Su Zhua as the little junior brother who had betrayed the original owner, but perhaps due to wearing a mask, he didn't recognize her. Noticing her probing gaze, Su Zhua frowned slightly and instinctively blocked Xiao. He mistakenly thought she was another female cultivator who was jealous of his little junior sister. His little junior sister was beautiful, and there were many female cultivators who looked at her unfavorably. Su Zhua was afraid she would be harmed, and he looked back coldly. Feeling his icy gaze sweep over her, Xiao touched her nose, gently clicking her tongue in her heart. A licking dog ends up with nothing in the end. In the original work, Su Zhua was at best a loyal dog backup, not even close to being a male supporting character. This young friend, an older cultivator, approached. What is that thing you're wearing on your mouth? He wasn't the only one curious about the masks the four wore, with someone starting it. Others naturally came forward to inquire. Is this a new artifact refined by Qingfeng sect? There was no spiritual energy fluctuation on it. Then what is this? Xiao's spirit stirred slightly, and she took out the remaining masks from her mustard seed bag, smiling slightly. This is a mask I developed. Although it can't compare to an artifact, it might help block some of the hazards caused by the haze in the secret realm. Really? After all, most of the people who came to the small secret realm were from small sects and scattered cultivators. Not everyone was as wealthy as Yueqing sect to be able to bring out spiritual artifacts. When she said that, the people around her perked up. Xiao remained calm and composed, absolutely genuine. As long as you have 5 low-grade spirit stones, you won't lose anything or be tricked. Would anyone like to try? She was quite enthusiastic. Mu Chongxi stared at her in disbelief as she started advertising on the spot, stammering, "Junior sister, you're amazing. If it were me, I would definitely feel embarrassed to casually promote in front of so many people. Is it really possible to do it this way?" Xiao coughed lightly. Junior sister gets quite enthusiastic whenever it involves spirit stones. Ultimately, just before the secret realm opened, Yi Xiao's masks were snatched away, and she had intentionally kept some aside for emergencies. "Let us go. The secret realm has opened." Mu Chongxi took the lead and stepped into the secret realm, where fog enveloped them. The scattered cultivators who bought masks were surprised to find that they indeed blocked most of the toxic haze, and the effect was very significant. Xiao curiously touched the mask. He actually had breath-holding pills and had originally planned to share them among a few people, thinking that this item from junior sister wouldn't be useful. But now it seemed unnecessary. "Where did you come up with so many strange ideas?" Yi Xiao replied without looking back, "The wisdom of seniors. Thank the development of technology." Suzhua looked at the large group surrounding Yi Xiao and lightly scoffed. Disdainful. Such a small gain. How embarrassing. Yun Kei nodded in rare agreement. Her voice gentle. "Perhaps it's because they're from a small sect and don't have money. That girl is quite pitiful. Clearly. She's about the same age as me, yet she has to lower herself like this for some spirit stones." However, once they truly stepped into the secret realm, the superiority complex of the few from Yueqing's sect gradually faded. Although they had magical tools for protection, it was undoubtedly consuming spiritual energy, while those wearing masks showed no signs of poisoning, indicating the effectiveness was excellent. Even Suzhua, who had mocked them earlier, couldn't help but suggest, "Senior brother, why don't we buy some from them? It's only 5 low-grade spirit stones. A little from our fingers would be enough." Song Hanqing understood in his heart that continuously consuming spiritual energy like this would definitely be unsustainable. He could only lower himself and approached Yi Xiao, blocking the 4 of them. "I wonder if this fellow Taoist still has any masks left?" Yi Xiao thought, "Oh, I didn't expect people from Yueqing's sect to come over to buy things." "Yes, of course." Song Hanqing was about to take out money. Just as he was about to say he wanted 3, Yi Xiao added, "But this time is different. That was the previous price." "What?" His brows furrowed in impatience, thinking, as expected, people from small sects always want to take advantage when they see an opportunity. Song Hanqing asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Xiao extended a finger, 100 high-grade spirit stones. This time, even Song Hanqing was stunned. "You." Suzhua angrily stepped forward. "You must be deliberately targeting us by raising the price." Compared to before, it had increased by more than 50 times. No one would believe she wasn't doing it on purpose. Yi Xiao fiddled with the mask in her hand, meeting his furious gaze, and shrugged in feigned innocence. "Oh, what can I do? Who told us we are a small sect with no money?" She was indeed doing it on purpose. After Suzhua informed Yun Hen about the mayfly grass matter, the original owner's painstakingly obtained spiritual herb was taken away, something she had never forgotten. It seemed that the esteemed disciples of Yueqing's sect were not lacking in spirit stones. She emphasized the phrase esteemed disciples. Yi Xiao noted a peculiar thing. This group of esteemed disciples from large sects cared about their faces more than anything, as if their faces could be eaten. So, she wouldn't feel guilty about taking the opportunity to extort them. After all, she had no shame. Suzhua's voice instantly died in his throat, stuck in a limbo that made him furious. Yueqing's sect had money, but they weren't foolish. 100 high-grade spirit stones could buy a bottle of pills. Why would they need her worthless item? But if they refused, with so many scattered cultivators watching, it would be a slap in the face for their Yueqing sect. After a moment of changing expressions, Song Hanqing finally looked at Suzhua. "Give her the spirit stones." Since the senior brother had spoken, Suzhua could only grit his teeth and accept defeat, handing over the money. When he received the flimsy mask, he inexplicably felt like everyone around was watching him laugh at his misfortune. Chapter 15. Multiplication Table. After entering the secret realm, the crowd gradually dispersed. Xiao was the most experienced and steady among them. He said, "Watch your steps. There are many moving spiritual plants in the secret realm, some of which are aggressive. Also, don't touch anything randomly, and don't run around, or you might get lost." Yi Xiao quickly kept close to her 3 senior brothers. In such a place, being alone surely wouldn't lead to anything good. What were those fools from Yueqing's sect doing? Mu Chongxi turned his head and saw that they were still standing there, seemingly looking for something. After Suzhua foolishly handed over 100 high-grade spirit stones, the people from Yueqing's sect successfully upgraded in his mind to be foolish, rich, and gullible. Xiao explained, They must be looking for stronger scattered cultivators to follow and then benefit from their efforts. The group from Yueqing's sect liked to pick up bargains the most. Shuiyu had the fortune to encounter them when he went to a small secret realm for training alongside his senior brother and Song Hanxing. We had a hard time waiting for the Qingxin grass to refine the Qingxin pill, just after my senior brother killed the guardian beast. They came and picked up the bargain. It would be a lie to say he wasn't angry, but there was no other way. Shuiyu could only silently remain vigilant against this group from Yueqing's sect. Mu Chengxi was taken aback. Then what should we do? Shouldn't we keep our distance from them? He didn't want to work hard for half a day, only to have someone else take advantage first. Ming Xian pondered for a moment. Let us move quickly and not let them set their sights on us. The three of them chatted back and forth. And the content made Yi Xiao feel incredulous. Why do you want to shake them off? Yi Xiao tugged at Shuiyu, staring intently. Third senior brother. Haven't they picked up bargains like this before? Don't you all want to retaliate? Retaliate? This word was the first time Shuiyu had heard it. He instinctively held on to Junior's sister and corrected her. We are righteous disciples. We should be open and above board. How can we do something like retaliating? Even Ming Xian, who usually didn't have a good temper, nodded in rare agreement. We are not demon cultivators. Yi Xiao, all right. She changed her wording. Don't you want to reciprocate? It was impossible to hide. While others were hitting a wall, she aimed to break a hole through it. Shuiyu, what do you want to do? Yi Xiao rubbed her hands together. Third senior brother, do you have any pills that can temporarily conceal 1S cultivation? Concealing pills are not very useful for cultivators, as showing 1S cultivation is essential to demonstrate 1S strength. Cultivators in the cultivation world are all eager for everyone to know their cultivation. How could they think of hiding it? Because they were useless, no alchemist would bother making such thankless pills. But Shuiyu liked researching these strange things. After a moment of recollection, he indeed had some. Do you want to take a concealing pill? Yi Xiao shook her head. I want to need it. You use it. What did she, a qi refining cultivator, have to hide? It was more important to conceal the cultivation of Shuiyu and the others so they could go tricking, having friendly exchanges with Yueqing's sect. Shuiyu had a bad feeling upon hearing this. What are you planning to do? To be honest, after being a direct disciple for so many years, he had seen all kinds of storms, but the appearance of Yi Xiao constantly refreshed his worldview. Yi Xiao blinked and smiled, saying she just wanted to have a friendly exchange with them. Song Hanxing and the others had their eyes on a loose cultivator at the golden core level. They were talisman cultivators, lacking the strong combat power of sword cultivators. And every time they entered a small secret realm, they targeted background-less loose cultivators to bully. Don't worry, junior sister, with me here. You will definitely be able to establish your foundation this time. He glanced at Yun Kei, satisfied with this little junior sister, who was both beautiful and soft, melting hearts. Song Hanxing smiled slightly. By then, I will deliver the heavenly treasures to you. Yun Kei blushed slightly under his gaze. Okay, with such high talent, a good family background, and being the chief direct disciple, it was inevitable that Yun Kei felt a little giddy about how special he treated her. Suzhua watched the close interaction between the two, feeling a bit hurt, but saying nothing. He knew that junior sister had always regarded him as an older brother. Just as the two were flirting with each other, a deliberately suppressed voice suddenly sounded not far away. Song Hanxing immediately slowed his pace, released a sound amplification talisman, and soon sounds came from the opposite side. Unexpectedly, the leaves of the enlightenment tree appeared here. Junior sister, you are the highest in cultivation here. You must take the enlightenment leaves out. Yi Xiao held the box seriously. Don't worry, I will protect it well. The leaves of the enlightenment tree. Song Hanxing's ears perked up. The leaves of the enlightenment tree, as the name suggests, have a chance to help cultivators enter a meditative state, which is something coveted by countless major sections. Suzhua frowned, puzzled. How could these loose cultivators be so lucky? Could there be a trick? He felt a bit wary. Song Hanxing, however, was unconcerned. He extended his spiritual sense and confirmed there was no danger nearby before speaking. The highest cultivation among these two is that peak qi refining little ghost. What benefits do they get from doing this? In the secret realm, apart from a few individuals, most wore white masks covering half their faces, and with the thick fog obscuring vision. Song Hanxing really couldn't tell that Yi Xiao was the one who had tricked them out of 100 spirit stones. Yun Kei listened and gently grabbed Suzhua's sleeve, whispering, Senior brother, won't this be a bit inappropriate? The girl's cautious words softened Suzhua's heart slightly. She was still too kind. He chuckled dismissively. The cultivation world is all about the survival of the fittest. If you don't have the strength to protect something, we're just teaching them a lesson in advance. His shameless statement earned him an appreciative glance from Song Hansheng. Yes, they were just teaching these loose cultivators what it means to keep wealth hidden and the dangers of the world, nothing more. Hand over the enlightenment leaves. Yi Xiao let the other two senior brothers hide first, leaving only Shui Yu and herself to cooperate. Hearing the commotion, she quickly exchanged glances with her third senior brother. The person who shouted that shameless remark was Su Zhua. Yi Xiao rarely lost her composure under Su Zhua's cold gaze for a moment. In her memory, the original host had grown up with Su Zhua. One was of average talent, at best an inner sect disciple, while the other was exceptionally gifted. A direct disciple with high expectations. It proved that differing talents meant they would not walk the same path. Su Zhua was willing to betray the original host for a little junior sister. He had his little junior sister to protect. And Yi Xiao liked her senior brothers very much. Therefore, she would definitely stop these senior brothers from becoming the main character's subordinates. Suppressing her thoughts, Yi Xiao's expression turned fearful, her voice a bit flustered. What do you want to do? Little sister, just hand over the enlightenment leaves to us. Song Hansheng smiled leisurely. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to see your senior brother crippled by me, would you? Yi Xiao's face turned pale. How can you be so vicious? As soon as she finished speaking, Song Hansheng sent out a talisman, and a blinding golden light shot straight at Shui Yu's abdomen, causing him to clutch his chest and fall to the ground, spitting blood. Junior sister, don't worry about me. Third senior brother. Yi Xiao's eyes widened, her voice rising sharply. Seeing her reaction, Song Hansheng was very pleased. He hadn't expected that a talisman meant to intimidate would have such great power, immediately causing someone to spit blood. In the end, he blamed it on the loose cultivator being too weak. If you don't want your senior brother to continue suffering, hand over the enlightenment leaves, he said coldly. After a moment of stalemate, Yi Xiao had no choice but to throw the box over. She then quickly helped her senior brother up. The box has a restriction on it. If you let us go, I will tell you how to break the restriction. Her words eased Song Hansheng's concerns quite a bit. If Yi Xiao had quickly thrown the enlightenment leaves to him, he would have been worried about a trick. Song Hansheng ignored her words and first tried to unlock the restriction, but to no avail. He was secretly astonished that the box was designed so intricately. The boy reluctantly agreed. Fine, I promise to let you go. Now, what's the method to break the restriction? Yi Xiao did not hesitate and recited a multiplication chant to them on the spot. This formation is passed down from our sect. You need to wait for 49 days. At that time, just silently recite the multiplication chant I just recited, and you'll be able to open the box. Yi Xiao spoke confidently, and the incantation flowed smoothly, not sounding like something improvised, and oddly enough, it rhymed. Su Zhua threatened sharply, if you dare to deceive us, you're dead for sure. Yi Xiao looked tragic and sorrowful. How could I? I'm just a loose cultivator. How dare I deceive the direct disciples of a major sect? Song Hansheng was very satisfied with the outcome of this encounter. He didn't bother to pay attention to these lowly loose cultivators anymore and left with the box without looking back. Once the people from the Moon Clear sect completely left, Shui Yu, who had been lying on the ground, sprang up in an instant. The two senior brothers hiding behind the trees also came out. Wow, when did you guys learn this trick behind my back? Ming Xian exclaimed, amazed at the acting skills of the third junior brother. It was simply earth-shattering. You spat blood just like that, without any hesitation. Shui Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took out a red berry from his storage bag, something he had brought along casually, not expecting it to have this effect. Impressive. Mu Chongxi silently gave a thumbs up. After the encounter with the little junior sister, his mind was now full of thoughts. This can be done. There's actually this operation. This is incredible. Shui Yu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, and he coughed lightly. By the way, junior sister, what's in that box? The box was something he usually used for storing items, mainly for herbs, and it could be opened at the right time without needing to recite any incantations. Oh, I put a half-eaten pancake in there. Ming Xian was once again taken aback. Why did you bring a pancake? Who goes into a secret realm without a magic tool and brings a pancake? Yi Xiao innocently replied, to eat. I haven't established my foundation yet, so I get hungry. Not to mention, our Changming sect storage boxes have quite a long shelf life. It shouldn't go bad in a month, right? Hee hee, I just wonder which lucky person from the Moon Clear sect will get my half-eaten pancake. Shui Yu remarked. It's still junior sister who's the most cunning. And what's that multiplication chant? He had never heard of it before. But compared to some difficult and obscure heart techniques he usually encountered, this one felt quite catchy. Yi Qiao's tone became even more innocent. Oh, that's something all the kids in my hometown can recite. I didn't expect it to fit so well in the cultivation world. Chapter 16. That as a natural sword bone, the danger level in the small secret realm was not high. Shuiyu had been to similar places no less than 20 times. He skillfully led his junior brothers and sisters deeper inside. The more concentrated the spiritual energy, the more good things there were. As they approached their destination, Yi Qiao could feel the spiritual energy surging wildly in her body. There were probably many good things in this secret realm. They were not the only ones here. The group from Yueqing sect was also present, and Shuiyu was worried about being outpaced. In the central area of the secret realm, a large expanse of spiritual plants occupied everyone's view. The bright green leaves emitted a refreshing fragrance, and just smelling it made Yi Qiao feel a wave of clarity in her spiritual platform. It was the clear heart grass. Shuiyu had previously been lucky enough to find one, but it had been snatched away by the people from Yueqing sect. He had regretted it for a long time and didn't expect to find such a large patch here. He was genuinely excited. Yi Qiao was mentally calculating how much money she could make if she refined these herbs into pills. Hurry up and gather them, or people will come soon. Shuiyu, having learned from the previous experience of being interrupted, quickly advised, try to keep the roots intact. They can be transplanted to Dan Peak later. The four of them split up to gather herbs. Yi Qiao and Ming Xian were in another area, just as she squatted down to reach for a plant. A sharp talisman shot through the air towards her. It was about to hit Yi Qiao when Ming Xian quickly threw out a diamond talisman to block the attack. At the same time, as the talisman paper lightly fell to the ground, Ming Xian's expression turned cold. An explosion talisman. If he hadn't reacted quickly, their junior sister, who had just reached the peak of qi training, would have been seriously injured. Song Hansheng stood with his hands behind his back, shaking the talisman at his fingertips without any apology, showing off his quick reflexes. Ming Xian's expression changed, and he protectively placed Yi Qiao behind him. He had figured out that the core disciples of Yueqing sect were not good people. The confrontation between the two attracted the attention of nearby loose cultivators, as it was human nature to gather around for excitement. Originally, there weren't many people, but now they were gradually surrounded. Ming Xian's face darkened. Seeing this, Song Hansheng set up a formation without hesitation, forbidding loose cultivators from entering. In his view, since he had seen it, this patch of medicinal field rightfully belonged to Yueqing sect, and no one else should take even a single plant. This situation made Yi Qiao sigh. He really is protective of his food. Ming Xian smirked, amused by her metaphor, isn't he? Look at him, he is just like a dog. The senior brothers and sisters exchanged banter, making Song Hansheng's face turn black enough to drip ink. Yun Ke frowned slightly. How can you talk like that? She was somewhat angry at how rude these loose cultivators were. Ming Xian glanced at her lazily, his tone strange. Did we talk to you first? Yi Qiao chuckled. Her second senior brother had a sharp tongue, but it was quite refreshing to hear him retort at someone else. Yun Ke had been pampered all her life, and even after entering the sect, things had gone smoothly for her. She had never been humiliated like this before. Her face turned awkward, biting her lip tightly, her eyes turning red. Ming Xian was stunned. Crying? You're crying already? He remembered that when he teased their junior sister, calling her a little potato mine, Yi Qiao had just silently punched herself. Suzhua felt heartbroken and hurriedly wiped her tears while warning the two. We are the core disciples of Yueqing sect. This is our junior sister. He tried to make these four recognize the situation. Wow, core disciples? Mu Chongxi rushed over after hearing the commotion. As soon as he arrived, he heard Suzhua's words, and his eyebrows shot up, grinning. Are you that impressive? Shuiyu looked up and noticed a group of loose cultivators watching from outside the barrier. There were even murmurs. Yueqing sect? No wonder they're so arrogant. What a disaster. Provoking the core disciples of Yueqing sect. They didn't know that this junior sister of Yueqing sect was their lifeline, yet they dared to make Yun Ke cry. What were they thinking? Their junior sister was such a delicate person. How could that loose cultivator say such dirty things? Core disciples of every sect were almost universally known. As long as the talent was high enough, most cultivators in the cultivation world would be curious about geniuses. Yun Ke's aptitude was exceptional, so it was not surprising that some loose cultivators recognized her. However, what made Shuiyu somewhat dissatisfied was that only Yun Ke was regarded as a person. Their junior sister had just been ambushed by Song Hansheng, yet no one spoke out for her. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and calmly said, So it's friends from Yueqing sect. As he spoke, he changed the subject. But just now, you attacked our junior sister right when you arrived. That doesn't seem appropriate, does it? If it weren't for my second senior brother's quick response, our junior sister would have been hurt. Song Hansheng listened to his words and became increasingly disdainful. What if a disciple from a small sect got hurt? He coldly replied, so what if she gets hurt? Not to mention it didn't succeed, even if it did. Do you expect me to apologize? How dare you, a small sect? The surrounding loose cultivators nodded in agreement. That's enough. Yueqing's sect didn't hold it against you. So why push further? Song Hansheng is so handsome. It was the first time seeing a core disciple in such a small secret realm. People were excited. Xiao heard this and thought, great, they were all Yueqing's sect's sycophants. After Song Hansheng finished speaking, he sneered disdainfully and stepped into the medicinal field, starting to gather spiritual plants into his mustard seed bag. Seeing this, Suzhua quickly joined in, carefully transplanting the clear heart grass. Mu Chengxi, seeing this scene, gritted his teeth in anger, just as he was about to rush into reason with them. Xiao held him back. Fourth senior brother, she said softly, as if thinking of something, her big eyes curving into crescent shapes, looking particularly innocent. Can you beat Song Hansheng? This question was akin to asking a man if he was capable. Mu Chengxi immediately replied, I can take on 3 Song Hanshengs. The combat ability of talisman cultivators was quite weak. Once they were in close range, they would only be beaten up. Mu Chengxi's statement was not an exaggeration. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. Then can you push him out? Mu Chengxi was stunned. That might not be good. The Changming sect was known for its love of helping the poor, and the elders inside were all hot-tempered and straightforward. In Mu Chengxi's understanding, driving others away to monopolize things was against the principles of righteous disciples. Yi Xiao pushed him forward. What's wrong with that? Yi Xiao's voice was sincere. I studied hard back then to speak calmly with idiots. Now that I'm learning swordsmanship, it's to make idiots speak calmly with me. Haven't you heard the saying? One day, with a sword in hand, I will cut down all the reasoning dogs in the world. Sword cultivators don't learn the sword for reasoning. Mu Chengxi rationally felt that her words were incorrect, yet he was strangely persuaded and even thought, that makes sense. They sword cultivators were already so strong. Why bother with reasoning? I'm counting on you, fourth senior brother. Yi Xiao pushed him forward. I know you can do it, right? Her trusting gaze was filled with hope, which made Mu Chengxi's last bit of hesitation disappear. Okay. Mu Chengxi nodded, no longer hesitating. And in the moment he drew his sword, spiritual energy erupted. A white sword shadow flashed by, and in an instant, both the loose cultivators outside the barrier and the mysterious sword at Yi Xiao's waist trembled simultaneously. That was the innate sword bone, a swordsmanship genius among the few in the entire cultivation world. At the moment the sword energy spread out, Yi Xiao admitted that she was indeed impressed by this usually unreliable senior brother. Just a second before Mu Chengxi drew his sword, Song Han sensed danger and didn't even have time to grab the spiritual herb in his hand, quickly retreating a step. But it was still too late. The diamond talisman on him was shattered. Everyone fell silent. Suzhua couldn't believe it. Shattered? That was something senior brother Song had refined for a long time. Said to be able to withstand a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator, and yet it shattered so easily? How could just a sword energy do this? Song Han gritted his teeth. Without that diamond talisman, one could imagine the consequences if it had hit him. He would either be blown away or injured. Where on earth did these damned loose cultivators come from? Song Han didn't dare to act recklessly anymore, suppressing his anger, and stared fiercely at the few people, wishing he could swallow these people who embarrassed him alive. Hurry, second brother, third brother. Yi Xiao no longer cared about the people from the Moon Clear sect and happily waved at the 2 senior brothers who were also caught off guard. Ming Xian watched as his junior sister and Mu Chengxi quickly gathered the spiritual herbs here, feeling guilty. Shouldn't we leave some for others? Why should we leave any for them? Yi Xiao was exasperated. She finally understood why the Changming sect had been losing in competitions for so many years. Being overly kind and naive was no good. Don't listen to Elder Xiao and Elder Duan's nonsense. She frantically brainwashed them, doing psychological work. What does it mean to walk your own path and let others talk? We should walk others' paths and leave them with no path to walk. The Moon Clear sect is shameless. The Changming sect can be too. As the saying goes, a person needs face and a tree needs skin. If a person has no face, they are invincible. As long as we are shameless enough, no one can defeat us. Hurry up, second brother, third brother, or they will really steal it from us. After Yi Xiao's intense brainwashing, Shuiyu and Ming Xian felt enlightened. That's right. Why should we always give in? Is giving in beneficial for them? No, it will only lead to continuous bullying. After being earnestly persuaded by Xiao, the members of the Changming sect finally let loose and brazenly occupied a piece of the herb field, making Suzhua so angry that he trembled. How can you be so shameless? We took it by our strength. What right do you have to call us shameless? Shuiyu turned his head, his tone gentle, but upon closer inspection, it sounded particularly justified. Shuiyu realized that although this behavior was indeed lacking in manners, it felt great. He used to be bound by various rules every day, and every time he went out to train, it felt miserable. Now, following his junior sister to take advantage of others, it was much more enjoyable. Chapter 17. These bandits are direct disciples. The clear heart grass is a rare treasure. Whoever gets it is the owner. Songhan thought he was absolutely safe, but unexpectedly encountered this group of blind, loose cultivators. His face darkened, and after a while, feeling something, Songhan's mouth curled into a gloating smile. It's coming. What's coming? Yi Chao's mind didn't catch up. It wasn't just Songhan who sensed it. The others also noticed something. Mu Chongxi stroked his chin, sensing a beast. A beast? Yi Chao occasionally flipped through some basic knowledge about the cultivation world while cleaning the library, which mentioned that beasts often appear in sparsely populated areas, and that there would be beasts gathering in places rich in spiritual herbs. With such a large herb field, it was normal for beasts to appear. It seemed like there were quite a few. Shuiyu's voice was calm. It looks like there are hundreds of them. As a pill cultivator, his spiritual sense was stronger than that of other cultivators, and he easily felt many beasts constantly approaching the herb field. They must have sensed that the herb field was occupied by human cultivators. The first beast to arrive let out a threatening roar and rushed over rapidly. It was about 2 meters tall, with yellow skin, resembling a modern-day locust, and with thin wings flapping, it pounced toward Yun Xiao. Ah! The girl let out a piercing scream, instinctively moving toward the strongest person. Indeed, she aimed at Mu Chongxi. In the secret realm, sword cultivators were the most powerful, especially one at the Golden Core stage. Yun Xiao hurriedly hid behind Mu Chongxi, meeting the boy's slightly surprised gaze, and she blushed, not saying a word. Mu Chongxi threw the long sword into the air, and the sword energy pierced through the locust's head like a rainbow. With a sizzling sound as the blade entered the flesh, killing it instantly, and the beast fell straight to the ground. Yun Xiao let out a gentle breath and softly said, "Thank you." Mu Chongxi glanced at her, having no good feelings for the people of the Moon Clear sect, and lazily replied, "No need to thank me. I didn't intend to save you. Your strength is as great as an ox." The boy muttered, "My junior sister has been pushed behind by you." Yun Xiao. She had received many privileges since childhood due to her beauty, and for the first time encountered a man who treated her without any politeness. Her eyes turned red without her wanting to cry, but she couldn't help it. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Mu Chongxi was stunned for a few seconds, and when Yun Xiao was about to speak again, he quickly pulled Yi Xiao and retreated. This was too scary. Are female cultivators this frightening now? Crying at the slightest disagreement, Mu Chongxi didn't understand but was greatly shocked. The tears that had been swirling in Yun Xiao's eyes froze. Was she contagious? What was going on? Junior sister. Suzhua noticed the girl's fear in front of the beast and gently sighed. "Don't be afraid. You don't need to look for those sword cultivators to protect you. Senior brother's song is very powerful, and I drew a few diamond talismans. Those beasts won't be able to approach you at all." As she listened to his rambling, Yun Xiao felt no comfort. Instead, she thought Suzhua was mocking her for being timid, scared of just one beast. She felt inferior because she came from the mortal realm, and when facing Yi Xiao, she felt the unfairness of destiny. They both came from the mortal realm. Yet Yi Xiao was lucky enough to be picked up by the leader of the Moon Clear sect and had it easy since childhood. With Suzhua's incessant chatter in her ears, Yun Xiao bit her lip hard. Her face flushed. This time it was pure anger, and she raised her voice. "Shut up." The soft voice suddenly became somewhat harsh, and Suzhua was taken aback, looking a bit confused. Junior sister? What's wrong?" Yun Xiao realized her emotions were off. Quickly regaining her composure, and forced a smile. "It's nothing. I'm sorry. I was just in a bad mood earlier." On the other side, Yi Xiao saw fourth senior brother's evasive demeanor and felt quite pleased. At least he didn't fall for the female lead like the others, which was a good thing. "Fourth senior brother." She poked his arm. "What do you feel when you see Yun Xiao cry?" The others had mentioned more than once how touching it was when the female lead cried, making people feel the urge to bully her. Mu Chongxi nodded solemnly. "I felt it." Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. What did he feel? He concluded with a serious expression. "She wants to extort me." She hadn't even said anything yet, and her tears were flowing like a faucet. Aside from trying to extort money, Mu Chengxi couldn't think of any other reason. Yi Xiao. She seriously recalled the original plot. The Mary Sue was a universal favorite, and the female protagonist was just a delicate and foolish beauty who didn't need to do anything for people to willingly risk their lives for her. In the original work, Mu Chengxi would fiercely compete with the female lead suitors, creating a scene of rivalry and jealousy. However, now the two of them not only hadn't sparked any flames, but Mu Chengxi also felt deep down that this woman was just trying to extort money from him. Yi Xiao gently patted his shoulder and sincerely said, "Fourth senior brother, please continue to maintain this train of thought. As long as your thinking remains unconventional enough, the future rivalry in the female lead's harem won't catch up with you." While the two chatted, hundreds of magical beasts had quietly surrounded them in a circle. These were low-level magical beasts with no intelligence. They could be killed quickly, but there were just too many of them. If these magical beasts were a bit stronger, the scene before them would be a beast tide that could terrify countless cultivators. Just as Mu Chengxi was about to take action to deal with these beasts, he was stopped by Xiao. "Do you remember who the sect leaders sent down the mountain for training this time?" Qin Fanfan's original intention was to send away these troublemaking disciples while also giving Yi Xiao, this little girl, a chance to see the world and build her courage. Mu Chengxi, feeling quite uneasy, tightened and then released his grip on the sword sheath. However, it was only the little junior sister's first time down the mountain. In his opinion, she should only kill 1 or 2 magical beasts to build her courage, not face over 100 beasts alone. Xiao didn't move, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "Are you scared?" This was directed at Yi Xiao. She replied, "Not really." Looking at the giant locusts gathering around, to be honest, while she wasn't afraid, they were quite disgusting. Considering that Yi Xiao had only learned some basic sword techniques so far, Mu Chengxi, worried that she might encounter danger, planned to help her reduce the number of these beasts first. This way, it could build Yi Xiao's courage without too much danger. "Little junior sister, I'll teach you a move." Mu Chengxi's voice was clear as he winked at her. "Watch closely. This is the first move of the Qingfeng formula." As his voice fell, he drew the morning and evening sword from its sheath, and a snow-white sword shadow swept past, transforming countless sword energies into sharp blades at a speed difficult to catch with the naked eye. All that remained was the sound of wind whistling past his ears. And in the next moment, the heads of the ferocious beasts were severed cleanly and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Standing behind, Yi Xiao's eyes widened slightly as she tried to capture the gesture Mu Chengxi made when he drew his sword, secretly memorizing this move to use later to show off. What kind of sword technique was that? Suzhou was also stunned. Such speed, such overwhelming sword intent. It wasn't just him. Song Hanxing also frowned deeply. "If I'm not mistaken, that looks a bit like the sword intent of the Changming sect." The Changming sect, one of the 5 great sects? Suzhou's expression was filled with astonishment. "How is that possible?" "You must be mistaken, Song Xiao. How could those scattered cultivators be from the Changming sect?" Yun Kei also felt a bit incredulous. She couldn't articulate her thoughts, but instinctively wanted to deny this possibility. Yes. Hadn't she said before that they were a small sect? How could they be disciples of the Changming sect? Song Hanxing's expression turned cold. "I actually hope I'm mistaken." But that was indeed the sword intent of the Changming sect. The sword energy was like wind, like knives, moving at a speed too fast to be captured. If they were just scattered cultivators, they could fight for resources even if they couldn't win. But who would have thought these few bandits were actually direct disciples of the Changming sect? Chapter 18. Just a good memory meanwhile. Yi Xiao had already encountered the group of magical beasts. She constantly recalled the momentum of her 4th senior brother's sword strike in her mind, her feet stepping on the Qingfeng stance as she quickly dodged the locusts that lunged at her. When she couldn't avoid being caught, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, using her wrist to swing the sword and immediately sever the beast, rolling down as it roared, its jaws wide open to swallow her. Yi Xiao pushed off the ground vigorously to get up, but was still knocked down by a sweep of its wings. Just as it was about to pounce on her again, she sliced her sword in the direction it was coming from. The gentle sword wind fell on the magical beast like a sharp blade, embedding into its tough flesh, causing it to let out a mournful cry and struggle more violently. Yi Xiao thrust the tip of her sword firmly into its soft abdomen, fearing it wouldn't die, and jabbed it a couple more times, endlessly fighting and adjusting her stance. She was unaware that the speed of the sword shadows in her hand was gradually increasing and becoming lighter. Like the wind, like a knife, in an instant. She plunged into the crowd of magical beasts, piercing the massive yellow beast's abdomen, which fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Xiao, exhausted and bent over, gasped for breath, her whole body feeling invigorated. Although she couldn't match Mu Chengxi's power of slaying dozens of beasts with one strike. She had already learned the first move of the Qingfeng formula to about 70 or 80% proficiency. Xueyu, seeing this scene, was secretly surprised. He rarely praised anyone. But he remarked, "You're adapting well." Considering her time in the outer sect, little junior sister has been in the sect for less than half a year. In just a few months, she has learned the first move of the Qingfeng formula to about 70 or 80% proficiency. Her talent in swordsmanship seems to be on par with yours. What puzzled Xueyu was that if she could truly comprehend the first move of the Qingfeng formula, why did little junior sister's performance in the outer sect always hover around average? Mu Chengxi was lost in thought, questioning everything. After a long while, he spoke with difficulty. But the problem is, little junior sister hasn't had the chance to learn the first move of the Qingfeng formula yet. In the past 2 months of lessons, Elder Duan had only made Xiao learn the foundational step of the Qingfeng stance. He hadn't even had the time to teach the first move of the Qingfeng formula. Xiao had learned the foundational sword technique of the Qingfeng formula after just one look. She was just afraid of being noticed and had been coasting through the assessments, never having the opportunity to practice it fully. Other sword techniques hadn't been taught yet, and Xiao knew this was a great opportunity for training. She had always adhered to the principle of learning whatever she could, whether before her transmigration or now. If she could learn it, she would, and if she couldn't, she would just put it aside. Thankfully, so far, what she had learned hadn't been too difficult. Song Hanxing watched Xiao weaving through the crowd of magical beasts, his gaze darkening slightly. Ever since he learned that this group was from the Changming sect, he had to take them seriously. They would be competitors of the Yueqing sect in future competitions, especially that girl who was fighting the beasts. He had a good eye for people, and her talent was definitely not lacking. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Song Hanxing, with a thick skin, acted as if the previous friction didn't exist. He walked up to Ming Xian and subtly tried to gather information. Where did your Changming sect find these disciples? Is she a sword cultivator? Ming Xian was shocked by his shamelessness. To be honest, the Changming sect and Yueqing sect weren't very familiar with each other, especially since he had just ambushed his little junior sister. He smirked, about to scold Song Hanxing, but was pulled back by Xueyu. Xueyu smiled slightly. She can't compare to your little junior sister's talent. His voice was warm and soft. Xiao is a little junior sister we picked up from the outer sect. She can't compete with those with exceptional spiritual roots. She is at most just good at remembering things. Xueyu lowered his head, pretending to ponder for a moment. Just a good memory, I suppose. Suzhua was stunned. Xiao? Is it just a coincidence with the same name? He vaguely sensed that something was off. Speaking of which, that girl's voice is indeed somewhat similar to the second senior sister's. After the second senior sister went down the mountain, she completely vanished without a trace. And with her talent, she would at most be an inner disciple in a small sect. Suzhua never thought of Xiao in that way from start to finish. But now, it seems he has no choice but to believe it. How could there be so many coincidences? The same voice, the same name, and both are sword cultivators. Yun Kei's pupils trembled slightly, caught off guard by this news. She had seen Xiao's face. It was indeed the second senior sister. Yun Kei's voice was a bit weak. She bit her lip and, not willing to give up, tentatively asked, "So, is senior sister Xiao also a direct disciple of the Changming sect? Otherwise, who would let us call her junior sister?" Ming Xian expressed surprise, then looked at Yun Kei, who had a fleeting look of unwillingness, and he chuckled. "No way, no way. You can't really think being a direct disciple is such an impressive status, right?" Yun Kei indeed thought so, or rather, she couldn't accept that someone who was inferior to her in every way suddenly became her equal as a direct disciple. She avoided his gaze slightly. "Why does senior brother Ming Xian have to be so aggressive? I was just asking." Ming Xian shrugged with a half smile. "If that's how you think, then there's nothing I can do." This remark caused an uproar. The outer disciples outside the barrier had already crouched down to watch the show, and the casual cultivators who heard these words were stunned. Direct disciples of the Changming sect? Have these major sects gone mad? Everyone was crowding around the small secret realm. I know the 4 direct disciples of Mu Chengxi, but where did this junior sister come from? A new recruit? So low-key and silent. I only just found out that the Changming sect is also accepting disciples. But isn't the Changming sect famous for its kind and amicable image? How could they do something like monopolizing the medicinal fields? A cultivator from the Changming sect weakly raised his hand. I have to say, although it's a bit unethical, it looks pretty satisfying. Moreover, this new junior sister from the Changming sect is quite impressive this year. Yi Xiao's sword technique may still be a bit immature, but the flowing sword energy is pure and intense, not inferior to Mu Chongxi's previous sword strike. What's so impressive about that? Some casual cultivators expressed disdain, saying that if it were junior sister Yunkei, she would definitely do just as well. This thought was shared not only by the casual cultivators outside, but also by Song Hanxing. Song Hanxing didn't know Yi Xiao. He was just so angry that his stomach hurt. Is it just a matter of having a good memory? Right. He was stimulated by Shui Yu's show-off to the point of discomfort. Who doesn't have a talented junior sister? Song Hanxing grabbed Yunkei and said coldly, "Junior sister, you should go too. This is a good opportunity for training." He added, "It won't be dangerous. Those demon beasts have very low cultivation." Senior brother Song, "I don't want to go. I'm scared." Yunkei tightly grasped Song Hanxing's sleeve, shaking her head, her eyes reddening again. "They're too disgusting." Song Hanxing was almost in a panic. Didn't he see that the Changming sect's disciple had already gone mad with killing? If he didn't go out to show off at this time, all the limelight would be stolen by the Changming sect. Suzhua quickly spoke up for her. "Senior brother Song, junior sister is still young. 16 years old is still young?" Song Hanxing couldn't bear it any longer. "Is she a giant baby?" While the two were arguing, the cultivators outside who had been speaking up for the Yueqing sect fell silent. Chapter 19. This is even more painful than killing Yun Quebec. Yi Xiao was already exhausted. The demon beasts had also been mostly eliminated. She slumped to the ground, panting and unwilling to move. So tired. The spiritual energy that had been constantly agitated within her was finally depleted all at once. While tired, she felt a long-lost sense of relief. She wiped her sweat and could feel something warm nourishing her from within. It was warm and made her feel comfortable to the point of drowsiness. The three senior brothers knew she was exhausted, so they didn't disturb her but gathered together to discuss. "You just said that junior sister hasn't learned the first stance of the Qingfeng Ju, right?" Mu Chongxi quickly nodded. Yes. Unless she secretly learned from Elder Duan when I wasn't watching. Otherwise it doesn't explain how she could do it." Ming Xian raised an eyebrow. "Isn't there a possibility that junior sister mimicked your sword strike?" Mu Chongxi, huh? Didn't you notice? At first, junior sister was very clumsy when wielding her sword, like a beginner learning to walk. Later, she adjusted and practiced repeatedly, gradually learning how to hold the sword correctly and better utilize the sword techniques. This scene was reminiscent of when Ming Xian had demonstrated the drawing of the fire talisman in the library. She was able to replicate it perfectly after just one demonstration. "But I studied for 2 months. Mu Chongxi's eyes widened slightly, and his speech became somewhat stuttered. He had spent a full 2 months learning the first stance of the Qingfeng Ju and was praised by Elder Duan for his exceptional talent. But what about junior sister? She hadn't even taken a day. Don't forget that senior brother Shui said she has a photographic memory. After experiencing the library incident, Ming Xian's acceptance level was much better than his. He even had the leisure to explain to the group, "You may not know, but junior sister can transcribe more than a dozen talisman books in 2 days." Silence fell upon the group at that moment. Mu Chongxi had previously suggested that Yi Xiao should pay attention, intending to show off, but he never expected she would actually learn it after just one demonstration. Ming Xian, realizing he had unintentionally stabbed Mu Chongxi again, couldn't care less about their previous grievances and tried to comfort him. Although you might not be able to compare to junior sister in memory, you are better in understanding." His words were cut off as the other two sensed something. They turned their heads in astonishment toward Yi Xiao. "Has she broken through?" Ming Xian's expression showed unmasked shock, "But you might not be as good in comprehension. This speed of breaking the mirror. Does she not have any bottleneck period?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chongxi gritted his teeth. "Thank you. You're really good at comforting people." The three quietly waited for Yi Xiao to calm down and stabilize her cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Before the demon beasts arrived, they had collected all the Qingxin grass into their mustard seed bags, and no one expected this training experience would yield such great rewards. Once Yi Xiao established her foundation, she could feel her sea of consciousness expanding by more than double. Before she could appreciate the benefits of her expanded sea of consciousness, a pink figure suddenly appeared in front of her. After finishing her meditation, Yi Xiao opened her eyes and was startled to see Yun Kei's face right in front of her. She exclaimed, "A ghost." Yun Kei's expression froze slightly. Just as she was about to grab Yi Xiao's sleeve, she was bounced back. Shui Yu quietly blocked behind Yi Xiao. He didn't say anything. But after hearing Yi Xiao scream, he felt that this junior sister from the Yueqing sect was a bit odd. After being bounced back, Yun Kei bit her lip. Still unwilling to give up, she pleaded, "Can you give me a stalk of Qingxin grass? Senior sister, you should know, right? I have a naturally defective spiritual root. Now I still need a spiritual plant for medicine." Su Zhua, seeing his beloved woman so humble, felt heartbroken. "Yes, senior sister, you already have so much. What would it hurt to give my junior sister one stalk?" Yi Xiao didn't even have the chance to retort when Ming Xian smirked and began to spew venom. "Who is your second senior sister?" "This is our junior sister." "Give it to you? Why should we? Just because your junior sister has a big face? What good would giving one stalk do? With your ugly face? You might as well die. Don't be here bothering my eyes." Ming Xian slightly raised his chin, a look of disdain on his lips, as if to say, "You guys are all crooked and ugly. I wish to see no evil," which made Su Zhua so angry that he almost fell over. "Congratulations on establishing your foundation, little junior sister." Shui Yu ignored this farce and tossed her a solid spirit pill. "We should head back." At the same time, he thought to himself that it would be better to deal less with these abnormal direct disciples of the Moonqing sect in the future. Especially the one named Yin Quebec. Don't get too proud too soon. Song Han Sheng's brows darkened, and seeing the four of them not giving him face, he coldly began to threaten, "We'll see during the grand competition." None of the four turned back. Ming Xian, TSK, Mu Chongqi, Pa, Shui Yuo, Yi Xiao, who cares about you? Song Han Sheng's face gradually twisted. Su Zhua looked at Yi Xiao's departing figure, her mood hard to describe. She seemed to have a good relationship with senior brother Shui Yu, right? Yun Kei stood there and suddenly spoke softly. For some reason, seeing Shui Yu and the others defending Yi Xiao made her feel very uncomfortable, as if something that should belong to her was snatched away by Yi Xiao. Among the 8 great families, Shui Yu was the legitimate son of the Shui family, and it was said that senior brother Shui could concoct pills that would allow one to break through quickly in the path of cultivating immortality. It was all about being down to earth. Although taking pills to establish a foundation was fast, the backlash was severe. To put it bluntly, it was just a hollow shell. And at the same level of cultivation, one could be easily knocked away with a sword. Su Zhua hesitated for a few seconds. "Are you saying that the second senior sister relied on pills to raise her cultivation?" Yi Xiao grew up with the 3 of them, and since childhood. The second senior sister had the most honest personality, but she had changed ever since the abyss of demons returned. Su Zhua couldn't put her feelings into words. She felt a bit resentful. Wasn't it just a fleeting grass? How could she be angry enough to descend the mountain for this? Yeah, Yin Kei forced a smile. After all, the second senior sister had been stuck at the 3rd layer of qi refining for so many years. How could she establish a foundation in just a few months? If anyone was more shocked than Su Zhua, it had to be Yin Quebec. How could that dull and unremarkable second senior sister be the person in front of her? Not only did she establish her foundation earlier than herself, but she also became a direct disciple with a status no lower than her own. This was even more distressing than killing Yin Quebec. Chapter 20. 4th Senior Brother. Just watch. The road back to the sect was not too peaceful because Yi Xiao had just established her foundation and was still not very skilled at sword control. She stumbled a few times along the way, getting herself covered in dust. She patted her clothes, stood up, and continued trying. Under Mu Chongqi's repeated guidance, Yi Xiao finally managed to grasp some balance, at least not swaying too much. "Little junior sister, do you know those direct disciples from the Moonqing sect?" After hesitating several times, Shui Yu finally asked softly. Yin Kei had been calling her second senior sister, and didn't it seem like she could be mistaken for someone else? "Yes," Yi Xiao replied casually, feeling there was nothing wrong with saying this. "I'm an orphan. I was picked up by the sect master of the Moonqing sect when I was young and spent a few years as an inner disciple there." After a pause, she shrugged and smiled. "Later, my talent was too poor. Even the dogs looked down on me as useless, and on top of that, the herbs I worked hard to collect were taken by my master and given to that new little junior sister of the Moonqing sect. So, I just got angry and came down the mountain." Shui Yu felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. They had all been favored since childhood, although their parents were strict. They were also very good to them, and the little junior sister was only 15 years old. It was bad enough that she was not valued in the Moonqing sect, but she even had the herbs she worked hard to collect taken away. Xiao spoke lightly, but it was not hard to see the bitterness underneath. Shui secretly made up his mind to refine more pills in the future and feed the little junior sister well. If the Munqing sect couldn't take care of her, they, the Chongming sect, would. Ming Xian's fingers moved slightly, and he awkwardly comforted her with a couple of sentences. If they dare to bully you again in the future, just report my name. After hesitating for a few seconds, he changed his mind. Forget it. Just report the eldest senior brother's name. He's more capable. Right. Mu Chongqi worried that she would be sad, and secretly said, the inner disciples of the Munqing sect aren't even worth mentioning. Coming to our Chongming sect as direct disciples would be much better. When the grand competition comes, we will definitely blind their eyes. The three senior brothers chattered all the way to comfort her wounded spirit, and Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, feeling warm inside. After returning to the Chongming sect, she briefly reported to Qin Fan about the situation of this experience. When she learned that Xiao had established her foundation, the sect master, who was almost dozing off, jumped up in surprise. Established your foundation? He patted Xiao's shoulder hard, bursting into a delighted laugh. Ha! I told you this girl would definitely make it. He had completely forgotten that he had once sent these direct disciples down the mountain to keep the sect quiet for a few days. Elder Xiao coughed lightly a couple of times, also taken aback by this news. Xiao? That girl who often slacks off and likes to dabble in some unorthodox paths? She broke through to establish her foundation in just a few days? Elder Xiao looked at the most stable Shuiyu among the four. Shuiyu held up a finger. 10 days? Elder Xiao asked. 1 day, Shuiyu replied. After pondering for a moment, he added, to be precise. The little junior sister took less than a day to break through at that time. Now, it wasn't just Elder Xiao who fell silent. Even Qin Fan was stunned. Qin Fan controlled her twitching expression, established a foundation in a day. Old Xiao, are these little brats trying to fool me? Can our Chongming sect really have a disciple who established their foundation in a day? Is that reasonable? Elder Xiao frowned tightly. Shuiyu, are you still not at ease? That child has no benefit in lying. I just can't understand. Is this girl really only of medium spiritual roots? She absorbed spiritual energy at a decent speed, and sometimes it even felt faster than her brothers. How is that possible? Qin Fan was the first to deny it. Her brothers all have top-tier single spiritual roots. That's why they found her strange. Elder Xiao paced with his hands behind his back, unable to figure it out. The testing stone should not have malfunctioned, but Xiao's talent certainly could not be this low. At least she should have a superior one. Qin Fan waved her hand. Forget it. When we go to the sword sect for the grand competition, let that Xiao go ask the sword sect's sword cave for a test. The testing stone there definitely won't make a mistake again. In the few days after returning to the Chongming sect, perhaps everyone was exhausted from the experience. No one had the energy to cause trouble, which relieved several inner elders greatly. In fact, the main reason for the calmness was that during these days, Xiao had locked herself in her room and occasionally went to Shuiyu for some materials. She was researching something, wanting to see if she could succeed. Xiao had been busy for more than 10 days, flipping through a lot of books in the library and finally collecting the things she wanted. At that moment, she was holding an iron pot, surrounded by a pile of materials that only weapon refiners would use, sitting on a flat ground in the back mountain, continuously adding things into the pot. Little junior sister. At that moment, Mu Chongqi rushed in. The elders from the Chengfeng sect are coming to our sect. Master says we should behave today and not cause him any trouble. Xiao didn't even raise an eyebrow, responding blankly. Chengfeng sect? Is that the one you mentioned? The demon sect? Mu Chongqi nodded solemnly. That's right. What do their elders want here? Xiao didn't understand. Mu Chongqi casually sat down, wondering why the various sects hadn't come to check on the strength of their direct disciples since there were only 6 months left before the competition. Everyone wanted to secure a good ranking. Knowing oneself and one's opponent would lead to victory in every battle. Hey, Mu Chongqi leaned over to look into Xiao's pot, his head filled with question marks. What is this? Why does it smell so strange? Xiao pushed him away. I'm making something. What is it? Xiao replied solemnly. It's called a bomb. Mu Chongqi was baffled. He always felt like a fool standing by while his junior sister fiddled with these strange things. When will you be done? He asked. Later, Master will bring the elders of Chengfeng sect to tour our sect. If something goes wrong, it won't be good. Moreover, Mu Chongqi swallowed hard, staring at the contents of Xiao's pot, feeling that this thing was not something a normal person would make. Is a bomb some kind of new magical tool? Yi Xiao nonchalantly replied, "Don't worry, it's just a little gadget." She had spent a long time sifting through various classics to find stones similar to gunpowder and other substitute materials, combining them with knowledge learned from modern times to ensure everything would be foolproof. Fourth senior brother, Yi Xiao said with a sweet smile, her voice clear, "Just watch." Seeing her smile made Mu Chengxi feel uneasy. He didn't know why, but he always had a bad premonition whenever he was with his junior sister. Yi Xiao sat down on the ground and fiddled for about half an hour before finally completing her task. She dusted off her sleeves and stood up, letting out a sigh of relief. Fourth senior brother, you watch closely. She shouted, "Thunder." Then she threw the bomb straight to a nearby spot. Chapter 21. The junior sister's words, deceiving ghosts. The ground erupted with thunder, creating a loud noise and stirring up clouds of dust. The explosion was so powerful that a small pit appeared on the ground. Mu Chengxi took a step back in shock, exclaiming, "Such an impressive bomb." He realized that his junior sister's bizarre inventions were not ordinary. This bomb's power was not inferior to a strike from a golden core cultivator. What a fierce magical tool. "Let me try?" After witnessing its power, he picked up a bomb. "Junior sister, watch closely." Mu Chengxi said excitedly, "I can definitely throw it farther than you." Yi Xiao watched as he swung his arm, giving it a good toss forward, and indeed it flew quite far, estimated to be about 10 meters. Accompanied by the bomb's descent, it produced a muffled explosion, followed by the furious roar of Qin Fanfan from not far away. "Who dares to ambush me?" Yi Xiao and Mu Chengxi exchanged glances, and a thought arose in unison. "We've messed up. Run." They both ran away in perfect sync, not looking back, as neither wanted to be locked up again. At that moment, Qin Fanfan was leading Elder Sun from Chengfeng sect on a tour of their sect. Everyone understood the purpose of their visit, which was to test the strength of the Longming sect. It had been 100 years since the last competition, and although Longming sect had consistently ranked last for 1,000 years, Chengfeng sect had received news that this year's direct disciples of Longming sect were quite impressive. After much consideration, they decided to send someone to investigate. Elder Sun and Qin Fanfan exchanged pleasantries as they walked, trading insincere compliments. "I heard this year your sect's new disciples have good qualifications," Elder Sun said with a slight smile. "Flattery," Qin Fanfan replied with a forced smile. "Our Longming sect's focus this year is merely on participation." Elder Sun suppressed a hint of mockery, realizing he was overthinking. Everyone knew the strength of Longming sect. If they had even one capable disciple this year, Qin Fanfan wouldn't have made such ambiguous statements. While they chatted, they gradually made their way to the back mountain, which was a necessary path for sword cultivators. Just as they took a step, something strange fell at their feet. Before Qin Fanfan could say anything, the object released white smoke and then exploded. It truly exploded. Qin Fanfan, being a high-level cultivator, was not seriously injured, but the blast was significant, leaving a small pit on the once flat ground. His first reaction was that someone was trying to assassinate him, and he angrily shouted, "Who dares to ambush me?" The surroundings were silent, with no one responding. At that moment, the two culprits had already fled without a trace. Elder Sun from Chengfeng sect was startled back to reality by the shout, his voice trembling as he pointed to the bomb on the ground. "What kind of magical tool is this?" Qin Fanfan was equally bewildered. However, seeing Elder Sun's shocked expression calmed Qin Fanfan's original anger for the first time. He felt he had some face in front of other sections. He knew very well that due to their long history of ranking last, these old fellows had privately mocked him several times. Clearing his throat softly, Qin Fanfan stroked his beard in a mysterious manner and casually said, "Ah? Oh, this is just a little gadget made by a few of our unworthy direct disciples. It's not worth much. Not worth much. What kind of little gadget has such great power?" Elder Sun's expression gradually shifted from indifference to seriousness, mixed with a hint of respect. Elder Sun did not want to pry too deeply, so he forced himself to echo a few words. After a day, Elder Sun was somewhat distracted, and once he left Longming sect, he hurried outside to pull out a jade slip. "Longming sect this year is terrifying." Elder Sun trembled as he sent a message to his sect leader. After Yi Xiao and Mu Chengxi left the back mountain, they were still pondering whether they could create a handgun. Of course, not the kind with bullets like in modern times. Perhaps they could try putting some powerful materials into the magazine of a handgun. Yi Xiao hadn't decided what to put in yet, but it didn't stop her from sketching out a draft of the handgun. As a designer, her hands-on skills were quite strong. After finishing the design, Yi Xiao turned to her companion Mu Chengxi and sincerely invited, "Shall we go down the mountain together?" Yi Xiao was not a tool cultivator and knew nothing about weapon crafting, although she could fill materials for the bomb based on her memory and books. Making a handgun with such high-tech methods required a professional tool cultivator. Mu Chongxi hesitated for a moment. We have class tomorrow. Yi Xiao remained calm, showing her dimples and stating firmly, then let's skip it. Mu Chongxi's eyes lit up. Good idea. He had wanted to skip class for a long time. Previously, he was the only sword cultivator in Duan Yu's class, and if he skipped, he would be punished with confinement. But now it was different. He had a junior sister to accompany him, so if they were punished, he wouldn't be alone. Let's go. Both of them had fiery personalities and were the type to act on impulse. Once they made the decision, they happily ran down the mountain together. Yunzhong City had various shops, all very complete, but since it was under the 5 sects, the prices could be summarized in one word: expensive. When they arrived at a shop specializing in magical tools, Yi Xiao eagerly handed over her design draft. Can this be made? There weren't many people in the shop. After all, casual cultivators didn't have that much leisure time to buy magical tools for self-defense, while the large sect cultivators looked down on the items in the shop. This left only the shopkeeper leisurely exhaling clouds of smoke inside. When he saw the item that Yi Xiao handed over, the shopkeeper paused, then sat up, carefully examining the draft she presented, secretly astonished. What is this? Why does it have such a strange shape? It doesn't look like a sword or any other weapon. In all his years in the business, he had never seen anything like it. Yi Xiao subtly replied, it's called a handgun. Can this general shape and structure be made? It would be best if it could hold more items inside. The shopkeeper was quite interested in this and nodded, yes. But the price would be around 300 high-grade spirit stones. That's quite expensive. Yi Xiao then began to use her persuasive skills to bargain with him. Although the process was lengthy, the outcome was satisfactory. She ultimately secured it for 100 high-grade spirit stones. Mu Chongxi was astonished. Every time he came down the mountain, it was always the shopkeeper who stated the price, and he just paid it. So it turns out you can bargain? Yi Xiao seemed to see what he was thinking and said, of course you can. If you don't lack spirit stones, you can choose not to bargain. Mu Chongxi wasn't particularly lacking in spirit stones, but thinking about how he could have paid less made him feel inexplicably unhappy. Let's go, Yi Xiao asked. Do you need to buy anything? Let's finish shopping before heading back. Mu Chongxi looked dejected and said, forget it. I won't buy anything today. Why? Mu Chongxi clutched his chest and said, just thinking about those spirit stones I overspent makes my heart ache. All right then. Yi Xiao understood his reluctant feelings. If she had given away so many spirit stones for nothing, she would feel even worse. Let's head back to the sect. I just so happen to have drawn a few talismans that need someone to test them. Yi Xiao had no prior experience and had previously tested them on herself. But after accidentally crashing into a wall at the inn, she became much more cautious. She reflected on her mistakes and decided not to harm herself anymore. After all, why should one go against oneself? She prepared to cause trouble for others instead. Mu Chongxi scratched his head and innocently asked, how many talismans have you drawn? Not many. Yi Xiao said pitifully, just a few. She emphasized the words a few and just. With the intention of protecting his junior sister, Mu Chongxi believed her words. The two spent 3 whole days on the back mountain, skipping classes to take turns testing the various bizarre talismans that Yi Xiao had drawn. Mu Chongxi discovered that his junior sister's mouth was quite the deceiver. Just a few? Come on. Come on. 4th senior brother. This is the last one. Yi Xiao enthusiastically took out the final one. Don't worry. This time it definitely won't make you uncomfortable. It's called the haha talisman. It will at most make you laugh. Look. You're all frowning. Mu Chongxi stayed up with her for 3 nights in a row, his face pale and looking pitifully worn out, and he sighed, all right. Honestly, junior sister's talismans are quite interesting. It would have been better if I didn't have to test them on myself. After getting his consent, Yi Xiao eagerly tossed the haha talisman onto Mu Chongxi. Sometimes, a talisman doesn't have to be powerful. Being able to make someone laugh and affect their performance is also a unique form of interference. At first, Mu Chongxi had no reaction, still wearing that lifeless expression. But soon, the boy threw his head back and let out a series of villainous, maniacal laughs. Ha ha ha. Mu Chongxi laughed for quite a while, startling the sword cultivators passing by who thought he had gone mad. Just when Yi Xiao thought it was over, Mu Chongxi's rhythmic laughter echoed again. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao, Chapter 22. Have you learned to be bad from your junior sister? If he kept laughing like that, she might have thought that the dark god of Guna La was about to appear. Yi Xiao quickly tore off the talisman stuck to Mu Chongxi. It looks like the effect is pretty good. Mu Chongxi laughed so hard that his face stiffened, and after stopping, he shook his head and slumped to the ground, letting out a soft sound. Not just that laughter just now. I almost thought I had gone mad. Who wouldn't find that laugh scary? By the way, are all talisman cultivators so playful? After spending these few days testing various bizarre talismans with his junior sister, Mu Chongxi almost forgot that Xiao was a sword cultivator. What kind of sword cultivator can draw talismans so well? Xiao didn't even lift her eyelids. Don't slander me. I'm a proper sword cultivator. Drawing talismans is just a hobby. It's worth noting that the original character chose to be a sword cultivator in the Moonclear sect, which is filled with talisman cultivators. Compared to mages, Xiao preferred being an assassin. Mu Chongxi thought of the power of her talismans and chuckled. Hobby? What kind of hobby has such a good effect? During this free time from classes, Xiao refined some recovery pills to sell at the foot of the mountain. She wasn't sure if it was because she didn't have a proper alchemy furnace, but the pills she made in a big pot came out all strange and misshapen. They were all bumpy and oddly shaped. Because they looked unappealing, she set the price very low, yet even then, no one wanted a pill that looked so peculiar. Fearing it might cause problems, Xiao sighed inwardly, wondering how one could judge things by appearance. Haven't you finished drawing this talisman yet? Mu Chongxi supported his chin with one hand, leaning in to watch Xiao scribbling on the talisman paper. Xiao crumpled up a failed talisman and tossed it aside. Seeing her fail repeatedly, Mu Chongxi thought for a moment and suggested, why not ask Ming Xian? I'll try again. If I keep failing, I'll ask second senior brother. Although he would probably suspect that she had lost her mind for choosing to learn talismans instead of being a proper sword cultivator. Did you learn to draw talismans in the Moonclear sect? Xiao turned to look at him, thought for a moment, and said, yes. She indeed learned to draw talismans by following the memories of the original character's experiences watching the talisman cultivators in the Moonclear sect. The Moonclear sect is known in the cultivation world as the home of orthodox talisman cultivators. Mu Chongxi slowly said, the cultivation world has its own hierarchy of disdain. They look down on talisman cultivators from other sections. If the people from the Moonclear sect find out that you learned their talismans, I can already imagine how ugly their expressions would be. This was the first time Xiao had heard such a statement. Upon reflection, the discrimination and competition within large sects were indeed not less than in modern workplaces. In the memories of the original character, the Moonclear sect was like this. The direct disciples looked down on the inner disciples. The inner disciples looked down on the outer disciples. And the outer disciples looked down on the miscellaneous servants. And the miscellaneous servants looked down on the people from small sections. It was quite absurd. Mu Chongxi's gaze shifted to the pen Xiao was holding, and he sighed heavily. Also, junior sister. I heard second senior brother mention that if you want to improve the quality of your talismans, it's best to use a better wolf hair brush. Xiao was taken aback. Oh, but other brushes are quite expensive. I'll just make do, she said casually. After all, one shouldn't be too competitive. Mu Chongxi looked at the already frayed brush in Xiao's hand, his mouth twitching as he realized that his junior sister was truly quite stingy. It was a miracle to succeed with such a brush. I have an unused wolf hair brush here. He rummaged through his storage bag and quickly took out a brush that shimmered with a faint purple glow, engraved with special runes, and felt heavy in his hand. It belonged to the category of mid-grade magical tools. Mu Chongxi was probably sending something to someone for the first time. He scratched his head and said, I'll find you a better one later. He wasn't a talisman master, and this wolf hair brush was something he had dug up from the black market. Xiao didn't hesitate and accepted it right away. As it turned out, expensive items had their benefits. There was no pause when drawing the talisman, and the intricate talisman patterns were engraved, forming a golden spell mark. With the speed increasing, he quickly finished the talisman in one go. A faint golden light slowly lit up, indicating that the talisman was successful. Xiao's slightly anxious heart calmed down. However, in the next moment, the talisman burst forth with dazzling light, and small black letters appeared at the corners of the talisman, resembling some kind of special mark, almost like ancient script. Xiao stared at the strange ancient text at the corner of the talisman, wondering what it was. At the moment the golden light appeared, all the elders of the Changming sect looked up in unison towards the direction where the light fell. The blessing of the heavenly Tao. Qin Fanfan stood up, feeling the protection of the heavenly Tao, completely unaware of where the golden light had landed. He gazed at the sky, deep in thought. Was it the blessing received by Ming Xian? Or was it Shuiyu? Not just them. The commotion was so great that even the leaders of several other sects were stirred. Who was it? The blessing of the heavenly Tao? It seemed to be from the Changming sect. Was it Mu Chongxi? Or Zhou Xingyan? Ming Xian? In an instant, everyone from various sects was buzzing with speculation. Unable to contain their curiosity to investigate the Changming sect, the person at the center of the commotion was still in a daze. The blessing of the heavenly Tao. Mu Chongxi murmured the words, his expression gradually becoming serious. Are you really a talisman master? He quickly corrected himself, his gaze intense. So you really can practice both sword and talisman together. Mu Chongxi had never seen a true dual cultivation of both paths. He had only heard that the founder of their Changming sect was such an exceptional figure. He never expected that one day, his little junior sister could achieve this too. Xiao didn't know what this meant, so she asked, fourth senior brother, what is the blessing of the heavenly Tao? Is there any special use for it? Compared to the blessing of the heavenly Tao, she was more concerned about what benefits this thing could bring her. Mu Chongxi pondered, special use? A talisman blessed by the heavenly Tao means it has been recognized by the heavenly Tao. In the future, the talismans you sell will at least be worth 5 times more. Xiao's eyes lit up. Is there really such a good thing in the world? Moreover, as far as I know, even those from the Yueqing sect who pride themselves on being orthodox talisman masters haven't received the blessing of the heavenly Tao. It shouldn't be long before the news spreads that someone from our sect has received the blessing of the heavenly Tao. By then, their faces will surely darken. The more Mu Chongxi spoke, the more pleased he became, his lips curling up as if he could already see the scene of them being slapped in the face in the future. He turned his head to his junior sister. By the way, Xiao, what kind of talisman did you draw? A formation talisman? A defensive talisman? Or an attack talisman? Under the expectant gaze of her fourth senior brother, Xiao hesitated. A crawling talisman. What is that? Mu Chongxi felt something was off just hearing the name. What specific effect does it have? She spoke in a smaller voice. The person it's affixed to will crawl on the ground like an animal. He fell silent. What could he say? After a long while, the boy forced out a sentence. You really are something, little junior sister. Even receiving the blessing of the heavenly Tao is so unconventional. Xiao held her talisman, feeling quite sad. If she had known she would receive the blessing of the heavenly Tao, she would have drawn a more normal talisman. These past few days, Xiao had been engrossed in tinkering with her quirky items and had no time for classes. Mu Chongxi also skipped class with her, which made the other 2 senior brothers feel like they had missed out on something. What have you 2 been secretly doing behind our backs these past few days? Ming Xian pushed open the door, his eyes filled with suspicion. Xiao tucked away her talismans and, upon seeing him, waved enthusiastically. Second senior brother, third senior brother. Good evening. Shuiyu smiled and nodded, pulling fourth junior brother over. Good evening, little junior sister. I came to find fourth junior brother. Mu Chongxi, huh? He had an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Shuiyu said, I have some newly refined pills that need testing. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Mu Chongxi's shoulder and smiled slightly. Come on, junior brother. Let us talk properly, third senior brother. He clearly remembered the last time Shuiyu had poisoned a few inner disciples and had been punished to confinement. Hearing this, Mu Chongxi felt a chill run down his back and turned to run. No. Seeing this, Xiao quickly put away her talismans and followed him out. The blessing of the heavenly Tao. Who caused such a commotion? Zhou Xingyan narrowed his eyes in thought. Was it his little junior brother? Or his new little junior sister? Qin Fanfan said, not sure. Let us call those little rascals over and ask them. Speaking of which, they had skipped class for several days. He felt a little worried. Zhou Xingyan's expression turned serious. They skipped class. Qin Fanfan got angry when talking about this, banging on the table and gritting his teeth. Not only did they skip class, but they also did it collectively under Xiao's leadership. Forget it. I'll go see them. Zhou Xingyan, under the pained gaze of his master, reluctantly opened his mouth. He felt that if he didn't take care of it soon, perhaps his junior brothers and sisters would be able to ascend to the heavens. Actually, before Xiao arrived, Ming Xian and the others liked to gather together. Shuiyu wanted to study his pill formulas, and Ming Xian, being a frail talisman master who couldn't even take care of himself, couldn't be used to test the pills, so they could only use the little junior brother. Now, when Mu Chongxi saw Shuiyu, he felt a toothache. He activated his Qingfeng step, stepping on his sword and flying into the sky, trying to shake off the 2 of them. Shuiyu, behind him like a scheming villain from a drama, smiled slightly. Run as much as you want. You can't escape. Ming Xian also said with pity, even if you scream at the top of your lungs today, no one will come to save you. Accept your fate, little junior brother. Xiao stepped on her sword and chased after them, shouting, don't run. Fourth senior brother, we want to hurt you. But the three of them really looked like they were trying to force a delinquent into submission. Xiao had two senior brothers chasing her on the sword, one in front and one behind. Shui, you didn't forget to shout, fourth junior brother. I promise I won't make you uncomfortable this time. The four of them moved at incredible speed. Wherever they passed, it was like locusts passing through, leaving no grass behind. Mu Chongxi was running ahead, while Ming Xian and the others chased from behind. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xingyan thought, well, it's quite lively. Ever since little junior sister came, the Changming sect hadn't been peaceful at all. Even Zhou Xingyun, who had been indifferent to everything, was now stimulated. The eldest brother silently looked up at his junior brothers and sisters who were flying around in the sky like birdmen. Even someone like him, who rarely showed emotions, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He raised his hand and sent a gust of wind flying towards Xiao's sword. Shui was the first to elegantly land on one knee. Before he could strike a cool pose, Mu Chongxi was knocked off balance by the residual wind and fell awkwardly from his sword. Shui instinctively reached out and caught him. In the end, the two ended up in a princess carry, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. The scene was quite eye-catching. What are you doing? A cold voice sounded. Zhou Xingyun watched them calmly without lifting a finger. Shui felt a little intimidated by this senior brother. When he looked up, he saw the eldest brother staring at him with a strange expression. Shui loosened his grip, his voice striving to maintain calm. Senior brother, let me explain. He really isn't a pervert. Xiao and Ming Xian's expressions also froze, fearing they might be hit. She hurriedly stepped down from the Xian's sword and swallowed hard. Senior brother, you're misunderstanding us. It's not what you think. Zhou Xingyan calmed down for a moment. Perhaps his junior brothers and sisters had truly gone mad. The four of them stood together, not daring to make a sound. Zhou Xingyun's eyes were cold as he slowly prepared to settle accounts. I heard that you four haven't been attending classes these days. Ming Xian instinctively defended. No. Who did you hear that from? Someone must be trying to slander our pure and kind selves. Mu Chongxi quickly agreed. That's right. Zhou Xingyun smiled coldly, and the two instantly fell silent like chickens. For the first time, Xiao understood what it meant to feel the pressure of a senior brother. She keenly sensed that if they didn't do something today, the four of them might end up being locked in the forbidden area together. Her mind raced as she quickly interrupted Zhou Xingyun before he could speak. Senior brother, who do you think will win the title of the first sect in the cultivation world this year? Zhou Xingyun frowned. Although he didn't understand why she asked, he still answered. For thousands of years, Chengfeng sect and Wenjian sect have been taking turns at the top position. This year, in terms of strength, the two sects are on par. So, it's still uncertain who will claim the title this year. Xiao revealed a smile, locking eyes with Zhou Xingyun. Then if senior brother puts in a little effort, can we become the first sect in the cultivation world? The girl's eyes sparkled. As if the moment Zhou Xingyun nodded, she would make him go punch Wenjian sect and stomp on Chengfeng sect. A vein throbbed at his temple. He struggled to remain calm and told himself to be composed. No. The words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Xiao immediately switched to a different expression. Senior brother, you've really disappointed me. Zhou Xingyun. He was momentarily stunned, unable to catch up with his junior sister's train of thought. Mu Chongxi, seeing the rare moment of Zhou Xingyun being stumped, instantly understood what it meant to take the initiative. Yes, senior brother, if you can't even lead us, the Changming sect, to become the #1 sect in the cultivation world, it's really too disappointing for us. Ming Xian also laughed, sensing the intention of the two, and casually added, yeah, it's just too disappointing. Seizing the moment while senior brother was bewildered, Xiao quickly grabbed the nearest Ming Xian and bolted. After the two of them made a speedy retreat, Mu Chongxi also pulled the slow-moving Shuiyu, and in an instant, the four of them fled. Once Zhou Xingyun reacted, he pondered, this kind of skillful and shameless escape tactic, did they all learn it from junior sister? Chapter 23, Unfilial Child. How can you speak to your father like that? The forbidden area can be said to be the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy besides the main peak. Thus it can be used not only to punish errant disciples, but also aids in cultivation. Once again trapped in the forbidden area, the four felt frustrated enough to scratch the walls. Shuiyu and Ming Xian were all right. Their personalities allowed them to calm down. As talisman and alchemy cultivators were originally rare in the cultivation world, they naturally had to work twice as hard to live up to the sect's expectations. However, Xiao and Mu Chongxi, both sword cultivators, couldn't stand the boredom. She sat cross-legged on the ground. The elders shouldn't be watching us every day, right? Can we sneak out? Ming Xian, being tugged at by Yi Qiao's sleeve, glanced at her. We can. But if we want to hide it from the elders, we have to use a teleportation talisman. Yi Qiao's eyes lit up as she quickly thought, does that senior brother have a teleportation talisman? Ming Xian raised his chin. Of course. My Ming family is a top-tier talisman family in the cultivation world. Yi Qiao exclaimed in admiration. Wow, second senior brother. You're amazing. Ming Xian, meeting Yi Qiao's admiring gaze, cleared his throat, feeling quite pleased, and without thinking, he pulled out the only teleportation talismans he had and tossed them to her. I only have these two. You can use them depending on the situation. Yi Qiao's eyes brightened as she immediately caught them, happily complimenting. I knew second senior brother was the best. Ming Xian raised his eyebrows in pride. Of course, but he felt that Yi Qiao's words sounded very familiar. Yu, who had been meditating nearby, opened his eyes, realizing that these two junior siblings were the type who feared nothing and would cause trouble. Keeping them in line was probably harder than the destruction of the cultivation world itself. He sighed and, feeling uneasy, cautioned, if you two go out, don't stir up trouble. If something seems off, tear up the talisman and run. If you encounter any opportunities, seize them, but if you can't win, don't be greedy. In the future, when we participate in the grand competition, there will be plenty of great secret realms to enter. At that time, the five of us together will have a higher safety factor, and we can help you get what you want. Yu gave a long-winded warning, while Yi Qiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice, smiling. Don't worry, third senior brother, we're all good people. We absolutely won't cause trouble this time. Oh right. Yi Qiao lowered her head and took out a spirit-quenching pill from her mustard seed pouch. This was what she had left over from her previous refining session. This pill could help you absorb spiritual energy more quickly. Since the two senior brothers planned to cultivate, she certainly wanted to help. The spirit-quenching pill could quickly purify the impurities in the body's spiritual energy, and taking one while absorbing spiritual energy was highly effective. Upon smelling the familiar scent of snail powder, Ming Xian's face turned green. Even after several months, he still couldn't forget the taste of this pill. Yi Qiao had no idea about her senior brother's aversion to the taste of her pills. After hurriedly placing the spirit-quenching pill down, she exchanged a glance with Mu Chongxi and without hesitation tore apart the teleportation talisman, leaving the forbidden area. After Yi Qiao's previous torture, Yu was somewhat psychologically prepared this time. He shook the bottle, carefully sniffing the scent, and was astonished to find that what junior sister said seemed to be true. The spiritual energy stored in this pill was very rich. Could it be that junior sister really knows how to refine pills? When Yi Qiao had given it to him before, Yu thought she was just joking, and the taste was so shocking that he spat it out after one bite. He had no idea how pure the spiritual energy inside was. Ming Xian shuddered at the thought, knowing that Yu was already obsessed with pills. And Yi Qiao was not exactly normal either. Refining a pill was like creating a biochemical weapon. If these two teamed up to refine pills in the future, what would he and Mu Chongxi do? Maybe this pill was bought from Bishui's sect. Ming Xian's voice was dry. I heard from Master that the direct disciples of Bishui's sect recently came down the mountain, right? In a few months, the grand secret realm will open, and maybe junior sister and junior brother ran into them and bought a few pills back. Yu blinked. Is that so? Ming Xian nodded vigorously. Yeah. There are hardly any dual cultivation practitioners in the cultivation world. We can count them on one hand. Junior sister is still a child. Yu thought for a moment and felt it made sense. He felt a bit regretful, thinking he would have the chance to study pill formulas with junior sister in the future. After all, being alone was really too boring. Yi Qiao had entrusted many of her pills to a pill shop in Yunzhong City called Sijitang, where the shopkeeper was currently enthusiastically promoting pills to two female cultivators who looked quite wealthy. Fairy, don't be fooled by its ugly appearance. It has a beautiful spirit. The other party widened her beautiful eyes, crossing her arms, and laughed angrily. Are you sure? This thing is spiritually beautiful. It really is, Fairy. There's a saying that one shouldn't judge by appearances, and the same goes for pills, the shopkeeper earnestly explained. There had been so many alchemists looking to cooperate with him recently that he hadn't initially thought much of these oddly shaped pills. But who can blame the price for being cheaper than other alchemical products? The key is, aside from looking a bit ugly, it tastes no worse than those refined by major sections. I'm not bragging. This pill is actually comparable to those from the Bishui sect. The two who were originally uninterested in this ugly thing paused. Not worse than the Bishui sect? The girl laughed out loud. Do you know what you're saying? Do you really think the Bishui sect's pills can be compared to those made by some random people? Her tone was full of sarcasm, but the woman next to her stopped her, softly disapproving. Meow meow, be cautious with your words. The girl named Meow Meow pouted and muttered defiantly, it's true. It's so ugly. The woman frowned slightly and took out a yellow-brown pill, crushing it. Look, the spiritual energy inside is very rich. The quality is quite good. But why is the shape so strange? Which master could refine something so ugly? And the price is terrifyingly low. Aren't they afraid of market saturation? As the sect with the most alchemists, this was something they absolutely did not want to see. Meow Meow carefully sensed the spiritual energy in the air. Her previously dissatisfied voice dwindling, her eyes widening. What's wrong with the alchemist? Does he not understand how to price pills, or what? A pill only costs 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Are they crazy? Perhaps due to its ugly appearance, it can't be sold at a higher price? The woman pondered, after all. The cost of alchemy is actually very low. The high costs are mostly labor. Or maybe the other party is not looking to profit, but just wants to benefit loose cultivators. Meow Meow's voice was soft. I heard from my master that the great secret realm opened early this year. Many cultivators have gathered here recently. The woman nodded in agreement. There are certainly hidden loose cultivators. Perhaps we just happened to encounter them. After tearing the talisman, they landed in the center of Yunzhong City, where many loose cultivators were passing by. Xiao let out a sigh of relief. It was said that the teleportation talismans were randomly sent, and luckily they weren't teleported to some bizarre place. What if they ended up in a beast's belly or a grave? That would be terrifying. Mu Chongxi noticed the dark sword hanging at Xiao's waist and couldn't help but advise, Junior sister, you should go to the sword cave to choose a life sword. The sword cave is near the Wunjian sect, and during the big competition, as long as you rank in the top 10 of the sword cultivator leaderboard, you'll qualify to enter the Wunjian sect sword cave. They even have ancient spiritual swords. Xiao replied, it's too competitive. Forget it, my dark sword is pretty good. She thought to herself, if it breaks, I can just get a new one. The point is I don't need to enter the top 10 of the overall ranking. Mu Chongxi responded, all right then. After all, it was impossible to make Xiao actively strive. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are conflicts. Restaurants are always the best source of news. So the two decided to grab something to eat first. The private room upstairs was already full, leaving just a few tables empty downstairs. Xiao ordered 2 bowls of noodles and kicked Mu Chongxi as a reminder to pay later. Mu Chongxi agreed readily, no problem. While waiting, a large group of people entered, and Xiao noticed they were all dressed uniformly, swords hanging at their waists, looking like disciples from some sect. The leading man had a long face, like a horse's, and after scanning the surroundings, suddenly called out, oh, isn't that from the Chongming sect? Xiao was momentarily stunned, almost thinking they were referring to her and Mu Chongxi. But it turned out 2 people at another table stood up. They weren't wearing disciple attire. If it weren't for the horse-faced man speaking up, Xiao wouldn't have realized that these 2 were also from the Chongming sect. Mu Chongxi stroked his chin. If I'm not mistaken, they should be from the inner sect of the Wunjian sect. Wunjian sect? Xiao blinked. Isn't that the sect rumored to be the #1 this year? Mu Chongxi nodded. Everyone's gaze had gathered on the few people not far away. The horse-faced man seemed to have some grievances with the 2 Chongming sect disciples, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. The Chongming sect disciple raised his voice. Song Jian, don't go too far. This is Yunzhong City. Drawing swords is prohibited. The man named Song Jian laughed. What's the rush? I haven't done anything yet. Didn't I say before? You people from the Chongming sect are nothing but trash in my eyes. From now on, if you see us, just take a detour, understood? He lightly patted the other man's face, a highly insulting gesture. Seeing the Chongming sect disciple's eyes turn red, Song Jian smiled even more smugly. What? Did I say something wrong? Mu Chongxi gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to strike, taking a deep breath. There were regulations in Yunzhong City prohibiting fighting or drawing swords, so he had to force himself to calm down. Xiao picked up the clear broth noodles, lowered her gaze, and spoke ambiguously. 4th senior brother, is it common for the Wunjian sect to be so arrogant? This was the first time she had seen such a brazen person. Mu Chongxi replied with disdain, their sect is the #1 in the cultivation world. They've looked down on us for a long time. Moreover, our sect has a grudge with them, and every time we meet outside, there will be conflicts. Last time in the century competition, Wunjian sect was 1st, Yuqing sect 2nd, Chengfeng sect 3rd, and Baishui sect 4th. We were 5th. The direct disciples of Baishui sect and alchemists are mostly not good at fighting, so 4th place isn't too low. Plus, Baishui sect has money and many alchemists. No one wants to offend them. Otherwise, if they end up on the Baishui sect's blacklist, it really would be like seeking help in vain after getting hurt. Yi Xiao asked, "So, what you're saying is, our Chongming sect is the worst?" Mu Chongxi confirmed, "That's the implication, yes. But does junior sister need to be so straightforward?" The dispute on the other side continued, and Yi Xiao nonchalantly took a few more sips of her noodles, then lifted her bowl and asked, "Fourth senior brother, are you full?" The clear broth noodles weren't particularly tasty. Mu Chongxi nodded, confused about why she was asking, "What's wrong, junior sister?" Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao walked straight up to Song Jian. "Are you Song Jian?" she asked with a slight smile. Song Jian, suddenly interrupted, turned his head fiercely. "What do you want?" She turned the bowl upside down on his face. "Unfilial son, how do you speak to your father?" Her actions were fluid and without hesitation, and she turned to shout to Mu Chongxi, "Run." The two had already learned from experience to escape from the Chongming sect, running like rabbits, disappearing in no time. Only Song Jian was left in disarray, with noodle soup dripping from his chin and a few strands of uneaten noodles hanging from his head, looking both pathetic and ridiculous. Yi Xiao used her lightness technique. Not looking back, she wasn't worried about being chased. Those from the inner sect had the highest cultivation at only foundation establishment, and Mu Chongxi could handle them alone. Moreover, fighting was not allowed in Yunzhong City. Reflecting on Song Jian's bewildered state, Yi Xiao smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, feeling much better. I wanted to do that from the moment he walked in. Junior sister, Mu Chongxi caught up to her, stepping on the morning and evening sword, giving her a thumbs up and inhaling deeply. "You really are something, like a little cow giving birth." He slowly exhaled 4 words, "You're amazing." Mu Chongxi had disliked the Wunjian sect for a long time, always remembering the elders' teachings, enduring and not daring to cause trouble. And Yi Xiao's clean and decisive action made him feel utterly relieved. Chapter 24. Another member of the suicide squad comes in. Dinner was off the table, but fortunately, Mu Chongxi, this senior brother, was fairly reliable. He had learned in advance that there were signs of agitation among the demon beasts in the demon beast forest. Generally speaking, such agitation was accompanied by the emergence of some kind of treasure. The two immediately decided to head to the demon beast forest to take a look. Yi Xiao didn't remember whether the original work mentioned any opportunities in the demon beast forest. After all, major opportunities were all meant for the female protagonist. With Yun Ke not around, it could only be said that it wasn't anything good. However, this didn't stop the two restless siblings from going to join the excitement. In fact, they weren't the only ones hoping for a big opportunity. Many loose cultivators had also come. In the cultivation world, loose cultivators are those without a sect, fighting alone, lacking background and a master, which meant that if they died outside, no one would care for them. They usually belonged to the most bullied group. Knowing there wasn't any major opportunity, Yi Xiao leisurely looked at the scenery along the roadside with her senior brother. The outskirts of the demon beast forest were basically not dangerous, and the deeper they went, the quieter it became. Occasionally, they passed by a few low-level demon beasts, and she took the opportunity to practice and dealt with them. Having had her first experience, Yi Xiao found it much easier to kill demon beasts now. It didn't seem difficult at all. Mu Chongxi seemed somewhat disinterested. Sword cultivators were generally combative, of course, except for Yi Xiao. She would fight if she could, and run if she couldn't. Besides the eldest senior brother, those in the Changming sect were either of lower cultivation than him or were soft and helpless artisans, alchemists, and talismans who couldn't possibly fight with him. Mu Chongxi felt that the life of a master was as lonely as snow. After about half an hour of leisurely walking, they gradually reached the center of the forest when suddenly, they heard a donkey-like wail. Yi Xiao saw a boy running forward in a panic, with a large bird chasing behind him. Yes, a large bird, about 3 feet long, with fiery red feathers, somewhat resembling a phoenix. Its golden eyes were cold and emitted the cruel gaze of a hunting beast. Its long beak could peck someone right through. Although the boy looked quite disheveled, he seemed to be uninjured, clearly possessing some skills. When the boy saw them, his eyes lit up, but upon realizing their cultivation levels, the light in his eyes dimmed again. He shouted, "Run, brothers. This thing can peck people." Yi Xiao didn't expect him to be quite warm-hearted. Even with one shoe lost in the chase, he still remembered to warn others. The red bird, upon spotting 2 potential prey, clearly became excited and let out a piercing cry as it swooped down toward them. Mu Chongxi was the first to draw his sword, the cold light reflecting a chill as it clashed with the sharp beak of the red bird. The sound of their collision was piercing. His arm went numb for a moment, and he took half a step back, his expression slightly tense. Mid-gold core. In the cultivation world, the difference of one realm was like heaven and earth. Xiao was slightly surprised. Mu Chongxi was only at the initial gold core stage. To put it bluntly, someone at the mid-gold core stage could take on two at the initial stage. Perhaps realizing that Mu Chongxi was more troublesome, the red bird turned its attention to the boy. The boy looked as if he wanted to cry, "Help! Help! Save me!" The best solution was for the two to tear up the teleportation talisman and escape, but if they didn't help now, that boy would be pecked through by the bird. In a flash, Xiao didn't think twice and focused her spiritual energy to pick up a stone and threw it hard at the bird's head. Her strength was substantial, and the stone hit the red bird's head, causing it to tilt for a moment, which instantly enraged it. The lower the realm, the lower the intelligence. A mid-gold core's IQ was probably akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Moreover, birds are easily angered and explosive, just as she expected. The stone successfully provoked the red bird. It turned and charged at Xiao. Xiao didn't want to fight it. She turned and ran. A Foundation establishment cultivator racing against a gold core won. The outcome was obvious. "Watch out!" The boy Duan hung, warned sharply as he saw it was about to catch up. Mu Chongxi reacted the fastest, quickly drawing his sword and slashing out a sword chi toward the red bird's rear. He dealt a significant blow, cutting off half of the long, flowing feather of the red bird. The boy was stunned. Why is it still cutting hair? He stared blankly as the red bird angrily turned to chase Mu Chongxi. After a few steps, Xiao threw a stone at it from behind. The red bird then turned to chase after Xiao, and Mu Chongxi struck again from behind. The two went back and forth, and the not-so-intelligent red bird was completely confused. It was furious. These two despicable humans. The boy stared in disbelief, gradually doubting his life. Can it be done this way? Taking advantage of the moment when the two distracted the red bird, the boy threw a golden rope toward Xiao, raising his voice. "Catch it, brother." Xiao caught the bundle of golden rope, and almost the instant she got it, she knew how to use it. This was likely the legendary expensive demon binding rope. Without hesitation, she quickly threw the rope at the red bird. It angrily nodded its head and instinctively stretched its neck to bite the rope. Xiao smiled slightly, reaching out to tug at it. The red bird became even more convinced that this human wanted the rope back, so it bit down harder. Xiao was overjoyed. She had been worried about how to trap a mid-gold core demon beast, and unexpectedly, it had walked into her trap. She swiftly wrapped the rope around its slender beak, and the moment the demon binding rope ensnared it, it tightened securely. By the time the red bird realized its mouth was bound, it was too late. It wanted to let out a piercing scream in anger, but because its mouth was tied, it could only thrash around in place, caught in a fit of impotent rage. This kind of demon beast was basically useless if its mouth was rendered ineffective. The boy saw that the battle had stabilized, and he struggled to control his trembling legs, trying hard to maintain a facade of calm mastery. Xiao glanced at him. "You should straighten your legs before talking." The boy awkwardly looked at his trembling legs and stubbornly replied, "I'm just an artifact cultivator. Fighting is supposed to be the job of you sword cultivators, right? I was protected back in the sect, and even when I went out, I had a group of people to protect me." He rambled on for a while, but when he turned his head, he found that the two had already squatted down, curiously examining the red bird. So this is the legendary red bird. Mu Chongxi curiously kicked it. He received an angry glare from the bird's small greenish eyes. Xiao reached out and grabbed its feathers, satisfied. "I heard that its feathers can be used to make defensive magical artifacts. Most artifact cultivators use this material when making defensive garments." "How do you know?" Xiao replied. "I read it in a book." It proved that reading more books was indeed useful. Mu Chongxi's eyes lit up instantly. Then selling it to the Changfeng sect should fetch a good price, right? Xiao held the struggling large bird and thought for a moment, but shook her head. "Not selling for now. We can pluck it bald first, and when its feathers grow back, we'll pluck it again. This is called sustainable development. We can't just consume without producing. We need to learn to view things from a developmental perspective." Mu Chongxi gave her a thumbs up. "Junior sister, you truly are impressive." "That's brilliant." The red bird. Despicable humans." The boy was left dumbfounded. "Wait, how come I didn't think of that?" Duan Hengdao, as a direct descendant of the Changfeng sect, has always been about using whatever he can get his hands on. He never thought of raising a demon beast and waiting for its feathers and horns to grow before harvesting it. It turns out it can be used for sustainable development. Should we tie it up first? That said, how to bring this red bird back to the sect is still a problem, especially since the rope isn't theirs. It belongs to that little brother from earlier. The young man was momentarily taken aback, but generously said, "Then I'll give you this binding rope for demon beasts. I don't lack magical tools." He smiled shyly when meeting the gazes of the two. "I'm a tool cultivator, and I came to the demon beast forest to look for refining materials. Who knew I'd run into this kind of situation? Generally speaking, demon beasts of the red bird's level only appear in the innermost areas." He scratched the back of his head, puzzled. It's strange today that it came out. In fact, if Mu Chengxi and the others hadn't intervened, he could have escaped. It would just waste some spiritual tools. Regardless, the young man was quite grateful to the two. "You also heard that the demon beast forest is suspected to have a treasure appearing and plan to investigate, right?" Xiao nodded. Seeing this, he asked, "Shall we go together? My name is Duan Hengdao." "Sure." Xiao immediately smiled at him. "I'm Xiao. Mu Chengxi." Thus, the three formed a temporary little team. "We can come up with a name." Mu Chengxi stroked his chin. After all, it was his first time teaming up with someone. "How about calling ourselves the Three Musketeers?" Xiao, speechless. Duan Hengdao. Just as Xiao thought he was about to say something, the young man's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "That name sounds great." Xiao. "All right then, the Three Musketeers it is." Without any surprises, this plastic team will probably disband soon. The visible reduction of demon beasts in the innermost area meant they hadn't encountered any danger along the way. It was estimated that many cultivators were guarding the inner door, wanting to see what treasure might stir the demon beasts of the forest. When the three of them arrived, the situation was still somewhat intense. So far, the scene was divided into two groups, one led by a group of loose cultivators with golden core stage, and the other group was Song Hansheng. Wasn't he an old acquaintance? Yeah, it's that bunch from the Weqing sect. Xiao didn't care to remember their names. Let us just refer to them as the Bovine Army. I have to say, Xiao was quite adept at harming others. Song Hansheng was originally impatiently confronting that group of dirty loose cultivators. But suddenly hearing Xiao's voice made his expression turn grim, looking towards Xiao with a very cold demeanor. He was sent by his master to check the situation, and it was expected that the disturbance in the demon beast forest was related to the appearance of a spiritual tool. However, the emergence of spiritual tools would definitely be accompanied by a large demon beast guarding it. Song Hansheng immediately chose to use a cunning method, setting up a formation to trap these loose cultivators with the large demon beast, intending to use them as bait to restrain the demon beast while he led his fellow disciples to retrieve the spiritual tool. This was originally a foolproof plan, but unexpectedly, people from the Changming sect had come. Xiao. Song Hansheng narrowed his eyes. "Are you all here to seek death?" Just in time. He smiled slightly. "I still need you useless people to pave the way. The more, the better. They could help distract the demon beast for a while. As for whether they would die, what did that matter to him? The world of cultivation was originally a survival of the fittest." Duan Hengdao trembled and leaned closer to Xiao's ear, whispering, "They are the direct descendants of the Weqing sect." "How do you know him?" According to Duan Hengdao's knowledge, Song Hansheng was extremely petty. He had been tricked by him once before. Many loose cultivators were injured, and many chose not to venture further in. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that the direct descendants of the Weqing sect were using them as bait to pave the way. But perhaps the sounds of the previous fight were too loud, causing slight tremors in the ground. Then, a roar came, and a pitch-black demon beast charged out, its powerful aura making many people uncomfortable. Mu Chengxi frowned. "Late golden core stage. Are you crazy? A late golden core demon beast? We're not even in the innermost area yet." Upon seeing that demon beast, Song Hansheng's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he threw a talisman at the rhinoceros beast, clearly choosing to anger this demon beast to block Xiao and the others. This time, he was determined to secure that spiritual tool. Song Hansheng was a complete schemer. He stuck a demonic talisman on it. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the intelligence. This kind of talisman could cause intelligent demon beasts to lose their reason and indiscriminately attack the nearest person. After sticking it on, he set up a defensive formation and chose to retreat. Xiao and the others became the first targets of the demon beast. She couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the long, barbed tail of the rhinoceros beast, thrown to the ground. The sharp barbs pierced into her flesh. And as Xiao stood up, Her vision went dark. She saw the rhinoceros beast opening its giant mouth, ready to swallow her whole. Mu Chongxi tried to rush in to grab her, but the two of them fell in together. Damn it! It was as big as a hippopotamus's mouth, and luckily, this thing doesn't chew its food. Otherwise, the moment they fell, they might have been finished. Xiao didn't know what it felt like to fall into a whale's belly, but falling into a demon beast's belly was definitely not pleasant. The inside smelled terrible, with a strong stench. When she fell, she adjusted her posture to avoid a messy fall. After Mu Chongxi fell, he was overwhelmed by the stench and almost vomited. He suddenly felt that the pill that Junior Sister had given him didn't taste so bad anymore. Indeed, happiness is comparative. Holding his nose, Mu Chongxi said, "That demon beast is at least late golden core stage." Late golden core stage demon beasts only appear in the great secret realms or the innermost areas, right? How could it be here? The two looked at each other in the belly. Just as they were at a loss about the situation, another person came down from above. She looked up and saw that it was Duan Hongdao, that silly boy. Fine. Another member of the death squad has entered. Who do you think will be the next one to fall in? Since there was no immediate danger, the three began to place bets. Xiao clasped her hands together. Looking sincere, "I hope it's Song Hansheng." Mu Chongxi imitated her posture, also clasping his hands together, and began to curse. "I hope something happens to him. Duan Hongdao, you two are so vicious." But to be honest, he hoped it was Song Hansheng too. Perhaps the strength of the 3's belief was too strong. A few minutes later, upon hearing a commotion, Xiao and the others quickly moved aside. Watching as Song Hansheng fell and landed mouth-to-mouth with the demon beast's belly, Song Hansheng's face twisted at the stench. Pale as if he were about to pass out. Just as he hadn't recovered, he looked up and saw that damn Xiao waving at him friendly. "Hi. Song Hansheng, damn it." Chapter 25. Of course, choose to defeat magic with physical power. "Hi." Seeing this, Mu Chongxi also stretched his neck and waved at him. Duan Hongdao, seeing how bold the two were, mustered his courage and greeted Song Hansheng. Song Hansheng, damn. His face was pale, nearly retching from the stench. And yet these three people were more infuriating than the last, each of them greeting him. "Xiao." Song Hansheng gritted his teeth, barely managing to spit out these two words, wishing he could tear this person into 1,000 pieces. "Who are you scaring?" Xiao wasn't afraid of him at this moment. "You couldn't defeat my senior brother outside, and now you're in the belly of a demon beast. Yet you're still so arrogant?" She pointed at the two people around. "Can't you see the situation? If the three of us each give you a punch, you can only hold it in. What do you think will happen when three people attack one?" Song Hansheng didn't know if he was scared or disgusted, but he obediently fell silent. As it stood, there was no immediate danger, but that was only because they had their cultivation to support them. Otherwise, just the corrosion from the stomach acid would be enough to take them down. If they didn't hurry to get out, they might die in this demon beast's belly by tomorrow. "Is your spiritual energy sealed?" Mu Chongxi discovered that he couldn't use his spiritual power. He tried to channel it, but it felt as if his spiritual energy was imprisoned by something, making it completely unusable. Hearing this, the three others also tentatively tried to channel their spiritual energy, only to find that the energy they had stored was now like a stagnant pool, unresponsive. "What is happening?" Duan Hongdao was alarmed. Song Hansheng's expression darkened, his tone ambiguous. "There is something in this demon beast's belly that is sealing our spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could this situation arise out of nowhere? Let's split up and find it." The four of them decisively scattered to search for the culprit that sealed their spiritual energy. Considering the demon beast's rampage and the news of a spiritual artifact emerging, they couldn't rule out that the artifact might be inside the demon beast. Thinking of this, Song Hansheng became increasingly anxious to search. They couldn't let it succeed. The demon beast's belly was excessively large, and the remains of the practitioners and demon beasts it had swallowed were everywhere, with some not fully digested, creating a scene that made the few disciples who had never encountered such things turn pale. Xiao was somewhat better. After all, she wasn't a real 15-year-old girl. After searching the surrounding area and finding nothing special, about half an hour had passed. Without their spiritual energy to protect them, the few of them gradually began to feel significant discomfort. The demon beast's digestion ability was extremely fast, and if they delayed any longer, everyone had no doubt that by tomorrow morning there would be a portion of them among the remains. Song Hansheng visibly grew impatient. "Are we just going to wait here and die? If you're going to die, go ahead, but I won't accompany you." His voice was cold. "I am the heir of the Song family, the chief disciple of the Yueqing sect, and you." He paused slightly, sneering. "Are just a bunch from the common people, who were accepted as inner disciples because of your better talents." Mu Chongxi indeed had exceptional talent, but he was still from the common people, as the direct heir of one of the 8 great families. Song Hansheng looked down upon those from common backgrounds the most. Duan Hengdao, he had heard of, was just a minor family weapon cultivator, accepted as an inner disciple due to his rare, top-notch fire spiritual root. As for Yi Xiao, he had never even glanced at her properly. Duan Hengdao replied, "Although, dear heir, this isn't about whether we want to live or die. If we don't find a way out, none of us will be able to survive." Yi Xiao felt annoyed when she heard Song Hansheng showing off, curling her lip. "You're right. Just thinking about how you all will die makes me forgive everyone." Her voice was sincerely earnest. This left Song Hansheng in silence. He didn't know if he had learned a lesson or what. But after realizing he couldn't out-talk Yi Xiao, he was so angry he shut up. Yi Xiao searched around again, and Song Hansheng seemed to have either given up or was just tired. In any case, he didn't participate at all throughout. She leisurely searched without a hint of urgency, not because she wanted to die, but because she had a way out. The reason for her current behavior was simply that she felt something here was attracting her closer, which was strange. Even if encountering such a special situation in the cultivation world, it was either an opportunity or definitely not a good thing. Yi Xiao felt no fear at all. In fact, she was energized to pull that thing out. Opportunities and dangers went hand in hand, and coincidentally, she wasn't afraid of danger. The closer she got, the more Yi Xiao realized her steps were becoming uncontrollable, moving step by step toward one place until she could see its full appearance. It was a pitch-black stick, somehow forcefully inserted into the flesh of the demon beast, just standing there, exuding a kind of magnetic power that made people unconsciously want to approach. Yi Xiao thought to herself, no wonder that demon beast went berserk. It was pierced by the black stick in its flesh. Who wouldn't go berserk? Without hesitation, she reached out and grabbed it. Surprisingly, it came out easily, feeling cool and heavy upon touch, but apart from that, it didn't seem to have any unique features. Yi Xiao pondered thoughtfully. So, could it be the culprit causing the chaos in the demon beast forest? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Mu Chongxi noticed that his junior sister hadn't moved for a long time and hesitantly nudged her gently. Yi Xiao? Oh. She came back to her senses, senior brother? As a qualified weapon cultivator, Duan Hengdao immediately noticed the extra object in her hand. Hey, Yi Xiao, what are you holding? Yi Xiao shook it lightly. Oh, this is a magical artifact I just found. Duan Hengdao replied. Is it that casual? You just pick up a stick and it becomes a magical artifact? Yi Xiao, however, didn't think much of it. She had already begun to eagerly discuss with Mu Chongxi what to name this stick. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others like. After pondering for a long time, she raised the stick in her hand. Let's call it grab bamboo shoots. After saying that, she casually tucked it into her waist. Duan Hengdao, what does this name have to do with a gentleman not taking what others like? He didn't understand and was greatly shocked. There should be a limit to nonsense. Although Mu Chongxi didn't understand the significance of this name, his expression was also quite complicated. This name isn't good, junior sister. Others have names like Sword Master of the Morning and Evening Sword, Sword Master of the Bright Moon Sword. And what does Yi Xiao have? Sword Master of the Grab Bamboo Shoots? Does that sound right? It sounds embarrassing even to shout it out. Oh no, this isn't even a sword. This is a damn stick. Seeing that the three of them were still chatting, Song Hansheng grew anxious, his face pale and flustered. Are you all crazy? Aren't you worried at all? We need to escape from here, or else by tomorrow we might turn into a pool of blood. They actually still had the mood to chat. Did they think the demon beast's belly was a vacation spot? Mu Chongxi came back to his senses and shrugged without any apology. But we can't use spiritual power here. How do we get out of the demon beast's belly? Are we supposed to dig with our hands? The flesh is so thick. How could we possibly dig it open? Duan Hengdao was also a bit at a loss. Should we use a sword to cut it bit by bit? But that would take several days. By then, we'd have turned into blood. Song Hansheng mocked from the side. Yi Xiao remained the calmest among them, her mental state good, showing no signs of urgency, which made Song Hansheng suspect if she knew a way out. Do you know something? Song Hansheng immediately questioned her without courtesy, wanting her to quickly save him. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Guess. Song Hansheng was so angry he fell back. He became increasingly convinced that Yi Xiao definitely had a way. He wasn't a fool. And he immediately understood that this woman wanted to negotiate terms with him. What do you want? Song Hansheng asked anxiously. Spiritual stones? Or something else? He warned her in advance. Our Yueqing sect's talismans are impossible to give to you. Mu Chongxi rolled his eyes, dismissive. Who cares about your talismans? My junior sister has been blessed by the heavenly Tao. Does she lack talismans? Mu Chongxi was initially quite scared, but seeing Yi Xiao so calm suddenly reminded him of the strange things his junior sister had brought before. Perhaps his junior sister really had a way. With that thought, he also calmed down. As for Duan Hongdao, it wasn't that he trusted the few people, but he felt that being anxious wouldn't help, so he decided to stay calm as well. This made Song Hansheng even more anxious. He believed everyone was tacitly aware of the way out, but was not telling him. Yi Xiao, I don't want talismans. Song Hansheng, then what do you want? Yi Xiao, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. And the inner sect's mental cultivation methods and talisman books of your Yueqing sect. Each sect's talismans were different. The talisman book of Changming sect was different from that of Yueqing sect. The talismans of Changming sect mainly focused on offense, while Yueqing sect focused on defensive formations. The original owner's memories were also fragmented, and Yi Xiao wanted to see what the true talisman book of Yueqing sect looked like. Hearing her conditions, Song Hansheng breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but mock her foolishness in his heart. Wanting the talisman book of Yueqing sect? Planning to take it back to Mingxian to study? Did she know that what a person first learned would determine their future path? And learning talismans from other sects would only lead to getting lost in their cultivation? However, Song Hansheng wouldn't kindly remind her. He immediately agreed. Okay, I can give it to you now, but you have to save me. Song Hansheng was a decisive person. After counting the spirit stones in his mustard seed bag, he tossed them to Yi Xiao, along with the mental cultivation methods. Even someone from a big family like him felt a pang of heartache over the loss of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. To avoid revealing his inner bleeding heart, he could only maintain a sullen expression and glare at Yi Xiao. Hurry up. Okay. The feeling of suddenly becoming rich was quite delightful. Yi Xiao looked at the neatly arranged spirit stones in the mustard seed bag and felt only one thing in her heart. Talismans really are wealthy. But wait a moment. Yi Xiao said, I need to count if it's enough. Song Hansheng, his face turned green. Is this person poisonous? How can she casually start counting spirit stones? Yi Xiao used her spiritual sense to roughly scan and confirm there were no omissions before she smiled slightly at Song Hansheng. Thank you. Song Hansheng looked at her expressionless. While in his heart, he began to calculate how to kill this detestable person once he got out. For some reason, even though this person was very annoying, when she mentioned being able to save them, Song Hansheng truly felt compelled to believe her. She reached into her sleeve for the bomb and suddenly raised her voice at the few of them. Everyone stepped back. Faced with the inability to use spiritual power, what would Yi Xiao do? Of course, she would choose to defeat magic with physical power. Chapter 26. Losing face is all real name system. A thunderous sound erupted from the ground, and at the moment of the explosion, the beasts outside seemed to feel pain and began to roll around frantically, their stomachs churning, making the few of them feel dizzy. Song Hansheng and Duan Hongdao's eyes widened slightly. They had never seen something with such destructive power. Is this a secret weapon of Changming sect? This was a shared thought in their minds. Yi Xiao didn't hesitate to throw down 3 more bombs, and the successive explosions made the beast struggle even more violently. The power of the bombs was comparable to a strike from a golden core, perhaps because the beast's stomachs were their weakest point. After 3 bombs, the opponent's belly was blown open. Run! Duan Hongdao shouted, and the few of them quickly dashed outside. Outside, many disciples of Yueqing sect had gathered. Their senior brother had been swallowed up, and they were all anxious, sending communications to the elders. Yun Ke hurriedly brought people to help. Upon seeing people emerge, she was overjoyed. Senior brother. Yun Ke looked worriedly at Song Hansheng. Are you okay? In a light blue robe, the girl looked delicate and ethereal. A cold-faced young man stood protectively behind her, blocking any probing gazes. The two looked well-matched. People from Wanjian's sect? Song Hansheng's expression softened as he noticed their attire. The robes of Wanjian's sect were primarily uniform white. Yun Ke quickly explained, It's senior brother Yi who saw me alone and came along with me. Senior brother Yi is super powerful, she added, her eyes crescent-shaped. I relied on senior brother Yi all the way here. Song Hansheng's expression grew somewhat displeased as he slightly nodded to the other party. Thank you for taking care of our junior sister. Okay, he said, come here. Yun Ke was reluctant in her heart. She could tell Song Hansheng wanted her to stay away from senior brother Yi. But how could she feel at ease following a group of talisman cultivators in such a perilous place? Back then, she had also hidden behind Mu Chengxi out of necessity. Who wouldn't subconsciously seek protection from sword cultivators in dangerous times? Having finally found a sword cultivator from Wang Jian's sect to protect her, how could Song Hanxing want her to go over? This was impossible. Yun Ke remained silent, silently rejecting him. Song Hanxing, who felt slighted, gritted his teeth. He had never thought this junior sister would be so oblivious. Which sect's relative would be cowardly enough to actively seek refuge in another sect's team? She was shameless. They still had their Yueqing sect to consider. Mu Chengxi exclaimed, "Oh no, it's Yi Qinghan." The young man was as cold as jade, dressed in black, holding a sword, with a sharp and indifferent expression. Wasn't he the chief disciple of Wang Jian's sect, Yi Qinghan? Yi Xiao was slightly surprised. He's Yi Qinghan? A heartthrob must have a male lead. When she first watched, she had encountered charming demon lords and aloof masters. But she never expected that the main character would be Yi Qinghan, who seemed to be a cheat-like character in the world of cultivation. It was indeed him. Mu Chengxi was certain. I am also a sword cultivator. I definitely know about Yi Qinghan. He is one of the two born with sword bones and swordsmanship. He reached the golden core stage at 15 and is in the late golden core stage at 18. Seeing Yi Xiao's surprised expression, fearing that his junior sister would also become a fan of Yi Qinghan, he quickly added, "Our senior brother is not bad either. He was once able to be mentioned in the same breath as him." This was something that was not mentioned in the original text. So, their senior brother had once been able to compare to the male lead? In Yi Xiao's impression, that obsessive-compulsive, stern, and aloof senior brother was actually this powerful? Suddenly, Song Jian, who was standing nearby, noticed Yi Xiao and his eyes widened. "It's you guys. Senior brother, it's these two thieves who put the face mask on me." Yi Xiao was enjoying the show, but suddenly Song Jian shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Yun Ke frowned and looked towards Yi Xiao. Her voice soft and somewhat confused. "Second senior sister?" Even after leaving the sect for so long, she still called herself second senior sister. Was she trying to sow discord? Or was she repeatedly trying to remind herself of the gap between them when they were in Yueqing's sect? Yi Xiao was too lazy to respond to her and lowered her voice. "Is Song Jian here to seek revenge on us?" Song Jian was indeed thinking of seeking revenge. Staring at the culprit who had covered his face with flour, his expression twisted as he ordered, "Surround them. Don't let those few escape." Song Hanxing also recalled the spirit stones that Yi Xiao had tricked him out of and shouted to the inner door members behind him, "You guys go help too." Seeing the two groups of people tacitly surrounding them, Duan Hengdao quickly took 2 steps back and shouted, "Wait, I'm not with them. If you're going to fight them first." Mu Chengxi blinked. "Oh, so heartless? We were at least in the same belly before." How could this statement sound so easily misunderstood? Yi Xiao decisively pulled her senior brother to escape, but Mu Zhongxi did not want to leave. His hand fell on the sword at his waist. His brow and eyes cold. "I can strike with one sword." Yi Xiao held him back. "No sword strikes. If it really comes to fighting, we won't have the advantage in numbers. Besides, Yi Qinghan hasn't made a move yet. If he does, it will be hard for us to retreat unscathed. Fighting won't solve the problem." Mu Zhongxi was pulled away by Yi Xiao, feeling a bit lost in life, and couldn't help but exclaim, "I understand now. The elder had us learn step on the clear wind to prevent us from getting beaten to death outside. Previously, he had been indifferent to life and death, believing in fighting back if he was unwilling, but ever since the little junior sister arrived, it was either fleeing or on the way to fleeing." "Oh, so you guys aren't loose cultivators?" Duan Hengdao was surprised. "I thought you were some loose cultivators out on a trial." "Stop chatting," Yi Xiao shouted. "They're catching up." The pursuers included not only sword cultivators, but also talisman cultivators. Although talisman cultivators were not suited for fighting, the most troublesome were those unpredictable formations. And none of them understood formations. The Changming sect only had talismans, with no records on formations. While being chased, Yi Xiao thought that when she got back, she would thoroughly study the talisman book given by Song Hanxing to research how to use talismans to set up formations. Yi Qinghan looked down on getting involved in the grievances between these inner sects. For a proud dragon, it would lower his prestige. Therefore, Yi Xiao was not worried that he would intervene. Seeing the people from the Wanjian sect chase relentlessly, Yi Xiao turned her head, took advantage of their inattention, and sent out talismans. Yi Xiao had plenty of talismans at this moment. She scattered them out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, spectacularly. Because there were too many, those people had no way to dodge. Song Jian was hit by a talisman on the face. Just as he reached out to tear it off, He realized that his limbs were gradually losing control. Soon, his body twitched as if electrocuted, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, beginning to mimic a snake, twisting and turning. As if his pocket was leaking electricity, shaking and trembling. Duan Hengdao turned around to see this scene, stunned. What is going on? Is a demon god invading the cultivation world? Those who were hit by the crawling talisman, all dressed in the white inner sect disciples' attire, began to crawl on the ground in an orderly fashion, like bugs, crawling faster and faster. Gradually, some loose cultivators noticed the commotion and approached to check, only to be dumbfounded by the sight before them. A group of disciples from the Wanjian sect, led by Song Jian, began to crawl on the ground in a bizarre manner. Is this really from the Wanjian sect? If they hadn't seen them wearing the Wanjian sect robes, they would have almost thought some bugs and snake demons had evolved. Song Jian was surrounded by a group of onlookers, feeling embarrassed and panicking as he crawled away. Yi Xiao stopped running and turned her head to quietly brainwash her fourth senior brother. See, I told you we shouldn't flaunt our sect robes in public, right? This embarrassment is real. Chapter 27. The fish pond of Yunke seems to have exploded. Yi Xiao hadn't watched the show for long when a slight movement came from not far away. The tremor of the ground was extremely familiar. Duan Hengdao's expression changed. A demon beast is coming. There were about a dozen of them. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremor shook the earth as a dozen demon beasts charged towards them, with a clear target, coming straight for Yi Xiao. She reacted quickly, stepping on her sword and slipping away. Although she wasn't sure why they were chasing her, running was the right choice in this situation. Mu Zhongxi and Duan Hengdao quickly followed. Damn, are these demon beasts crazy? Duan Hengdao stepped on Mu Zhongxi's sword and turned back to take a look, unable to hold back an expletive. They were sticking close, like dogs that had caught the scent of meat bones, unwilling to let go, practically tearing a piece of flesh from them. Yi Xiao looked back at the relentless demon beasts and suddenly remembered that the reason for the disturbance of the demon beasts was still unclear. She had a guess. Reaching for the bamboo shoot at her waist, she waved it gently towards the group of demon beasts. The next second, they chased even more frantically. Yi Xiao thought, got it. They are not chasing me, but the stick in my hand? What the hell is this thing? It's so strange. Duan Hengdao also noticed her action and muttered, there shouldn't be a spirit tool of this shape in the top 10 of the spirit tool rankings. Yi Xiao nodded. It feels like it should be quite valuable. Otherwise, why would so many demon beasts chase me? After all this, her focus was entirely on its value. She felt a bit emotional. In my life, I've never been pursued so decisively. The captured red bird was tied to a tree and had a concealment talisman placed on it. No one should notice it for the time being. Yi Xiao thought she would take it back after returning. The demon beasts had low cultivation, so it was easy to shake them off. After they turned around and saw no sign of the demon beasts, Mu Zhongxi finally let Duan Hengdao down from the sword. After Duan Hengdao sighed in relief, he cupped his hands towards Yi Xiao, revealing a warm smile. Thank you for your help. I'll be heading back now. My senior brothers should have arrived at Yunzhong City by now. I need to hurry and find them. Are you here for the big secret realm in a few months? Mu Zhongxi scratched his head. Although he didn't know Duan Hengdao's identity, it was likely related to the big secret realm. The Yunzhong City Big Secret Realm opens once every 100 years, filled with many ancient spirit plants and treasures, and each opening causes a storm of bloodshed. Opportunities in the Big Secret Realm are limited, and countless people fight for treasures. Yes, there's a Big Secret Realm in a few months. Duan Hengdao said seriously. I heard from my senior brother that the treasure-seeking beast has appeared. I'll go try my luck. What if I get lucky and can contract a spirit beast? Speaking of which sect are you from? I'm a direct disciple of the Chengfeng sect. Come visit me at Chengfeng sect when you have time. Duan Hengdao was extremely excited. Mu Zhongxi had some guesses about his identity, so he wasn't surprised and replied succinctly, Changming sect. Inner sect? After he finished speaking, he looked Mu Zhongxi up and down, quickly dismissing it. No, if you're at the golden core stage, you can only be a direct disciple. A loose cultivator definitely can't reach this level at such a young age. Mu Zhongxi nodded, pulling Yi Xiao. This is my little junior sister. We came out to train together. Duan Hengdao was surprised by their identities. Upon hearing they were direct disciples, his expression became somewhat subtle. He could understand the shamelessness of the Yueqing sect, as they had used countless underhanded means over the millennia, but the Changming sect? That sect, known for being nice, had certainly opened his eyes today. Then let us part ways here. Yi Xiao waved her hand, her voice warm. See you at the competition. Duan Hongdao's mouth twitched. Okay. However, he didn't want to encounter Yi Xiao during the competition, as he had a gut feeling that the situation in this year's competition might change dramatically. Do you feel something is off? Duan Hongdao originally planned to use a flying artifact to leave this place, but before he could take a step, he sensed something unusual. Artifact cultivators are particularly sensitive to spiritual awareness. They can feel even the slightest disturbance. Mu Zhongxi was puzzled. What is off? Hearing this, Yi Xiao expanded her spiritual awareness and thought, it seems there is a barrier around. Although she had not experienced many secret realms, she had at least accompanied her senior brothers to a small secret realm, and this situation was very similar to the barrier of a secret realm. It was a large secret realm. Duan Hongdao felt a chill in his hands and feet. It seemed we had stumbled into the place where the large secret realm opened. The secret realm was like a living entity, appearing on its own. Once it manifested, it enveloped the surroundings like a domain. Standing there meant they had already stepped into the secret realm, and the only way out was to wait for the secret realm to disappear on its own in a few months. But wasn't it said that the large secret realm would only open in a few months? Mu Chongxi was going crazy. How did it open early? The difference between a large and small secret realm was that in a small secret realm, they could casually use their golden core cultivation, while in a large secret realm, only those escorted by elders dared to enter. Now, with 2 golden cores and 1 foundation establishment among them, could they survive and walk out of the large secret realm? Yi Xiao looked at the 2 who seemed to have lost their souls, paused, and comforted them. It's okay. Think about it. We still have the Moon Clear sect and the Questioning Sword sect with us. At least we are not the only unlucky ones. With this said, it indeed lightened their mood a bit. Duan Hongdao, you're good at comforting people. The sudden opening of the large secret realm caught everyone off guard. The Moonclear sect was the first to notice something was wrong, and by the time they tried to escape, it was already too late. No one had the ability to break the barrier, and they could only be trapped in place, feeling at a loss. Yi Xiao noticed someone coming immediately and chose to remain still, hiding in a tree to observe. At the same time, she did not forget to call to the 2 below, quickly come up, I have a feeling there will be something to gain. Duan Hongdao, hey. 3 disciples crouching in a tree to watch the show. Is this appropriate? On the other side, Mu Chongxi had already climbed the tree, after hesitating for a moment. He also chose to crouch in the tree to watch the show. Forget it, anyway, no one was around. The people approaching were from the Moon Clear sect and the Questioning Sword sect. Song Jian and the others had been stuck with crawling talismans, but were now back to normal, probably afraid of losing face. He rarely wore the inner sect robes flauntingly, and instead changed into ordinary clothes. The situation was that the 2 sides were confronting each other, and somehow, Song Hansheng and Yi Qinghan faced off. Both were the pride of their respective sects, chief disciples, neither willing to give way. Song Hansheng grabbed Yun Xiao's arm, speaking quickly, Junior sister, it's dangerous to follow this brainless sword cultivator in the large secret realm. As he spoke, Yi Qinghan had already drawn his sword, his brows and eyes filled with coldness. Do you want to die? Yi Xiao was amazed, truly. He was the cultivation world's version of Long Outyin, speaking so arrogantly. Song Hansheng smiled coldly. If you have the ability, then try it. Do you really think your Questioning Sword sect is invincible? With the large secret realm opening, it would have been best for the 2 sects to join forces. But the people from the Questioning Sword sect were so arrogant along the way. Could Song Hansheng endure his pride? Immediately, the plastic alliance between the 2 sects broke apart. Yi Xiao loved to see the 2 sects fighting among themselves. If they had successfully joined forces, she and her senior brother would have been chased all over the secret realm. Yun Xiao was caught in the middle, feeling conflicted. She couldn't help but whisper, Senior brother Yi, that's not what he meant. He just wants to protect me. Song Hansheng was so angry, he felt like spitting blood. They had their faces rubbed into the ground, and the little junior sister was still elbowing outwards, trying to curry favor with the Questioning Sword sect. Yin Xiao's fish pond seemed to have exploded. Yi Xiao was quite interested. You must know, as a heartthrob, she certainly had a group of pursuers. Even Song Hansheng had once been attracted by her pure and unpretentious nature, but now Song Hansheng had not yet developed feelings for Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao's biased actions would probably infuriate him to death. On the other side, Yin Xiao had already made her choice. In such a dangerous large secret realm, she naturally felt secure only by following Yi Qinghan. A group of talisman cultivators would still need someone to protect them. How could they compare to sword cultivators? She hid behind Yi Qinghan, not daring to look at her senior brother's expression, softly whispering, I want to stay with Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother, you don't have to worry about me. I will take care of myself. The disciples of the Moon Clear sect felt quite complicated. Their junior sister running to another sect in such a manner could be said to be naive in character or harshly. It could be said she was brainless and biting the hand that feeds her. Xiao had seen enough of the show and admired the colorful expressions on Song Hansheng's face, clapping her hands. Let's go. Where to? Duan Hengdao's eyes widened. Xiao, to hunt for treasure. Didn't you want to find a treasure beast? Let us go try our luck. She actually knew about the treasure beast. The original text mentioned that this little creature was the female protagonist's spirit pet, and others could only wish. Although the treasure beast had no connection with them. The large secret realm had other spirit beasts besides the treasure beast. Noticing Duan Hengdao's hesitation, Xiao brought up the classic saying, since we are here, let us just go play. Duan Hengdao play? Who would go to such a dangerous place like the large secret realm to play? Do you think it's a vacation? In this situation, the safest choice is to stay put and wait for the secret realm to dissipate before going out. Duan Hengdao, being a weak and dependent weapon cultivator, had always been the type to survive when possible, definitely not wanting to cause trouble for his senior brothers. Now, suddenly being invited to join, Duan Hengdao hesitated a bit. Yet deep down, he strangely felt a sense of eagerness. It felt like following Xiao was something trustworthy. Ah, what a joke. The other party was only at Foundation establishment too. Duan Hengdao did not hesitate for long, meeting Xiao's eyes, taking a deep breath. All right then, forget it. Let us go for it. Staying alone in place is also very dangerous, and if luck is bad, dying in the secret realm is also his misfortune. Chapter 28. How terrifying is the Changming sect? The large secret realm appeared suddenly. Before this, no one had made any strategy guide for this secret realm, and no one knew what dangers lay inside. Halfway through following Xiao, Duan Hengdao felt a bit of regret for his earlier impulsiveness. Why did he rashly agree to follow Xiao to hunt for treasure? Not to mention whether they could find any opportunities. With their team of 2 golden cores and 1 Foundation establishment, they would only be beaten if they encountered a great demon beast. Now that it was too late to regret, they could only brace themselves and walk in. The first day in the secret realm had a relatively normal environment. But the further they went, the stranger it became. As the sky darkened, the group decided to rest for the night and act again tomorrow. Xiao took the time to study the heart method and talisman books of the Moon Clear sect. Talisman techniques are ever-changing but fundamentally the same. Drawing the array talismans themselves wasn't very difficult. Success mainly depended on precise control of the positions and mastery of the techniques. Besides array talismans, there were also breaking array talismans, a variety of them. No wonder there were so few talisman cultivators. Just learning these things would nearly exhaust one's spiritual consciousness. Xiao mimicked the array talismans of the Moon Clear sect with her fingertips, seemingly not too difficult. She simply started to draw in place, flipping through the talisman book and beginning to imitate the array talismans of the Moon Clear sect, with the wolf hair brush given by her 4th senior brother in hand. The probability of failure was greatly reduced. Duan Hengdao and Mu Chongxi beside her were sound asleep, and she feared encountering danger. So she could only draw talismans while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Soon, without realizing it, she had drawn more and more talismans. Xiao wiped her hands, feeling the cold sweat from gripping the brush too tightly. Wake up, she reminded them. Someone is coming. Duan Hengdao groggily opened his eyes. Who? Xiao, I'm not sure. She had sensed it while drawing talismans earlier, but because it was far away, she hadn't woken the two. You knew someone was coming from such a distance? Duan Hengdao scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Logically, the strongest spiritual consciousness should belong to talisman cultivators, alchemists, and weapon cultivators. Because they are all skilled artisans, they need to use their spiritual awareness to refine tools, concoct pills, and draw talismans. As a result, their sea of consciousness is well developed, making them more sensitive to danger. The width of the sea of consciousness is also related to one's cultivation level. He is already at the golden core stage, while Xiao is only at the foundation establishment stage. How could her sea of consciousness possibly be wider than his? Before he could figure it out, Xiao shook the handful of talismans in her hand and grinned. Brothers, she said, let's get to work. Mu Chongxi looked at her with a puzzled smile and couldn't help but shiver. What work? What are we doing? Xiao had just finished drawing the talismans and needed someone to experiment with them. And now someone had come along so quickly that she finally didn't have to bother her own people. Do you want to play a talisman sticking game? She waved the talismans in her hand. I have plenty here, and whoever wants to stick them can come. Duan Hengdao had never seen anyone so bold as to use so many talismans on others. Generally, talisman cultivators could draw at most 5 or 6 a day. Any more would overdraw their sea of consciousness. There was only one talisman cultivator in the Changming sect, so he naturally assumed these talismans were drawn by Ming Xian. Your senior brother cares for you quite a bit. Duan Hengdao couldn't help but remark. Xiao was confused. Huh? Why does she feel a bit lost? Do you want some? Yes. The two quickly took them. Who would refuse talismans? They are precious and usually only held by talisman cultivators. This was their first time touching them. Duan Hengdao looked around, fascinated. Wow, so many talismans. Ming Xian must have taken a long time to draw these, right? By the way, what effects do these talismans have? Upon hearing this, Xiao realized that Duan Hengdao had misunderstood something, but she didn't explain. Let the misunderstanding continue. After all, they would be opponents during the competition, and revealing her ability to draw talismans this early would only create unnecessary trouble. They're mostly formation talismans, and a few are offensive talismans. Just use them as you like. I have plenty, Xiao said confidently. Duan Hengdao, feeling jealous, thought about how he wanted a senior brother who could draw talismans too. That way, when he went out and couldn't win a fight, he could throw talismans and smash them to death. The three were busy studying the talismans when a strange man's voice came from behind. Which sect are you disciples from? Xiao turned her head and was refreshed by the vibrant green robes of the group approaching. What a green sect, she thought, stepping back 2 paces and gripping the talismans tightly. Instead of answering, she tested the waters. I don't know which sect you're from, fellow Taoist. The other party replied arrogantly. Xianyun sect. Xiao had never heard of it. Duan Hengdao was slightly surprised and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Oh, I know. It's quite a large sect. Though it can't compare to our 5 sects, but it's somewhat well known in the cultivation world. Their sect is known for killing the righteous path. They claim to be a righteous sect, but I think they definitely have something to talk about with demonic cultivators. Low emotional intelligence. Their style is no different from demonic cultivators. High emotional intelligence. They would definitely have something to discuss with demonic cultivators. Xiao understood. What are you dawdling for? Hand over your treasures, the leading man said maliciously, raising his chin. Otherwise, don't blame me for casually killing a few people to feed my sword. Duan Hengdao frowned, particularly disgusted by this sect style. He was about to announce his sect's name when Xiao stopped him. Are you kidding? How can we reveal our sect's name at a time like this? We should definitely expose our enemy's sect. Ignoring him, Xiao threw a talisman at the man's face. The explosion talisman ignited quickly, and with a bang, it made the man's hair stand on end. Taking advantage of his moment of shock, she threw a few more, and Mu Chongxi also began to mimic her, tossing talismans at those people. While the enemy was down, they might as well attack. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could still wear them out. As the talismans rained down continuously, even though the man had reached the golden core stage, he still couldn't withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother. The disciple in a similar green robe quickly supported the man, his eyes flashing with malice. They must be from the Weqing sect, right? The girl wearing common clothes didn't reveal which sect she belonged to, but being able to produce so many talismans definitely meant she wasn't a rogue cultivator. They were probably not from a small sect. Mu Chongxi didn't use his sword, but also joined in throwing talismans, which created the illusion that all 3 of them were talisman cultivators. So many talisman masters. Could they be from the Weqing sect? Most talisman cultivators from large sects were indeed from the Weqing sect. The Changming sect also had 1 talisman cultivator. But every direct disciple from the Changming sect was known for being a good person, upright yet foolish. They couldn't possibly be from the Changming sect. The Weqing sect, however, was notorious for shamelessly seeking resources, and the disciples immediately felt they had figured it out. They must be those shameless direct disciples from the Weqing sect. Duan Hengdao watched as the 2 happily threw talismans, eager to join in, and quickly added himself to the talisman-throwing camp. He had a binding talisman, and with his golden core cultivation backing him up, the injured man in the same realm couldn't escape. The talisman shot out rapidly, golden talisman patterns flashing as they formed a formation that bound the man in place. The man's face twisted as he sneered. So you're from the Weqing sect? Huh? Fine. I'll remember you. The binding talisman thrown by Duan Hengdao was quite effective. Back then, Song Hansheng had used this formation to trap rogue cultivators in one area. And now the few of them couldn't escape temporarily. Yi Xiao calculated the time and figured they had about 5 more minutes before they would come out. Fearing they would come out and beat her, Yi Xiao turned and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Keep throwing." She had drawn a bunch of strange talismans with no place to experiment. Wasn't this just a perfect opportunity for experiments? Duan Hongdao gradually discovered the fun in it. There were all kinds of talismans: laughing talismans, crawling talismans, sleeping talismans, stinking talismans, anything bizarre you could think of. He couldn't help but shiver. What a terrifying Changming sect. Ming Xian wasn't being a proper talisman cultivator. Why was he heading down such a crooked path? If they encountered someone from the Changming sect in the future competition, just being tormented by these talismans would be enough to make them suffer greatly. Yi Xiao used the talismans to stall for a while and soon awaited the Yueqing sect's arrival, where 3 groups unexpectedly met on a narrow path. Song Hansheng immediately noticed Yi Xiao at first glance. With new grudges and old grievances combined, he prepared to settle accounts with her, coldly spitting out 2 words, "Yi Xiao." Yi Xiao's eyes brightened instantly as she waved enthusiastically at him, shouting, "Senior brother Song, come save us." She pointed at the people from the Xianyun sect, feigning a dog-influenced demeanor. These few wild chicken sect disciples actually dare to provoke our Yueqing sect. They are simply asking for death. What? Song Hansheng replied. What do you mean our Yueqing sect? Who are you referring to as we? He was momentarily stunned when the enraged disciple from the Xianyun sect immediately drew his sword and swung it towards Song Hansheng. Talisman cultivators were not good at close combat, so Song Hansheng quickly stepped back to a safe distance. He wasn't foolish and immediately understood that Yi Xiao was trying to redirect the conflict. Don't listen to their nonsense. They are clearly disciples from the Changming sect and the Chengfeng sect. Song Hansheng gritted his teeth. I don't even know her. The man from the Xianyun sect clearly didn't believe it. Don't know her? Who are you trying to fool? Didn't you just call her by name? Senior brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Let's go and show them some color. A disciple impatiently drew his sword. Sword cultivators generally had explosive tempers and could easily be provoked. Plus, Yi Xiao was fanning the flames on the side. Yeah, senior brother Song, how can you be like this? We are the inner sect of the Moon Clear sect. And what you said has made us very sad. Shut up. Song Hansheng was about to go mad with anger. Are you blind? Can't you see that one of them is a sword cultivator and the other is a weapon cultivator? Our Moon Clear sect has no weapon cultivators. We only have one sword cultivator as a direct disciple. Yi Xiao's voice suddenly rose, drowning out his words. What? You dare to call them blind? Senior brother, even if you are the chief disciple of the Moon Clear sect, you shouldn't speak like that. The Xianyun sect was even more furious upon hearing this. They hated those from the 5 sects the most, each one more self-important than the last. Don't let them escape. I want to see what this group of talisman cultivators has to be so arrogant about. He grinned savagely and picked up his sword to join the battlefield. Song Hansheng cursed him as a fool under his breath and immediately lost the desire to waste words on these mindless beings. He gripped the talismans in his hand, and in an instant, the scene erupted. Yi Xiao was having a blast, taking advantage of the chaos. She didn't fight anyone directly, just darted around, occasionally kicking one or another. The 2 sects that were ambushed thought they were being attacked by each other, and soon the fighting became even more intense. With an air of desperation, after stirring up more chaos, Yi Xiao waved her hand at the 2 and left in a flash, maintaining her high profile while quickly making her escape. Duan Hongdao hadn't done anything and had been following behind, watching Yi Xiao's actions lead both sides to fight. He thought to himself, I learned something. Chapter 29. KFC having the group from the Xianyun sect hinder the Moon Clear sect's progress meant that no one would come looking for trouble in the short term. The secret realm was filled with demon beasts of varying levels. After walking for a short while, a few red and white mice emerged from a damp dirt hole. Compared to ordinary mice, the demon beasts in the secret realm were the size of dogs, with sharp teeth and a grotesque appearance. Perhaps they caught the scent of prey, their eyes gleaming red, ready to pounce the next second. Yi Xiao shuddered. Ever since she was little, she had hated mice the most. Be careful. Duan Hongdao's expression turned serious. Those are white-haired fire mice. Their teeth are poisonous. Although their cultivation isn't high, there are many of them, and they are extremely troublesome. After all, mice give birth in litters, so a large number is understandable. As soon as he finished speaking, several white-haired fire mice bared their teeth and pounced. Mu Chongxi swung his sword, cutting down a few, but 2 more pounced the next second. Duan Hongdao had defensive artifacts. But even those couldn't withstand so many mice gnawing at him. He felt his scalp tingle. Xiao repelled a dozen with one sword strike. But it seemed like these things were endless, charging forward one after another. While dodging, she noticed that each hole seemed to accommodate only one mouse at a time. And the order in which they emerged was regular, allowing them to prevent the cultivators from launching a large-scale attack. Quite clever. Do you have a hammer? Xiao asked Duan Hongdao. Yes. Weapon cultivators have all sorts of weapons. He quickly pulled out 3 hammers and handed them to the two. He also used his defensive artifact to block this wave of white-haired fire mice attacks, looking at the mice outside with uncontrollable shivers. How long is this going to last? Just as he was feeling secretly desperate, Xiao suddenly asked, "Have you ever played Gopher?" "What? What Gopher?" Xiao replied, "Once we deal with the ones outside. While they haven't come out yet, we can guard their holes. Follow my lead." She pointed to 3 pits not far away. "Fourth senior brother, you guard those 3 places. Duan Hongdao, you go to the other side." At this point, Xiao had calculated the pattern and was ready to have someone guard at the holes they would emerge from, ensuring a hammer for each. Duan Hongdao was still a bit scared. "Really? Don't lie to me. What if you remembered the order wrong and I get bitten?" Mu Chongxi urged him. "Don't worry, my junior sister has an incredible memory. This will be a piece of cake for her." He completely trusted Xiao and had no concern about what would happen if they failed. Duan Hongdao, who was usually timid, saw the determined look in Mu Chongxi's eyes and nodded. All right. After all, they had come this far with the two from the Changming sect. What else could he do but trust Xiao? The 3 quickly dealt with the mice surrounding the outer door and positioned themselves at the holes as Xiao instructed. Beginning to play Gopher, several white-haired fire mice popped out of the holes, baring their teeth and ready to pounce on them. The next second, as soon as their heads emerged, they were struck squarely by the heavy iron hammers. Dazed, the mice shook their heads and then fell to the ground, unmoving. Each person guarded 3 holes, and the hammering went smoothly. In no time, all the mice inside the holes were knocked out cold. Duan Hongdao swung the heavy hammer for half an hour, finally exhausted, sitting on the ground to catch his breath. These things could be used for weapon forging. They would fetch a good price if sold. After all, they were demon beasts that only appeared in the secret realm, so their price wouldn't be low. Xiao looked at the mice larger than dogs at her feet, paused for a moment, and without any disgust, started stuffing them into her mustard seed bag. Although she didn't forge weapons, she could keep them to sell. In the cultivation world, while money isn't everything, being without money is absolutely impossible. Duan Hongdao watched her actions and admired Xiao's memory. How could she fight while also paying attention to her surroundings? What was her brain like? He couldn't help but think of recruiting her to his sect. "Xiao, I really think you'd be suited to be a weapon cultivator. With this memory, it would be a shame not to be a craftsman." Mu Chongxi was extremely displeased. Hey. She's our sect's little junior sister. Who would want to be a stinky weapon forger?" Duan Hongdao retorted. "What do you mean a stinky weapon forger? Do you know how much a single artifact is worth?" As the two continued to bicker, Xiao made a gesture for silence. "Did you hear that?" "What?" Xiao released her spiritual sense and carefully scanned the surroundings, quickly discovering a red fire chicken hiding under a tree stump. Her eyes lit up. "Shoo, we have meat." The fire chicken seemed quite bold, staring at Xiao for a long time before flapping its wings and trying to escape. Xiao wanted to catch it to roast, sensing her malicious intent. The chicken flapped its wings in panic, attempting to play a game of chase. Pretty clever, but it was of no use. Xiao grabbed it firmly and revealed a smug smile. "Where do you think you're going?" The fire chicken struggled fiercely but couldn't break free from her grip. Mu Chongxi raised an eyebrow upon seeing what his junior sister was holding. "A red bird? It's so small." Xiao swallowed. "It was a bit small, but it should be fine to roast and eat, right?" The fire chicken became furious and began to struggle even more. Duan Hongdao carefully examined it. He had been out on expeditions many times and was more experienced than the other two. After pondering for a moment, he said, "It shouldn't be an ordinary chicken, but a demon beast." It proudly raised its head, waiting for Xiao's praise. Unexpectedly, she was even more shocked. "A demon beast? What kind of demon beast looks like this?" The fire chicken, angered, stretched its neck and took advantage of her moment of inattention to peck at her hand. Surprisingly, it had quite a bit of strength. Xiao's fingertip bled from the peck. She frowned. "See, isn't this just a chicken?" As soon as her words fell, a flash of red light passed by. The contract was established. The suddenness of it all left both parties stunned. The turkey was furious. It hadn't planned on forming a contract with her, although it had come to find its master. The one it had set its sights on should have been a girl in light blue clothing, with a top-notch water spiritual root and exceptional talent. Not to mention great fortune. As a result, it was caught off guard by this cunning human and ended up being contracted by her. Ah, what a humiliation. It angrily leapt onto her legs, hugged Xiao, and began pecking at her. Xiao was also losing her cool, wildly kicking her legs in an attempt to get it away from her. Ah, let me go, you ugly thing. Clearly, both the human and the beast were quite disdainful of each other. Or rather, neither respected the other at the moment. Duan Hengdao was taken aback by this bizarre development. He had seen all sorts of storms, but he never expected this. He reached out and pushed the turkey off, saying, "You two are already contracted. Unless one of you dies, there is no way to dissolve it." Speaking of which, every cultivator is extremely cautious when choosing a contracted beast. Where have you seen someone so dramatic and casual about it? Xiao took a deep breath, her head hanging low. Can it even fly? Other people have majestic Qilin treasure-seeking beasts. Why is her contracted beast a chicken? Duan Hengdao replied, probably not. Xiao maliciously suggested, it's so fat. Why don't we just braise it? What do you think is better, braised chicken wings or beggaress chicken? Hearing her description, Duan Hengdao couldn't help but swallow. Braised sounds good. I like salty. Ah, no. He realized he had been led astray. No, Xiao, Duan Hengdao said. I feel like it's probably not a chicken. And a juvenile doesn't have much meat yet. Let us at least wait until it grows up a bit. Turkey. Are you even human? After saying that, Duan Hengdao realized he was going further off track. He covered his eyes and added, what I meant is we can't roast it. You two are now one entity. If it dies, you will suffer a backlash too. Xiao might have teased, but she wasn't actually planning to braise the chicken. She sighed, forget it. Let us see how it goes. After all, everyone has their fate. Xiao remembered that the female lead rode a Qingwan, a blue phoenix. Ethereal and graceful. And what about her? While others rode majestic beasts, she was stuck with a chicken that couldn't even fly. They say the early bird gets the worm. How about you fly for me to see? She poked it with a twig. She was already so broke that she was eating dirt. Why did she have to be given a golden swallowing beast? What do you call this? Forced love from a tyrannical demon beast? The turkey was also angry. This heartless human. So many cultivators wanted to contract it, but never had the chance. And now she actually wants to run away. Mu Chongxi reached out and grabbed the turkey, seeing his junior sister looking all dejected. He suppressed a laugh and tried to comfort her. It's still a juvenile. Demon beasts grow slowly and need heavenly treasures to nurture them. As they say, girls change a lot by the age of 18. Who knows, it might look good when it grows up. Still need to spend money? Xiao stood up, forget it. I'd rather think about how to shove it back and have it remade. Duan Hengdao immediately took out a small box from his mustard seed bag. This is something I saved up beforehand, originally for refining tools. You can use this to feed it. Xiao opened it and was startled by the wave of heat that hit her. What is this? Fire-type crystal stones, Duan Hengdao explained. They can be used for refining or fed to demon beasts. Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew about this. In the original story, for some reason, the great secret realm had arrived early, and Yun Ke contracted a treasure-seeking beast in the realm. Under its guidance, she found a fire-type crystal mine and split it with the people from the Wangjian sect. Under Yi Qinghan's indulgence and suggestion, she nearly took more than half. This rare fire-type crystal mine allowed Yun Ke to win over quite a few hearts later on. As a result, almost everyone in the cultivation world praised the little junior sister of the Yueqing sect for her kindness and generosity. Fire-type crystal stones are usually found in extremely hot areas. Duan Hengdao fed one to the turkey, saying that if luck was on their side, it would be a great boon. Xiao squeezed the chicken. I think I know where to find some. Where? Mu Chongxi perked up immediately. I'll take you there in a bit. After saying that, she looked down and stared at the turkey for a while, then tentatively said, let me give you a name. How about calling you Kentucky Chicken? It immediately began pecking at her furiously. Okay, seems like you're not satisfied. Xiao had no choice but to think of another name. After sizing it up for a while, she had a sudden idea. Since you're a chicken, let us just call you Kentucky Chicken. She couldn't shake the feeling that the turkey could understand human speech. Without changing her expression, she coaxed. This name is extremely prestigious where we come from. Only the most powerful individuals are worthy of it. Ordinary people don't even have the qualification to take this name. Chapter 30. We're looking for disciples of the Yueqing sect. Perhaps because Xiao spoke earnestly, The turkey seemed to ponder for a moment and nodded its head. Accepting the name Kentucky Chicken, it wanted to be the most powerful chicken. Ah, no, it's not a chicken. Originally, the three of them were on the road with a demon beast. Kentucky Chicken was small, hopping onto Xiao's shoulder, its red fluff soft and cozy, its head tucking in as it nestled there obediently. Junior sister, do you really know where the fire-type crystal mine is? On the way, Mu Chongxi played with Kentucky Chicken while expressing his doubts. Xiao nodded. Seeing the two move slowly, she simply pulled Duan Hongdao onto the sword. At this speed, you're slower than a shit-eater. Let us go. While urging them on, she activated the treading the clear wind technique, speeding towards their destination. The great secret realm would arrive a few months early. It was possible the female lead would also obtain a treasure-seeking beast in advance. What if someone else got there first? The fire-type crystal stones are born in extremely hot areas. The environment of the great secret realm is always a mystery. One moment it could be clear skies, and the next it could rain, not just any rain, but something akin to acid rain with certain corrosive properties, burning the skin with a painful sensation. Duan Hongdao thought for a moment. I have a defensive artifact, but it requires some spiritual power to sustain. Do you want to use it together? Consume spiritual energy? Xiao calculated the distance and decisively refused. What if they ran out of spiritual power and encountered enemies? Mu Chongxi also refused. In the past, he would never have thought that he would encounter enemies while out in training, but ever since being with the junior sister, she has constantly drawn hatred. She had offended 2 out of the 5 major sects. Truly amazing. Then what should we do? Duan Hongdao touched his burned hand, but saw Xiao leisurely pulling out 2 large pots from her mustard seed space. Wait, large pots? What is this? Duan Hongdao was stunned. Pots, Xiao replied succinctly. For cooking. Cooking pots for alchemy? Duan Hongdao was dumbfounded. Xiao said, no money. Understand. Duan Hongdao couldn't help but ponder after Ming Xian went crazy. Did Shui Yu also start using large pots for alchemy? Is the mental state of the Chuangming sect's disciples still okay? Because Xiao didn't specify who was using the large pot for alchemy, and since Chuangming sect only had one alchemist, Duan Hongdao once again misunderstood magnificently. Carrying a pot, Duan Hongdao found it quite useful. At least it didn't consume spiritual energy. Although it looked a bit mentally unstable, it didn't matter. There were no outsiders around. Moreover, there were really a lot of strange things with Xiao, which made him sincerely say, I hope when we meet you at the competition, you can show some mercy to us of the Chengfeng sect. Xiao didn't look back and innocently replied, as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, how can I pose any threat to you Golden Core experts? Duan Hongdao muttered. It's hard to say. The Changming sect had never been held in high regard by the outside world. This year, the top 2 spots were either the Wenjian sect or the Chengfeng sect, and even the Yueqing sect and the Bishui sect might compete with them. Only the Changming sect always came in last. He didn't really take this long-time underperforming sect seriously, but their newly recruited junior sister had too many surprising moves. It was simply hard to guard against. After the acid rain stopped, a giant snake faintly appeared ahead. Duan Hongdao bit his tongue and quickly realized it was an illusion. Such illusions that could confuse the mind often appeared in secret realms. Those with weak willpower could easily get lost within. Xiao noticed that the other 2 were standing dazed in place, not moving. She rummaged through her mustard seed bag for a while, then opened a porcelain bottle containing pills. A fresh fragrance wafted from the bottle, clearing the mind. Duan Hongdao rubbed his eyes, coming back to his senses from the illusion. Qingxin Dan? She nodded and shared it with the 2. Duan Hongdao blinked. How do you have so many pills? Xiao subtly replied, 3rd senior brother gave them to me. After Shui Yu practiced well, he also gave her a bunch, so now she had plenty of Qingxin Dan. This type of pill could prevent one from falling into illusions, making it an essential item for outdoor training. With Xiao's unremitting efforts, the 3 quickly found the fire attribute crystal mine mentioned in the original text. Compared to the crystals in Duan Hongdao's box, those here were brighter and hotter, continuously absorbing the surrounding heat. The red volcano was embedded with nearly 100 crystals, and the KFC chicken on her shoulder sniffed the scent and immediately got excited, flapping its wings and preparing to pounce on the crystals. The sleeping flower leopard suddenly opened its eyes, sensing someone approaching. It instinctively bared its teeth and was about to leap out to teach the uninvited guests a lesson when it suddenly noticed a featherless chick crazily gnawing on a crystal. The flower leopard bared its teeth, eager to swallow the prey. Suddenly, the KFC chicken tilted its head and glanced at it. Just one look. and the flower leopard uncontrollably crouched on the ground, its massive body trembling slightly, remaining still as the humans collected the crystals. The three, completely unaware of what had happened, were still immersed in mining. Mu Chengxi, having learned from previous experiences, didn't waste time and started mining right away. The group cleared out the area of fire attribute crystals without leaving a single one for others. Since following Xiao around for a few days, Mu Chengxi discovered that being kind was useless. Being shameless was much more comfortable. In the end, a third of the crystals were swallowed by the KFC chicken, and the rest were split evenly between Mu Chengxi and Duan Hongdao. Logically, there should be demon beasts guarding this crystal mine. However, for some unknown reason, the guardian beasts never showed up, making the whole process astonishingly smooth. On the way, Xiao fed the chicken while looking at it with a complex expression. Was it too gluttonous? Mu Chengxi shrugged. Being able to eat is a blessing. Xiao thought about it and agreed, but seeing it eat so happily almost suffocated her. Who could afford to raise it? As she walked and fed the KFC chicken, a group of people soon set their sights on them. There were many loose cultivators trapped inside the secret realm, and Xiao noticed they were all Foundation establishment cultivators, so she didn't pay them any mind. Who would have thought that the people who had been following them sneakingly would suddenly jump out and loudly accuse them? You took my crystals. The other party was certain, clearly having seen the whole process. Behind him stood several others, all presumably loose cultivators as well. Your crystals? Did you write your name on them? Xiao curved her eyes, her attitude very casual. We found them first. He was furious. You are simply bullying us. Since that flower leopard had at least golden core cultivation, he didn't dare act recklessly and ran off to call for help. Who would have thought that when he returned, there would be nothing left? Seeing Xiao's nonchalant attitude, the man instantly felt a surge of anger and wanted to teach her a lesson with his bare hands. Xiao ducked down to avoid him, twisted his arm, and smoothly threw him to the ground, smiling slightly. What? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. What a joke. At their level of cultivation, if she couldn't beat him, wouldn't that mean she was not worthy of Elder Duan Yu's relentless training? Facing Xiao's smiling gaze, the man who was knocked down was stunned for a long time. It wasn't until the clear pain on his body registered that he realized he had been pinned down by a seemingly weak talisman cultivator. Damn it. Didn't they say talisman cultivators were the least skilled in close combat? Xiao didn't give him a chance to react and kicked him back, her lips curling up as she confidently told them, I am a direct disciple of the Yueqing sect. If you don't believe me, go find our senior brother for a discussion. Direct disciple? Could it be that she was the newly recruited Yunk from the Yueqing sect? Xiao almost laughed out loud. There was no helping it. She actually wanted to frame Song Hanxing. But who made Yunk the only little junior sister among the direct disciples of the Yueqing sect? She could only go with the flow. He immediately felt he had uncovered the truth, indignantly denouncing, I knew it was those shameless people from the Yueqing sect. Hold. Xiao pretended to frown, looking enraged. You dare insult my sect? As she spoke, she picked up a formation talisman and threw it over. The confinement talisman had no lethal power, at most. It would trap them in place for a few minutes. However, after she threw the talisman, the loose cultivators below immediately erupted in an uproar. All right. She really is a disciple of the Yueqing sect. Who else would be so despicable but them? I saw it clearly. That was definitely a talisman from the Yueqing sect. The talismans from the Yueqing sect were quite recognizable. Formation talismans were mostly crafted by them, and once the formation was formed, it would have special golden patterns. A well-informed loose cultivator immediately recognized it. This completely solidified her identity as a direct disciple of the Yueqing sect. Xiao, under the guise of Yunk, was fearless and unapologetically collected the crystals, then strolled away. Duan Hongdao followed Xiao the entire time, only shouting 666 in admiration. When faced with difficulties, frame the enemy. Xiao had truly mastered this process. It was said that someone discovered a fire attribute crystal mine in the secret realm. Where? Such a treasure could not be sought after, and even one would fetch sky-high prices at the auction house. Suddenly, all the cultivators in the secret realm were buzzing with excitement. It seemed that people from the Yueqing sect had obtained the crystal mine. In an instant, those who had been eager to try their luck became hesitant. A major sect? Then wouldn't we be courting death by competing for resources with them? Someone immediately incited. Don't be afraid. Even if it is the Yueqing sect, don't forget they are just a group of talisman cultivators. With so many of us, are we afraid of a few talisman cultivators? We can just take the crystals and split them. Instantly, Everyone was roused by this sentiment. What could a major sect do? Once out of the secret realm, who would recognize whom? On the other side, Song Hanxing, having just shaken off the people from the Xinyun sect, couldn't help but curse. Those mad dogs are really hard to deal with. Yeah, the disciples behind him nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for the many tricks of the senior brother, we really wouldn't have been able to get out for a while. And that Xiao, she's simply problematic. We haven't offended her at all. Speaking of Xiao, Song Hanxing had vaguely heard that this woman was previously an inner disciple of their Yueqing sect. Later, for some unknown reason, she defected from the sect overnight. Within Yueqing sect, opinions about Xiao's departure varied. Song Hanxing always believed that Xiao left Yueqing sect because the Changming sect had extended an olive branch to her, promising her a position as a direct disciple. That's why this woman chose to be ungrateful and disregard her master's nurturing grace to betray the sect. Otherwise, Song Hanxing couldn't understand why Xiao would choose to leave the mountain if she didn't have a better option. Song Hanxing spoke coldly, just a white-eyed wolf. I absolutely won't let her go next time we meet. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of rogue cultivators that appeared out of nowhere surrounded them, blocking their path. Are you from Yueqing sect? The somewhat familiar words caught Song Hanxing off guard. He raised his chin, speaking impatiently to the rogue cultivators. So what if we are? The Xinyun sect was already enough? At least they had some reputation in the cultivation world. Did these rogue cultivators want to provoke them? That would be fine. The rogue cultivators' eyes lit up as if they were hungry wolves seeing meat. And they pounced. We're looking for Yueqing sect disciples. Song Hanxing. Chapter 31. Your treasure beast doesn't want you anymore because of Xiao. The sect suffered another beating. Song Hanxing assessed the strength of both sides and then formed a formation on the spot to block the mad dogs outside. Quick! Hand over the crystal stones. The rogue cultivators outside were still shouting. Yun Ke, if you have the ability, hand over the crystal stones. If you have the ability, open the barrier. Let Yun Ke hand over the crystal stones. Song Hanxing broke out in a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. What exactly did Yun Ke take from them? It's not uncommon to kill and rob treasures in secret realms, and he supported such behavior. But that didn't mean Song Hanxing was willing to be beaten up. Couldn't Yun Ke be a bit smarter? Did she have to make it known to everyone? In the original story, Song Hanxing had feelings for Yun Ke. But after Xiao's successive actions, his budding affection was ruthlessly stifled in the cradle. At this moment, Song Hanxing couldn't even think of affection. He wished he could drag Yun Ke to a pill refiner to examine her brain. On the other side, the innocent and inexplicably framed Yun Ke was heading towards the destination with disciples from the Wenjian sect. They were originally walking quite well, but as soon as Yun Ke sat down, she unexpectedly got entangled with a small beast. It had yellow feathers, 2 ears, and a tail that stood up, looking exceptionally cute. Yun Ke was quite the beauty lover, and she immediately disregarded Yi Qinghan's obstruction and signed a contract with this young beast. Yi Qinghan felt somewhat helpless. Junior sister Yun, if it's just an ordinary beast, then your contract is equivalent to signing a cute mascot. He really liked this innocent and soft girl, but sometimes her innocence could be quite headache-inducing. Yun Ke was unconcerned. It's okay, senior brother. I signed a master-servant contract. If it's useless later, I can just kill it. This made the little beast's eyes widen. It seemed it didn't expect that there could be such a malicious human in the world. Yi Qinghan helplessly rubbed her head, saying nothing. The treasure beast immediately wilted. It just knew that no human was good. The treasure beast feared that this human would really treat it like an ordinary beast and kill it. So it hurriedly bit Yun Ke's clothes, indicating for her to follow it, calling out a few times, expressing that it was very useful. Yun Ke's eyes moved slightly, and she immediately followed. Along the way, under the guidance of this little beast, they found many rare spiritual plants and fruits in the secret realm. After signing the contract, the consciousness between master and servant was connected. The treasure beast raised its head, indicating that it knew a place where fire-type ores were hidden. Relying on this little beast, Yun Ke obtained many good things. Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she told the disciples of the Wenjian sect behind her about the news. Originally, the Wenjian sect had reservations about their senior brother bringing such a burden, but after the treasure beast found many good things along the way, they gradually accepted her. When they heard about the fire-type crystal stones, everyone became energized. What are we waiting for? Junior sister Yun, let your spirit beast lead the way. In just a few hours, they went from ignoring her to calling her junior sister Yun with every breath. Yun Kei's eyes curved with delight at the crowd's adoration, and she nodded, softly saying, "No problem." The group hurriedly made their way and finally arrived at the destination led by the treasure beast. However, they were too late. By the time they arrived, there was nothing left. The scene fell silent for a moment. Yun Kei looked at the empty scene, recalling her earlier passionate words. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she unconsciously pinched the treasure beast in her hand. Shocked, she lost control of her strength. "Where are the oars?" The girl's sharp nails pierced the small beast's skin, causing it to scream. Unable to endure any longer, it bit Yun Kei's hand and ran away. In this situation, if Xiao weren't absent, she would probably have sarcastically said, "Your treasure beast doesn't want you anymore." Chapter 32. Thanks for the gift from one Jian sect. Xiao, have you come back from trafficking children? Mu Chongxi went out to scout and returned to see a fluffy yellow little creature squatting next to his junior sister. His mouth twitched in surprise. To be honest, it looked quite cute, with yellow fur that, if you didn't look closely, resembled a fluffy ball. The nearby KFC had already fluffed up, frantically chasing the yellow little beast to peck at it, clearly dissatisfied with the invasion of this foreign beast. This should be a treasure beast, Duan Hongdao, who was sitting and reading a spirit tool book, said, immediately recognizing the identity of this spirit beast. It seems to have been contracted by someone. Xiao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. It must have been contracted by the female protagonist. After all, the treasure beast is meant for Yun Quebec. She picked it up, feeling bored. "Little guy, are you lost? Or did you run out by yourself?" Just now, she had been sleeping well when suddenly a small beast burrowed into her arms, trying to sneak close to the bamboo shoot hanging at her waist. The chance of it being lost was slim. It was very likely that it had run out by itself, but this scene wasn't in the original plot, right? "Let us go?" Xiao poked the little guy that looked like Pikachu. She had no interest in helping others raise spirit beasts. The treasure beast, feeling wronged, moved its ears, unwilling to leave no matter how Xiao poked it. It didn't want to go back. Its newly contracted master was a lunatic, which made the naive little beast extremely anxious. Seeing its reaction, Xiao couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that it really fell out with Yun Kei? Xiao was unaware that she had triggered a butterfly effect because she had taken the oars first, causing Yun Kei to lose her temper and scare the treasure beast away. Mu Chongxi rested his chin thoughtfully and speculated. It seems that it doesn't want to leave for now. Let us find out who its master is before returning it. Moreover, the treasure beast, if it followed it, wouldn't it allow them to pick up things all the way? Just thinking about it made him excited. With this in mind, he perked up and picked up the treasure beast. "Come on, stop sleeping. Let's go treasure hunting." Xiao yawned, looking at her fourth senior brother's eager appearance, and stroked her chin. She remembered that Mu Chongxi used to be quite a righteous disciple of the righteous path. Now, he hesitated over whether to leave some spirit plants for others. "Are you completely free of psychological burdens now?" Xiao is very satisfied with this change. In the original work, Mu Chongxi is just a solid backup and loyal dog, risking his life for Yun Kei, only to be lightly dismissed with a "you are like my brother." She has fully understood the essence of Sea King literature. She bent down to pick up the KFC and followed Mu Chongxi's pace. Mu Chongxi seemed to quite like it, feeding a few crystal stones to the treasure-hunting beast, which immediately joyfully exposed its belly for them to pet, leading them to dig up all the treasures that could be found in the secret realm. This included, but was not limited to, spiritual plants, fruits that could increase cultivation, and some bones of demon beasts in the golden core stage. No wonder the author gave it to Yun Quebec. It's simply a big treasure. Duan Hongdao was overjoyed. He was just short of refining materials and kissed the treasure-hunting beast several times. On the other side, Yun Kei was nearly going crazy. As the owner of the treasure-hunting beast, she could track its aura to find it, but she didn't know if it had run off with someone else, dashing all over the secret realm. As soon as she picked up its scent, it would appear in another place the next second. Yi Qinghan looked at Yun Kei's anxious expression, pressed his lips together, and turned to let his junior brothers help search. The sword cultivators were indeed fast. Soon, Song Jian found the shadows of Xiao and the others. He called out loudly, "Yun Kei, is that yellow one your treasure-hunting beast?" Yun Kei immediately asked Yi Qinghan to take her over. Perhaps it was because Xiao had a black stick hanging from her waist. This stick had an irresistible attraction to the demon beast, like a cat with catnip, as the treasure-hunting beast rubbed against her with an intoxicated expression. The KFC was anxiously pacing in place, wishing it could slap this little brat away. "This is its contractor." So when Yun Ke arrived, what she saw was her demon beast rubbing against Yi Xiao, and her expression changed slightly. Second senior sister. This call of second senior sister was quite emphatic. And Duan Hengdao looked up in surprise. You know her? Yi Xiao, hearing the familiar words, couldn't he even be bothered to lift her eyelids? Not really. She chases after me every day calling me second senior sister like she has some problem. Of course. After pondering for a moment, she added, if you have to say we know each other, there is indeed a bit of personal grievance. But it's not with me, but with the original owner. The two chatted nonchalantly, while the ignored Yun Ke slightly tightened her grip on the mysterious sword and said firmly, second senior sister, please return my treasure-hunting beast to me. She was convinced that Yi Xiao had noticed the treasure-hunting beast's abilities and wanted to claim it for herself. Who wouldn't he want a treasure-hunting beast? You could say that more than half of the people in the secret realm came for the treasure-hunting beast. Yun Ke stressed the word my heavily, as if to remind Yi Xiao of something. Yi Xiao lazily smiled. Sure. She tilted her head, lazily swinging her leg. Pikachu, let go of me. Her attitude was as mischievous as it could be. The treasure-hunting beast clung tightly to her, refusing to let go. The scene became somewhat uncontrollable. When Yun Ke saw her spirit beast clinging to someone else, her expression gradually twisted. Come back. The treasure-hunting beast pretended not to hear. At this moment, playing dumb was just right. Yi Xiao sighed. You see, it's not that I don't want it to go back. It's that it doesn't want to leave. Yun Ke's expression darkened. But no one could blame Yi Xiao. After all, it was indeed the treasure-hunting beast that had actively attached itself, like a lovesick puppy, utterly embarrassing to watch. All right. Yi Xiao seemed to suddenly think of something. Under the vigilant gazes of the crowd, she slowly took out the bill, precisely found Yun Ke, and dropped two emphatic words, pay up. Yun Ke's eyes widened slightly as she looked at what was written in her hand, stunned. What is this? Yi Xiao, the bill. She casually pointed at the small item. My senior brother just fed 5 crystal stones, so let us calculate it at market price, 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Not too much, right? It really isn't much. Crystal stones are a non-renewable resource in the cultivation world. But this is somewhat too much to ask, right? Yi Xiao said nonchalantly, if you don't give it to me, I'll just hold on to your treasure-hunting beast for now. In an instant, Yun Ke remembered the empty crystal stones the treasure-hunting beast had brought her earlier. After connecting the two, she gritted her teeth and questioned. Those crystal stones were taken by you? Ah, yes. Yi Xiao smiled brightly. That's us. This kind of sloppy talk left people speechless. Yun Ke was momentarily choked and looked to Yi Qinghan for help. The stereotype that sword cultivators are poor is just that, a stereotype. For example, this great disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect, he has money, so Yi Xiao readily accepted the mustard seed bag thrown over by Yi Qinghan. When it comes to critical moments, you still have to rely on the male lead. The Sword Inquiry sect was predictably outraged. Why should Yun Ke's spirit beast be paid for by their senior brother? 50,000 high-grade spirit stones is not a small amount, even for the Sword Inquiry sect. Are you people from the Changming sect going crazy? Song Jian mocked coldly. Yi Xiao looked at him in surprise. How do you know? She took a step back and earnestly said, are the great geniuses from the Sword Inquiry sect here? I'm so poor I can't sleep. Why don't you give us some spirit stones? She emphasized the phrase great geniuses heavily. Song Jian was so furious he nearly fainted. What kind of people are these? So brazenly righteous. Yi Xiao didn't care how the Sword Inquiry sect felt. She directly started counting money in front of them, not leaving out a single coin. Her serious demeanor while counting made people's blood pressure rise. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but frown, his voice cold. You people from the Changming sect, enough already. Counting money in front of those who have been scammed is just cruel. How could that be? Yi Xiao wasn't afraid of him. How could the male lead possibly do something like hitting someone? After finishing counting the spirit stones, she sincerely grinned at the few from the Sword Inquiry sect. I also want to thank the Sword Inquiry sect for their gift. Thank you for the gift from the Sword Inquiry sect. Mu Chongxi observed Yi Qinghan's darkening face, fearing his junior sister would be beaten, quickly pulled her and added, there's no helping it. She's attracting all the hatred from the crowd too much. He was genuinely afraid Yi Qinghan would draw his sword on the spot. Duan Hengdao didn't dare provoke this group of sword cultivators, but Yi Xiao was considered his friend, so the young man gathered his courage and echoed, yes. Thank you for the gift from the Sword Inquiry sect. That's it. There was really nowhere to vent the anger. What business does the Changfeng sect have to interfere? If it were just Yi Xiao, they would definitely want to teach her a lesson. But Mu Chongxi, who was by her side, was never weak, with innate sword bones. He was one of the few sword geniuses in the cultivation world. The master of the Sword Inquiry sect had once wanted to poach him. It's just that they didn't know what kind of nonsense the Changming sect had fed him, even when the sect was so poor. Mu Chongxi still wouldn't leave. Now that Duan Hengdao had also spoken up, it represented he was on Yi Qiao's side. The Chengfeng sect and the Changming sect have always protected their own. Offending two sects for a Yi Qiao is clearly not worth the loss. Endure, endure, endure. Ever since Yi Qiao arrived, Song Jian found he was about to become a ninja turtle. First, he was slapped in the face. Then he was scammed for spirit stones. How infuriating. All he did was speak a couple of honest words at the end. What's wrong with mocking the Changming sect? You're not holding a grudge against me for mocking the Changming sect before, are you? Song Jian was quite indignant. After all, the Changming sect has been at the bottom for years. Can't people mention it? He sneered, saying, if you have the ability, then go ahead and get first place this year. All right, Yi Qiao, just wait. After a moment of being stunned, Song Jian couldn't help but chuckle. What are you so confident about? A foundation establishment cultivator daring to boast like this? The disciples of the Asking Sword sect present were amused. Yin Kei couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips, feeling sympathy for her foolishness. Senior sister, it's better not to say such things in front of so many people, lest you be ridiculed for being oblivious to your own capabilities. Unlike the others who laughed at her, Duan Hengdao was even contemplating how to deal with Yi Qiao in the upcoming competition. Others might not take Yi Qiao seriously, but he had a persistent feeling that she could turn the competition upside down. Mu Chongxi, surprised, raised his eyes and met Yi Qiao's gaze. He tightened his grip on his sword slightly, unsure if he was influenced by her words or not, and then grinned. You ask us why we're so confident? The boy drew his sword from its sheath, and in an instant, except for the sword in Yi Qinghan's hand, the swords of the Asking Sword sect disciples trembled violently. Mu Chongxi's voice rang clear. We are all born with sword bones. So, why do you think we're confident? In the realm of cultivation, there were two swordsmanship geniuses. One was Yi Qinghan, and the other was Mu Chongxi, though Mu Chongxi was younger and lagged behind in cultivation. But in terms of talent, who was more noble? The inner disciples of the Asking Sword sect, who had been mocking, gradually fell silent. Mu Chongxi stood next to Yi Qiao, leaning casually to the side. He discovered that after spending time with Yi Qiao, people gradually became more confident. Initially, Mu Chongxi would habitually think of yielding and feeling inferior when facing other sects' prodigies. Now, the number one in swordsmanship? TSK, they are still a bit weaker than me. The disciples of the Asking Sword sect thought, it's frustrating, but we can't refute it. The cultivation world admires strength. Mu Chongxi's 16-year-old golden core strength was enough to make most people quiet. Even Song Jian, who was habitually nitpicking, couldn't refute him. Did he not see how his own sword trembled when Mu Chongxi drew it? This move from Mu Chongxi completely sealed their mouths. Yi Qinghan's brows slightly furrowed. Then let us see it in the competition. He looked meaningfully at the two, looking forward to your performance in the match. Although he said this, it was not hard to hear the arrogance and provocation in his words. Yi Qiao met his gaze without a hint of fear, smiling brightly. See you in the competition. Unlike Yun Kei's softness, the 15-year-old girl had clear and bright eyes, devoid of any timidity. Noticing that Yi Qinghan's gaze fell on Yi Qiao, Yun Kei suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable and lowered her eyes, softly saying, Second senior sister, both master and I miss you very much. When will you come back to the sect with us? Second senior sister? Song Jian looked at the two. Do you know each other? Chapter 33. How is it again with these three? Yun Kei is from the Moonclear sect, right? How could these two sects' direct disciples know each other? With an innocent expression, Yun Kei replied, Senior sister was picked up by master when she was little. Later, I don't know what happened, but second senior sister left the sect out of resentment. As the saying goes, filial piety is the foremost of all virtues, and once a teacher, always a father. This saying also applies in the cultivation world. Abandoning the master who raised you since childhood to run to another sect. Isn't that the behavior of a wolf that bites the hand that feeds it? Immediately, everyone looked at Yi Qiao with expressions of disdain. The next moment, a flash of sword light passed, and Yun Kei's expression froze. She was swept by the sword energy and uncontrollably stumbled back 2 steps, falling to the ground, a metallic taste rising in her throat. Even though Yi Qinghan acted quickly to dissipate most of the sword energy, Yun Kei was still startled, sitting on the ground with her skirt stained with mud, looking quite disheveled. The main culprit, Mu Chongxi stared at her with a big grin. Junior sister Yun, I didn't hit you today because my little junior sister has quality. But I hit you today because I lack quality. Everyone thought, your Chaming sect understands quality? If you're not convinced, let your Moon Clear sect fight me. What sect's junior sister isn't a treasure? The Asking Sword sect also has junior sisters. They finally got one, and Mu Chongxi, being a straightforward guy, couldn't quite understand the subtlety. He only realized that Yun Ke was secretly trying to poach his little junior sister back to the Moon Clear sect. That wouldn't do. So, unable to tolerate it any longer, Mu Chongxi made his move. Xiao exclaimed, wow, honestly, fourth senior brother looks pretty handsome when he's not being silly. That sword came too suddenly, and combined with the lack of killing intent, even Yi Qinghan couldn't react immediately. The boy helped Yun Ke up, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, but Yi Qinghan was smart enough. He and Yun Ke were merely in the stage of mutual affection. And this vague affection wasn't worth him drawing his sword against the Chaming sect. Seeing Yi Qinghan's indifferent expression, Yun Ke finally couldn't hold back any longer and began to cry. Mu Chongxi covered his ears. Here we go again. Is this ever going to end? Yun Ke cried like a weeping willow, and even the cold-hearted disciples of the Asking Sword sect couldn't help but want to comfort her a bit, as it was indeed a rare sight to see a beauty in tears. Realizing it had nothing to do with her, Xiao simply sat down on the ground and began to examine the stick in her hand with Duan Hongdao. The trio huddled together, whispering for a long time without figuring anything out. Yun Ke's treasure-seeking beast liked this stick so much. There must be something odd about it. Duan Hongdao pondered. Unable to tell what material it was made of, I guessed that treasure-seeking beast might have come for the scent of this stick. Let me help you inscribe a sealing spell on it. It would be terrible if we really attracted some big demon beast. Xiao sincerely thanked him. No wonder the Chengfeng sect was wealthy. Who wouldn't like such versatile craftsmen? As night fell, Duan Hongdao fiddled with adding talisman patterns to the stick, while Mu Chongxi chose to sit in meditation and cultivate. Each had their tasks. Xiao calculated the time. How many days can the secret realm last at most? For a major secret realm, it would be shorter, about 5 days. Does that mean it's going to end tomorrow? She blinked and sighed. I'm actually quite happy. Duan Hongdao couldn't help but complain. Isn't that right? You're really quite happy. Only the wounded world of the Moon Clear sect reached a consensus. They all came to seek treasures, yet Song Qinghan and his group did nothing and ended up with a pile of hatred points. And the key was that he didn't even know who did it. How tragic. However, following Xiao was indeed enjoyable. They only needed to pick up the leftovers from behind. Why doesn't our sect have a junior sister like that? Duan Hongdao, with strong hands, spent over an hour inscribing the sealing spell. Xiao examined the stick in her hand. She wasn't a weapon cultivator, so she naturally couldn't tell if there was anything unusual. Duan Hongdao kindly explained, time is tight. This is a temporary sealing spell. If you want to undo it, just wipe it off with your spiritual power. Xiao nodded, indicating she understood. Why did you come down the mountain? As the long night stretched on, the two engaged in a somewhat unnutritious conversation. Xiao sighed, because it was too boring inside the forbidden area. We asked second senior brother for a teleportation talisman to sneak down the mountain. Sneak out. As a well-behaved child, Duan Hongdao was dumbfounded. Can you still sneak out? Xiao played with the stick in her hand, noticing his shock, and smiled. Yeah, but I hope senior brother didn't find out that we snuck out. Otherwise, Zhou Xingyun might just explode on the spot. The next morning, just as the secret realm was about to close, all the cultivators gathered together to look for an exit. There were quite a few familiar faces, including the disciples of the Moon Clear sect led by Song Han Sheng, who appeared disheveled and far from the glamorous state they were in when they first entered. Xiao speculated that they must have encountered a group of rogue cultivators who chased them, which explained their current state. Song Han Sheng spotted Xiao immediately, but he didn't have time to settle scores with her. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Yun Quebec. He was furious. Not only did he leave the secret realm empty-handed, but he was also being pursued by a group of rogue cultivators asking where the crystal stone was hidden. He wanted to curse, thinking how would he know where Yun Ke hid the crystal stone? His little junior sister was quite resourceful, always trailing behind the Asking Sword sect. Why was he being pursued instead of her? Suppressing his rising anger, he grabbed Yun Ke and asked, Junior sister, did you get the fire element crystal stone? Yun Ke was taken aback. Fire element crystal stone? No, I don't have it. She looked confused, thinking that the crystal stone was taken by Xiao. However, Song Han Sheng believed she was pretending to be clueless and was trying to hoard the crystal stone for herself. which only made him angrier. Just as he was about to continue questioning her, the exit to the secret realm opened. Yun-Kei found his behavior baffling and didn't want to engage with him anymore. She turned to take Yi Qinghan's hand, her soft eyes bending slightly. Senior brother, let's go. I have the map of the secret realm and know the safest route. The exit of the secret realm appeared in an unpredictable location, and cultivators had to search for it themselves. Yun-Kei spoke with conviction, and she indeed held a map in her hand. But Yi Xiao was a woman with a script. The route she indicated was not wrong, but the casualties were heavy. Their group encountered a powerful demon beast at the nascent soul stage, and many rogue cultivators without the strength to protect themselves were devoured by the beast. Perhaps to equip the female lead, although many rogue cultivators died on that route. Yun-Kei gained a lot after teaming up with others to slay the nascent soul stage demon beast, obtaining many spiritual fruits. However, because of this, she triggered the surrounding barrier, causing everyone to be trapped inside, unable to call for help. Seeing that the group of rogue cultivators was about to follow Yun-Kei, Yi Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Is anyone following us? Her words seemed rather presumptuous. The group of cultivators looked at her, their expressions clearly saying, a Foundation establishment cultivator? Why would we follow you? Yun-Kei took a deep breath and turned, seemingly helpless. Sister, please don't cause trouble. I have the map. Yi Xiao remained silent for a moment. I advise you all not to go. Following the male and female leads might keep them safe, but some insignificant passerby will definitely be affected. Song Jin scoffed. What are you rambling about, Yi Xiao? Are you just trying to show off? Coincidentally, I'm the type who does exactly what others tell me not to do. However, Song Jin's almost provocative words stirred no response in Yi Xiao. She even had the mood to retort, if others tell you not to do something, you will do it? Can I understand that as, if I tell you not to eat shit, you will insist on eating it? Who taught you to understand it that way? After retorting Song Jin, Yi Xiao repeated her previous words, and, seeing that all the remaining people firmly chose to follow Yun-Kei, she stopped trying to persuade them further. Turning to her two friends behind her, she said, then let's go. If they couldn't stop those who wanted to seek death, then they wouldn't stop them. Of course, there were some who were intimidated by Yi Xiao's serious tone and hesitated for a moment before choosing to follow them. But this was only a minority of rogue cultivators. The majority still felt safer following the disciples of the Asking Sword sect. At first, Duan Hongdao was somewhat skeptical of Yi Xiao, feeling nervous throughout, fearing that they would encounter a powerful demon beast along the way. However, in the end, he realized he was overthinking it. There wasn't even a bird in sight. Wow. Duan Hongdao grabbed Yi Xiao. You're not the type who studies fate, are you? Yi Xiao blinked. Of course not. I'm just joking. She couldn't tell them that she was a woman with a script. After leading the group of rogue cultivators out, Yi Xiao received grateful looks from everyone. When Duan Hongdao saw the exit, his eyes lit up. Let's hurry out. Being able to exit the grand secret realm smoothly and obtain many good things. Duan Hongdao was already very satisfied. Yi Xiao didn't follow him out, but turned back to return the same way. What are you going to do? Seeing this, Duan Hongdao was startled and quickly grabbed her hand. The secret realm will close in less than 2 hours. What are you going to do? Yi Xiao pretended to sigh dramatically. I'm going to catch a few demon beasts. Duan Hongdao. If he remembered correctly, the demon beasts in the grand secret realm were at least in the mid-foundation establishment stage, right? How could she, a cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage, catch a demon beast? Wasn't she just asking to be caught by one? Are you serious? Duan Hongdao couldn't believe it. Yi Xiao nodded. Duan Hongdao didn't know where her confidence to say such a thing came from. He gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll accompany you. After being together for so many days, he couldn't just ignore her. Mu Chongxi looked at his little junior sister who was about to seek her own death, holding his head in pain. But what could he do? He could only indulge her. The trio returned along the same path, and Duan Hongdao had gradually gotten used to following Yi Xiao's commands. Therefore, he asked, where are we going to catch demon beasts? Yi Xiao only replied, don't rush. Let us first go see some excitement. Excitement? Whose excitement? Soon, the two would find out. It turned out they were going to watch the excitement between the Moonclear sect and the Asking Sword sect. The group of Yun-Kei had taken another route and were trapped inside the barrier, and with the closing of the secret realm approaching, everyone was anxiously pacing around. They certainly didn't want to be trapped to death inside the secret realm. Seeing this, Yi Xiao slowly tossed a sound transmission talisman into the barrier. The people inside the barrier couldn't get out, but those outside could enter. To prevent herself from accidentally slipping into the barrier, Yi Xiao deliberately kept her distance and communicated with the sound transmission talisman. Song Hansheng reached out to grab the sound transmission talisman, and upon hearing the voice, he was stunned. Yi Xiao, you're not dead? Yi Xiao replied, you're the one who is dead. She leisurely walked out and smiled at the group trapped inside the barrier. Hi. The voice from the sound transmission talisman clearly echoed throughout the barrier. Wu Chongxi, hi. Duan Heng Dao had to follow suit under everyone's watchful eyes. Hi. Hearing the familiar hi, Song Hansheng began to feel a stomach ache. Oh, how come it's them again? Seeing Song Hansheng about to curse, Yi Xiao didn't give him the chance and swiftly cut off the sound transmission talisman. Mu Chongxi asked, huh? Aren't you going to listen? No, Yi Xiao said calmly, my pride is too strong. I can't bear to hear what he is going to say next. As expected of you. Mu Chongxi began to worry that Song Hansheng might actually get so angry he would suffer a stroke. After cutting off the sound transmission talisman, Song Hansheng cursed even more fiercely, but unfortunately, no one could hear what he was saying through the barrier. Once Song Hansheng had expended most of his energy cursing, Yi Xiao, unfazed, threw another sound transmission talisman back to him. This time, Song Hansheng was smarter. He didn't take the talisman himself, but threw it to Song Jian. Before Song Jian was reprimanded, he immediately passed the hot potato to the senior brother. Yi Qinghan subconsciously didn't want to communicate with Yi Xiao, and when he turned to throw it to someone else, he found that there was no one left to throw it to. There was no way out. The reluctant Yi Qinghan could only take the sound transmission talisman. Hi. Yi Xiao greeted him enthusiastically and asked straightforwardly, do you want to go out? You? Do you have a way to get out? Song Han, who had been holding back his anger, peered in and coldly asked the sound transmission talisman. The scattered cultivators, unable to bear it any longer, cursed angrily. What does it have to do with you? If it weren't for your junior sister leading us astray, how could so many of us have died? The path they followed with Yun Ke turned out to be safe for the disciples of the major sects, while the scattered cultivators suffered heavy losses, and in the end, all the good things were taken away by Yun Quebec. They were also trapped because Yun Ke triggered the barrier. A group of people was filled with resentment. Yun Ke's face turned pale as she shrank into Yi Qinghan's arms, apologizing. I'm sorry. No one cared about her apology. At this moment, everyone wanted to get out. Outside the formation, Yi Xiao propped her chin on her hand, smiling brightly. How about this? You guys from Yuqing sect and Wenjian sect can quote a price. If the payment in spirit stones is satisfactory, I'll find a way to let you out. Just after being tricked into giving spirit stones, both Song Han and Yi Qinghan's faces darkened in unison. Duan Hengdao admired her greatly. Aren't you afraid that these two sects will team up against you during the competition? Yi Xiao confidently replied, but I've already offended them, so I might as well offend them to the end. As the saying goes, more debts, no worries. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Chapter 34. Woohoo. Take off. No one paid attention to Yi Xiao's sincere suggestion. Yi Qinghan even chose to draw his sword on the spot and struck the barrier, resulting in a backlash that caused blood to appear at the corner of his mouth. Yi, senior brother. Yun Ke rushed to support him, her lips pressed tightly in panic, a tear rolling down her eye. Are you okay? Yi Qinghan shook his head, unwilling to give up, and drew his sword again to strike the barrier. This time, he bent over and spat out blood, his face turning even paler. Yun Ke immediately took out a silk handkerchief to wipe the blood off him, and the two exchanged affectionate glances, the atmosphere becoming ambiguous and intimate. If one were to ignore the scattered cultivators inside the barrier who were about to go mad, one could only say that human emotions do not resonate. Some are in love, while others are desperate for their lives. Elegant, so elegant. Yi Xiao, who was watching the commotion outside the barrier, clapped her hands and sighed. As expected of the cultivation world's version of Long Outyin, even while spitting blood, you maintain your dignity. How did the female lead and her group get out in the original plot? Oh, it was all thanks to Yi Qinghan. The male lead's ability to clear levels was confirmed. Exhausted from spiritual energy and spitting blood from the backlash, he barely managed to lead Yun Ke out of the secret realm, which was the key to the deepening of their relationship. Yun Ke was so moved that she believed only a man with such a big heart deserved her admiration. Yi Qinghan had the ability to open the barrier, but that didn't mean he wouldn't get hurt. With only 2 hours left before the secret realm closed, everyone was going crazy. Song Han could no longer remain calm. Yi Xiao, I know you have a way. With so many of us, you can't just stand by and watch us die, right? Is this how the elders of the Changming sect taught you? Even at this point, Song Han, didn't he forget to use moral coercion against her? But Yi Xiao adhered to her principle. As long as she had no morals, no one could coerce her. She sat cross-legged outside the barrier. Her tone feigned with a slight smile. If you can't get out, what can I do? Song Han, what about that magical artifact from your Chaming sect? He had personally seen her use it to blow up the belly of a monster. Surely that barrier wouldn't be a problem either, right? Yi Xiao touched her chin. It's gone. I used it all. Besides, no matter how you put it, bombs cause physical damage. And their attack on a barrier like this, which is magical damage, isn't significant. Yi Xiao's words left Song Han feeling utterly defeated. He was unwilling to give up and took out many talismans from his mustard seed bag, trying to throw them at the barrier to see if he could break it. But unsurprisingly, they all bounced back. Watching the busy crowd, Yi Xiao began to seriously suggest, if you can't finish it today, just do it tomorrow. Maybe by tomorrow. You won't have to do it if you're dead. Shut up, Yi Xiao. Can't you stop with the verbal assault? Yi Xiao's nonchalant remarks nearly choked everyone. Song Han took a deep breath, looking at Yi Xiao with malice. If we can't get out, do you think you won't be blamed for not saving us? Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao was even more nonchalant. Then don't live. Once you're dead, I won't care if I'm blamed for not saving you. Come on, let us hurt each other. Clearly, Song Han had no way to counter Yi Xiao's nonchalant remarks, and in the end, he was left with a belly full of anger. Her calm demeanor was too composed. In a desperate situation, Yi Qinghan chose to negotiate with her. How many spirit stones do you want? Yi Xiao, unperturbed, held a crumpled piece of fried chicken in her hand. How much do you think the lives of your Wenjian sect disciples are worth? Yi Qinghan was momentarily speechless, finally exhaling a deep breath. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yi Xiao didn't respond, smiling at him, her tone stretched. Oh, so the esteemed direct disciple of the Wenjian sect is only worth 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Even Yi Qinghan's eternally indifferent expression cracked for a moment. How could there be such a person in the world? Did Yi Xiao even know what enough is enough meant? Clearly, Yi Xiao did not. And she even began an auction. Is there anyone from Yu Qing's sect willing to bid higher? After waiting for a long time without a response, she extended her tone again. Oh, so the esteemed direct disciple of the Yu Qing sect is also worth no more than 100,000 spirit stones? Song Han, what the hell are you talking about? In comparison, the talisman cultivators seemed to have more money. As time ticked away, Song Han could no longer hold back and called out a bid. 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. That is all I have. He gritted his teeth, wishing the time could rewind and keep him far away from Yin Quebec. If it weren't for her insisting on taking this path, how could they have encountered a great monster in the nascent soul stage? If it weren't for her desire for the spirit fruit, how could they have touched the surrounding barrier? Yi Xiao knew that if one pulled too much wool, the sheep would be left bald. She clapped her hands in satisfaction and casually took out a blank piece of paper from her mustard seed bag. Do you want to write a promissory note? A promissory note? There's even a promissory note. Song Han held his breath, watching Yi Xiao push the promissory note over from within the barrier. And he could only press his handprint. Yi Qinghan silently pressed his handprint alongside him. Surprisingly, Song Han felt a strange sense of balance in his heart. This was probably the thought that he wasn't the only one so unlucky, which eased his troubled heart quite a bit. Having offended the direct disciples of two sects, Yi Xiao showed no signs of guilt as she stood up gracefully. Then let us go. Where to? Duan Hengdao almost thought she was playing with those people. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao replied confidently, to catch the monster. Didn't I say that from the start? How could she still remember such things? Mu Chongxi felt that the little junior sister was on a completely different script than everyone else. In the great secret realm, shouldn't everyone just try to survive and wait for the secret realm to dissipate, returning safely to their sect? Who would take the time to explore the monster's lair at such a moment? As it turned out, Yi Xiao would. Moreover, she successfully found the hiding places of two major demon beasts. Both beasts were at the Golden Core stage. Although Mu Chongxi could defeat them, he suppressed his urge to act, remembering Yi Xiao's advice, and instead watched Yi Xiao's reckless antics from the sidelines. The junior sister sneaked down and, while the two demon beasts were asleep, grabbed a rock and slammed it down hard at them. After the surprise attack, Yi Xiao ran away. She used the wind step technique to quickly change positions, jumping twice to evade the sharp claws of the demon beasts. The two demon beasts roared angrily, but Yi Xiao felt it wasn't enough. During her escape, she kept provoking the demon beasts along the way. Duan Hengdao, who was waiting at the side, sensed something was off when he saw Xiao running towards him. Xiao? Xiao didn't look back and shouted, "Run." Duan Hongdao instinctively ran with her, not daring to look back because the commotion was already terrifying. It felt as if some horrifying presence was making his scalp tingle. "Why are we running?" He couldn't help but ask. Xiao calmly replied, "I have 2 golden core demon beasts and 6 late foundation establishment demon beasts chasing me, plus 8 mid foundation establishment demon beasts." Duan Hongdao, "Why are there so many demon beasts after you? What the hell did you do, Xiao?" If it weren't for the wrong timing, he would have transformed into a horse lord and shouted at Xiao to stop. Halfway through their run, Duan Hongdao realized that Mu Chengxi and Xiao had already passed him. He felt a surge of laughter. Is the secret of your Longming sect that whoever runs faster gets to become the direct disciple? Each of them moved like rabbits, all masters at fleeing. The 3 of them sprinted towards the barrier, and just as a golden core demon beast lunged at them, Xiao dashed into the barrier where Yun Ke and the others were. Living beings were allowed to enter the barrier, but demon beasts were not. A group of demon beasts trapped outside began to rage, slamming against the barrier, the grinding sound making one's scalp tingle. "What have you done?" Inside the barrier, Song Hanjing saw Xiao burst in, and his head felt like it was going to explode. "You brought that group of demon beasts here." He saw 2 golden core demon beasts madly slamming their claws against the barrier, and the waves of attacks made it hard not to suspect that Xiao had done something beastly. Xiao shrugged, "I didn't do anything. Just wait until they've exhausted the barrier, then we can strike back. You have to make good use of everything around you." She firmly believed that as long as the hatred value was high enough, even demon beasts would be unable to resist coming to crush her. Didn't she see those demon beasts outside already on the edge of madness? "We escaped. We made it out." Duan Hongdao, who had been chased all the way, was still in a daze. He felt that the time spent with Xiao was more thrilling than a year of outdoor training. Yi Qinghan looked at the demon beasts surrounding them and guessed her intention. "You want to use these demon beasts to break the barrier?" It wasn't impossible. But shouldn't normal people think about how to break the barrier through their own efforts? "You're being too opportunistic." Yi Qinghan's eyebrows were cold, and he looked at her with an incomprehensible gaze. "You'll regret it later." "I don't believe that misfortunes lead to blessings." Yi Xiao retorted, "Go ahead and eat your blessings. We won tea. If you can take shortcuts, why bother working hard?" Yi Qinghan stopped talking, his expression indifferent. Feeling that she was stubborn and lacked any integrity compared to Yun Quebec seeing this, Yi Xiao guessed he was comparing her to Yun Ke again in his mind. She was too lazy to engage in such unproductive conversations with the male protagonist and turned to Duan Hongdao. "Do you have a net for capturing demon beasts?" "I do." Yi Xiao sighed in relief and smiled at him. "Have you ever played the fishing game?" Out in the world, Duan Hongdao had all sorts of magical tools. He took out a golden beast-catching net and scratched his head in confusion. "What is the fishing game?" "Just cast the net to catch fish." After explaining, Yi Xiao looked at the barrier and rubbed her chin. "How's your aim?" Duan Hongdao, "Pretty good." This wasn't he bragging. As a qualified tool cultivator, they always needed to throw their tools to the cultivators in need during battles, so he was definitely among the best in terms of aim. "Then I can rest assured." Yi Xiao murmured. A group of demon beasts was frantically slamming against the barrier, and the originally thick barrier was losing its power with each strike. It was visibly getting thinner. "It's about to break," Mu Chengxi reminded in a low voice. At the moment, the barrier silently shattered. All the cultivators rushed out like arrows leaving the bow. It was no joke. There was less than an hour before the secret realm would close. And if they couldn't get out, they would be trapped inside. Yi Xiao quickly stored her documents and skillfully began to escape. "Woohoo, take off." Yi Xiao had learned the wind step well. Behind her, a string of demon beasts chased after her, some flying in the air, some crawling on the ground, creating a spectacular scene. The place she ran through was deserted, not a soul in sight, because it was her who offended the demon beasts. Duan Hongdao was safe as long as he didn't stay with her. The young man quickly followed behind, diligently starting to cast his net. The group of demon beasts had exhausted most of their strength attacking the barrier, and with Yi Xiao leading them around like walking a dog, Duan Hongdao effortlessly caught one after another. How should he put it? He finally understood what Yi Xiao meant by capturing demon beasts. Duan Hongdao murmured. "So that is how it is. She planned this all along, deliberately provoking the demon beasts to break the barrier, not only causing trouble for the other 2 sects, but also conveniently netting the exhausted demon beasts. How did she know there would be a barrier here? From a normal person's perspective, no, wait. He shouldn't try to understand Yi Xiao with normal logic. Would a normal person go provoke a group of sleeping demon beasts and still find time to offend the direct disciples of the other two sects during their outdoor training? The three of them worked well together and managed to bring all the demon beasts out before the secret realm closed. Almost at the moment the great secret realm disappeared, the strange barriers around them vanished completely. You can keep the demon beast bones. Considering that Duan Hengdao needed materials for weapon refining, Xiao took the initiative to say. Duan Hengdao scratched his head. You all can keep the inner cores. This trip was quite rewarding. Just the materials for refining weapons would last him a long time. The three quickly divided their spoils, but Xiao felt like she had forgotten something. Right. Where's my chicken? The barrier outside didn't allow demon beasts to enter, so where did the KFC chicken go? Her voice was quite loud. Mu Chongxi looked around and finally found the KFC chicken on top of Xiao's head. Don't say, this little guy was quite good at finding a place. Nesting on Xiao's head, and even seemed to be planning to make a nest. She snapped, pulling the KFC chicken down and pointing at it. No nesting on my head. The KFC chicken pretended not to hear. Fine then. So these demon beasts can understand human language? Xiao calmed her emotions and suddenly had an idea. By the way, isn't that red bird still tied to the tree? All right. Mu Chongxi looked at her in confusion. Aren't you planning to take it back to the sect? Xiao tugged at him. Let us experience flying on a bird. In ancient times, Santa rode a reindeer, later Harry Potter rode a broom. And now they were riding a bird. It's not impossible, right? Mu Chongxi. Under the encouragement of Xiao, the two found the bird tied under a tree with demon-binding ropes. The red bird, now tied up, had lost all hope and looked at these two detestable humans without any desire to resist. Duan Hengdao was somewhat familiar with her outrageous behavior and helplessly said, So, is this goodbye? See you at the big competition. Xiao was studying how to ride the bird and replied without looking up, See you at the big competition. The two had been missing for 5 days, and if nothing unexpected happened, Qin Fanfan and the senior brother must have already discovered that they had secretly descended the mountain. Go. After studying for a moment, Xiao simply sat on it. Run fast. The red bird was furious. This human actually treated it like a cart-pulling animal. Mu Chongxi hesitated to sit on it, feeling that this mode of transportation was a bit sinister. The red bird was already aggrieved by being bullied by two humans, and now they wanted to use it as a cart. At the moment they took off into the sky, it began to deliberately sway left and right. Xiao held on tightly, but as they approached the boundary of Changming's sect, the red bird shook even more violently. She couldn't hold on, and at the moment she was about to be thrown off, her only thought was that riding a bird really didn't work. Just before the three of them fell from the sky, Elder Xiao was still having a friendly conversation with other sect's disciples. The disciples from Baishui sect had come to Yunzhong City reportedly for the opening of a great secret realm, but the secret realm had opened early, and everyone was blocked outside the outer gate. They could only regretfully stop there, so they planned to visit Changming's sect since it was nearby. Shui Yu and Ming Xian had just been released from the forbidden area and were casually chatting with the two disciples from Baishui's sect. Suddenly, something dark fell from the sky. With a loud bang, dust was kicked up. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Xiao casually got up from the ground. Hi, second senior brother, third senior brother. Chapter 35. The greatest hatred for talentless dogs. Humans are bound to die, but one cannot die socially. Mu Chongxi felt the long-lost embarrassment of social death. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak, fearing that Elder Xiao would catch him and give him a good beating. Elder Xiao smiled ominously. You're back, huh? Little brats. Elder Xiao. The two stood up as if nothing happened and secretly kicked the red bird that had thrown them off. The two disciples from Baishui's sect were both girls, one named Miao Miao and the other named Simian. Senior sister, Miao Miao pouted and whispered, I feel like the disciples from this sect are a bit odd. Simian nodded in rare agreement. Even though she had seen countless people, she had never encountered such peculiar disciples. Which sword cultivator would fly around sitting on a bird instead of riding their sword properly? Elder Xiao's face twisted for a moment. He didn't need to look to know what the strange gazes from the other sects were thinking. He suppressed his fury and forced a friendly smile. You've come at the right time. These two are the disciples from Baishui's sect. Why don't you accompany them to tour our Changming sect? The best way to deal with two visiting disciples was to hand them over to his own disciples, and Elder Xiao was more than happy to be a hands-off manager. Seeing this, Xiao observed silently and responded with an okay. She was already planning how to escape Elder Xiao's roar after these two disciples left. After Elder Xiao left, Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Simeon quietly scrutinized Xiao several times. She had heard before coming that Changming's sect had taken in a new junior sister, who was reportedly promoted from the outer sect to a core disciple. Historically, the 5 sects selected core disciples based on the best qualifications. But this girl seemed mediocre, with nothing special about her. It was unclear whether Changming's sect was completely giving up or had other plans. "You're finally back." Ming Xian, with a dog-tail grass in his mouth, had his hands clasped behind his head. "If you hadn't come back, the master would have personally come down to catch you." Shuiyu nodded in agreement. 5 days have passed, and you too. He sized up the 2 junior disciples. They were wearing their regular clothes, but it looked like they had been wandering around, and their clothes were a bit worn, especially Xiao, who looked like a wilted cabbage. Shuiyu stroked his chin and said slowly, "Did you come back from wandering outside? Broaden your horizons a bit. Is it possible that we came back from dumpster diving?" Xiao said, pointing at the tightly bound red bird not far away. Shuiyu fell silent for a moment, feeling that what she said had some truth to it. "Senior brother Shui." While they were chatting without a care, Miao Miao suddenly leaned over. "Can I ask you a question? Is there a kind of pill that has been popular in Yunzhong City lately?" She handed Shuiyu a strange-looking pill and pointed at it. "It's this kind." "Ah." This Shuiyu took it and stared at the pill in her palm for a moment. The yellow pill emitted a faint fragrance, but compared to the usual round and smooth pills, it looked more wild and unrestrained. If it weren't for the lack of smoke, Shuiyu would have probably lit one up on the spot to express his weariness and confusion about the world. How did such an ugly pill become popular in Yunzhong City? It's nearly as ugly as Junior Sister. Ming Xian thought it looked familiar. "I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Such an ugly pill. Only Junior Sister could refine it, right? Where?" Miao Miao's eyes brightened. She was genuinely curious about what kind of genius could make a pill that looked so ugly yet still retained its efficacy. What kind of precision does one need in controlling their spiritual awareness and spirit plants to achieve that? Ming Xian chuckled. "My junior sister made something similar when she was practicing." Being singled out, Xiao turned her head and also noticed the pill in Miao Miao's hand. She stroked her chin, realizing that she hadn't thought of this. Before she went out to train, these pills had been unsellable because of their ugly appearance. Yet in just a few days, they had become trendy pills? Miao Miao was slightly taken aback, staring at Xiao. "Does a sword cultivator even have the dream of becoming an alchemist?" Xiao graciously allowed her to look, and in the end, she said to Shuiyu, "Third senior brother, I'm going to the library first." Ming Xian, who had long wanted to escape the conversation, quickly added, "I'm going too." The two immediately joined hands and slipped away. Shuiyu smiled helplessly. Miao Miao couldn't help but feel envious upon seeing this scene. "The atmosphere between you two is quite good." Not all disciples from different sects could get along well. They were all prodigies, the future of their sects. And there was no shortage of open and covert competition regarding talent. Simply put, no one looked up to anyone else. She and her senior sister were among the few who could get along harmoniously, but that was also because Simeon had a gentle temperament. Otherwise, it would be hard to get along well. Not really. Mu Chongxi touched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. Before Xiao arrived, they rarely hung out together. Even when they occasionally did, it was usually for training. The current unity was entirely due to Xiao's remarkable social skills. As the saying goes, people's joys and sorrows are not interlinked. As soon as Xiao returned, she was called by Elder Yu in the library to help copy books. Being exploited right after returning, Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Her purpose for coming to the library was actually to study the heart method and talisman books given by Song Hanqing in detail, while also comparing them with Changming sect's talismans to see if they could be improved. The result was that Elder Yu caught them red-handed. Compared to Xiao's busyness, Ming Xian was quite relaxed. He casually picked up a talisman book and flipped through it aimlessly. Elder Xiao recalled the feeling of her spirit sense being overdrawn and maintaining an attitude of asking questions when she didn't understand. She spoke up. "Is it normal for a talisman practitioner to have a nosebleed the first time they draw a talisman?" "Yes," Manager Yu answered briskly, lifting his eyelids to glance at Ming Xian, adding, "Of course, a very few won't." Xiao was the type who would faint at the first attempt. She touched her nose tip and humbly inquired, "Who wouldn't experience that?" She still remembered the dizzy feeling from back then. "Your second senior brother wouldn't. He could draw talismans at 7, was sent to our sect at 10, and the issue of overdrawn spirit sense doesn't exist for him." Manager Yu glanced at her, implying, "You could understand this as the talent of geniuses." There was no denying that her second senior brother had exceptional talent in talisman drawing. Yi Xiao lowered her eyes and, word by word, expressed her resentment. In this life, I hate talent dogs the most. Finally, she added, what I hate the most is that I'm not a talent dog. Manager you little rascal, you don't treat me as an outsider at all. Chapter 36, don't create any problems for me then. If it were anyone else, even if they were jealous, they wouldn't say it out loud. But this girl, on the other hand, said it quite confidently. Ming Xian, who had been inexplicably labeled as a talent dog, couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, urging, hurry up and copy it. The cafeteria will be serving food soon. As soon as she heard food was being served, Yi Xiao immediately sped up her movements. Having been cooped up in the library copying books by Elder Yu, she had become quite proficient by now. The ancient scrolls recorded many alchemy recipes from ancient times, and after copying for so long, Yi Xiao could recite them from memory. Before leaving, she also made sure to take the talisman book with her for further study. They arrived a bit late, and the cafeteria was nearly out of food. Ming Xian sighed at the few baskets of steamed buns. When will our sect's meals be better? Yi Xiao had already gotten used to it. She wasn't picky at all. But after being down the mountain for so long, she found it hard to endure the tasteless food. I don't know, she replied. If it doesn't work out, I can bring you some back next time I go down the mountain. Ming Xian shook his head. You probably can't go out now. With the competition coming up, the fourth junior brother and the junior sister disappearing from time to time has almost given Qin Fan Fan a heart attack. This time, Master probably won't let them sneak out no matter what. Looking on the bright side, Ming Xian paused. When the competition happens, we can go to the Bai Shui sect. Their food is quite good, lots of meat. However, Yi Xiao and Ming Xian exchanged glances, and instead of feeling comforted, they felt even hungrier. At that moment, the shared human emotions of joy and sorrow resonated. After shaking off the group of disciples, Elder Xiao quickly found Qin Fan Fan, who was slacking off and napping. He snorted, your new little disciple and Mu Chengxi are back. Qin Fan Fan, who encouraged them to sneak down the mountain. The forbidden area was well guarded. Yet these two had the guts to sneak out. Elder Xiao didn't even need to think to know who had incited them. He sneered 3 times. Who else but that little rabbit, Yi Xiao? Before Yi Xiao arrived, even Mu Chengxi, no matter how rebellious, wouldn't sneak out like this. Qin Fan Fan was no longer surprised by this. She waved her hand, generously saying, youth is meant to be reckless. Those kids are at the age where they want to stir things up. What are you getting upset with Yi Xiao for? Elder Xiao rubbed his forehead. What I mean is, these two are causing trouble every day. Do you think that's appropriate? This time, Qin Fan Fan had no objections and nodded thoughtfully. You're not wrong. Those kids do need some discipline. Planning to have a heart-to-heart with Yi Xiao, Qin Fan Fan rolled up her sleeves in the middle of the night and sent a message to Yi Xiao through a jade tablet, asking her to come to the main peak. After receiving the message, Yi Xiao casually threw the KFC bucket on her head and strolled to the main peak. Little Xiao. Qin Fan Fan cleared her throat, preparing to feign a scolding to make her disciple more obedient. However, just a second before Yi Xiao walked in, she almost broke character. Yi Xiao entered wearing plain clothes that made her look carefree, and on top of her head was a chicken. Was it a turkey? Qin Fan Fan hesitated. Little Xiao. What is that on your head? Yi Xiao exclaimed, poking the KFC bucket on her head. Oh, this is my contract beast. Master, she asked. Do you know what kind of monster this is? Qin Fan Fan pondered for a moment, stood up, and flipped through the records of exotic beasts, but found no similar monster or offspring. After a moment of strange silence, her gaze unconsciously fell on the chicken on the girl's head, her tone complex. Little Xiao, you didn't really contract a turkey, did you? Who would contract a turkey as a beast? However, catching a chicken as a contract beast did seem like something her little disciple would do. Chicken? Yi Xiao accepted the reality upon hearing that it was indeed a chicken. She even felt like shaking it. Master, it's not just any chicken. Qin Fan Fan showed an expression of wanting to know more. Oh? Could it be some divine beast? Yi Xiao replied seriously, it's KFC chicken. What kind of chicken is KFC chicken? Qin Fan Fan was afraid of revealing her ignorance in front of her disciple. Although she was curious, she didn't dare to ask. Under Yi Xiao's gaze, fearing that she would be seen through for lacking knowledge, she chose to change the subject. Little Xiao, she looked at her. I want to ask, do you have confidence in making it into the top 10 of the Sword Cultivator rankings in this year's competition? The Sword Cultivator rankings aren't just limited to the 5 sects. Sword cultivators from all over the world will participate, making it a contest for the top 10 spots against all talented sword cultivators of their generation. Faced with this sudden topic, Xiao slumped, replying, "No confidence. Let me die?" This time, it was Qin Fan's turn to be speechless. Xiao had only heard of the sect competition from others and had never seen what it was like. She wasn't even clear about the rules. She thought for a moment and asked, "Master, is the competition only for the direct disciples of the 5 sects?" "Yes," Qin Fan slowly replied at that time. "You will all be sent to the same secret realm, each with a viewing stone, responsible for letting the elders and cultivators outside see the scenes inside." Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, repeating, "Is it live broadcast? Isn't that just like modern live streaming?" "Yes," Qin Fan nodded. She was very familiar with this process. At that time, all your actions will be under the gaze of cultivators in the cultivation world. Little Xiao, he paused, looking at the carefree Xiao, and inexplicably warned, "Don't cause any trouble for me then." For some reason, wherever Xiao was, Qin Fan always felt that this generation of direct disciples would have particularly lively days ahead. He sincerely hoped that the group of direct disciples being played by Xiao would be fine. Chapter 37 Second Senior Brother, shall we just slack off together? Xiao innocently responded to his doubt, her eyes clear. "I'm a good person. How could I cause trouble?" "Go practice," Qin Fan chuckled, waving his hand impatiently to shoo the little rascal away. Xiao immediately rolled off. The Changming sect implemented a free-range policy, allowing for casual cultivation with abundant spiritual energy. But they were stingy with spirit stones. However, it didn't matter. The Yueqing sect and Wenjian sect were now her big clients. Xiao had already figured out how to ask them for money during the competition. Meanwhile, after spending 2 days in the Longming sect, Miaoyan hesitated for a few seconds, gently gripping the pill in her hand, but couldn't resist her curiosity. She shook off Miao Miao and ran to the apothecary pavilion, panting as she found the boss who had sold her the pill, speaking sincerely. "Old sir, I am a disciple of the Bihue sect." To draw his attention, Miaoyan revealed her identity and said earnestly, "I hope to meet the alchemist who refined the pill. Is that possible?" The boss of the apothecary pavilion stammered for a long time, but didn't agree. It was a joke. She was a disciple of the Bihue sect, and it would be absurd not to agree. But it wasn't just about whether he wanted to. He simply couldn't contact that master alchemist either. Ever since that person had handed him several bottles of unsightly pills for resale a few days ago, they had completely disappeared without a trace. Where could he go to agree? However, the boss's actions made Miaoyan think that high-level practitioners were always elusive and that it was normal not to be able to contact them. Miaoyan felt a sense of awe, her imagination elevating the figure of the master she sought, even beginning to speculate whether he was a powerful being in the transformation stage. At this moment, Miaoyan was unaware that the master she was so eager to find wasn't avoiding the boss of the apothecary pavilion. Instead, he was currently being beaten by Elder Duan. Not only was Xiao being beaten, but she was also accompanied by Mu Chongxi. With the competition approaching, they hardly had any time to go out, as sword practitioners. Xiao and Mu Chongxi were naturally subjected to Elder Duan's relentless beatings, who was teaching them combat techniques. After Elder Duan casually kicked Mu Chongxi away, Xiao licked her lips, focusing intently on Elder Duan's movements. It turned out that an elder was always an elder. Before she could even see how he made his move, she found her arm seized and was kicked out in the same manner. After being beaten this time, Xiao's reaction speed noticeably improved. She quickly flipped over and steadied herself in midair, perhaps holding on to the hope of escaping if she couldn't win. She activated her clear wind step and ran without looking back. Elder Duan's first strike indeed missed. "You little brat." He laughed in anger. "Come back." Xiao shouted loudly. "No, I'm not looking back." No matter how much she loved him, it was impossible to turn back. "If I go over, you will beat me." She was well aware of this and watched Elder Duan warily. If she went over, she would definitely be beaten again. Elder Duan raised an eyebrow, having never encountered someone who would run when they couldn't win. However, speed was useless. Elder Duan intercepted Xiao at her next landing point, delivering a merciless kick to her abdomen. Xiao couldn't dodge in time and collided directly, and the next second, she was kicked down from midair, crashing to the ground. She held her aching abdomen as Elder Duan's fierce punch followed closely. Her body's instincts made her react quickly, and she jumped up like a carp. At the same time, she retreated, trying to gain distance. However, Elder Duan didn't give her that chance. As soon as Xiao took a step, she felt a sharp pain in her knee, which buckled suddenly, causing her to fall clumsily. "Come again." Xiao, having been thrown to the ground, was in pain all over. Lying there and completely giving up on struggling. Is this your limit? You just give up like this? He tried to provoke Yi Xiao's fighting spirit with words. Yi Xiao chose to lie flat. Elder, just hit me. She couldn't outrun him, and facing him meant only being beaten. What else could she do? Moreover, for some reason, she felt that Elder Duan had come specifically to beat her today. The two were at a standstill for several minutes when Mu Chengxi suddenly shouted, "It's time to eat." Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. Standing for so long had made her almost starve. The next second, she heard Elder Duan's merciless voice. "You can only eat after hitting me." Yi Xiao, lying on the ground, paused her actions. The girl quickly rolled over and sincerely said, "Elder, after lying here for a while, I suddenly feel like I can do it again. Do you think I still have a chance?" He glanced at this troublemaker, amused. "Do you want to go eat?" Yi Xiao shyly nodded. The next moment, before Elder Duan could act, she took the initiative to retreat and create some distance. After being thrown twice, she had already realized that Elder Duan didn't play fair and would strike at any moment without warning. Elder Duan praised her. Quick reaction. He knew he was about to start hitting her again. The girl took a quick step, coordinating with the clear wind step, her fists clenched. And she suddenly appeared behind Elder Duan, throwing a punch at the back of his head. The man turned his head, caught her fist with one hand, and forcefully pulled it down while his other hand swung fiercely toward her abdomen. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao slipped away like a slippery loach, twisting her body and darting past his arm. Using the clear wind step to create distance, she quickly reached for the bamboo shoot at her waist. Recalling the first move of the clear wind technique, moving swiftly and decisively, her sword technique like a shadow and a knife, striking steadily at him. The white sword wind moved too quickly. Elder Duan couldn't react in time and was indeed grazed by Yi Xiao. Clear wind technique. Elder Duan recognized the sword technique she used, his eyes filled with surprise. He didn't remember teaching her the first move of the clear wind technique, did he? Yi Xiao was eager to rush to the cafeteria. I passed the level, right? Elder. Elder Duan nodded with a complex expression. It's no exaggeration to say that Yi Xiao was the most skilled disciple he had ever seen at mimicking. Anything he could do, she could mimic after just one look. Unfortunately, time was too tight. Unlike the group of prodigies like Yi Qinghan, who grew up in large sects, accumulating various heavenly treasures, they had been practicing swordsmanship for over a decade, deeply ingrained in their bones. Watching the battle was Qin Fanfan, who remained calm, just hoping for safety. The variables in the great secret realm were too numerous. Even if they encountered danger, various sects would send help, but there were still unpredictable factors. Elder Duan sighed. She has already learned the first move of the clear wind technique. Moreover, when he asked Yi Xiao how she learned it, her response was infuriating. I learned it by watching fourth senior brother use it. What else could Elder Duan say? He could only continue to beat his two beloved disciples harder, hoping to prevent them from being bullied too badly in the competition. This led to both of them returning from training bruised and battered. Shuiyu looked at the miserable duo and couldn't help but facepalm, feeling incredibly fortunate that he was just a weak alchemist who couldn't take care of himself. Otherwise, who could withstand being beaten every day? Compared to their grueling days, Ming Xian had also shut himself in his courtyard for several days without going out. According to Ming Xian's usual behavior, he would definitely come to watch them being beaten, but he had been unusually quiet these past few days. When Yi Xiao asked, she was told that Ming Xian was drawing talismans. He has been drawing for 3 days. When Yi Xiao was being beaten, Ming Xian was drawing talismans. When Yi Xiao was sleeping, Ming Xian was drawing. When Yi Xiao was eating, Ming Xian was still drawing. She exclaimed, "Wow, the talisman's king is right beside me?" Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment at the door of Ming Xian's courtyard, considering whether to invite him to eat together. But it seemed a bit disrespectful to interrupt the talisman's king's efforts. She knocked on the door, and when Ming Xian saw Yi Xiao, he said, "Junior sister? Second senior brother." She looked at the numerous talismans scattered around, and the aftereffects of her first experience drawing talismans made her head hurt at the sight of so many. "How long have you been drawing?" Ming Xian smiled. "Are you here to persuade me to take a break?" Yi Xiao respected everyone's efforts. She shook her head. "No. But second senior brother, there's still more than a month until the competition. Is there really a need to rush? Can you handle staying up for 3 days and nights without sleep?" Ming Xian paused for a moment, looking at his junior sister's puzzled gaze. He ultimately chose to speak honestly. "I want to break through to the golden course stage." Huh. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. Is the breakthrough really that urgent? Ming Xian hesitated, then rubbed her head with force and smiled. Well, you could understand it as the pressure of being a genius? Is this a self-deprecating joke based on Elder Yu's words? Yi Xiao swatted away his hand that was trying to mess with her hair, confused. Why? Ming Xian's expression became slightly serious. The talents among my peers are indeed enviable, but the pressure is also quite heavy. My family is from the main lineage of the 8 great families of talisman cultivation. Oh, you should have known this early on. Among the 4 direct disciples of the Changming sect, I was the one who cultivated the fastest before you arrived. He smiled. Having reached the peak of foundation establishment at 15, but he hadn't broken through since then. My family thinks I'm not working hard enough. And even my father often sighs in his letters. He paused, adding that he also faced ridicule from the other 4 sections. This made Ming Xian feel constantly stimulated and tormented. Yi Xiao's arrival did indeed help improve his mindset a bit. But just thinking about facing the mockery from the other 4 sects at the competition made him feel weary. Ming Xian knew there was something wrong with his state of mind, but he didn't know how to fix it. Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback, then smiled. All right. She understood. So, the reason Ming Xian in the original story fell into madness was actually due to being provoked by those rumors. If that's the case, Yi Xiao immediately had a solution. As the saying goes, the path of greatness is simple. Without desire, one is strong. Correct mistakes and let go. As long as she completely lets go, who would dare to point fingers at her? Second senior brother. She extended an invitation. Are you considering joining me in letting go? Chapter 38. The eve of the competition, huh? Yi Xiao's topic jumped too quickly, causing Ming Xian to momentarily struggle to keep up with her train of thought. Let go? How do we let go? Yi Xiao looked at Ming Xian's bewildered expression and gave him a mysterious smile. You'll know when the competition comes. Ming Xian's expression froze slightly as he looked at her confident demeanor, then let out a helpless chuckle after a while. All right then. I'll take a nap first, and we can talk later. He had been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment for so many years. And it wasn't something that could be broken through in a short time. After comforting Ming Xian, Yi Xiao sighed in relief and returned to her residence to prepare the pills she could use for the competition by taking out a large pot. Practice makes perfect. Having read so many fragments of texts, even though she wasn't a professional alchemist, she could at least be considered an amateur. She planned to practice making some spirit recovery pills. Initially, due to her inexperience, Yi Xiao failed a few times, but she gradually became skilled, mastering her control over spiritual plants and the number of pill seals produced. The first time she condensed 9 pill seals. This time Yi Xiao wanted to see if she could condense more. Quickly forming the pill seals, golden patterns swirled around her. Soon, she changed her hand gestures again. And the 10th pill seal wobbled out, appearing much weaker than the previous 9. Yi Xiao felt a momentary sting in her spiritual sense, but she ignored it and calmly continued her actions. As time passed, the pill seals gradually solidified. Yi Xiao gently exhaled and lifted the lid of the pot. 10 oddly shaped pills lay quietly inside, their colors and appearances still as unappealing as ever. This time, she didn't intend to sell them. Instead, she stored them in a bottle for future use. After packing them, the result of overexerting her spiritual sense was that blood trickled from Yi Xiao's nose again. After cleaning it up, she felt dizzy and fell asleep. With the competition approaching, the 5 sects were busy training their direct disciples, and it was rare for anyone to disturb them. Except for Zhou Xingyun, none of the other 4 could escape the fate of attending classes. I heard that the new disciple of the Yueqing sect broke through to the Golden Core stage, Duan Yu said lightly. Qin Fanfan stroked his beard, also receiving the news at the same time, lamenting, yes, that girl broke through at 16. Her talent is no less than the other direct disciples. I really don't know where Yunhen found the luck to bring back such a talented disciple from the mortal realm. Duan Yu squinted his eyes, also non-committal about it. After being hammered for over a month, Elder Duan finally let go of his 2 most beloved disciples the night before the competition, even giving them a day off to play before setting off for the competition in Fuxing City the next day. Having earned a rare break, Yi Xiao hurried down the mountain to retrieve the handgun she had previously asked her boss to prepare. It had a very unique shape, and it seemed to have some special material inside, making it different from modern handguns. Mu Chongxi was eager to try it out, but given his previous incident of blowing up the sect leader, Yi Xiao didn't dare to let him play with it. She explained to him that this thing could store talismans, similar to a kind of hidden weapon. The kind of silver needles that Tang's sect uses to fire continuously is somewhat related. When she provided the design to her boss, he was amazed by the clever internal design of this hidden weapon. Yi Xiao demonstrated it to him on the spot, showing that not only could talismans be stored quickly, but they could also be fired several times in succession. When talismans were thrown, there was usually a gap for people to dodge. But the hidden weapon in Yi Xiao's hand could fire several shots in a row, leaving slow-reacting people no time to evade. Mu Chongxi was silent for a moment and sincerely said, "Being a sword cultivator really is a waste of your talent. It's a pity you're not becoming a weapon cultivator." Yi Xiao shrugged. "That has nothing to do with me. I can only say I borrowed the wisdom of my predecessors." After testing the hidden weapon, Yi Xiao stored it safely in her mustard seed pouch. In the main hall of the main peak, several other senior brothers had gathered together, seemingly watching something. Even the usually reclusive eldest senior brother had appeared. "What are you doing?" Yi Xiao naturally leaned in to take a look. Shuiyu held a jade slip, shaking it. "You all came at the right time. We are looking at gossip." "Gossip? Whose?" Shuiyu handed the jade slip to her, indicating for her to read it herself. Yi Xiao looked down at the jade slip in her hand, noting that it was similar to a smartphone in that it allowed for communication and calls. There was even a section resembling a modern forum where many cultivators had left comments. Quite intelligent. This kind of intelligent jade slip could only be purchased by wealthy cultivators. Just as Mu Chongxi was about to show her how to use it, he found that Yi Xiao was already skillfully tapping and browsing, as if she was very familiar with it. Of course, after scrolling through her phone for so many years, if she didn't know how to use this thing, she could just go to Zisha. The forum posts were varied, but the most popular and discussed were speculations about the 5 sects competition. Post 1. Bets are open. Which sect will win this year's competition? Post 2. Oh, I have a pair of underwear from Jian Sect S. Yiqinghan. Anyone want it? Bidding starts at 100 high-grade spirit stones. Post 3. I heard that the Changming sect and Yueqing sect are going head-to-head. Various gossips emerged, and Yi Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Yiqinghan's underwear is worth that much? Ming Xian stroked his chin. It seems so. Why don't we buy it then? Shuiyu didn't understand. Why would we buy his underwear? You wouldn't understand. Yi Xiao asserted confidently. The underwear can not only be sold, but when the competition comes, we can take out Yiqinghan's underwear to create mental pollution for Yiqinghan and his enemies, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Mu Chongxi silently gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. Junior sister really dares to think outside the box. Zhou Xingyun originally didn't plan to participate in their conversation. But even so, he was still choked by Yi Xiao's outrageous remarks. He lowered his eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. Finally, he understood why Mu Chongxi insisted on letting someone like Yi Xiao, who had average talent, become his direct disciple. Only someone with this kind of personality could get along well with the junior brothers. The 5 of them gathered together, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Tomorrow, they were going to set off for Fuxing City to meet with the other 4 sections. Except for Yi Xiao, no one felt sleepy. Yi Xiao yawned and simply lay her head on the table to take a nap. Ming Xian, who hadn't slept all night, saw her wake up with dark circles under her eyes and stuffed a set of red sect robes into her arms. "Come on, junior sister, quickly change into this, or we won't have time to leave later." "Change into what?" She was a bit confused. "The sect robes," Ming Xian said, unusually chatty. "During the competition, the entire cultivation world will be watching us, so we definitely need to wear sect robes." As soon as Yi Xiao opened her eyes, she saw 3 senior brothers enthusiastically surrounding her. She tactically leaned back and sincerely asked, "Is this why you all dress like little lobsters?" "This is called handsome," Mu Chongxi said happily as he pulled Yi Xiao along. "Trust me, compared to the unlucky colors of the other sects, our sect robes will definitely stand out and blind their eyes." This time, Yi Xiao didn't deny it. Red was eye-catching. It would definitely stand out among a group of plain-colored sect robes. "What about you, senior brother? Are you changing?" She looked at Zhou Xingyun, the only one among the 5 who hadn't changed into sect robes. "Senior brother?" Ming Xian was taken aback, looking at the drowsy Zhou Xingyun with some hesitation. Who among them would dare to let Zhou Xingyun change with them? Zhou Xingyun was usually gloomy and indifferent, causing many disciples to avoid him. Even someone as good-natured as Shuiyu wouldn't dare to approach him. "Change, just change," Yi Xiao said, showing no reverence for Zhou Xingyun. She even dared to pit Yiqinghan against him directly. She waved her hand immediately. "Senior brother, come change with us." Zhou Xingyun was stopped by Yi Xiao. Facing the eager junior sister, he calmly refused. "No need." "Senior brother," Mu Chongxi leaned over. "Just humor us." Ming Xian nodded along. "We're just missing you." The 4 of them looked pitiful and quite in sync, and Zhou Xingyun, with a complex expression, could only reluctantly take the clothes to change. Red was a bold color that most people couldn't pull off, but the members of Changming sect were all quite good-looking, and the 5 of them standing together were indeed a beautiful sight. However, Zhou Xingyun lowered his head and tugged at the robes, muttering 2 words, ugly. The pattern on the sect robe was misaligned, which made the perfectionist Zhou Xingyun want to draw his sword and chop the robe up. Mu Chongxi immediately flattered. It doesn't matter. No matter how ugly the sect robe is, it can't hide senior brother's handsomeness. Yi Xiao agreed. Shuiyu, same here. Ming Xian won. Zhou Xingyun was almost amused by the synchronized remarks of his junior brothers and sisters. Fuxing City was the territory of the Wanjian sect, and the unwritten rule of the cultivation world was that whoever ranked first would gather in their territory, and 100 years ago, the first place went to the Wanjian sect. Along with them were not only direct disciples, but also Duan Yu and Elder Xiao, as well as Qin Fanfan, who were accompanying them. The 5 of them were called to the back mountain early in the morning, where many disciples had gathered to watch and see the direct disciple style. A crowd of disciples was chattering away, discussing who was more handsome. Yi Xiao even spotted a familiar face among them, Du Chun, whom she had met on her first day at the sect. When he saw Yi Xiao looking over, he enthusiastically waved at her. Yi Xiao? Long time no see. Yi Xiao yawned, trying to look a bit more spirited, and replied, long time no see. How's it feel to be a direct disciple? He rubbed his hands together and asked curiously, is it nice? Yi Xiao tilted her head. It's okay. If I had to say, being an outer disciple is better. She genuinely thought so. At least as an outer disciple, no one would be watching her train all the time. Now, it was either getting beaten up or on the way to getting beaten up. Other outer and inner disciples. Is this some kind of humble brag? It must be. Chapter 39. The joy of junior sister completely slacking off under the envious and jealous gazes of many inner and outer disciples. Yi Xiao calmly followed the main group. Cultivators with money traveled by flying boats, which could carry thousands of people, while those without money had to suffer through sword flight. She had been in the cultivation world for so long and had never even seen what a flying boat looked like. Ming Xian stood with his arms crossed, on tiptoe looking around, estimating that they would arrive at Wanjian's sect by the afternoon. There was no doubt that Ming Xian was wealthy. He wasn't curious about the flying boat, only Yi Xiao was. After the 5 of them got ready and boarded the flying boat, Yi Xiao leaned against the barrier to look at the scenery outside, while the others lazily settled into their seats to sleep, resembling a modern airplane experience. Qin Fanfan handed each person their jade tokens, injecting spiritual energy into them. Once they lit up, she solemnly instructed, this waist token represents your identity. When the Wanjian sect steward comes to arrange accommodations, just show this to them. Yi Xiao took her jade token and casually hung it at her waist. They arrived at their destination around the afternoon, just as Ming Xian had guessed. Compared to the bustling prosperity of Yinchong City, Fuxing City felt more distant. With hardly any vendors and mostly shops, Yi Xiao didn't dare to look around carelessly. She couldn't afford anything in Yinchong City, let alone the shops at the feet of the first sect. Want to take a look around? Seeing Yi Xiao's curiosity, Ming Xian kindly offered, I'll pay. As a talisman cultivator, he was wealthy, and Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. Sure. Ming Xian smiled and led them into a shop. They weren't the only ones who arrived at their destination that afternoon. The other 3 sects also disembarked from their flying boats at the same time. Ming Xian didn't want to face the ridicule from those people just yet, so wandering around the shops with his junior sister was quite nice. The shop sold regular magical tools and elixirs. After a quick glance, Yi Xiao lost interest, mainly because the prices were too high, completely extinguishing her worldly desires. Even though Ming Xian said he would cover the bill, it was clearly not worth the price to Yi Xiao. Although she couldn't refine weapons, she knew a bit about alchemy, and the low-level spiritual pills inside were priced at 50 high-grade spiritual stones each. Why not just rob them? Shuiyu explained. It's because there are too few alchemists, so a single elixir can be inflated to a high price. Nowadays, aside from the big families and major sects, it's difficult for other cultivators to buy them. Yi Xiao understood why her ugly elixirs became popular. It was because they were cheap and abundant. She thought to herself that once she had money, she would definitely buy a pill furnace. The big pot she used to refine them was similar to a furnace. But because of its odd appearance, it could only be sold at a lower price. After the few of them finished browsing the shop, they returned to the accommodations arranged by Wanjian's sect before it got dark. It was a courtyard where they mixed with others. Perhaps worried that disciples from the 5 sects would get into fights, Wanjian's sect kindly separated their accommodations, but in reality, they were only separated by a wall. If they really wanted to fight, a punch could break through the wall and start a brawl. The Yuqing sect was arranged next to us. After inquiring about the arrangements of the other sects, Mu Chengxi casually tossed his jade token, unsure of what the steward was thinking. I feel like they want to stir up trouble. Speaking of enemies, the Wanjian sect and the Changming sect had long-standing grudges, just waiting to meet during the competition. Although Yi Qinghan didn't like to stir up trouble, it didn't mean that the other 4 direct disciples of the Wanjian sect were good-tempered. Yi Xiao and a few others had just returned from their outing when they were stopped outside by 3 unfamiliar individuals, dressed in white sect robes embroidered with clouds. With a sword at their waist and wearing mourning attire, Shuiyu had a guess in his heart. Are they from the Changming sect? Oh. Chu Xingji smiled slightly. Isn't this one of Changming sect's direct disciples? How did they end up walking to our asking sort sect? Can't you even afford to take a flying boat? It was highly provocative and insulting, reminiscent of the troublesome Song Jian from back then. Ming Xian's expression changed. You. He had just taken a step forward when Chu Xingji lightly smiled. Ah, let me see. Isn't this Ming Xian? It's been so many years since we last met. Chu Xingji paused maliciously. Still hasn't broken through to the Golden Core? Having a direct disciple like you in Changming sect is simply a disgrace. I really don't know what qualification a useless person who hasn't even broken through to Golden Core has to participate in the grand competition. TSK. Yi Xiao watched Ming Xian gradually fall silent and understood why her second senior brother had felt anxious about the grand competition back then, to the point of going mad later. Mu Chengxi was so angry he almost drew his sword to duel with him, while Zhou Xingyun calmly stopped him, stating that fighting was prohibited before the grand competition began. Zhou Xingyun, usually silent, reminded, "Don't act yet. We haven't entered the secret realm." Yi Xiao unexpectedly understood the implication behind her senior brother's words. So, can we fight once we enter the secret realm? Chu Xingji was indeed being deliberate. He was intentionally provoking this group, as Changming sect was filled with brainless fools. By angering them before the grand competition, he could make Mu Chengxi act against the rules, allowing for early deduction of their competition points. Seeing the expressions of the Changming sect members who dared to be angry but couldn't speak, Chu Xingji smirked, ready to continue mocking them, but the next second he froze. Yi Xiao, hearing the commotion, peeked out from behind her senior brother, spotted Chu Xingji and his direct disciples, and immediately smiled at them. Hi. Mu Chengxi, who knew Yi Xiao's personality well, instinctively felt a stomach ache. Based on his understanding of Yi Xiao, whenever she greeted someone like that, it was sure to lead to trouble. Chu Xingji was momentarily stunned, dismissively saying, "You must be the new junior sister at the early stage of foundation establishment, right?" His words were quite blunt. An early stage foundation establishment and a peak foundation establishment. Huh. 2 useless people think they can participate in the grand competition. Ah, yes. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. You're right. Chu Xingji was momentarily at a loss for words. Are you mocking me? Yi Xiao replied, No, not at all. I'm agreeing with you. Everything you said is correct. Is there a problem? Indeed, there was no problem, as Yi Xiao genuinely agreed with him. But for some reason, Chu Xingji felt like his words had landed softly, like a punch into cotton, making them feel ineffective. He held back the inexplicable frustration and chose to continue provoking Ming Xian. Knowing you are useless is good enough. Ming Xian, 3 years without breaking through to Golden Core, and still having the face to compete. I'm embarrassed for you. Ah, yes. Ming Xian readily accepted. I am indeed a useless person. My junior sister said something very true. Why walk my own path and let others talk about it? I could just walk someone else's path and leave others with no way to go. Chu Xingji was suddenly caught off guard by Ming Xian's unexpected words. Ming Xian lightly glanced at him and calmly said, Our Changming sect is indeed a group of useless people. So what? If it's not acceptable, you can just arrest us. Yi Xiao almost applauded her second senior brother on the spot. This was similar to saying, So what? If you don't like it, just report us. She wanted to walk someone else's path and leave others with no way to go. Chu Xingji's eyes widened. Ming Xian imitated Yi Xiao's usual irritating manner, slightly shrugging. So what? We are the last, and we are happy. We're not competing anymore. Is that a problem? Realizing one's mistakes is good. If not, then just accept it. You can mock us all you want, but we remain unmoved. Watching Chu Xingji's choked expression, Ming Xian smirked, finally feeling the joy of his junior sister's carefree attitude. Chapter 40. Our Changming sect's new casting gestures. Chu Xingji was so furious that he immediately rolled up his sleeves, wanting to fight Ming Xian. Just as he reached for his sword, Xiao raised an eyebrow and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Quick, look! The asking sword sect is hitting people." Chu Xingji was caught off guard by her preemptive move, his sword in hand, feeling awkward to draw or not draw, stuck in an embarrassing position. Just as he was about to angrily retort, Shuiyu, looking dejected, chimed in, "It's okay. The powerful asking sword sect beating up us weaklings is quite normal." Chu Xingji almost cursed out loud. Weaklings? The disciples from the 5 sects who could participate in the grand competition were basically of similar strength. If it weren't for Changming's sect's last place for 10,000 years, they wouldn't be mocked so severely. If they were weaklings, then other direct disciples might as well not exist. Shuiyu's sarcastic remarks nearly made Chu Xingji faint with anger. Mu Chongxi, with a quick thought, clutched his chest and spoke in a weak tone. "Yes, junior sister. You're new and don't understand. Powerful as the asking sword sect is, they just look down on each of us on average. It's fine. After so many years, we have gotten used to it. You guys from Changming sect are really overdoing it, right?" Chu Xingji's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Chongxi, gritting his teeth, said word by word, "You have the guts to fight me. Who looks down on them? Wasn't Mu Chongxi the one with the worst temper before?" Chu Xingji couldn't comprehend how this group had changed to this state. He was getting furious, and the nearby junior brothers and sisters quickly pulled him back. "Second brother, calm down. It's not allowed to draw swords and fight before the grand competition." The junior sister subtly reminded, "We could be confined later and have points deducted." Chu Xingji desperately calmed down. "Don't get angry." The junior brother quickly added, "What is there to say to these useless people? We can fight them once we enter the secret realm." Chu Xingji felt somewhat comforted, pursing his lips and glaring at them. "Just wait. I will not let you off." You are right. What you said makes a lot of sense." Xiao was not angry, smiling and nodding, then said, "Now we are going to sleep." The disciples of Asking Sword sect, who had just spent a long time mocking them, were once again left speechless by her nonchalant dismissal. They were caught in a moment of frustration, nearly dying from anger. After Xiao angered the Asking Sword sect disciples, fearing a retaliation, she quickly left the scene. As they were leaving, Mu Chongxi nearly jumped up. He was so excited he could hardly contain himself, laughing. It's a pity no one else saw Chu Xingji's face. It turned completely green. I should have recorded it with a recording stone. They had encountered the Asking Sword sect many times during their training trips down the mountain, and conflicts were inevitable. Each time they had a verbal spar. They had never won, but Yi Xiao's outburst left Chu Xingji so frustrated he couldn't express it. Some confused onlookers began discussing the situation, looking down on the other 4 sects, TSK, who gave him the courage. Sometimes the power of the masses is invincible. When rumors spread, the falsehoods can easily become truths. Over the course of one night, as the situation intensified, news of Chu Xingji declaring he would trample the other 4 sects during the grand competition spread. What was initially just a conflict between 2 sects suddenly escalated to a matter involving all 5 sections. Had the Asking Sword sect really become this arrogant? Si Miaoyan's voice carried a hint of confusion. Although their hopes this year are indeed high, that doesn't mean the other 4 sects are pushovers, right? How dare they act so arrogantly before the competition has even begun? Who gave the Asking Sword sect the audacity? Upon receiving the news, Chu Xingji? When did he ever look down on the other 4 sects? After hearing about this matter, an elder from the Asking Sword sect immediately came over with a stern face to reprimand Chu Xingji, saying, "How can you look down on the other sects before the competition even starts? Who taught you such arrogance?" Chu Xingji opened his mouth. "Isn't it customary to mock each other before a competition?" The elder's expression darkened further, saying, "You still can't trample on the dignity of the other 4 sections. Not to mention anything else, just Zhou Xingyun from the Changming sect. Even our sect's Yi Qinghan can only match him at best. Spreading such words and making enemies before the competition has even started, do you have no brains?" Chu Xingji felt even more wronged. He was just mocking the Changming sect after all. Just stay quiet here before the competition starts. Don't go out and tarnish our sect's reputation, the elder scolded sternly. After being berated, Chu Xingji was even angrier, not understanding how things escalated to this point. Those with some sense quickly investigated the source of the rumors, and eventually, the senior brother of the Feng sect found out the truth. He smiled thoughtfully, feeling that this year's competition would be very interesting. It was already so lively before the competition had even begun. It would surely be even more exciting once it started. "Yi Xiao, Duan Hongdao was focused on studying the magical artifact in his hands when he paused at the sound of the familiar name, his eyes brightening. Do you know her? The senior brother squinted. Of course. Duan Hongdao gestured. Not only that, but strictly speaking, I am also looking forward to her arrival. A mid-grade spiritual root, just a little ghost in the early foundation stage? He tapped his junior brother's head. Scoffing, it's better to expect that little girl from the Yueqing sect to bring us surprises this year. Reaching the golden core stage in just over a month. That Yun-Kei is clearly not simple. The senior brother, showing disdain, said, Did you hit your head while out training? How can you expect someone in the foundation stage? Duan Hongdao unhappily swatted away his senior brother's hand. That is not it. She's very impressive. Duan Hongdao still couldn't forget Yi Xiao's impressive moves. And he seriously gave his senior brother a warning in advance. In any case, we need to be careful of her once we enter the secret realm. The senior brother patted his head, sighing helplessly, becoming more convinced that his junior brother was indeed peculiar. After a night of chaos, they finally gathered together. Perhaps after experiencing malicious rumors, the disciples of the Asking Sword sect had settled down. After resting for 3 days, they collectively set off to enter the secret realm. Previously, they hadn't encountered anyone, staying mostly within their courtyard, but after gathering, it was inevitable they would run into the Yueqing sect. Song Hansheng walked at the forefront, and as he passed by Yi Xiao without boarding the flying boat, he maliciously said, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao took a half step back. Wary, what do you want? The competition hasn't started yet, and you want to get close to me? Song Hansheng. Who the hell wants to get close to you? Second senior sister. A familiar voice rang out, and this time it was Yi Xiao who felt a stomach ache. To be honest, no one could leave her speechless when she wanted to be angry, except for the female protagonist. The familiar second senior sister was called out by Yun-Kei again. But this time she had 3 flower protectors beside her. One must say the female protagonist's charm is boundless. Besides Su Zhuoji, who had some connections with the original owner, there was even a man accompanying her, taking on a protective posture. Yi Xiao shimmy. Zhaichen was surprised to see that it was really her, his feelings complicated. It had been over half a year since they last met. The last time was because of a fleeting grass incident, which had led her to leave the mountain in anger. What Zhaichen didn't expect was that she could enter the Changming sect. And in the capacity of an inner disciple, it seemed quite unbelievable. Wow. Ming Xian's voice suddenly rose, arms crossed, using his height advantage to block Yi Xiao, staring directly at Zhaichen. Don't you have your own junior sister? Why are you looking at our junior sister with such disgusting eyes? Zhaichen's expression turned cold. Ming Xian, don't think that just because you're from the Ming family, I'm afraid of you. Ming Xian remained unafraid, saying, We'll see in the secret realm then. Just stay away from my junior sister for now. Thanks. Yi Xiao. The usually silent Su Zhuoji finally spoke, staring at Yi Xiao for a while. Perhaps finally accepting that his childhood friend had joined the Changming sect, his voice turned cold. He pressed his lips together. I hope you won't regret this decision. Once we enter the secret realm, I won't hold back anymore. Yi Xiao laughed without restraint upon hearing this. It was as if he cared so much about the original owner. If he had even a little bit of compassion for the original owner, he wouldn't have used the herbs she painstakingly obtained to curry favor with Yun Quebec. She smiled and responded to Su Zhuoji with a firmly raised middle finger. Zhou Xingyan frowned, not understanding what her gesture meant. He listened for a long time and finally understood the enmity between his junior sister and the Yueqing sect, but he didn't intervene, believing it was something she should resolve herself. If it didn't go well, he could step in later. Not only Zhou Xingyan didn't understand Yi Xiao's actions, but the other 3 also fell into contemplation. Could this be some special spell gesture? No way. They wouldn't lose face, as senior brothers. They had to give their junior sister face. Thus, the 5 members of the Changming sect simultaneously raised a middle finger at them. The Yueqing sect members, for some reason, they felt insulted. What do you mean? Are you insulting us? Su Zhuoji seemed to remember seeing Yi Xiao raise her middle finger before. Back when she did it to their master, he always felt it wasn't a good omen. Oh, Yi Xiao said sincerely and earnestly. How could that be? This is our Changming sect's new spell gesture. No, may I ask which sect is so misguided that their spell gesture is raising a middle finger? Chapter 41. Losing face at the sect competition. During the confrontation, it was clear to anyone that the Changming sect was protective of this junior sister. Yun-Kei had previously been comforting herself, thinking that perhaps their relationship was just average, and Mu Chongxi and the others were only caring for Yi Xiao's face. After all, The cultivation world is distinctly hierarchical, and geniuses never look down on those of mediocre talent. Inner disciples also tend to regard each other with disdain. She gently bit her lower lip, watching the 5 of them simultaneously raise their middle fingers, her fingertips tightening, feeling a bit bewildered. Why? Why was the previously dull and wooden Xiao, in her memories, acting like this? If the master knew, would he regret giving the fleeting grass to her? Yun Ke suddenly froze, feeling somewhat amused by her previous thoughts. She and Xiao were different. How could the master possibly regret it? After all, she was the true genius, wasn't she? Ever since breaking through to the golden core stage, whether in the outside world or within the sect, her evaluations were described with the words extraordinary talent. Even Song Hansheng, who had previously been dissatisfied with her, showed a hint of relief and softness after she broke through. So how could the master possibly feel regret? The flying boat was very fast, and it reached the place before the secret realm opened in less than a day. Almost everything, including food and accommodation, was covered by the organizers, with all expenses borne by the Wanjian sect. Betting was an essential part of the sect competition. After inquiring about the largest casino in Fuxing City, Mu Chengxi decisively said, "Let's go." He boldly dragged them towards the casino. The underground casino was bustling with many cultivators placing bets, and they even ran into a few direct disciples from the 5 sects on the way. "Who are you betting on? Have you made up your mind?" Under the surprised raised eyebrows of the man, Xiao threw all 50,000 high-grade spirit stones to him. All of these spirit stones are bet on Changming's sect. The short man at the casino weighed the stones, and unexpectedly found they were all high-grade spirit stones. He suppressed his joy and nodded. "Good. You've made quite a fortune lately," Xiao said, surprised by her bold action. Xiao smiled subtly. "Not really. This is from Song Hansheng. Previously, when she and Song Hansheng were in the belly of a demon beast, they made a deal, and he still owed her over 100,000 spirit stones. Taking out 50,000 spirit stones wasn't a challenge. Xiao, how many people have you harmed in places we don't know about?" Mu Chengxi was also straightforward. "I have 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, all bet on Changming's sect." Mingxian sighed at this. All right. Since his junior brother and sister were so decisive, he didn't hesitate any longer and threw 300,000 high-grade spirit stones to the casino owner. "Here, all on Changming's sect." Seeing this, Xiao also bet 300,000, adding, "This is from the senior brother." He pulled out a bag containing 150,000 spirit stones. Among them, the richest were him and Mingxian, but even so, 300,000 wasn't a small sum for them. Xiao solemnly said, "For this year's sect competition, if we win, we can happily return to the sect for the new year. If we lose, let's meet at the peak." If they lost the competition, they might as well not live and jump off the main peak together. Just thinking about losing nearly 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones shattered their hearts. Xiao said, "For 1,000,000. The 4 looked at each other. For 1,000,000. Not for anything else, but just for 1,000,000. They aim to come back with the first prize. In that case, let's discuss our future plans. First, step on Wanjian's sect, and second, secure the first place in the competition." The casino owner, who was eavesdropping on their chatter, was dumbfounded. "Are you crazy?" "Good." Mu Chengxi clapped enthusiastically. Xiao was stunned for a few seconds, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Wanjian's sect was full of sword cultivators, and dealing with them wouldn't be easy. Mingxian slowly interjected. "When it comes to fighting, we can first deal with Yiqinghan." Yueqing's sect was also troublesome. Mu Chengxi agreed. There were 4 talismans from Yueqing's sect, and they would pop up to annoy you, like a stubborn plaster that you couldn't shake off. The scattered cultivators present were bewildered. First deal with Wanjian's sect during the fight? What kind of confidence is this? The key was that the others showed no doubt at all, even enthusiastically planning which sect members to deal with first. The group chatted back and forth as if they had already trampled Wanjian's sect and secured the first place in the competition. The scattered cultivators were stunned. Had they run into lunatics on this outing? It truly was a case of one daring to speak while the other dared to believe. Upon returning to their accommodation, Zhou Xingyun was lazily leaning against the doorframe. "You're back." Xiao responded with a sound. Zhou Xingyun didn't ask what the 4 of them had been up to. He casually spoke. "Tomorrow, we will head to the place where the secret realm opens. The first match is in the void secret realm." He briefly explained the rules. The winner would be the one who hunted the most demon beasts. It would start with team battles, followed by individual battles, with individual battles based on strength and team battles based on coordination and individual skills. After finishing, Zhou Xingyun yawned lazily. honestly showing no interest in the competition, even wishing to be eliminated early and return to the sect to sleep. If it weren't for the sudden need to take care of a few junior sisters, Zhou Xingyun would have wanted to hang out on a tree and play with purple sand. Yi Xiao lowered her eyes, deep in thought. Hunting demon beasts, huh? Mu Chengxi thought she was worried about encountering the previous chaotic situation in the secret realm, so he explained, once we enter the grand secret realm, we will have a map, so it won't be as aimless as before. After all, we are the new generation of prodigies in the cultivation world. The competition is a competition, but safety must be guaranteed. If something goes wrong, no one from the 5 sects can bear the responsibility. Yi Qiao nodded, indicating she understood. Then, good night. After thinking for a moment, she asked, see you tomorrow. After a day of fun, even if they were energetic, they felt tired at this time. After bidding each other good night, they returned to their respective rooms. The next morning, as the time for the secret realm opening approached, the voices of the thousands of cultivators in the audience grew increasingly frenzied. Shuiyu, Duan Hengdao, look at me, look at me. Yi Qinghan, I love you. Qin Huai, promise me, let Xingfeng sect take first place this year for us to see, okay? Uft, the first sect in the cultivation world should still be Wanjian sect. The momentum grew louder, almost like a large-scale concert for fans. However, none of this concerned Yi Qiao and the others because they were late. Perhaps they had partied too hard. The 4 of them overslept, and when they woke up the next day, they found that the elders and sect leader had left in a hurry, with no one coming to wake them. Damn it, we're late, we're late. Mu Chengxi exclaimed, nearly jumping up. Yi Qiao facepalmed, feeling like she was back in school. She could only step on her sword with Mu Chengxi and, accompanied by the 2 senior brothers. They maneuvered through the streets, at times changing lanes and overtaking, almost knocking people over due to their speed. Finally, they managed to arrive just before the competition started. As Yi Qiao rushed in, she heard the piercing and intense noise and couldn't help but lean closer to Shuiyu. Hey, do you have fans? What? Shuiyu didn't quite understand the term fans. Yi Qiao thought for a moment. It means people who like you. Shuiyu looked at her in surprise, of course. Every sect's direct disciples are generally well known among cultivators. It's normal to have people who like us. Most of the ones who like Ming Xian here are female cultivators. Don't be fooled by the way Ming Xian speaks casually. When he wears the sect's robes and smiles slightly, he looks quite presentable. He can charm a lot of people with just a wave of his hand. Yi Qiao touched her arm and sighed. The cultivation world is all about looks. That little girl from Yueqing sect is quite impressive. She reached Golden Core in just 6 months of cultivation. With such talent, she will likely be the strongest dark horse this year. Yes, but since the first match is about hunting demon beasts, we mainly need to guard against those from Wanjian sect. Sometimes, people's joys and sorrows do not resonate. While the elders from Changfeng sect discussed the situations of the disciples from various sects in this year's competition, the atmosphere on Changming sect's side was entirely different. Elder Xiao was anxiously wanting to jump up. After waiting for a long time, he still hadn't seen the other 4 direct disciples. Those little rascals. Yi Qiao and the others haven't overslept, have they? Qin Fanfan's expression also stiffened for a moment. Did no one go to wake them up? They used to wake up even earlier than the roosters, except for Yi Qiao, who would sometimes stay up all night. Did they really need someone to wake them up now? Qin Fanfan rubbed her forehead. You said that was in the past. Before Yi Qiao came, they were all top competitors. Who besides Yi Qiao would go to sleep at night for no reason? Especially oversleeping. Just as the 2 were anxiously preparing to return to the sect to check things out, someone shouted, "Look! The Changming sect has arrived." Because they were in a hurry, Yi Qiao couldn't stop her sword and directly drifted, throwing Mingxian out. Mu Chengxi also couldn't stop, and the 2 of them fell off the sword together. Not far away, in the seats for direct disciples of the Bai Shui sect, Miao Miao saw a familiar scene and had only one thought. Why can't your Changming sect ever walk properly? They were already late. And now all the eyes in the audience were focused on the Changming sect's direct disciples, who had arrived late with such a flashy entrance. The cultivators in the audience stared at them in unison. Why are they all staring at us? It was the first time Yi Qiao felt like she was walking on a red carpet with so many people watching her. Mu Chengxi shamelessly said, "Perhaps they're looking at us because we're handsome?" Zhou Xingyun silently watched them with dead fish eyes. Hearing this, he took a deep breath. The calm heart he usually had was stirred up, and he couldn't help but say, "Idiots, you've taken the wrong path. That way is the Moonqing sect seats." Silence was tonight's Conchiao. Qin Fanfan covered her face, not daring to look at the gazes of the other sect's old men. All right, they embarrassed themselves at the sect competition. Elder Xiao's temples twitched, and he was furious. Unable to control his temper as he slammed the table. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao looked up at the sky. Elder Xiao turned his attention to another disciple, Mu Chongxi. Mu Chongxi immediately imitated Yi Xiao and started looking up at the sky. Chapter 42. The weak Dan cultivator who can't take care of herself. As long as they are not embarrassed, the ones who are embarrassed are others. What if they just went to the wrong place? What's the big deal? The cultivators in the audience were stunned. Those few idiots who went the wrong way are from the Changming sect? Hilarious. Is this year's Changming sect this interesting? In their general impression, the Changming sect was the least noticeable among the 5 sects. They wouldn't even talk about this sect in casual conversations. With this dramatic scene, they guaranteed that for thousands of years, nothing could be more memorable than this. Shuiyu had never experienced such an embarrassing moment. He lowered his head, not daring to face the strange gazes of other cultivators. In contrast, Yi Xiao appeared particularly fearless. She casually patted her clothes, waved at the audience scrutinizing her, and smiled, looking like a leader inspecting the countryside. I like this kind of slightly crazy behavior. Me too. Just because she got up from the ground and could still wave at us nonchalantly, she clearly has thick skin. Isn't that the kind of talent the Changming sect lacks? The people next to her nodded in agreement. After all, they still felt that among the 5 sects, the Changming sect was too well-behaved. Other sects would fight fiercely for resources, but they would leave a portion for those who didn't get any. The naive sweethearts were confirmed. They heard that this year their little junior sister has a mid-grade spirit root and is in the foundation establishment stage. Someone was stunned for a moment. Have they lost their minds? Whether it's the Changming sect being brain dead or having some other arrangement, it undoubtedly means that this year the Changming sect is destined for last place. They knew it. But it didn't stop them from thinking that their sect's direct disciples were good-looking. The 5 of them in red sect robes looked exceptionally bright, with golden silk edging outlining auspicious clouds, drawing more attention than the plain sect robes of the other sections. Especially under Yi Xiao's leadership, the other 3, who initially felt uncomfortable and even a bit socially anxious, gradually walked out of their shell. As Chu Xingji was about to mock them as they passed by, Yi Xiao didn't even glance at him and walked past. The corners of his mouth turned cold, and he turned to see Ming Xian also walking past without looking sideways. Chu Xingji couldn't smile anymore. Once we enter the secret realm, he must make the Changming sect's group look good. Yi Xiao. Duan Hengdao from the Chengfeng sect waved and greeted her softly. Hearing the commotion, Yi Xiao turned her head to look. Then she was blinded. The golden sect robes almost dazzled her eyes when she looked at them. In an instant, Yi Xiao found her own bright red sect robe much more appealing. Be honest. The senior brother gave Duan Hengdao a hard slap on the head. He couldn't understand how this little junior brother had become so familiar with the Changming sect after just one outing for training. A foundation establishment disciple could be considered the least noticeable presence in the entire competition. Yet, his little junior brother's enthusiastic demeanor resembled a sycophant. Duan Hengdao covered his head, feeling depressed and muttering 3 words. You don't understand. You don't understand Yi Xiao at all. With the opening of the Void Secret Realm, their group entered the secret realm under the watchful eyes of all the excited cultivators. The first round of the competition officially began. All positions were randomly assigned. Yi Xiao had relatively good luck and did not end up alone. She landed at the same location as Shuiyu. The feeling upon entering was cold. It was nighttime in the secret realm. Shuiyu immediately extended his spiritual sense to check the surroundings, and after confirming there was no danger, the 2 decided to sit down. She had a fluffy little chick on her head. Her fingers mimicked a gun, her chin resting in thought. The terrain inside the secret realm was extremely complex. A little carelessness could lead to danger, so to prevent any accidents, the 2 unanimously decided to stay put for now. Outside, as he saw the groupings, Duan Yu furrowed his brow. Yi Xiao was with Shuiyu, and that girl was only in the early foundation establishment stage. There was no way she could protect Shuiyu. Ming Xian and the others had also landed in different locations. Qin Fanfan wasn't too worried about the other 3. They were all in the gold core stage and had the ability to protect themselves in the secret realm. But that kid Shuiyu was just a Dan cultivator. If he encountered a sword cultivator, he would only be eliminated. Strictly speaking, Dan cultivators are even weaker than talisman cultivators and cannot take care of themselves. They can only provide pills to their teammates and are completely useless in fights. Obviously, Shuiyu knew this as well. He surveyed the surrounding environment and quietly suggested, We should quickly find the senior brother and join up with them. Nighttime was particularly dangerous with many demonic beasts around. With Shueyu's spiritual sense extended, there was no need for him to worry. Because it was cold, Xiao simply turned the fried chicken into a ball to keep her hands warm. Ignoring the angry cries from the other side, Xiao used a bamboo shoot as a stick, poking through the grass, leisurely making her way ahead. Each of them carried a recording stone to report the situation inside the secret realm to the audience outside. In a sense, it was like a live broadcast. Miss it, and it would be gone. Therefore, during the competition, basically, half of the cultivation world was watching the recordings from the recording stones, afraid of missing any exciting moments. Some cultivators, seeing the situation from the Jin sect, whispered, Chu Xingji is looking for the Changming sect to settle scores, right? The two sects had a long-standing grudge, and they weren't allowed to take action before the competition started. Once it began, of course, it was time to settle old scores. It seems so. On the Changming sect side, there were only Shueyu and a Foundation Establishment junior sister. Were they going to be eliminated on the first day? How unfortunate. But it was also expected. Every time during the great competition, the Changming sect is always the first to be eliminated. Chu Xingji's strength is not weak. He is at the early stage of the Golden Core and wields a spirit sword that ranks among the top 20. Only Mu Chongxi and Zhou Xingyun from the Changming sect can suppress him. Unfortunately, at this moment, the few of them have been separated. This is Xiao's first time participating in the great competition, and she is still somewhat confused about the rules. Shueyu kindly explains to her, the main goal is to hunt demon beasts, and the sect with the most kills wins. The identity token represents you personally. If it is accidentally crushed, you will be eliminated. The jade slip in your hand records each sect's personal ranking. Shueyu takes out the jade slip, points out the rankings, and indicates, the first place is currently Yi Qinghan, the second is Qin Huai from the Chengfeng sect, and the third is Song Han Sheng. These few have indeed moved quickly, starting their actions as soon as they entered the secret realm. I see. Xiao slightly elongated her tone, indicating her understanding. In fact, compared to other sects that quickly engaged in the competition upon entering the secret realm, the duo from Changming sect is clearly not in the game. Xiao tosses her identity token into her mustard seed bag. There are still 5 days left, so they can let others hunt first. Shueyu rarely agrees. Then let's just stay here for now. Hearing the conversation between the two unambitious disciples, Elder Xiao facepalmed. Shueyu used to be a proper and upright child of the righteous path. The onlookers in the audience couldn't help but whisper and laugh, wondering why the sword sect was filled with dazzling swordplay and life-and-death struggles, while the Changming sect had turned into two old men taking a stroll. Although the description is somewhat absurd, it is quite accurate. Isn't that right? Xiao and Shueyu are both carefree, as if they are on a vacation. Without a hint of urgency, Shueyu genuinely has no intention of returning with any ranking, so he is not in the least bit anxious. As for Xiao, she knows what will happen next. The original text mentioned that during the great competition, the male and female leads both shine and become famous throughout the world. However, the first to be eliminated in that competition was Shueyu. Therefore, it is certain that someone will come after them next, as alchemists are the easiest targets in the secret realm, without exception. She needs to think of a way to ensure that her third senior brother survives until the end of the secret realm. Third senior brother. Xiao pondered for a while and asked, if a golden core sword cultivator comes to fight you, how confident are you that you won't be eliminated? Shueyu lowered his eyes for a few seconds, finally shrugging. I'm just a weak alchemist who can't take care of myself. Relying on an alchemist to fight is like expecting a sow to climb a tree. It is understandable to see the little junior sister's concerns. In previous competitions, the ones eliminated first were mostly alchemists, as they lack self-defense capabilities and are eliminated as soon as they are found. Xiao pondered for a moment and suddenly clapped her hands. Right, third senior brother. Do you have an alchemy furnace? Shueyu nodded. Yes. The Shui family is a family of alchemists, and as a direct descendant, the alchemy furnaces he uses are all of high quality. With at least 5 various types stored in his mustard seed bag, Xiao just asked casually, but unexpectedly, there really is one. And her interest was piqued. Can I take a look? Shueyu happily agreed, and took one out from his mustard seed bag to show her. It was palm-sized, and as he channeled spiritual energy into it, it quickly enlarged, revealing a red furnace engraved with intricate patterns, clearly very expensive. Xiao immediately reached out to touch it. Then her lips moved slightly as she murmured with an eager tone, Wow, this thing must be very heavy. Shueyu replied, Huh? He didn't follow Yi Chao's train of thought and instinctively answered, yes, quite heavy. Such a large alchemy furnace, if not shrunk, would weigh at least 100 pounds. Really? Yi Chao's eyes lit up at this. Can I try it? Try what? He was even more confused. What a try? It's nothing. Yi Chao met Shui Yu's puzzled gaze, smiled slightly, and said, just wait a moment and follow my instructions, Shui senior brother. In the past, when entering the secret realm, because the few senior brothers and sisters from Changming sect were quite unreliable, Shui Yu had always taken on the role of commander. Over time, he had gotten used to it. When Yi Chao suddenly said to follow her instructions, Shui Yu recalled the previous experiences in the small secret realm, hesitated for a moment, and indeed agreed. Meanwhile, Chu Xingji casually bombarded a demon beast and turned to his little junior sister. Let's first find the alchemist from Changming sect and Bishui sect. We need to crush Shui Yu and Ming Xian's identity tokens. Then the people from Changming sect won't be able to stir up any trouble. The talisman masters and alchemists serve the roles of a mage and a healer. If both are eliminated, what use would 3-sword cultivators have? Zhu Yu nodded. And there's also that Yi Xiao. How could someone who just established their foundation dare to participate in the great competition? Zhu Yu couldn't understand. Such a person must either have taken shortcuts or be a trump card of the Changming sect. Either way, it strengthened her resolve to eliminate the opponent. Chu Xingji casually nodded. Just leave it to me. I don't even take a foundation cultivator seriously. The secret realm's entry point is fixed, and there's only so much area. So he quickly found the 2 wandering individuals while riding his sword. The earlier scene of being mocked and then ignored by several people was still fresh in his memory. Chu Xingji did not hold back, and with a single sword strike, he aimed to kill. Shui Yu sensed him approaching and took 2 steps back with his junior sister to dodge the strike. The ground was kicked up with dust, and the fierce sword energy left deep cracks. Chu Xingji sneered. Mu Chongxi and Zhou Xingyan aren't here, right? Isn't that obvious? Yi Chao had no sense of crisis at all and even laughed. If they were here, would you have the chance to be so smug? Chu Xingji, unusually, was not angry and narrowed his eyes. You're about to be the first to be eliminated, yet you're still so sharp-tongued. The first to be eliminated always has to accept mockery. After all, the secret realm has only just opened. He smirked, knowing that it would be difficult to catch Yi Chao on her flying sword. Moreover, as a foundation cultivator, even if eliminated, it would be of no use. So his target had always been Shui Yu. Chu Xingji gathered spiritual power in his hand, approaching Shui Yu with a forceful momentum. In the next second, Shui Yu relied on the Qing Feng step to dodge his strike, but as he turned to evade again, he found Chu Xingji's foot already kicking toward his abdomen. Although both are at the early stage of the golden core, a sword cultivator has countless ways to attack. Shui Yu quickly retreated, but he couldn't escape Chu Xingji's relentless pursuit. Suddenly, Yi Chao's voice rang out from behind. Third senior brother, where's your alchemy furnace? Alchemy furnace? Shui Yu was momentarily stunned. As he saw Chu Xingji's triumphant smile drawing closer, Yi Chao suddenly shouted, smash it! Shui Yu, seeing Chu Xingji rushing toward him, felt a bit flustered. Upon hearing Yi Chao's words, he paused for a moment, instinctively enlarging the furnace in his hand for self-protection, and then without hesitation, lifted the alchemy furnace to smash it onto Chu Xingji's head. An alchemist suddenly attacking was something no one had anticipated. With a loud bang, Chu Xingji's head instantly buzzed. They were both at the early stage of the golden core, but Shui Yu's unexpected strike directly sent him crashing to the ground. Chu Xingji fell instantly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open as he began to doubt his life. What the hell? Didn't they say alchemists are all weak and unable to take care of themselves? Chapter 43. 2 direct disciples hand in hand. Not alone on the path to elimination, the people outside were shocked. Even the elders from the Jian sect couldn't help but stare blankly at Elder Xiao, unable to tell if they were amazed or confused. Are your Changming sect alchemists this wild? Elder Xiao awkwardly covered his mouth with his fist. He clearly saw it. Just now, it was obviously that girl Yi Chao who shouted, smash him. That made Shui Yu take action. Who taught this girl to do this? The audience outside the arena commented. Although the starting point is unethical, it is theoretically feasible, perhaps due to growing up in their respective sects. Even if some disciples have bad personalities, they wouldn't resort to such opportunistic tactics. But clearly, Yi Chao's existence has subverted the audience's perception. This has also heightened their enthusiasm. Inside the secret realm, Yi Chao was unaware of the excitement outside. She looked at the fallen Chu Xingji and immediately, without any martial ethics, stepped on his shoulder. flashing a brilliant smile. Who did you say would be the first to be eliminated? Come on, tell us loudly. Xiao, quick-witted, fed him a sealing spirit pill. Chu Xingji now had no room to struggle at all. He was genuinely dazed from being hit. The pill furnace could be large or small, and no alchemist had ever used such a flashy move before. Suddenly growing large and smashing down, anyone would be caught off guard. Not being knocked out on the spot was already impressive. Seeing Chu Xingji's dazed expression, Xiao immediately dragged him deeper into the secret realm. Yes, dragged. She treated him like an object, pulling him along as if plowing a field. Chu Xingji felt like his rear was about to spark, gradually recovering from his stupor. He shouted loudly, Xiao, you might as well just crush my identity token. Who are you insulting? Xiao shrugged it off. That would be boring. You are still useful. Waste utilization. It's more environmentally friendly. Useful for what? Hearing that he wouldn't be eliminated immediately, Chu Xingji immediately wanted to struggle again. Xiao, can you unexpectedly pounce and hold someone down? Chu Xingji. The audience laughed crazily. Ha! Look at the expression of the direct disciple from the Wanjian sect. Chu Xingji's expression was complicated. I will not sink to your level. Xiao casually tossed his identity token while smiling brightly. Don't be like that. Let us go find Song Hanqing to have some fun. If Mu Chongxi were here and saw her smile like this, he would probably have a stomachache again. Unfortunately, the fourth senior brother was not present. Xiao even kindly said, you just need to hold him off for a while. Chu Xingji sneered. In your dreams, I would rather die than listen to you. Who do you think you are? Xiao is one thing, but how dare a mere foundation establishment like you command me? Xiao wasn't angry. Instead, she casually waved the identity token that belonged to Chu Xingji, asking, not happy? All right then. She nodded. Then after you go out, you will be the first disciple eliminated in this year's competition. The first one, okay? Xiao smiled brightly. Although you are not first in sword talent, at least you will be first in elimination, right? Being the first eliminated is too humiliating. A genius sect like the Wanjian sect can't bear it. For a moment, Chu Xingji felt his scalp tingle as he imagined how that group of fence-sitters on the Cultivation forums would mock him after going out. At the very least, he should drag Song Hanqing down with him to avoid looking too embarrassing, right? Although he wasn't in a good position either, he absolutely could not be the most miserable one. Thinking this, Chu Xingji immediately chose to betray his few principles. I just thought about it and felt you had a point. You say it. How do we cooperate? This isn't a matter of losing face. Mainly, he just likes to listen to Xiao's words. Xiao was not in a hurry at all. She even leisurely took out a jade slip to check the overall ranking. Wanjian sect had hunted 1,000 demon beasts. Chengfeng sect had 700. Yueqing sect had 500. Bichui sect had 300. At the very end, Changming sect's 50 directly blinded her eyes. Just looking at it was embarrassing. So Xiao immediately pretended to be blind and stopped looking, as long as she couldn't see it. This embarrassing score would never hurt her. Do you know where Song Hanqing is? Chu Xingji's spiritual power was sealed, and he couldn't act arrogant anymore. Xiao, of course. She definitely knew. As in the original plot, while the male and female protagonists were indulging in romance, Song Hanqing, the diligent worker, was hunting demon beasts in the secret realm. Sometimes Xiao felt quite sympathetic towards him. He was risking his life for the honor of the sect while his junior sister was off dating. When Song Hanqing saw Chu Xingji approaching, he unconsciously took a step back, protecting the identity token at his waist, and looked at him warily. What are you doing here? He could escape using a teleportation talisman if he couldn't beat him, so Song Hanqing wasn't worried about being robbed of his identity token. Chu Xingji raised his hand to show he was innocent. According to Xiao, he slowly said, I'm not doing anything. I'm here to collaborate with you. We can join forces. He looked calmly at Song Hanqing. After all, he had already been firmly grasped by Xiao, and if he could drag Yueqing sect down with him before being eliminated, it wouldn't be a loss. Who would have thought that one day he would be held down by a foundation establishment? At that time, everyone would be embarrassed together. Song Hanqing met his gaze without haste. Reason? He didn't believe that a sect as proud as Wanjian would collaborate with them. There was no need at all. Wanjian sect was currently far ahead in the rankings, and barring any major accidents, first place was secure. At this moment, coming to find him, Song Hanqing found it hard not to suspect the other party's intentions. Chu Xingji felt his heart tremble under Song Hanqing's sharp gaze. After all, they were all naive direct disciples, who had the thick skin like Xiao. Just as Chu Xingji was stammering and didn't know what to say, He suddenly caught sight of Xiao, who was squatting on a tree nearby, eavesdropping. Chu Xingji was suddenly inspired. We can work together to get revenge on Xiao. Originally uninterested in teaming up, Song Hanqing raised his eyes and slowly said, "Oh? Tell me more." He was clearly shaken. So Chu Xingji put in more effort, chattering on and on about Xiao from head to toe, emphasizing her despicable actions. Xiao observed with a calm mind, pretending not to understand. The audience pointed and laughed. It was hilarious. How many direct disciples had this Changming sect junior sister offended? Before mentioning Xiao, Song Hanqing said, "Not interested, no." After mentioning Xiao, Song Hanqing said, "Oh? Tell me more." So just how much does Xiao provoke hate? This was the first time they had seen such a lively competition. Don't stop. More of this. We love to watch. In the past, the competitions were all about fighting and killing. Where was this year's excitement? Various flashy tactics emerged one after another. At this moment, the two of them were hiding behind a tree with concealed pills. It seemed that the KFC had grown a bit bigger due to eating crystal stones, and its soft fur had become somewhat stiff, almost shedding to grow feathers. The fiery red little beast lazily nested on top of their heads, looking quite eye-catching. Mu Chongxi had previously fed all the fire elemental crystal stones he brought back from the secret realm to Xiao's contracted beast. He didn't need them anyway, and it was good for his junior sister. Because it was well fed, her contracted beast had visibly grown larger. Shuiyu worried it would be a hindrance during a fight, so he reached out to help his junior sister hold it. Using the branches for cover, the rustling sounds in the forest passed by. Xiao slightly bent her knees, using the rebounding force to choose to attack Song Hanqing. She swiftly and accurately kicked the unprepared man to the ground. Song Hanqing became alert upon hearing the sound of branches shaking. The talisman he held blocked Xiao's attack, and then talismans flew from his fingertips. Xiao wouldn't let him touch her. She took a step back to create distance. As soon as Song Hanqing was about to break free and escape using the teleportation talisman, she immediately shouted, "Chu Xingji, what are you waiting for?" Upon hearing this, Song Hanqing's lips curled into a cold smile as he was about to mock her, but the next second, he found that Chu Xingji had actually lunged towards him. His reaction speed was nowhere near that of a sword cultivator. Chu Xingji grabbed his wrist and knocked Song Hanqing's teleportation talisman away. In order to drag someone down with him, he simply went all out, hugged Song Hanqing's thigh, and pulled him down to the ground. Song Hanqing, who had been backstabbed, felt a jolt in his pupils as he looked at Chu Xingji, having never seen such dirty play before. His eyes seemed to say, "I considered you a brother, and you teamed up with Xiao to plot against me?" At this moment, Chu Xingji had completely lost his shame, seeing that Song Hanqing still wanted to struggle. He immediately shouted, "If you keep struggling, I'll take your pants off." Song Hanqing. He was momentarily stunned, and during this gap, Xiao unhesitatingly snatched the identity token from his waist and crushed it violently. Perfect. Finally, he had dragged someone down with him. Chu Xingji felt that he had died with dignity when his senior brother asked why he was eliminated on the first day. He could proudly tell him that he had taken the Moonqing sect's top disciple down with him before he was out. It was at the moment Song Hanqing was eliminated that his identity token was also crushed by Xiao. Xiao clapped her hands cleanly, having taken down two in one go, satisfying. At the moment both of them were eliminated, all the disciples in the secret realm came to a halt. Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji were out together? How could that be? What was going on? Ming Xian, who had just met with his senior brother, was shocked. The first ones to be eliminated turned out to be Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji. Did the Wenjian sect and Moonqing sect clash and fight? They crushed each other's identity tokens right after meeting? Zhou Xingyun also couldn't react in time, surprised. So fast? Generally, the ones eliminated first are often the alchemists. Even if Shuiyu were eliminated, the two wouldn't be this surprised. How could it be Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji? Song Hanqing had never seen someone play this dirty. He stared at Xiao with a blank mind, furious. "It's you. You manipulated Chu Xingji?" Clearly, at this moment, Song Hanqing was feeling somewhat lost and questioning life. Xiao shrugged. "No, don't wrong me. We are partners in crime. How can we say it's manipulation in a mutually beneficial situation?" She had watched the recordings of the previous sect competitions. It was simply boring slaughtering of demon beasts. If they happened to encounter each other, they would fight, and whoever won would continue to hunt the beasts. Ultimately, the one who killed the most beasts would win. This left Xiao puzzled. Why would anyone charge head-on when they could ambush? To be strong enough to fight head-on is powerful, To be weak, yet still charge head-on, is foolish. Looking at Song Hanqing's expression that was filled with anger and confusion, Yi Xiao kindly told him, Song Xiao, hasn't anyone told you about the importance of teamwork in the great secret realm? A moment of silence. Song Hanqing almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Who the hell would team up with their enemy? He had initially let down his guard upon seeing Chu Xingji and Yi Xiao at odds, fully believing that Chu Xingji was there to cooperate with him. At this moment, he had the urge to kill Yi Xiao, going crazy for a few seconds before asking expressionlessly, why would Chu Xingji listen to you? Yi Xiao quickly replied, maybe he thinks being eliminated alone is too lonely, so he wants to drag someone along to keep him company on the elimination seat? As the saying goes, two disciples holding hands, not lonely on the path of elimination. As her words fell, accompanied by the disappearance of the teleportation array, Song Hanqing became the first disciple to be eliminated. The abrupt ending left his face turning green. Chapter 45, letting it all go, we're just messing around. Yi Xiao rode the crimson bird, quickly soaring into the clouds. This unruly demon beast, upon sensing her intentions, frantically tried to throw her off. Having had the experience of being thrown off before, Yi Xiao tightened her grip around its neck to avoid falling to the ground again. Even so, she was still being tossed around. Once they reached midair, Yi Xiao found a suitable opportunity to toss her sword into the air, stepping on it with one foot to adjust her stance and fly upwards. She pulled the bamboo from her waist and decisively erased the previous sword mark's curse. She opened the map in her hand, which detailed the locations of every type of demon beast, serving as a comprehensive guide to the secret realm. Yi Xiao immediately stepped on her sword and flew towards the area with the most demon beasts. There was no need to draw aggro. As she passed by the demon beasts, she waved the bamboo in front of them, causing a frenzy among the beasts as they rushed out of their lairs, seeking her scent. As for Yi Xiao, with a quick step on the wind, let us see how fast she can run. And what about the other sects? Don't they all need to hunt demon beasts? She would deliver them right to them. The bamboo was like catnip. Once the seal was lifted, they all went mad chasing after her. Yi Xiao was incredibly fast, using the swift steps to evade all, while also calling out to the spectators outside. Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. The spectators, in the cultivation world, who stands out? Yi Xiao is the one. I just want to ask, what does she want to do? Yi Xiao's demeanor clearly suggested she wasn't going for anything good. The commotion she created was too loud. Mu Chongxi, who was wandering around in the secret realm, noticed someone in midair being chased by a line of demon beasts. He found the scene somewhat familiar, squinting his eyes, and turned to Zhou Xingyun, saying, Senior brother, let us go find our junior sister. Zhou Xingyun replied indifferently. He and Mu Chongxi had happened to meet, and seemed to have little hope for this competition, both having negative attitudes. Mu Chongxi, of course, knew he had bet 150,000 at the gambling table, but that was purely for fun. Seeing Yi Xiao's figure, Mu Chongxi instantly perked up, stepping on his sword and pulling his senior brother to fly upwards. Zhou Xingyun almost got choked by his junior brother. Junior sister, Mu Chongxi shouted loudly. And Yi Xiao also noticed the two senior brothers. Fourth senior brother. She glanced back at the demon beasts hot on her tail and directly kicked the bamboo to Mu Chongxi. Catch. Mu Chongxi was stunned for a few seconds. They had already formed a tacit understanding, and he immediately caught it. Just as the demon beasts were about to catch up, he kicked it back to Yi Xiao. The two kicked the bamboo back and forth. Zhou Xingyun, who had never seen such a large scene, was like, The spectators outside? In such a serious situation, are you two playing a relay race? I have a question. How does Changming sect train its disciples? Each one runs as fast as a rabbit. Generally, demon beasts at the golden core stage can't catch up to their speed. Could this really be the notoriously lowest-ranking Changming sect? Duan Yu stroked his scruffy chin, watching the two disciples darting around faster than rabbits, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. There's no special secret. The two of them teamed up, truly invincible, with a whole wave of demon beasts unable to catch up. As Zhou Xingyun watched their smooth passing action, his usually bored expression was rare to show a hint of curiosity. I want to play. But neither of them noticed their senior brother's movements, and Yi Xiao quickly explained to Mu Chongxi what she was going to do. Er Xixiang and San Xixiang were captured by the people of Chengfeng sect. As dawn broke, Qin Huai broke through the formation and coldly tied up the two members of Changming sect. Ming Xian was rather indifferent about this. Raising his chin, You don't have an identity badge. Are you sure you want to continue wasting time with us? I warn you, our junior sister will be back soon, and she'll beat you up. Xiao leaned against a tree, showing no awareness of being a hostage, and gently enunciated, she'll beat you up. That annoying tone was crafted from the same mold. Qin Huai sneered, quite confident, relying on a foundation establishment? What can she do? Duan Hongdao hesitated for a moment. Shall we just leave? We didn't get the identity badge anyway, and I have a bad feeling about staying here. No, Qin Huai decisively replied. Her senior brother is in my hands. I don't believe she won't come back. But he would soon regret this decision. A light-hearted voice rang out from above. Xiao, San Xiao, I'm here to save you. The two looked up and saw their junior sister had arrived. Ming Xian didn't expect her to be so fast. But what was she holding? Xiao had a good memory. It seemed to be the firewood stick she always carried at her waist. It was indeed the firewood stick. Dark and unremarkable. Xiao saw the two tied up and slightly flattened her lips, winking at them from a distance without lingering. Looking at the Changfeng sect members who had surrounded her and her brothers earlier, she smirked and suddenly dashed into the crowd. Qin Huai laughed when he saw her return and dared to run in his direction. Offering yourself up, might as well kill you. Just as the corner of his mouth was about to stretch into a grin, he quickly looked up, sensing the ground shaking, as several flying monsters dove towards their location. Qin Huai certainly didn't take these low-level monsters seriously, but then, for some unknown reason, creatures flying in the sky and running on the ground rushed towards them at a terrifying speed. Retreat. Qin Huai's eyes narrowed slightly, decisively giving the order. Changfeng sect members this year were indeed at the Golden Core stage, but two of the junior brothers were weapon cultivators, and aside from crafting weapons, they had no ability to protect themselves. Xiao wouldn't let them escape. She leaped forward and caught up with them. She ran ahead while Mu Chengxi covered her from behind, dealing with the attacking monsters by using a Qingfeng sword technique that sent several flying under gravity. Whenever a monster got too close, Xiao was able to multitask, reminding Mu Chengxi of their positions to prevent surprise attacks. Zhou Xingyun, seeing he had no business here, simply went to help the two junior brothers untie the ropes. The cooperation among the three direct disciples was seamless. It was the first time he had seen such good teamwork. An elder from Bishi sect blew on his teacup, sighing, your Changming sect trains quite well. Logically speaking, a newly established foundation establishment Xiao should have been the only flaw. However, it seemed that was not the case. Whether it was her cunning methods or her daring to rush into a monster den to rescue people, her impressive maneuvers left the other direct disciples far behind. I noticed that girl seems to have a different spiritual sense than ordinary sword cultivators. Changfeng sect vaguely sensed something was off and looked towards Elder Xiao. Are you sure she is a sword cultivator? He remembered the intensity of her spiritual sense, which only talisman or elixir cultivators could achieve. Elder Xiao frowned. What do you mean? Isn't she holding a sword? Isn't she using Changming sect's sword techniques? Elder Xiao was unhappy. Did they still doubt their sect's capabilities? Seeing Elder Xiao's strong reaction, the elder from Changfeng sect quietly thought, the cultivation world has long had sword and talisman dual cultivators. It's just rare, after all. Multitasking is quite a test of one's mind and consciousness. Although he was suspicious, seeing that Elder Xiao seemed unaware, he could only suppress his doubts for now and observe this disciple from Changming sect more closely. Completely unaware that she was being watched, Xiao was having a great time with the Changfeng sect. When Qin Huai sensed something was wrong, he led his junior brothers to retreat. But Xiao actually began to relentlessly chase after them. The situation between both sides flipped instantly. Don't come over, Qin Huai shouted while running, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. Otherwise, when the secret realm ends, I won't spare you. He had defensive magical tools, but these were hard to come by and were meant to withstand the killing moves from various sects' direct disciples, who would use magical tools against monsters. That's embarrassing. Xiao's voice was teasing and arrogant. That's fine. After you're out, you can team up with Song Hanxing and Chu Xingji to take revenge on me. I've even thought of a name for you, Avengers Alliance. She even kindly asked, how about that? Sounds good, right? Sounds good, my ass. Outside the arena, Song Hanxing and Chu Xingji heard her words and their faces darkened again. Ever since they were eliminated, they had been sitting in the elimination seats, embarrassed. Logically, during such a serious competition, they should have been focused on their sect's recording stones. However, perhaps even they didn't realize that their gazes were uncontrollably drawn to the recording stone of Changming sect. wanting to see what abnormal operations Yi Xiao would pull off next. Duan Hengdao felt a similar orb-like magical tool in his palm burst forth with light, forming a protective shield. Listening to the piercing sounds in his ears, his expression tightened. I have a magical tool that can trap some monsters. But there are too many here. We can't kill them all. Did Yi Xiao poke another monster den? Seeing this familiar tactic again, Duan Hengdao was almost in tears. Previously, they had cooperated to catch monsters, but this time, Yi Xiao was with the opposing sect, leading a horde of monsters charging towards them without hesitation. Being friends with Yi Xiao while tricking Yuqing's sect was quite enjoyable, but as her opponent, it was really tough. Yun Ke frowned, looking towards the not-so-distant direction. What is happening over there? Yi Qinghan shook his head in response. The first person he encountered in the secret realm was Yi Qinghan. So Yun Ke immediately abandoned her senior brother and eagerly followed the direct disciples of Wenjian's sect to pick up spoils, even killing a few monsters. Many people outside pointed at her actions. If I were a direct disciple of Yuqing's sect, I would be furious. How tragic. Song Hansheng, on the first day, diligently killed over 100 monsters, but when he was eliminated and looked back, his junior sister was frolicking with the opposing sect. Hearing the audience's comments, Song Hansheng's face darkened again. Yi Xiao immediately sensed that the people from Wenjian's sect were nearby. Normally, she wouldn't dare provoke Yi Qinghan, but now her senior brother was here. Without hesitation, after the encounter between Wenjian's sect and Chengfeng's sect, Yi Xiao charged into the crowd with the bamboo shoot in hand, and instantly, the monsters following her rushed towards them like crazy. Yi Qinghan was momentarily stunned, drawing his sword to fend off a wave of frenzied monsters, and coldly instructed his junior brothers and sisters, spread out. It wasn't hard for him to lead his junior brothers and sisters to retreat, but with Yun Ke beside him, who was terrified and clinging to his arm amidst the monster attacks, his movements were greatly restricted. Yi Qinghan completely didn't understand why there were so many monsters. It seemed as if they would never be finished, coming at them in waves. Although Yi Qinghan wanted to take first place, it didn't mean he could take on so many crazed monsters alone. Yun Ke looked at Yi Xiao's stick, her pupils trembling slightly as she suddenly remembered how her treasure-seeking beast had desperately rubbed against the other's stick before. It's you, senior brother Yi. It was her who did it. Yun Ke's soft voice rose a few notches. It was her who attracted the demon beasts. Besides Yi Xiao, no one else could do such a wicked thing. Yi Qinghan also realized it. However, Yi Xiao was like a sticky plaster, relentlessly pursuing them. The demon beasts chased after Yi Xiao, and Yi Xiao was chasing a group of her direct disciples. Qin Huai wanted to curse, damn it. Is she sick or what? The key point is that while Yi Xiao was chasing, she didn't forget to mentally attack them. What are you running for? Didn't you say you wanted to eliminate us? Come on. I have 3 identity tokens from my direct disciples. Don't be stingy, come hit me. How despicable. This is just too damn despicable. Yet at this moment, who would dare to approach her? Yi Xiao's azure sword energy transformed into a crescent shape. Her wrist turned, and the sword wind rippled with a sharp arc, cleanly slicing the demon beast's neck. She looked at Zhou Xingyun, who was idly doing nothing below. She raised her foot and kicked it steadily toward him. Master brother, catch it. She wasn't sure if Master brother wanted to join in the fun, after all. Zhou Xingyun always seemed very serious. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xingyun actually caught it obediently, even faster than the two of them, instantly teleporting away and disappearing from the spot. Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback. She and 4th senior brother could both use the wind treading technique, but whether it was herself or Mu Chongxi, who had innate sword bones, they could only run faster than others. She had never seen anyone who could use the wind treading technique to such an extent. What are you dazed for, junior sister? Mu Chongxi blocked the demon beast that was sneaking up from behind with his sword. He was having a lot of fun right now. This is too interesting. In the past, encountering these direct disciples in the great secret realm, they were always the ones who ran away in embarrassment. Now it was different. They had flipped the script and were singing as the servants. I've made up my mind. He clapped his hands and eagerly announced, I'm going to play until the end of the secret realm. Rankings are just fluff. Anyway, their Changming sect's ranking is already at the bottom. Those barefooted are not afraid of those wearing shoes. They're already bad enough. So they don't mind being a little worse. Just let it fall apart. We're going to slack off. As the saying goes, those without desires are strong. If it really goes too far and they encounter danger, they can just crush their identity tokens and run away. The Changming sect doesn't care. But other sects can't afford that. Changfeng's sect has already firmly secured second place. With a bit of effort, they could aim for first. The team competition in the sect competition consists of 5 secret realms, with a points system. First place has 200 points, while second has only 150. As for the Wanjian sect, it goes without saying that they are currently firmly in first place. Unless they encounter life-threatening danger, it's impossible to easily crush their identity tokens. Ming Xian looked up and saw a bunch of sword cultivators flying around in the sky, chasing each other, and he was filled with black lines, once again having his perception refreshed by Xiao. This might be the first time in 1,000 years since the great competition began that someone has chased 2 sects' direct disciples to flee in panic all by themselves. Chapter 46. Picking up the spoils. Just as Ming Xian was captivated by the sight, Xiao's voice reached his ears. Quickly go and follow behind Qinghan to pick up the spoils. He was momentarily stunned. How do I pick up? Xiao had just thrown the stick to Master Brother, took a breath, and immediately started pointing. Behind Qinghan. Can you do a follow-up? When he is about to kill the demon beast, you sneak up from behind and kill it before him. That way it can count towards our hunting numbers. Ming Xian was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Master, I understand. So it can be done this way. After the reminder, Shui Yu and Ming Xian quickly each applied a concealment talisman and stealthily followed behind the Wanjian sect. When Qinghan injured one, they quickly shamelessly rushed over to deliver the finishing blow. At this moment, Qinghan was too busy to pay attention to the people around him and had no idea that the 2 shameless ones from Changming sect were secretly picking up the spoils behind him. Shui Yu and Ming Xian had the best relationship before Xiao came to Changming sect, and they often played together, coordinating well. Ming Xian held a talisman at his fingertips, setting up a formation to avoid being sneak attacked by the demon beasts, while Shui Yu was even more straightforward. He directly picked up the alchemy furnace in his hand and smashed it down, hitting one with precision. Ming Xian watched Shui Yu, who used to be gentle, smashing demon beasts with an alchemy furnace, and fell into an odd silence. The reason he could play with Shui Yu was mainly because of Shui Yu's good personality. They both came from the 8 great families, and Shui Yu was not harmful. At most, he just practiced alchemy, unlike the 2 sword cultivators who were so violent. Now, good heavens, Ming Xian was even considering whether he should treat Shui Yu better in the future. What if one day he got unhappy and decided to twist his head off to use as a ball? Shui Yu swung away a demon beast that pounced over. What are you dazed for? Ming Xian flipped his fingers, exploding several injured demon beasts. Seeing this, he shook his head in a submissive manner. It's nothing. Xiao noticed the 2 senior brothers picking up spoils and quietly distanced herself when passing the stick to them. As a result, the Wanjian sect and Changfeng sect were attacked by the demon beasts even worse. Watching the flying sword cultivators, Ming Xian thought cheerfully, let them fight. It's perfectly fine for the 2 of them to lurk behind and pick up spoils. On the jade slip, the previously stagnant numbers for the Changming sect at the bottom began to rise dramatically. Zhou Xingyun was faster than the other 2 junior brothers and sisters. So he took the stick in his hand and specifically drilled into the Wanjian sect's team. By the time Qinghan noticed something was wrong and slashed with the sword, Zhou Xingyun had already disappeared without a trace. Qinghan's temple twitched, and his facial expression twisted somewhat uncontrollably. What is so great about being fast? Also, what is Zhou Xingyun doing mingling with those people? Far on the other end of the secret realm, Suzhua saw the numbers of the 3 sects on the jade slip rapidly increasing at a visible speed, looking puzzled. Where did they find these demon beasts? The Changming sect, which had been steadily at the bottom, was faintly showing signs of surpassing them. Suzhua felt that this was not good. However, for some unknown reason, his senior brother was eliminated on the first day, and his junior sister also disappeared without a trace, leaving only him and the other 2 senior brothers, who were exhausted from searching for the demon beast nests. They ran to the map's location only to find it empty. It was as if all the demon beasts had evaporated overnight. The audience was also anxiously urging, "Stupid, go find Xiao. She has led all the demon beasts away. At this rate, it feels like Yueqing's sect is in great danger." The rankings on the jade slip refreshed at a terrifying speed. Wanjian sect currently has 5,000 demon beasts, Changfeng sect 3,000, Yueqing sect 700, Bishi sect 600, and the Changming sect, which had maintained its bottom position, actually came close to 3rd place in just one day. Bishi sect had decent luck, encountering quite a few demon beasts along the way, thanks to their disciples who had not been eliminated or had gone missing. with 5 people walking together smoothly in the secret realm. Meow Meow looked at the rankings and murmured, the Changming sect actually got to 2nd place. Bishi sect is stable at 4th. Meanwhile, Yueqing sect doesn't know what's going on. They actually became the last in the competition. With the dazzling light of the teleportation array shining, all direct disciples were sent out after 5 days. After the first round ended, the points for the 5 sects were also released. Wanjian sect 200 points. Changming sect 150. Chengfeng sect 100. Bishi sect 50. Yueqing sect 0. The ranking relieved Shui Yu and Ming Xian, and the two exchanged a glance before happily high-fiving. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. After seeing the ranking, everyone from the Yueqing sect, except for Yun Ke, had a grim expression. There should be a sense of honor in the sect, and being last would definitely lead to ridicule. As Yi Xiao passed by the Yueqing sect, she paused for a moment and began to leisurely tap her feet. Oh ho! This is fun. The faces of the 5 members of the Yueqing sect changed in unison. Song Hansheng spoke in a chilling tone. Are you mocking us? No. Yi Xiao said nonchalantly, looking up. I'm just happy to celebrate. Is that wrong? And what about him? Ming Xian casually chimed in. I'm happy too. Zhou Xingyun fell silent for a moment, observing their synchronized responses, and succinctly stated, happy. Just as Song Hansheng was about to say something, a fan from the Changming sect chimed in. Hey, our Changming sect is 2nd. What's wrong with being happy? Right, what is mocking? Our disciples are just happy. Can your Yueqing sect control others' happiness? Song Hansheng probably finally realized he couldn't argue with them and sulkily shut his mouth. Yi Qinghan, who had taken 1st place, felt equally frustrated. He coldly glared at Yi Xiao, who responded with a somewhat annoying smile, probably hoping to ignore her, and turned to his junior disciples. Let's go. Although the Wenjian sect is 1st, why do I feel like they aren't as happy about it as the Changming sect? I think Yi Qinghan is a bit withdrawn. The 2nd-ranked sect overshadowing the 1st is unprecedented in the cultivation world. For so many years, the Wenjian sect had strong disciples, and the inner and outer disciples were incredibly proud, but now they hit a wall for the first time. It's no wonder they feel down. Who did you all bet on? I bet on the Wenjian sect, Chengfeng sect, the Yueqing sect. The talisman cultivators are quite strong. Someone from the audience weakly said, since you all bet on other sects, I'll bet on the Changming sect then. With a total of 10,000 seats, those who came to watch are all well-informed cultivators from prominent families or capable loose cultivators, or at the very least, some young masters and ladies from the cultivation world here to join the fun. In other words, they all have money. Each bet higher than the last. Originally, there weren't many people betting on the Changming sect among the 5 sects, but after the earlier experience in the secret realm, they couldn't help but think. Should they also bet some spirit stones on the Changming sect? Let us see. I still favor the Wenjian sect. You all take your time. I'll go bet on the Changming sect first. The betting will end in a few days. The surrounding discussions were incessant, and Yun Hen suddenly stood up, feeling a bit annoyed, preparing to find Yi Xiao to talk when no one was around. Considering this disciple's performance in the competition, Yun Hen thought that as long as she obediently returned to the sect, he could forgive her mistakes. Unaware of what Yun Hen was thinking, Yi Xiao took advantage of no one noticing her and quickly ran back to her courtyard to sleep. After they came out, Qin Fan was about to find a few disciples to chat with when he realized that the biggest contributor had already vanished. Where did that girl Yi Xiao go? He wondered. Mu Chongxi, who knew her better, said, she probably went to sleep. She's quite tired after all this commotion. After the disciples of the 5 sects returned to their respective homes, Song Hansheng immediately scolded Yun Ke. Are you crazy? Following the Wenjian sect people? We are rival sects, do you understand? If Yi Qinghan actually got serious, you would be the first to be eliminated. Yun Ke seemed a bit flustered by the scolding and said, I'm sorry. The next match is the ancient battlefield. He said coldly, no more following the Wenjian sect, got it? The ancient battlefield is filled with various ancient formations. It's completely the territory of talisman cultivators. Although the first match was a bit embarrassing, the second match will definitely allow them to regain their face. Moreover, the Wenjian sect doesn't have any talisman cultivators. They will definitely come looking for cooperation. Song Hansheng just hoped that this junior sister wouldn't shamelessly try to get close to Yi Qinghan. Yun Ke's watery eyes drooped slightly, feeling a bit wronged, and replied softly, except for those from the Changming sect. It was the first time a man treated her so coldly. Song Hansheng's tone softened a bit, casually mentioning that Yi Xiao Was there really someone so shameless in our Yueqing sect before? If their sect really had someone like Yi Xiao in the past, with her ability to stir up trouble, there's no reason Song Han Sheng would only know about her now. Yin Kei shook her head in confusion. In her impression, Yi Xiao was a quiet person, who knew she would evolve after coming down the mountain. Currently, all the core disciples from the 5 sects were housed in the courtyard arranged by the Wenjian sect, probably to prevent them from fighting. They didn't team mix them together, but rather assigned one courtyard per sect. Yi Xiao was half asleep when Elder Duan Yu pulled her up to review what happened in the secret realm. As the main culprit, she was naturally interrogated for a long time. What is the situation with the stick in your hand? Yi Xiao reluctantly opened her eyes. I picked it up. It's called Duo-san. I don't know the details, but it seems to attract demonic beasts quite well. It looks like a good thing. Obviously. Duan Yu thought so too. After examining it closely, he said, I'll find a few weapon cultivators later to see if they recognize it. After pausing, facing the great contributor, Duan Yu softened his tone a bit, patting Yi Xiao's shoulder. And well done. Yi Xiao nodded vaguely, feeling a bit sore from being patted by Elder Duan. When she emerged from Elder Duan's courtyard with a face full of pain, her 4 senior brothers had already gathered together discussing what to eat for dinner. Let us go to a restaurant? Celebrate a bit. No way, Mu Chong, she pouted. Everything in Fuxing City is so expensive. They thought the prices in the Changming sect's territory were already high, but unexpectedly, there are always stronger hands. The items near the Wenjian sect are even more expensive. A meal costs at least 100 high-grade spirit stones. Just thinking about giving spirit stones to the Wenjian sect's restaurant made them unhappy. Yi Xiao rubbed her sore shoulder and turned to her senior brothers, pondering for a moment. In that case, why not go to the neighboring sect? Song Han Sheng still owes me money. We can use the spirit stones he gives us to go to the restaurant. Spending spirit stones taken from an enemy won't feel as bad. Yi Xiao had not had a chance to confront the Yueqing sect in the secret realm, and now, with some time before the next secret realm opened, it was just right to go collect her debt. Shuiyu, who had been resting his chin on his hand, perked up. How much does he owe you? Yi Xiao thought for a moment. About 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ming Xian immediately stood up. Let us go collect the debt. So many spirit stones shouldn't be cheapened by the Yueqing sect. Late at night, Shuiyu silently said, they shouldn't be able to hear us, right? If we go directly to their door, it would be seen as causing trouble and provoke them, leading to a deduction of competition points. That is not difficult. Mu Chong, she pulled out 3 drums and hit them twice, producing a dull sound. We can use this. We'll block their door and knock. I don't believe the Yueqing sect can afford to lose face over this. Isn't that too much? Shuiyu hesitated. It felt like they were asking for trouble, and he thought they would all get criticized together. It's fine. Zhou Xingyun, who had always been inconspicuous, slowly spoke up. We are second. The implication was, they just secured second place for the sect, and the master wouldn't punish them for this kind of thing. Since the senior brother has spoken, there's really nothing to worry about. Ming Xian took out 2 talismans from his mustard seed bag. I have a sound amplification talisman. We'll use this to shout later. I leave it to me. I'll shout. Mu Chong, she said excitedly. F you, let's get hyped up. As the moon hung over the willow treetops, the usually quiet courtyard of the 5 zongs suddenly became lively. Mu Chongxi took the lead, shouting loudly, Yueqing sect owes money and refuses to pay. Shuiyu responded nonchalantly, let the heavens strike. Ming Xian added, worse than pigs and dogs. Yi Xiao chimed in, devoid of conscience. Zhou Xingyan chuckled, wondering why everyone was suddenly using idioms. Mu Chongxi led the way, shouting slogans, while the others followed behind, banging drums and gongs, making such a racket that it woke up the people from other sections. The first secret realm competition had just ended, and all the direct disciples were exhausted, collapsing into sleep as soon as they returned to their quarters. They had been sleeping soundly until this noise startled them awake. What was happening? Was the demon lord invading the cultivation world? Qin Fanfan, who was on the verge of death, sat up in shock at the loud sounds outside and the familiar shouts of a few disciples. He rubbed his face and took a deep breath, feeling that the face he had just regained was completely lost tonight. After finally securing second place, couldn't this group of brats be a little more discreet? Chapter 47. Blessing of the Heavenly Tao. The commotion created by the 5 was so loud that the lights in the neighboring sect's courtyard lit up all at once, and the direct disciples collectively poked their heads out to watch the spectacle. Song Hansheng, still immersed in the shame of being last, couldn't sleep when he suddenly heard the sound of gongs. His body jolted. The next second, Mu Chengxi's voice boomed. Yueqing sect owes money and refuses to pay. He nearly fell to the ground. Yi Xiao. He had always known that Changming's sect had changed. But he never expected this group to boldly come to his doorstep. Song Hanqing's nose twisted in anger. He had to quickly borrow money from his senior brothers and sisters to get them to shut up. Otherwise, following this trend. The next day, the news on the Jade Slip forum might be that the chief disciple of Yueqing's sect owed money and refused to pay. After much effort, Song Hanqing managed to scrape together enough spirit stones. Just as he was preparing to cover his face and hand them to Yi Xiao, Yunhen came out. Master. Song Hanqing's face turned red, purely out of anger at Yi Xiao and the other's shameless behavior. Yunhen listened to the noise outside with a complex expression and sighed. Give me the spirit stones, I will talk to Yi Xiao. With someone willing to take on his humiliation, Song Hanqing of course agreed, without hesitation. Knowing the personalities of the few from Changming's sect, he was sure he would be mocked again if he went out. Seeing his master appear to be fearless and unaware, Song Hanqing decisively handed the spirit stones to Yunhen. When Yi Xiao saw who had come, her tone elongated. Oh, sect master Yun. What? Is Song Hanqing too afraid to face us directly? So he called you to handle it? Yunhen frowned, sensing a hint of sarcasm in her tone. With a cold face, he tossed the mustard seed bag over. Ming Xian caught it without changing his expression. Thanks. Truly, shamelessness was the ultimate weapon. The speed of debt collection was impressive. Let us go? Let us eat at the restaurant. He turned and walked away leisurely. I want to eat roasted chicken. Life in Changming's sect had been too miserable. Eating steamed buns every day was sickening. They had no time to wander around floating Life City while preparing for the grand competition. And now that they finally had some free time, they definitely wanted to enjoy a good meal. The few of them chatted back and forth, completely ignoring Yunhen. Yi Xiao. Yunhen suddenly spoke. Is disrespecting elders how Changming's sect teaches you? Yi Xiao paused, curious to see what he would say, and unusually kept silent. Yunhen continued slowly. As long as you are willing to admit your mistake and leave Changming's sect, I will consider leaving a position for you after the grand competition. Mu Chengxi stroked his chin. Leave a position? For a direct disciple? Yunhen almost laughed in anger. A direct disciple? How could that be possible? Direct disciples were all geniuses starting with superior spiritual roots. Even if Yi Xiao performed well, he wouldn't consider such a thing. Shuiyu, best at reading expressions, understood from Yunhen's face and smiled. Is it better for your sect to take a nap instead? Hey, old man, although our Changming sect is a bit poor. Mu Chengxi pointed at the people present, but we are direct disciples. Do you know what a direct disciple means? In other words, we are the hope for the future of the cultivation world. The importance of direct disciples could be seen from the grand competition. Only the most talented of the same generation were qualified to be direct disciples among the 5 sects. Was Yunen's head kicked by a donkey? Who would abandon their direct disciples to go to Yueqing's sect to be an inner disciple? Ming Xian's expression also turned into a half-smile. Sometimes I envy your sect's confidence, you know? Ever since I couldn't break through to the golden core stage, I've felt very inferior, but now I've realized that inferiority is also a virtue. Yi Xiao said, I'm a disciple you will never have in Yueqing's sect. Qin Fanfan, eavesdropping from behind, almost went up to give these brats a thumbs up. Well said, shameless old man. How dare you pry into their sect? Yunhen's face turned the color of liver from anger, just as he was about to lose control of his temper and act. Qin Fanfan quickly adjusted his almost laughing expression and put on a sad face. He rushed over, speaking before Yunhen could explode. Taoist friend Yun, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Qin Fanfan looked apologetic. My few useless disciples have caused you trouble, but they might just be too happy after getting second place tonight. Please understand a little. Yunhen felt another stab in his heart. Who didn't he know that their sect was in last place? He maintained a tight-lipped expression and forced out a cold smile, spitting out 2 gloomy words. Is that so? Isn't it? Qin Fanfan, fearing Yunhen would lose his temper, quickly kicked Mu Chengxi. Fortunately, sect master Yun isn't nitpicking with you. Hurry up and leave. Yunhen could only watch helplessly as the 5 walked away as if nothing had happened, his chest aching from the anger he had accumulated. He seriously suspected that this old man had intentionally waited until Yi Xiao and the others had said enough. And only when he could no longer endure and wanted to act did Qin Fanfan leisurely come out. At the sword-asking sect, they were still staying up late to discuss plans. Be careful in the next match, Yueqing sect. Yi Qinghan recalled Ming Xian's 4-sided formation from earlier. Then added, and Ming Xian. The scarcity of talisman cultivators in the cultivation world was one thing, but the key was that anyone with good talent flocked to Yueqing's sect. It seemed in the eyes of that group of talisman cultivators, only Yueqing's sect was the rightful place for orthodox talisman cultivation. As the saying goes, drought kills the thirsty. Flood kills the flooded. Yueqing's sect alone had 4 talisman cultivators, while the other 4 sects had only 1 in Changming's sect. Yi Qinghan didn't understand. As one of the 5 great sects, what about the sword-asking sect made it inferior to Changming's sect and Yueqing's sect? The formation that could trap even Qin Huai showed how troublesome it was. If unnecessary, it would be best not to have any conflict with the talisman cultivators in the next match. Chu Xingji was the most provocative among all the direct disciples towards Ming Xian. Previously, Ming Xian had been favored by a group of elders because of his top-grade spiritual roots and identity as a talisman cultivator from the Ming family. Now, after so many years without breaking through to Golden Core, Chu Xingji would definitely seize the opportunity to mock him. However, after being warned by the senior brother again, he could only suppress his anger. I understand. The group reviewed until late at night, when suddenly there was another round of banging gongs and drums outside, making a huge commotion. Sword cultivators had sensitive hearing, and Chu Xingji blinked. Who is it? Yi Qinghan recognized the sound. A few from Changming's sect. All right. Surprisingly, it's not unexpected. Junior's sister asked in confusion. Are they celebrating getting second place? They weren't this high profile when they got first place. Yi Qinghan listened carefully and expressionlessly said, No, they are here to collect debts. Is there such a way to collect debts? Chu Xingji couldn't help but laugh. Who is so unfortunate to have offended Yi Xiao? Yi Qinghan felt that he was being implied, as he hadn't given the spirit stones to Yi Xiao yet. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt a bit fortunate that he hadn't provoked her before the competition. Otherwise, would he be the next one to be drummed up for a visit? Just thinking about that scene made Yi Qinghan's expression change. The next competition would be in the ancient battlefield, where formations were endless. To enhance self-protection, Ming Xian was specially taken for intensive training, and other senior brothers were also working hard. Ming Xian lazily responded, as the terrain and environment of the ancient battlefield were ever-changing, and there was always a risk of stepping into a formation. At this time, the role of talisman cultivators became important. In their Changming sect, he was the only talisman cultivator, so they had to gather quickly. If he arrived late and his senior brothers and sisters were trapped in a formation, what would happen? Thus, with the responsibility of the next competition on his shoulders, Ming Xian once again entered a mode of day and night drawing talismans. To alleviate some pressure on the other side, Yi Xiao returned to her room, took out her wolf hair brush, and began to contemplate what to draw. Because she often helped with copying books, she had paid special attention to the designs of various talismans. Why not try the 4 Directions talisman? The way her second senior brother drew it in the secret realm was so impressive. Yi Xiao straightened her posture, recalled the designs recorded in the talisman book, and as soon as she put pen to paper, she realized that the 4 Directions talisman was more complex than any she had drawn before, with each stroke intricately detailed. A slight mistake could ruin it. After wasting 5 sheets of talisman paper in a row, Yi Xiao pursed her lips, organized her thoughts, and went to find Ming Xian to ask for a sheet of the 4 Directions talisman, preparing to try copying it first. Although Ming Xian was puzzled, he didn't ask much and directly gave it to her, thinking Yi Xiao just wanted to use it for self-defense in the next secret realm. He himself didn't have many. These talismans were difficult to draw, and he had only managed to create 3, having failed thousands of times in the process. But who let her be Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao didn't have much of a compulsive nature. She could learn if she could, and if she couldn't, she would comfort herself, saying she wasn't a professional talisman master. After failing for the 10th time in a row, Yi Xiao finally grasped the subtle feeling of starting to draw the 4 Directions talisman. Her fingertips flowed smoothly with the wolf hair brush, connecting with her consciousness, and the complex and ancient patterns leaped onto the paper. During this time, her hands were steady, and she didn't dare to blink. After finishing, Yi Xiao felt dizzy, and her eyes were somewhat dry. An imprint fell from the talisman corner, surrounded by a layer of golden light. Once again, it was a blessing from the heavenly Tao. Yi Xiao took a breath and slowly relaxed. She had succeeded. Ming Xian, who had been drawing talismans in a daze, suddenly sat up in shock at the commotion. Who? Damn. Impressive. Another blessing from the heavenly Tao. Shuiyu, who was refining pills, raised his hand to clear his name. Don't slander me. The last time he saw a blessing from the heavenly Tao was during the last event. Ming Xian stood up, made a gun gesture with his fingers at his chin, and pondered, "Aren't you curious about who caused the commotion?" He had previously found it strange to see the blessing from the heavenly Tao, but didn't have a clear location, only knowing that a disciple from Changming's sect was blessed. But now there were only the 5 of them in the courtyard. Shuiyu was indeed curious, so Ming Xian dragged him toward the senior brother's room. They found Zhou Xingyun preparing to hang himself. The man even tilted his head in confusion at the 2 younger brothers' strange behavior. "What are you doing?" Ming Xian said, "Sorry to disturb you. You may continue." He calmly closed the door, then pulled Shuiyu to continue running to Mu Chengxi's courtyard. At first, Qin Fanfan was quite worried about Zhou Xingyun's habit of hanging around, but later he became numb and decided to respect each disciple's personal hobbies, letting them do as they pleased. Their timing was not very good. Their dear junior brother was currently being beaten up by Elder Duan, a common sight, as all the sword cultivators of Changming's sect went through this. However, usually when Mu Chengxi got beaten, Xiao would definitely follow along, but today, for some reason, the junior sister had vanished without a trace. Mu Chengxi was beaten to a pulp, having been kicked away before he could even make a move with his sword technique. Feeling extremely miserable, "Elder, can you slow down? Give me a chance to react." Duan Yu was on the side, lightly tapping his toes, saying, "You're too slow. Who waits for you to finish your sword moves before fighting? You were already kicked away as soon as you made your starting gesture. With innate sword bones like yours. In other sects, you would be revered, but in Changming's sect, don't even think about it. You need to learn from Xiao. Either strike unexpectedly or develop quietly." Elder Duan was very satisfied with Xiao's performance in the last match. Shuiyu and Ming Xian, seeing this, hypocritically sympathized with their junior brother for 2 seconds before slipping away. They were just 2 weak talisman and pill cultivators after all, with the junior brother excluded. Only the junior sister remained. Xiao was staring at the talisman she had drawn when the door was suddenly burst open, and she looked up in surprise. "What's wrong? Always in such a rush, can't you knock properly?" Ming Xian and Shuiyu exchanged glances, and upon noticing what she was holding, they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Finally, Ming Xian asked seriously, "Was the lucky disciple blessed by the heavenly Tao in the sect you, junior sister?" "Yes, the lucky one. A talisman cultivator who can receive blessings from the heavenly Tao is recognized by the great Tao. This special honor is indeed for the lucky ones." Later, Qin Fanfan also came to ask them whether the blessing had anything to do with them. Generally speaking, the targets of the heavenly Tao's blessings are usually talisman or pill cultivators. When hearing it wasn't them, Qin Fanfan immediately sneered, suggesting they all stay in confinement together. The Master's original words were to let them 4 wake up and not waste their days. Some could receive blessings from the heavenly Tao, while some disciples were still skipping classes for no reason. At that moment, those deeply implied words left the 4 of them silent. Xiao looked up at the serious faces of her 2 senior brothers and felt inexplicably anxious. "It's me. What's wrong?" Seeing her admit so decisively, the 2 senior brothers exchanged a meaningful glance and simultaneously exclaimed, "Oh ho! So this is the legendary dual cultivation of sword and talisman?" This was the first time they had seen it in person. Ming Xian instantly became energized, throwing an arm around her shoulders and dragging her outside. Showing a warm smile, Come, let's have a heart-to-heart, junior sister. How many more surprises do you have that we don't know about?" Chapter 48. A genius underestimated by everyone. Xiao was dragged outside by Ming Xian, with no chance to react, and could only hurriedly put away the 4 directions talisman she had painstakingly drawn after wasting dozens of talisman papers. Come, junior sister." Ming Xian, using his height to suppress her, held her firmly and said, "Tell us, are you a dual cultivator of sword and talisman?" It must be said that even with psychological preparation, seeing Xiao holding a talisman when the door opened still felt like a huge surprise. A dual cultivator of sword and talisman. A long time ago, there were cultivators in the cultivation world who practiced dual cultivation of sword and talisman. But those powerful beings either ascended or fell, and since then, such dual cultivators have disappeared without a trace. Xiao looked at her 2 senior brothers who were rubbing their fists together, eager for a 3-way interrogation, and raised her eyebrows, not understanding what they were so excited about. "If we go by your standards, then I really am a dual cultivator of sword and talisman." Previously, Xiao never thought she could practice dual cultivation. She always considered herself a typical jack of all trades who was not proficient in anything. But now, With 2 blessings from the heavenly Tao descending upon her, who could deny it? Xiao was never the kind of person who liked to deny herself. If she was, then so be it. Everyone has their talents. After she admitted it, Mingxian laughed even more maniacally. His gaze fixed on her, as if he was sizing up a sheep ready for slaughter. Xiao shivered silently. What the hell? Xiao steadied himself a bit. Although he was not a talisman cultivator, he understood the rarity of talisman cultivators. Junior sister, he murmured. I suddenly feel that you must be the underestimated genius everyone is talking about. This year's sect competition had many elders betting on Yun-Kei, especially since she was the only genius to break through to the golden core stage in less than a year. Yiqiao's spiritual root was too low in quality. While it couldn't be called a waste, compared to the abundance of exceptional roots, it was no different from a waste root. Therefore, among the most favored disciples, everyone had someone, except for Yiqiao. Xiao leaned in closer to Yiqiao, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Junior sister, I think there's something wrong with your spiritual root. Logically speaking, testing stones rarely malfunction, and to achieve dual cultivation of sword and talisman, one sea of consciousness must definitely be broader than others. It couldn't possibly be a medium-grade spiritual root. Why think so much? Mingxian said nonchalantly. Proud of himself, I declare that the next match will be our Changming sect's chance to shine. This year, with Yiqiao, they had 2 talisman cultivators. It should be noted that previously, he was the only talisman cultivator in the sect, working like a dog every day, competing not only with his own family, but also with the direct disciples of the Yueqing sect. Suddenly having a second talisman cultivator to share the pressure made Mingxian want to celebrate with firecrackers, if only it weren't forbidden. Does Yunhin know you can draw talismans? Mingxian's eyes sparkled, filled with a hint of excitement. The Yueqing sect prided itself on being the home of talisman cultivators. And essentially all talisman cultivators gathered there. They probably didn't know. Otherwise, it would be regrettable for Yunhin to realize he personally drove away a talisman cultivator. Yiqiao shrugged. Of course he doesn't know. The original owner was a genuine sword cultivator. She only learned talisman drawing after leaving the Yueqing sect. So you must have studied talisman drawing for over a decade at the Yueqing sect, and then came to benefit our Changming sect, right? Mingxian had a look that suggested he had uncovered a great truth. Yiqiao replied, no. She came to Changming sect purely because this sect was always at the bottom, with a negative attitude, making it suitable for those who didn't want to put in the effort. Yiqiao remained silent, and Mingxian began to talk to himself. With a genius like you in Changming sect, I can relax. Then I can start slacking off, he said, grinning. Xiao expressed his disdain. That expression of yours looks so stupid. You laugh like an idiot. Mingxian smirked. You just don't understand the pressure I face as the only talisman cultivator. The entire sect's hopes are pinned on me. But I feel like I can't bear such a heavy burden. This kind of expectation only suffocates me. Yiqiao's arrival instantly cleared away his feelings of unease and gloom. The direct disciples from other sects saw this glaring light and began to speculate. Another blessing? This should be the second one for Changming sect, right? Who is it? Someone who can attract the heavenly Tao's blessings consecutively. Let's target him in the next match. I guess it's Xiao. If Mingxian really receives blessings twice, then why has he been stagnant for so many years? Although sword cultivators have fewer blessings, it's not impossible. What is our Changming sect up to? That's 2 blessings from the heavenly Tao. Those with a little sense, like Qin Huai from the Chengfeng sect, had already sent someone to Changming sect's courtyard to gather information. The commotion was too big, and other sects were also involved. Yiqiao pondered for a moment. In a while, someone will definitely come to inquire about the news. We can throw them off guard. How do we do that? It's simple, Yiqiao said cheerfully. Spread the word that the heavenly Tao's blessing was given to the senior brother, and they will naturally lower their guard against us. Xiao, having a bit of conscience, asked, but won't the senior brother be targeted next? Mingxian replied, it doesn't matter. They can't beat the senior brother. Oh, when we enter the secret realm. I can already imagine their expressions. Qin Fanfan had no idea what these little rascals were secretly discussing. He also saw that golden light. But since no disciple took the initiative to come forward and admit it, he didn't ask. It didn't matter. He would know what these kids were up to during the next big competition, as long as they weren't at the bottom. Qin Fanfan had no obsession with being first or second. After all, even if they did poorly, it would just mean continuing to be at the bottom. Changming sect had always implemented a free-range model. Compared to the strict and regular daily routines of the other 4 sects, they were much more relaxed, which had fostered a group of unruly direct disciples. On the other side, Ming Xian and Yi Xiao, the two talisman cultivators, were huddled together in a room, collaborating on what talismans to draw for the next match. I have spirit-restraining talismans, earth-binding talismans, invisibility talismans, and some auxiliary ones. Ming Xian blinked lightly. What about you? Although he knew Yi Xiao could draw talismans and was quite skilled at it, he had never seen what kind of talisman she had. Yi Xiao fell silent and spread out her talismans for him to see. This is a crawling talisman, if we can stick it on them. You might have the chance to see a group of direct disciples crawling on the ground. At that time, we can take a few recording stones to capture it and suggest watching it every day. And this one, I named it Dancing Demons. You might see a group of direct disciples dancing against each other. Ming Xian, perhaps because second senior brother's expression was too silent. Yi Xiao also realized her lack of seriousness. She said, I've been holding back the talisman cultivators. Ming Xian had seen people being carefree, but he had never seen anyone as lazy as Yi Xiao. Since she could easily draw the four directions talisman, why bother fiddling with these abnormal things? Who would want to see that group of direct disciples dance? However, Ming Xian's hands itched. If it can really stick. Can I watch Yi Qinghan and senior brother holding hands and dancing the hula? Yi Xiao imagined that scene and gasped. Speaking of which, she was actually a bit looking forward to it. Ming Xian was a serious person, and being with him while drawing talismans at least allowed her to feel the atmosphere of a diligent person. He even set a goal for Yi Xiao. 3 days and 3 nights. We finish drawing and then sleep. Think about the 1 million we bet at the casino. Ming Xian didn't forget to paint a big picture for this lazy junior sister. As long as we can get first place, it won't just be 1 million. What do you think? Want to work hard with me? Yi Xiao's vacant eyes gradually brightened, her previously sleepy eyes opening wider. Okay, Ming Xian, as a professional talisman master. There were 5 new high-quality wolf hair brushes in hand, and upon learning that Yi Xiao could also draw talismans, he generously pushed them in front of her. Use whichever you think is better. Yi Xiao perked up and tried each one, ultimately choosing the one that felt most comfortable. The difference between high-quality spiritual tools and medium-quality ones became apparent at that moment. She used to take a long time to draw a few talismans. But with the high-quality tool, there was no such concern. She could pick it up and start drawing immediately, and the process was very smooth. At this time, Yi Xiao had actually memorized many ancient talismans in her mind, but they all had realm restrictions. With Yi Xiao's current cultivation level, she could only draw simple ones. Yi Xiao was very steady with her strokes, and except for being careful at the end, most of it was done in a single motion. Ming Xian, noticing the little junior sister's movements halfway through, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Honestly, with your speed in drawing talismans, if the old men back home saw it, they would worship you. The faster a talisman master could draw, the higher their talent and the stronger their spiritual consciousness. Yi Xiao was drawing too quickly. Her spiritual consciousness seemed to flow without pause, almost 1 talisman per minute. Just as Ming Xian was marveling at her speed, he suddenly noticed a drop of blood from the tip of her nose. He was taken aback as she skillfully lowered her head to wipe it, then leaned on the table to rest for a while. Her spiritual consciousness was overdrawn. I can't draw too much. If I do, I'll faint. Yi Xiao sighed, thinking that if she didn't faint, she would have already made a fortune selling talismans. Ming Xian, seeing this, curiously poked her. If you faint after drawing like this, won't you have kidney deficiency? Yi Xiao replied, you're the one who's deficient. Chapter 49, Those Who Understand. She rested on the table for quite a while before regaining her spirit, quickly bouncing back to life. The girl waved her hand in front of him. Second senior brother, should we go out and sell talismans now? We've been drawing for 3 days and nights without sleep. It would be a pity not to sell some. Ming Xian was taken aback. Isn't there a rule in the sect against selling privately? He didn't lack spiritual stones, so he naturally wouldn't think of going to a market to sell. Yi Xiao shrugged. If we go secretly, it won't matter. If we're caught, we can just be locked in our forbidden area. She just didn't know if the sword-asking sect had a forbidden area. Hearing this, Ming Xian relaxed completely. Ever since the little junior sister arrived, the 4 of them had become so familiar with entering the forbidden area that it felt like home. Although their laid-back lifestyle wouldn't make them stronger, it was quite comfortable. All right, in Floating Life City, there were hardly any stalls. All were shops. And during the day, it was quite bustling. Everywhere you looked, there were little trinkets used by cultivators, and some were even selling fan fiction of their direct disciples. Yi Xiao found a prominent spot, put up a sign, and, together with Ming Xian, eagerly squatted in front of their stall to start selling. They waited for quite a while, but no cultivators stopped by, which made Ming Xian somewhat frustrated. Shouldn't talismans be hard to come by? Why is no one coming to us? Because there are too many scammers, Xiao lamented. I was lucky enough to set up a stall once before. At that time, the business of the little yellow book next door was better than mine. Xiao envied the little yellow book seller so much she almost wanted to change her profession right there. Ming Xian replied, do you have to be so harsh? After pondering for a moment, he thought perhaps it was due to the lack of display effects. How about we perform the power of an explosive talisman on the street for them? Xiao coldly reminded him. If I see you next time, it might be in the sword-asking sect's prison. Just as in Cloud City, Floating Life City also had rules against damaging public property. Ming Xian pouted. Just as the two of them were feeling the chill of fate in the cold wind, a shop not far away suddenly opened its doors, and in the next moment, all the surrounding cultivators rushed in. The talismans from Yueqing sect are on sale. Hurry, hurry, or they'll be snatched away. Yueqing sect's talismans? Ming Xian immediately leaned over. Let me take a look. His cultivation was quite strong among the scattered cultivators, and he quickly squeezed in with little regard for etiquette, picking up a talisman to inspect for a few seconds before disdainfully saying, these drawings aren't that great. When did Yueqing sect's talismans become this trashy? Immediately, someone in the crowd erupted in anger. You're talking nonsense. Xiao poked him. Haven't you ever been beaten up before? Ming Xian muttered. How could that be? I'm a direct disciple. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly had a brainwave, rushing back to grab the talismans from their stall and loudly declaring, ours are the authentic talismans produced by Yueqing sect, priced at 50 high-quality spiritual stones each, first come, first served. The scattered cultivators, who had been angered by the trash talk about the talismans, were now furious. Those direct disciples don't even act like they know what's real. 50 high-quality spiritual stones. Might as well go rob a bank. Ming Xian couldn't help but chuckle, as if he wasn't a direct disciple himself. He remained unfazed, stating, these are indeed talismans cultivated by direct disciples. They were indeed direct disciples, but not from Yueqing sect. They were from their own Changming sect. Wonderful. Not only would they not be punished, but they could also shift the blame to Yueqing sect if anything went wrong. Don't ask. Just know that disciples from Yueqing sect are here. We are both direct disciples of Yueqing sect. Xiao smoothly followed up, giving her second senior brother a look that said he was teachable. A scattered cultivator with a sullen face scoffed. Just saying you are doesn't make it true. Where's the proof? Ming Xian immediately found a low-level talisman and casually stuck it on someone. That person instantly shot out far away, and he turned to say, look, the talismans you bought back don't work as well as this one, right? It worked on the spot. The faces of the scattered cultivators changed, clearly hit where it hurt. Xiao seized the opportunity to take out the talismans in her hand to show them, besides the one just demonstrated. There was also an explosive spirit talisman that could instantly boost spiritual energy to its peak, with effects lasting for half a tea time. And this, Xiao began promoting enthusiastically, making the surrounding people stare in disbelief, as they were all half-baked cultivators who had never seen real talismans before. After witnessing the impressive effects, everyone believed about half of their identities. But I remember that the direct disciples from Yueqing sect during the recent competition didn't look like this, did they? Some raised doubts. Xiao turned to him and smiled warmly. What do you mean they don't look like this? Take a closer look. Aren't those direct disciples all good-looking? He recalled that indeed, they were all quite good-looking. Good-looking people are all the same. Maybe you misremembered. She spoke so confidently that the cultivator was left in doubt. Is that so? The talismans in hand were quickly sold out, and the brother and sister high-fived in agreement. Oh wow, this feels nice. The spiritual stones that Ming Xian had previously held were all given by the Ming family. This was his first experience of the joy of making money himself. The 5 sects took about half a month to rest, and the next secret realm was about to open. To prevent this group of little brats from oversleeping again, Qin Fan repeatedly urged them for half a day, telling them to rest early and not to be late the next day. The next morning, they indeed did not arrive late. However, it wasn't particularly early either. By the time they arrived, the audience seats were already full, with many people eagerly anticipating the opening of the secret realm. In fact, after the first round ended, discussions about the secret realm flooded the cultivation world's jade slips. Some analyzed the strength of the direct disciples, while others criticized Xiao for taking shortcuts and predicted she would eventually fail. Besides that, many praised her for her unscrupulous behavior. Most people think that a big competition only becomes interesting when it gets chaotic. The days of cultivating immortality and fighting are already boring enough. Who wants to watch a bunch of direct disciples compete while killing demon beasts every day? Therefore, as soon as they arrived, the originally somewhat quiet atmosphere was instantly pushed to its peak. The disciples of Changming sect are here. Ming Xian has that kind of charming and romantic appearance, which young girls tend to like. As soon as someone saw him come out, they immediately excitedly threw flowers at him. Yi Xiao, so flashy. Shui Yu blinked. There's no way around it. Next round is the Talisman Cultivator's home court. Isn't he just showing off? That being said, Shui Yu's side also had quite a few flowers. Yi Xiao silently prepared to distance herself from this group of show-offs. She didn't want to end up covered in flowers. Yi Xiao, the most outstanding in the whole venue. Yi Xiao, you're the best. Yi Xiao, take them down. Yi Xiao turned around and was almost blown away by the loud slogans from that group. Yi Lang, can't you at least take first place? She has always had a thick skin. Upon hearing the shouts from around her, she immediately waved her hand and smiled. All right. Standing next to her in the direct disciple seating, Song Hanxing's forehead twitched, unable to hold back. What makes you so confident? The ancient battlefield, the world of talisman cultivators. Why does she dare to talk so big? Yi Xiao glanced at him, actually not wanting to pay attention to Song Hanxing. So after a moment, she solemnly uttered a nonsensical sentence. Those who understand will understand. Song Hanxing was left with 3 question marks. What do you mean? Ming Xian looked at the confused expression on the other person's face and suddenly understood the usefulness of junior sister's nonsense literature. He immediately disdainfully glanced at Song Hanxing and lifted his chin. Those who understand will understand. Song Hanxing gritted his teeth, looking at the only normal person, Shui Yu. I don't have much to say either. Shui Yu returned the gaze, very understanding. All I can say is, those who understand will naturally understand. Their junior sister is the first person in the cultivation world to achieve dual cultivation of sword and talisman since the ascension of the 5 sects' powerful figures. Clearly, they had all decided to let loose. Who cares about the sword-asking sect or the Feng sect? Their Changming sect is the coolest one. Everyone is getting confident. Mu Chengxi couldn't help but poke Zhou Xingyun. What are they playing at, a riddle? Don't ask. Zhou Xingyun was also brainwashed by the words of his junior sister and junior brothers. After a moment of silence, he replied to the little junior brother, asking is just for those who understand to understand. Good. Mu Chengxi immediately exploded. Are you for isolating me? Each one of you understands what it means, but won't tell me, right? The audience below murmured. To be honest, after watching the competition for so long, I'm really a bit worried about the mental state of the direct disciples of Changming sect. Changming sect has always been passive and getting by. Why are they now so arrogant they could almost walk with the wind? Song Hanxing was even more perplexed. What are they being so arrogant about? Chapter 50 Happy Cooperation. The second round of the Secret Realm is the ancient battlefield. This round is even less friendly than the previous one, with sand and dust swirling. When they opened their eyes, they saw skeletons everywhere, along with some discarded broken swords, like an ancient battlefield, with death lingering on every broken weapon. Each disciple from the 5 sects had a copy of the Secret Realm map, which marked where demon beasts frequently appeared, perhaps considering Yi Xiao's flashy operations were too numerous. After discussions among the elders, it was explicitly forbidden to use external props in the second round. Targeting? The group from sword-asking sect really has no shame. The first to explode upon hearing this news was Mu Chengxi. The organizers are the elders from sword-asking sect. Yi Xiao shrugged, showing no objection. She didn't expect to rely on external props to stir things up in every round. If they played like this, they would probably get beaten up by fans from the other sects as soon as they exited the secret realm. The elders in the first round were fine with letting things be fresh and entertaining, but if this continued, the balance of the competition would be broken. Moreover, the danger level of the ancient battlefield is much higher than the previous round. Shui Yu looked at the direct disciples stepping into the secret realm one by one, and interjected, You and Ming Xian should best separate. Both of them are talisman cultivators, and if one takes a senior brother each, their survival rate in the secret realm would greatly increase. If they happened to be together, the effect would be far less than if they were apart. After saying that, several people also entered the secret realm one after another. The familiar spinning sensation made people a bit dizzy. After Yi Xiao got a clear view of her surroundings, her head drooped. She called out, second senior brother. It's you. Ming Xian and Yi Xiao exchanged glances, truly unlucky. with 2 talisman cultivators together. It was evident that the other senior brothers had been dropped off in other locations. It's all Shui Yu's fault for having a bad mouth. Ming Xian pouted. They really got thrown together. Elder Xiao also found it hard to understand. Why is that girl Yi Xiao still looking down on Ming Xian? Isn't it good to have a talisman cultivator as a companion? Qin Fanfan corrected him. I see that the two of them are quite disdainful of each other. It's obvious disdain. Elder Xiao nodded. That child Yi Xiao's luck has actually been quite good. She wasn't left alone in the last secret realm, and in this one, she landed with Ming Xian. Not to mention, staying with a talisman cultivator ensures at least some safety. Qin Fanfan clearly thought the same way. Inside the secret realm, Yi Xiao sat on the ground to rest for a while Ming Xian opened the jade slip to check the rankings. So far, Sword-Asking Sect had hunted 2 demon beasts. Their speed is quite fast. They had just entered, and Sword-Asking Sect had already found demon beasts. The brother and sister perked up and chose to head south. The climate of the ancient battlefield was somewhat dry, and the ground showed several obvious cracks, with signs of battle. There are demon beasts ahead, Ming Xian said, estimated to be late-stage Foundation establishment. Yi Xiao was only in the early stage of Foundation establishment. But it wasn't a big deal since Ming Xian was there to assist her. She swiftly drew her sword, and even though she was mentally prepared, she still frowned when she saw the creature ahead. A man-eating spider, with 8 furry legs and eyes gleaming with a cruel red light. It seemed like it would pounce on them and devour them whole in the next second. Yi Xiao sidestepped to avoid the spider's leg while simultaneously jumping back to close the distance. With a twist of her wrist, she aimed for the spider's eyes and stabbed in. Her cultivation was much weaker, so the first strike didn't succeed. But it provided Ming Xian with a great opportunity for a sneak attack. 2 talismans struck the spider on either side, and in an instant, the talismans took effect. Yi Xiao seized the moment when it appeared dazed, channeling sword energy rapidly into her sword, and fiercely stabbed into the spider's abdomen. With their tacit cooperation, Changming Sect's jade slip successfully changed from 0 to 1. Ming Xian saw that one and smirked. The senior brother is probably going to go crazy. He must be trying to reach 100. If no one breaks the record, it's fine, but once someone does, Zhou Xingyun will immediately grab his sword and tally the number of demon beasts. They just entered and encountered this kind of late-stage Foundation establishment demon beast. Yi Xiao thought of the level of the demon beasts just now and spoke. The difficulty is much higher than the last round. In the last round, They wouldn't let them encounter demon beasts right away. Ming Xian. After all, this is an ancient battlefield, and the demon beasts left behind are not weak. This is just the beginning. The two continued to follow the positions marked on the map. The road was calm for a moment, and they didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky, but they suddenly bumped into 2 disciples from Feng's sect. Yi Xiao only recognized one of them, Duan Hengdao. She wasn't too familiar with the other direct disciple. Ming Xian glanced at them and spoke. That's another artifact cultivator from Chengfeng's sect, named Shenziwei. Although 2 artifact cultivators were not to be feared, they were still golden core stage practitioners, and Ming Xian felt that the situation was not very favorable for them. Clearly, the group from Chengfeng's sect also became secretly vigilant, all reaching for their mustard seed bags, prepared to pull out their magical tools and fight. A war was about to break out. Upon hearing this name, Yi Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. Shenziwei. She grinned and waved her hand at the 2 across from her. I'm Yi Yuha from Daming Lake. The audience outside. What is going on? Can't you be serious? What is this Yi Yuha nonsense? Hurry up and fight. Aren't the direct disciples supposed to fight when they meet in the secret realm? Yi Xiao's joking remark strangely dissipated the tense atmosphere. Shenziwei was also taken aback by her warm demeanor. And Duan Hengdao couldn't help but turn to his second senior brother. Do you know Yi Xiao? Shenziwei shook his head. Who knows her? What is this Yi Yuha? Yi Xiao continued to laugh for a while. Then seeing the standoff, she raised her hand to break the deadlock. Hold on. How about we discuss cooperation? As she spoke, Yi Xiao took a step closer to them. Duan Hengdao couldn't help but step back in fear. Don't come over here. If you come any closer, I'll let my second senior brother hit you. What was the outcome for the last person who talked cooperation with Yi Xiao? They ended up sitting in the elimination seats hand in hand. After carefully reviewing the last secret realm, Duan Hengdao's only thought was that he was too naive. The competition about hunting demon beasts? Why is there still intrigue involved? He scoffed at Yi Xiao's mention of cooperation, thinking, I believe you? No way. Everyone finally gathered together. Can't we stop the fighting for once? Yi Xiao smiled slightly. We can join forces and take down Yueqing's sect first. Seeing that the two artifact cultivators from Chengfeng's sect were unmoved, Yi Xiao tried to appeal to their emotions. Senior brother Duan, have you forgotten the days when the three of us relied on each other in the belly of the demon beast? Duan Hengdao was speechless. Can we please speak properly? We fell into a demon beast's belly. Don't make it sound like we had some unspeakable relationship. Yi Xiao clapped her hands and continued, in the ancient battlefield. Those crafty talisman cultivators are the most annoying. Yueqing sect has 4 talisman cultivators. If we don't join forces, the first place will definitely go to them. Are you sure you want to watch the first place be snatched away? Chengfeng's sect had always dreamed of taking first place, and upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, they hesitated for a moment. But after thinking it over, Duan Hengdao remained extremely vigilant. Why should we trust you? Yi Xiao noticed that these people looked at her as if she were some dangerous element, and she shrugged. We have just 1 talisman cultivator. We don't pose a significant threat to your first place, do we? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to join forces to deal with the formidable opponent that is Yueqing's sect? This was the truth. Changming's sect was the least harmful sect aside from Bisui's sect. Although they had benefited from the last round, the danger factor in the second round had risen sharply. And with just Ming Xian as a talisman cultivator, they didn't pose much threat. Of course, cooperation existed in the secret realm, and whether the other party was willing to cooperate depended on whether the chips offered could entice them, and Yi Xiao's words clearly moved the two from Chengfeng's sect. So, happy cooperation? Duan Hengdao hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to speak. Yi Xiao, happy cooperation. Now that cooperation was agreed upon, the next step was to discuss strategies. She took out the map in her hand and spread it open for the two from Chengfeng's sect to see. These spots are all demon beast nests. If Yueqing's sect wants to take first place, they will definitely head towards these locations. If we can move fast enough, we can ambush them before they arrive. Yi Xiao pointed to the junction on the map, which was a necessary path for all direct disciples. Since Yueqing's sect was familiar with formations, they would definitely be the first to arrive. We can wait for them here in advance. Listening to her elaborate plan, Duan Hengdao's mouth twitched. You're still as cunning as ever. This Yi Xiao, the elder from Yueqing's sect outside, could no longer contain himself. Hearing the plans of the two groups, he angrily slammed the table. Instead of competing properly, you're all thinking of these underhanded tactics. How shameless. It was no wonder he reacted so strongly. Such tactics had never been seen before. Who among the good direct disciples would engage in such intrigue daily? I think it's quite good. Duan Yu, listening to Yi Xiao's plan, almost laughed out loud, pretending to be serious. Those little bastards have gotten used to being the best. When they go out to train and encounter some crafty evil cultivators, they want to know what hit them. He said righteously. Isn't this also good? Let Yi Xiao sharpen their vigilance. Moreover, what do you mean by underhanded tactics? This is clearly a clever strategy. Next, Yi Xiao continued to explain. Trying to teach the two artifact cultivators how to set up ambush traps. Wait, we're serious artifact cultivators, not some old schemers who set traps all day. Duan Hengdao truly couldn't hold back anymore. Do you even know what artifact cultivators do? They refine tools, forge magical items, and add spells. For thousands of years in the cultivation world, which proper artifact cultivator would ponder how to set traps and ambush others. But you could also become crafty schemers. Seeing him so rigid, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Chengfeng's sect is struggling. She began to brainwash him crazily, insisting that a few traps were definitely not a problem. Duan Hengdao still hesitated. I think, for the first place, she said earnestly. Duan Hengdao shamefully wavered and finally nodded. All right. That was a bit too quick of a compromise. What about the rope you used to tie me up before? Yi Xiao signaled him to take it out. It could be used to tie people up later. Mentioning old matters, Duan Hengdao's mouth twitched, and he took out the immortal binding rope. This rope was similar to the demon binding rope given to you before. As long as there was a living person, it would automatically bind them. Yi Xiao's smile grew warmer. That's great. Isn't this a good thing? One of the essentials for setting traps. The two sects temporarily began their cooperation, with Yi Xiao responsible for providing ideas while the two artifact cultivators set traps and concealed weapons. For a moment, the atmosphere reached an unprecedented harmony. The audience outside pointed in disgust. This Yi Xiao must have done pyramid schemes before, right? So funny. First, let us deal with Yueqing's sect. The plan is quite clear. Oh my god, Duan Hengdao, you've fallen so low. What good person would follow Xiao to do such things? They would never have thought that the serious artifact cultivator, the hope of Chengfeng's sect, was actually being led by the troublemaker Xiao to set traps. The team from Yueqing's sect was progressing smoothly. They were familiar with the 5 elements formation and avoided the perilous formations, moving through the secret realm as if they were fish in water, advancing rapidly and leaving Wenjian's sect far behind. If nothing unexpected happened, they would continue to be this smooth until the end of the secret realm. Until the next journey, Song Hansheng led his junior brothers to the left, and the next second, they fell into a pit. The most important thing was that there was actually a net hidden inside the pit. Song Hansheng reacted quickly and used a talisman to escape just a second before being ensnared by the net. Go right. He fell into the pit again. Another net fell straight down, and Song Hansheng quickly used a formation to escape from it. This time, Song Hansheng finally learned to be clever. He quickly picked up a stone and threw it to test the path. After confirming there were no big pits, he breathed a sigh of relief and led his junior brother to continue forward. However, as soon as Song Hansheng stepped onto the ground, the binding fairy rope hidden under the branches tightened unexpectedly, firmly binding their feet. In an instant, both of them were hung upside down from the tree. Song Hansheng was dazed for a moment, and in the oxygen-deprived state of his mind, he finally realized something was off. Oh, behind him. Yiqiao's lively yet annoying voice rang out. She bent down, sizing up the two of them who were hanging, and laughed uncontrollably. Look, you're both hanging. Her tone was like a leader visiting the countryside to comfort the people, but coming from Yiqiao, it sounded rather cheeky. Song Hansheng's pupils shook. Seeing the 2 disciples of the Wind and Spirit sect behind her, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It's you guys again. He finally understood where the net that fell from the sky came from. No wonder he hadn't realized this was a trap earlier. In the past, the personal disciples were all respectable figures. Who would think of plotting and ambushing in a secret realm? Duan Hengdao lowered his head, not daring to meet Song Hansheng's incredulous gaze. He knew that he used to be a respectable figure too, until he met Yiqiao.